Shin Xiao remained calm. It was not his fault, but rather what Nian Nian had done. After exchanging glances with Ming Jinxing for a few seconds, Ming Jinxing wavered. Could it be that heaven was finally showing justice? Besides Zhou Siming, who else has died? Tang Nian Nian asked curiously. She had only caused Zhou Siming's death. Zhou Siren fell ill and died recently, Ming Jinxing replied. Tang Nian Nian raised an eyebrow. Zhou Laotu was truly ruthless, even going after his own grandson. Although Zhou Siren was mad and disabled, his life was not in danger. Zhou Laotu took him back to Beijing, and just a few days later, he died. It was clear that Zhou Laotu was behind it. Perhaps he thought that having a mad and disabled grandson was too shameful for the Zhou family. The Zhou family is really unlucky.
Tang Nian Nian sai.
Ming Jinxing nodded in agreement. They truly were unfortunate. In just a month, 2 of their decent grandsons had died. No wonder the old man was so shaken that he fell ill. Old Zhou's health isn't great either. He's been seeking medical help everywhere, Ming Jinxing added. He's getting older, so his health will decline. But with his high status, he will surely find good doctors, Tang Nian Nian said calmly. Ming Jinxing had no doubts about her. After all, this girl was slim and beautiful, and aside from her cold expression, she looked like a delicate woman. How could she possibly do such things? After chatting for a while, Tang Nian Nian suggested leaving. She wanted to explore the old alleys of Shanghai and take more photos. Shin Xiao hadn't taken on any tasks. Since Nian Nian was finally here, he wanted to spend more time with her. He had saved up enough vacation days to take a break. Ming Jinxing was also easygoing and generously granted him leave. On the Lu family side, Shin Xiao directly called the Beijing Anti-Japanese Association. Lu Congri does not deserve the title of martyr. He is a traitor. Zhou Siming and Lu Congri came to Zhucheng under the pretense of inspecting historical sites. Zhou Laotu applied for a martyr title for his grandson to appease the Lu family and also applied for Lu Congri. With Zhou Laotu's involvement, the martyr title was basically assured. However, the paperwork had not yet been completed. Shin Xiao detailed the Lu family's treachery, including Lu Congri's uncle. Lu Congri's real name is Lu Ronglian, and his uncle is Lu Jinfeng. They harmed many patriotic individuals. Upon receiving such significant intelligence, the atmosphere at the Anti-Japanese Association grew serious. How could such a big traitor be hiding right under their noses? Understood. Thank you for the information. May I ask your name so we can recognize you? Shin Xiao from the Shanghai Military District. I'm not looking for recognition. I can't stand these traitors living well while our heroic predecessors sacrifice themselves. Shin Xiao declared justly. His words moved the staff at the Anti-Japanese Association to tears, igniting their passion and determination to make the Lu family pay dearly. After hanging up, Shin Xiao and Tang Nian Nian exchanged smiles. The Lu family was in for big trouble. At the Lu family residence in Beijing, the Lu family lived in a spacious courtyard, which was quite good for Beijing standards. Recently, the mood among the Lu family members was very heavy. They were not saddened by Lu Jinglan's death, but Lu Congri's death dealt a heavy blow. After learning of her son's death, Lu Laotai lay in bed and did not get up. Lu Laotu remained relatively calm because the Zhou family had promised to grant his son a martyr title. With such an honor, the Lu family's foundation would be secure, and they wouldn't have to worry about being targeted. Stop crying. Once Congri's martyr certificate arrives, we can finally relax. The Zhou family will also arrange a job for Roland at the steel factory. Lu Laotu comforted his wife, who was bedridden. Roland was his most cherished granddaughter. Lu Laotai sighed deeply. In just a few days, her hair had turned white, and her well-maintained face had gained many wrinkles. Old man, I can't shake this feeling of unease. What if something happens? Lu Laotai was worried. Ever since her son's incident, she had not felt at ease, fearing that something big might happen. What could happen? We have the Zhou family backing us. Lu Laotu dismissed her concerns, thinking they were safe with the Zhou family. Lu Laotai frowned and cautiously said, "Old man, should we go back to our hometown? I'm always afraid something will happen in Beijing." If their past deeds were uncovered, the whole family would be in trouble. When the liberation happened, she had advised her husband to move back to their hometown, where they could live well on their accumulated wealth. But Lu Laotu refused, saying it was hard to establish themselves in the city, and they could never go back to the countryside. He also claimed that since they had never lived in Beijing before, no one would know about their past. So, the family stayed in Beijing. Lu Laotu spent a lot of money to secure a job at the Cultural Bureau and also found jobs for his son and daughter-in-law. They had lived relatively peacefully over the years, but in the dead of night, worries would still creep in. "Grandpa, the Anti-Japanese Association is here." Lu Rolon rushed in, looking frightened. She was 2 years younger than Lu Jinglan, somewhat resembling her, but even prettier. She was also Lu Laotu's most valued granddaughter, and he even planned to marry her into the Zhou family. The Anti-Japanese Association? What are they here for? Lu Laotu's expression changed drastically, but then he relaxed and joyfully said, "It must be your father's martyr certificate." The Zhou family had said the documents would arrive soon, so it was definitely this matter. Lu Laotu was overjoyed and hurriedly went out to greet them. "Welcome, leaders. Your visit brings great honor." Lu Laotu greeted them with a smile, but the Anti-Japanese Association members looked serious and menacing. He didn't sense anything unusual and thought they were always like this. It would be strange if they were smiling. "Honor my foot. Lu Jingguo, you traitor. How dare you live so well for so many years? Come with us." The leading officer shouted angrily, stepping forward to grab Lu Laotu by the collar and beat him. There was no need to be polite with a traitor. Lu Laotu's face turned pale, and beads of sweat rolled down. He hadn't heard the name Lu Jingguo in over 20 years. How did the Anti-Japanese Association find out? Leaders, it's a misunderstanding. I'm not Lu Jingguo, I'm Lu Aigua. Rolon, quickly get our household registration to show the leaders. Lu Rolon was quick-witted and had already taken out the household registration book before her grandfather spoke, handing it to the Anti-Japanese Association members. "Humph. You think you can argue with us? You are Lu Jingguo. Your brother is Lu Jinfeng, who collaborated with the Japanese and harmed many of our comrades. You and your son have also helped him do many bad things. Your whole family has blood on your hands. Lu Jingguo, your evil deeds are countless, and you deserve to die." After receiving Shen Zhao's report, the Anti-Japanese Association contacted their counterparts in Lu Laotu's hometown and investigated the Lu family's past. Lu Jinfeng was a major traitor before the liberation, committing heinous crimes, but he died before the liberation. The cunning old man Lu moved his family to the capital after his brother's death, changed his name, forged an identity as a teacher, and managed to deceive everyone, even becoming an official in the Cultural Bureau. The Tail-Cutting Society obtained Lu Jinfeng's photo, along with pictures of him and the old man Lu, as well as a family portrait, solid evidence. When the old man Lu saw the photos, his face turned pale, and he looked as if all his energy had been drained. He hung his head in despair, and his hair turned noticeably grayer. "It's over. The Lu family is finished." He should have listened to his old wife and returned to their hometown. Perhaps this disaster could have been avoided. Regretting his choices, the old man Lu suddenly thought of the Zhou family. In his despair, a glimmer of hope arose. If the Zhou family was willing to help, the Lu family would surely be safe. The Tail-Cutting Society took everyone from the Lu family and confiscated their belongings. They even found about 10 boxes in the Lu family's basement, filled with gold, silver, and jewels. Dog traitor. How could he plunder so much from the people? Ugh. The members of the Tail-Cutting Society were filled with righteous anger and showed no mercy to the Lu family. Regardless of gender, they all received shaved heads. Even Lu Rolon was not spared. The heavens want to destroy us. The frail old lady Lu could barely stand with her granddaughter's support. After having her head shaved by the Tail-Cutting Society, she couldn't catch her breath, her eyes rolled back, and she died.
Grandma.
Lu Rolon cried out in sorrow. But the old lady Lu was already gone. The tail-cutting society was indifferent to the old lady's death, even thinking it was a good thing. Why should a dog traitor live? The Lu family was imprisoned on charges of treason, and no one was spared, including the married daughters of the Lu family. Their husbands immediately divorced them upon hearing the news, cutting all ties. It had only been 2 days since Shin Xiao made the phone call to report them. Shin Xiao received news from the capital and informed Tang Nianyan. The tail-cutting society in the capital is quite efficient. Tang Nianyan praised them, noting that not everyone in the tail-cutting society was like He Jisheng. Some were quite capable. What about the Zhou family? She asked. They were criticized from above. If it weren't for Zhou Laoda's poor health, they would have faced severe punishment. Shin Xiao laughed. Zhou Laotu had applied for martyr status for the Lu family and maintained close ties with them, which angered the authorities. Additionally, the Zhou family had been acting arrogantly in recent years, especially Zhou Siren and his cousins, who had done many unscrupulous things, leading to dissatisfaction with the Zhou family. The Zhou family was now in a precarious situation, and many were eager to take advantage of their downfall. Zhou Laoda's weak health couldn't withstand so much pressure, and he felt even more ill. Zhou Laotu is about to kick the bucket. Tang Nianyan was very happy. This old man might not last until the new year. In her past life, the Zhou family had caused the Tang family and her biological parents to suffer greatly, and now she was returning the favor. In a good mood, Tang Nianyan decided to visit a department store. She wanted to buy some sanitary pads, which were unavailable in Zhucheng, only found in the overseas Chinese store in Hucheng, and she needed to use foreign exchange coupons to buy them. She had sanitary pads in her space, but they were different from the current ones. The current ones didn't have wings, so she needed to buy some for outside use. Shin Xiao didn't drive but rode a bicycle, taking Tang Nianyan along. To satisfy Tang Nianyan's desire to take pictures of the old alleys, Shin Xiao deliberately navigated through various alleys. Tang Nianyan was busy taking photos, enjoying herself, and even took several pictures of the old water supply shop, which was rarely seen in later years. The old water supply shop was not just a place for hot water, it was also a tea house, entertainment venue, storytelling spot, and bathhouse, a comprehensive leisure place in the hearts of the people from the old city. Be careful! Shin Xiao suddenly shouted, swerving the bike to the side. Tang Nianyan quickly grabbed the back seat, her toes touching the ground, and they both steadied themselves. However, the man in front didn't react as quickly and fell to the ground. Comrade, are you okay? The man lying on the ground didn't get up for a long time. Shin Xiao called out a few more times, but the man remained unresponsive. Tang Nianyan raised an eyebrow. Could he be faking it? She crouched down and saw that the man's pale face was covered in cold sweat, realizing he wasn't faking it but was suffering from low blood sugar. She took out some fruit candy from her pocket, unwrapped it, and put it in the man's mouth. After a while, the man's color improved, and he became more alert. Thank you. The man whispered his thanks. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s, very thin, and his complexion was poor, but he wore glasses and had a refined demeanor. His clothes were clean, indicating he had received a good education and came from a decent background. Shin Xiao helped him up, but the man swayed a bit, clearly weak and unable to stand steadily. How long has it been since you ate? Tang Nianyan asked. The man's expression turned embarrassed as he lowered his head and quietly said, 3 days.
That nian lifeone.
It was 1976. Surely no one should be starving for 3 days? Even if this man was unemployed, he could go to the street office to get work making paper boxes and earn some money to survive. Could it be that this man was lazy? I don't have a job, and I can't get work making paper boxes. The street office won't give me any. The man explained softly. He sensed Tang Nianyan's skepticism from her gaze and felt compelled to defend himself, insisting he wasn't lazy. He just worked slowly and lacked strength. Why won't they give you work? Shin Xiao asked. The man's expression changed, and he bit his lip, looking uneasy. After a long struggle, he finally spoke. I am from the walk-style faction. His father was a capitalist, and being from the walk-style faction, he had lived in fear for years. If it weren't for wanting to see his relatives across the river, he would have already hanged himself. How are you still living in Huqing? Tang Nian was even more suspicious, feeling wary of the man, who hadn't told a single truth. Though the man was thin, his hands were not calloused, and his skin was delicate, clearly indicating he had lived a comfortable life and hadn't suffered. If he were truly from the walk-style faction, he would have been sent to a farm for re-education like old Zhang, not living so easily. I'm not lying. If you don't mind, please come to my house for some tea. I can explain, the man urged, anxious not to have his character misunderstood by his benefactors. By now, a crowd had gathered, making it inconvenient to talk. Lead the way, Tang Nian said. The man was taken aback, not immediately responding, as he thought they wouldn't agree. After all, his identity was too sensitive. People despised him, and even his relatives avoided him like the plague. Are you deaf? Tang Nian said impatiently, and only then did the man snap back to reality, almost falling over again in his excitement. Shun Xiao quickly caught him and, seeing he was truly weak, took out a piece of chocolate and put it in his mouth. The long-lost taste filled his mouth, and the man's eyes turned red. He turned away to wipe his eyes and said hoarsely, "My home is 3 alleys away. It will take half an hour to walk." In the end, Tang Nian led the way, while Shun Xiao ran behind them, and they arrived in about 10 minutes. The man lived on Nanhai Road, fictional, where the streets were lined with phoenix trees. It was June, and the leaves were lush and green, with stone gate houses and old Western-style buildings on both sides. Tang Nian remembered that this used to be the French concession area, a wealthy district where only those with status could afford to live. In later years, these old Western-style houses would cost at least over 100 million each, but now they might only be worth around 10,000. My house is a bit messy. The man stood in front of an iron gate of a 3-story garden villa. Through the gate's bars, one could see a garden overrun with wild grass, some of which was taller than him. The red walls and roof of the villa were covered in climbing ivy. It looked desolate. There seemed to be no signs of life. The man pushed open the iron gate, looking a bit embarrassed, and said softly, "Follow me. There's a path here." He led the way, and indeed, among the thick wild grass, there was a narrow path that was hard to spot even if one looked closely. After crossing the overgrown garden, they reached the villa's front door. The man took out a key, unlocked it, and pushed open the door to reveal an empty hall, with only 2 broken chairs remaining. The worn wooden floor and the ornate crystal chandelier overhead hinted at the villa's former grandeur. There used to be a lot of furniture here, even a piano, but they took it all away. His tone was calm, but there was a hint of sadness. This was his childhood home, filled with memories of happy times with his parents. Now, it had turned into a desolate ruin, with his mother's beloved piano and his father's carefully crafted furniture gone. His parents were also gone. Only he remained, barely surviving. "My name is Yilun. Thank you both for saving me." Yilun introduced himself and bowed respectfully in gratitude. He hadn't eaten for 3 days and felt dizzy from hunger. There was no food in the house except for wild grass. In desperation, he thought about begging, but after walking through 3 alleys, he couldn't bring himself to ask for food. Though his family wasn't wealthy, he had grown up in comfort and never imagined he would one day have to beg for food. In the end, he couldn't bring himself to ask for help and fainted from low blood sugar. Before losing consciousness, he thought that dying might be okay. He could reunite with his parents. Living was truly exhausting, but he never expected someone would come to save him. After struggling in darkness for years, Yilun finally felt warmth and sunlight. He didn't want to die. He wanted to live because he had promised his parents that no matter how hard it got, he would keep going and find his uncle.
Duila?
The Du from Du Mu 1-2 and the Luong from Ethics? Tang Nian asked with surprise, looking closely.
Yes, Duila no dead.
Tang Nian glanced at his hands, which were long, fair, and very beautiful, clearly the hands of an artist. In his past life, Du Yilun was an internationally renowned painter and a best-selling author. She also knew that Du Yilun had never married because of his poor health. When he secretly tried to escape to the other side, he was shot by the water police and nearly lost his life. Fortunately, he was rescued by fishermen in Hong Kong, but his health suffered greatly, causing him to pass away before he turned 60. After his death, his work skyrocketed in value, with one piece selling for tens of millions at an auction. Tang Nian's eyes lit up. This down-and-out man was a human money printer. Du Yilun felt uneasy under her gaze, unsure if he had said something wrong that upset her. Looking at your hands, you must be good at painting, right? Tang Nian asked, needing to confirm. If he was indeed the money printer Du Yilun, she needed to invest. I learned since elementary school. I'm okay, Du Yilun replied casually, but his thin back straightened with pride, and a hint of arrogance appeared on his pale face, clearly showing that painting was his forte. Tang Nian felt relieved and returned to a neutral expression, asking, You said you're from the walking style school. Why didn't you go to the farm? Can this villa still be kept? With Du Yilun's background, even if someone protected him, he shouldn't be living so comfortably. I really am from the walking style school. My family has 6 properties in Shanghai. The other 5 were confiscated, leaving only this one. My parents helped some people during the war. Some sacrificed, while others are still in important positions and helped a bit.
Du Yilun explained softly.
In the empty living room with only 2 broken chairs, he offered them to Tang Nian and Shin Xiao, standing himself. Tang Nian firmly insisted he take a seat since he was a human money printer. She needed to treat him well. She casually wiped down a spot on the stairs and sat down. Shin Xiao also preferred not to sit on the broken chair and joined her on the stairs. Since they are in important positions, why didn't they help your family? Tang Nian asked, puzzled. It sounded like Du Yilun's parents were patriots who helped many during the war. They shouldn't have been so unfortunate.
Du Yilun smiled bitterly.
They can barely take care of themselves. Keeping this house is already their best effort. If it weren't for their intervention, my parents and I would have definitely been sent to a remote farm. Though staying in Shanghai was tough, going to a farm was much worse, with almost no chance of returning alive. His parents were already weak. They barely survived in Shanghai. He couldn't imagine the suffering they would endure on a farm. At least in Shanghai, they had some dignity and didn't face too much torment. Tang Nian understood and encouraged him to continue. After my parents passed away, I was supposed to be sent to a farm. Du Yilun chuckled at himself. He had prepared for anything, ready to go wherever they sent him. With his parents gone, he felt dead inside. He wouldn't have cared even if it was a farm in the northwest. But, unexpectedly, fate had a different plan for him. Officials came to notify me several times that I was to be sent away. I packed my bags, ready to leave, and waited for 5 years. Du Yilun chuckled at the absurdity of it. Why did they change their minds? Tang Nian asked, curious. It has to do with foreign exchange. My uncle went to the other side before liberation and has been living there. For years, our family has relied on him sending money twice a year, without fail. Du Yilun explained, mentioning that 5 years ago, he was about to be sent away when the leader from the foreign exchange office came to deliver money and foreign exchange coupons, learning about his impending transfer. I told him not to send money anymore since I was going to be sent away and my household registration would change. He didn't say anything and just left, but after that no one came to mention my transfer again. I suspect it has to do with foreign exchange. Du Yilun guessed that the higher-ups wouldn't let him go without reason, and the only thing that could change their minds was the precious foreign exchange. Tang Nian nodded, agreeing that it was likely due to foreign exchange. In the 60s and 70s, foreign exchange was extremely valuable. They tried every means to acquire it, assigning each city a foreign exchange revenue task. Although the remittances from overseas Chinese families weren't large, they added up and were an important source of foreign exchange. Du Yilun's uncle had consistently sent money for over 20 years, amounting to a significant sum. The foreign exchange office in Shanghai wouldn't want Du Yilun to leave and lose that source of income, so they found ways to keep him. Tang Nian thought of something unreasonable and asked, "Since your uncle sends money every year, how come you are living in such poor conditions?" Foreign currency is very valuable now, and when converted to the local currency, it has great purchasing power. How could Yilun be in a situation where he hasn't eaten for 3 days? My uncle sends money every June and December, but I didn't receive anything last year. I wanted the local authorities to help me find a job, any job, even cleaning toilets or making paper boxes, but they always made excuses. Yilun's voice choked up. He just wanted a job opportunity, but even this small request seemed impossible. They want my house. They've asked for it many times, but I refused. I've lived here since I was a child. It holds all my memories with my parents. I don't want those people to move in. They use this to pressure me, trying to force me to beg them, or wait until I die so the house becomes unowned and eventually falls into their hands. But they are wrong. Before I die, I will burn this house to ashes. No one will get it. Yilun's expression was mocking. He would never let them have their way. Even though he was weak and easily bullied, he had his own way to fight back. At worst, he would die. Tang Nian glanced at him. He was quite fierce. "Are you selling this house?"
she asked.
If Yilun couldn't keep the house, then he should sell it to her. Yilun was startled and stammered, You want to buy my house? Yes, you can't keep it, sell it to me. I can protect it. When you succeed in the future, you can buy it back at market price. Tang Nian proposed a perfect solution. By the time Yilun became successful, at least 20 years later, the house would have appreciated significantly, and even if she sold it, she wouldn't lose. Yilun's heart raced, and his pale face flushed with excitement. He was convinced. This beautiful couple clearly had the ability to protect his house. Moreover, the pretty girl was right. If the house remained with him, it would either be his death or fall into the hands of those people. Can I really buy it back later? Yilun asked, still unsure. Of course, but it has to be at the market price when you buy it back. Tang Nian nodded.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Tears filled Yilun's eyes. This was the best solution for him, with nothing to lose. This beautiful couple was like angels sent from heaven. This is a transaction. No need to be polite. How much do you want for the house?
Tang Nian asked. Yilun hésita-t-elle.
He wasn't sure about the current housing market. Afraid of upsetting his benefactors, he cautiously suggested, "How about 3,000? He remembered a nearby house, smaller than his, that sold for 6,000 a few years ago, so 3,000 shouldn't be too high, right? Tang Nian raised an eyebrow. 3,000 was too cheap. This guy was a bit naive. Yilun thought she was unhappy and quickly changed his offer. 2,000 is fine too. Tang Nian twitched her lips. The future great artist and writer really wasn't very smart. I'm not taking advantage of you. A house like yours is worth around 8,000 to 10,000. I'll give you 8,000 because I helped you today and even gave you chocolate. The favor is worth 2,000. How does that sound? Tang Nian spoke in a businesslike manner, her expression cold and her tone lacking warmth. She preferred clear transactions. No, that's too much. How about 5,000? Yilun was shocked. He couldn't even imagine 8,000. And he wouldn't be able to spend that much money anyway. 8,000. Shall we go handle the paperwork now? Tang Nian interrupted him. What was agreed upon was 8,000. She wasn't short on money. Besides, she wanted to invest in this money-making machine. Yilun fell silent. This beautiful girl seemed fierce, and he felt like she might punch him any second. That's fine. When you get to the other side, just tell them I'm a relative from my hometown and that I transferred the house to you.
Yilun readily agreed.
He had already planned to take the 8,000 and go find his uncle across the river. He hadn't received any money from him for half a year and was worried something had happened. The three went to the housing office. On the way, Tang Nian bought some meat buns for Yilun to eat. Otherwise, this money-making machine might suffer from low blood sugar again. The paperwork at the housing office was not complicated and was quickly completed, changing the ownership to Tang Nian. Back at the house, Tang Nian took out 8 stacks of money and neatly laid them on the floor. Du Yilun was very anxious. He had never seen so much money before. He wasn't excited. Instead, he felt scared. Having too much money could bring trouble. This person is called Ma San. He has a boat that can take you across the river. His fees are higher than others, but he guarantees safe arrival.
You can look for him.
Shin Xiao handed over a small piece of paper with Ma San's contact information. Ma San was a smuggler he met during a mission, a local with a fishing boat. Over the years, he had helped many people cross without incident. Shin Xiao had once saved Ma San's life, so as long as Du Yilun mentioned his name, Ma San would surely help. Du Yilun's expression changed, and his eyes flickered. How did these two know he wanted to go across the river? Would they report him? You can continue living in this house. Once you get to the other side, help me find 2 people. Tang Nian was not helping him for no reason. She wanted to find her biological parents. In her past life, her parents were also harmed by Lu Jinglan and the Zhou family. In this life, she wanted to find them ahead of time. Du Yilun immediately felt reassured and nodded vigorously. Please tell me. I will do my best to find them.
Tang Jinglin and Mu Yinglian. They are from Zhu City.
They are a couple in their 40s or 50s. They have 2 sons. The eldest is 22 and the younger is 20. They should run a trading company. Tang Nian explained her parents' situation, but unfortunately, she didn't have any photos of them, so she could only give a general description. Are they from the Tang family that runs a dyeing factory?
Du Yilun asked.
Yes.
Tang Nian not that.
Her family used to run a dyeing factory and later opened a bank. Du Yilun looked thoughtful. The Tang family was quite prominent back then, ranking in the top 10 in Zhu City. This beautiful girl in front of him must be related to them. What should I say when I meet Tang Jinglin and his wife?
Du Yilun asked.
Tell them to find a way to attend the Canton Fair in October. Just say Tang Nian is waiting for them there. Tang Nian replied. She had thought it through. She could sneak across to find them. With her skills, she should be able to make it safely. But she didn't want to go to Hong Kong until she dealt with the Zhou, Fu, and Shin families. The only chance for Tang Jinglin and his wife to come over was the Canton Fair, held twice a year. Although communication was currently cut off between the 2 sides, overseas merchants would come to trade at the Canton Fair every year. Since Tang Jinglin ran a trading company, he would surely be able to secure an invitation. She would also find a way to secure a spot for the Canton Fair in the second half of the year to meet her parents. Du Yilun understood that this girl named Tang Nian must be the beautiful lady in front of him. Given her age, she should be the daughter of Tang Jinglin and his wife, right? Don't worry, miss. Once I get there, I will definitely deliver your message to Tang Jinglin and his wife, Du Yilun promised. You can find Ma San to get across. When you leave, call this number, and I can help you out of the city, Tang Nian said, handing him a note. Du Yilun was being watched, and with his current weak state, it would be very difficult to leave the city. In her past life, she had read Du Yilun's memoirs, which mentioned his experiences. He had said one thing. From the moment I left, my life hung by a thread. I fled from Zhu City to Pung City, then to Xiangjiang, surviving against all odds. Clearly, his escape was not easy. Some people did not want him to live. Thank you for your kindness. I will repay you in the future. Du Yilun did not refuse. He knew he would find it hard to leave Zhu City without help. We are just exchanging favors. I can help you convert this money into gold bars. How much do you want to exchange? Tang Nian decided to be generous. The currency was useless on the other side, but gold bars were valuable. I don't know how much Ma San charges. 1,500 for a trip, Shin Xiao replied. Others charge 600, but they can't guarantee safe arrival. Many people are abandoned on the way or sold to undesirable places. Ma San's fee of 1,500 ensures you reach the Xiangjiang shore safely. Can I exchange for 5,000 in gold bars? Du Yilun asked. Sure. Tang Nian went out and returned with a small bag containing 12 small fish, exchanged at the current bank rate. I'll leave at 3 in the morning in 3 days.
I'll need your help then.
Also, in the storage room on the 3rd floor, there are 2 boxes. One with my parents' photo album and another with my old paintings. I can't take them with me. Can you help keep them safe? Yilun felt a bit embarrassed, as he had been making requests. He thought he was asking too much. But he truly had no choice. The album was his last memory of his parents, and the paintings were his hard work. He couldn't bear to part with them. Sure, but I want half of the paintings in that box. Tang Nian didn't want to work for free. Yilun's memoir mentioned that he regretted losing the album and paintings left in the old house. When he returned after achieving success, they were gone. Given his future worth, those paintings would surely be valuable if they still existed. Yilun was surprised and shyly said, "Miss, I've never even held an exhibition. My paintings aren't worth anything." His paintings were so poor they could barely be used for anything. What would she do with them? I know a bit about face reading. Looking at your face, you seem like a star destined for success. Your paintings will likely be worth something in the future, Tang Nian said directly. She didn't like to be vague.
Yilun was shocked.
Honestly, he looked in the mirror every day and never saw any sign of greatness. How did she see that? And how could a star destined for success be in such a poor situation? He figured he must be the most unfortunate star in history. Yilun didn't believe Tang Nian's words, thinking she was just trying to comfort him. His heart, once cold from humiliation, began to soften. His mother was right. There are still many good people in this world. Don't let a few bad people make you think the world is dark and give up on life. Thank you, I will work hard. Yilun's spirit changed instantly. He went from feeling defeated to being full of energy and hope. After Tang Nian and Shin Xiao left the Du family, she decided to stay for 3 more days since Yilun would leave then. 3 days passed quickly. At 3 in the morning, Tang Nian drove to the Du residence, where Yilun was already waiting in the yard. He carried a backpack and looked much better than 3 days ago. Let's go. Tang Nian called from the door, and Yilun jogged out. When he saw the truck parked outside, his eyes nearly popped out. This girl managed to get a truck. What does she do? Get in. Tang Nian jumped into the truck, and Yilun joined her, sitting in the passenger seat, surprised as she skillfully started the engine. I'm taking you out of Zhu City to Zhejiang province to catch a train. I've already bought the ticket. In the past 3 days, Tang Nian had accomplished a lot. Yilun was a crucial link for her to meet her parents, and she needed to ensure he arrived safely. She had the factory's official seal, could write recommendation letters, and even bribed the train station staff with a pack of cigarettes to secure a sleeper ticket to Yang City. Yilun felt warm and emotional, his nose tingling. He turned his head to look out the window to hold back his tears. Tang Nian smirked, knowing artists tend to be more emotional and sensitive. By the time they reached Zhejiang province, it was already light outside. Tang Nian escorted him into the train station for the 8:30 a.m. train. Miss Tang, how can I contact you once I get there? Yilun asked as he entered the station. You can find a way to send a message to Chang Jinpeng in Pring City. Here's his address. He will pass the message to me. Tang Nian handed him a note with Chang Jinpeng's address and contact information for his relatives in Xiangjiang. Chang Jinpeng was someone her uncle Tang Mantong had met. He was from Pring City, and most young men from his village had gone to the other side. He stayed behind to care for his sick mother. Those who went to the other side often sent money and letters home. Chang Jinpeng was in frequent contact and dealt in smuggled goods. The electronic watches Tang Mantong sold came from him. Yilun carefully put the note away, bowed to Tang Nian, and walked confidently to the ticket gate. After watching Yilun disappear through the gate, Tang Nian finally left. If all goes well, she would meet her parents and brother in October. Back at the military district guest house, Shen Xiao brought good news. Lu Igua has been sentenced to death. His daughter-in-law and granddaughter have been sent to a farm in the northwest. And they were sent to the most difficult farm in the northwest. The Lu family had always lived in comfort, so going there was basically a death sentence. Shen Xiao continued. Old Zhou's situation is dire. The doctor has given him 6 months at most. God is quite generous. Tang Nian and Shen Xiao exchange smiles. Where is your family's treasure buried? Let's go get it early, and also collect Zhou's family treasure, Tang Nian said. Old Zhou had amassed a fortune over the years, and she couldn't let that slip by. Consider it compensation for her past life and the Tang family. The treasure is in Jisheng, my grandpa's hometown. We'll go there at the end of the month. Shen Xiao thought for a moment, set a date, and once he finished his tasks, he would go to collect the treasure and deal a final blow to old Zhou. Okay. Tang Nian nodded. After spending another day in Hu City, she had to return to Zhu City. Before leaving, she visited the department store and bought a lot of things. Su Jinfeng and Xian Jinju both received red scarves. Tang Jiujin got big white rabbit candy, and there were snacks from Guan Shenjuan for Tang Lu Jin and Tang Dongqiang. Tang Manjin and the others received cigarettes, and her dear little grandma got a gold bracelet. Tang Nian also bought a fan, a vintage style from her space. If she bought it from the department store, it would cost a fortune in industrial coupons and 180 yuan. Summer was approaching, and it was nearly impossible to live without a fan. As for the black and white TV, she had one in her space too, a 14-inch nostalgic model made in Hu City, just like the modern TVs. Shin Xiao took her to the train station, reluctant to let her go. Once I finish my mission, I'll come find you. Don't hold back on the jerky or the weapons. I have plenty, Tang Nian reminded him. There were so many cattle and sheep in her space that she couldn't eat them all, so she made a lot of jerky for Shin Xiao to snack on. Shin Xiao obediently nodded, looking around. Suddenly, he hugged her and whispered in her ear, Nian, grow up quickly. When you're 18, we can get our marriage certificate. Once they got the certificate, he and Nian wouldn't have to be apart anymore. They could do many things they loved. Every day, Shin Xiao counted down the days, wishing he could speed up the sun and the earth to make time pass faster. Once we get the certificate, I'll have things to do too. I can't stay at home all the time. Tang Nian didn't want to be a full-time housewife. If it weren't Shin Xiao, she wouldn't even consider marriage. But even with Shin Xiao, she wouldn't willingly be a housewife. She wanted to make money and be wealthy. I'll follow your lead. Shin Xiao acted very obediently, but in his heart, he thought as long as she spent 5 days with him out of 10, that would be enough. His demands weren't high. Tang Nian's heart softened. She gently pinched his face and said, Don't worry, I'll spend more time with you in the future. Shin Xiao chuckled, resting his chin on her shoulder, his breath tickling her ear. I'm getting on the train now. Tang Nian pushed him away. He was getting more clingy, like a little dog. Shin Xiao helped her with her luggage, carrying the TV and the fan, one in each hand. He bought a platform ticket, so he could see her off. Other passengers looked on enviously, and an older lady asked, Young lady, are you getting married? Tang Nian paused for a moment and smiled, nodding. No wonder you bought so many things. They aren't cheap. You two look great together. The lady was quite chatty, looking at Shin Xiao as if he were a treasure. Although the young man was a bit dark, he was tall and handsome, and he was an officer. No wonder he had such a beautiful partner. They were a perfect match. Shin Xiao's dark face turned red, his heart racing. He even imagined their life after marriage, which wasn't much, just combining 2 beds into one. His face grew hotter as he walked ahead, shaking his head to clear those thoughts, but the more he shook, the more vivid they became. Tang Nian had a sleeper ticket, and with a pack of peony cigarettes, she successfully got a lower bunk. Shin Xiao placed the TV and fan under the bed, organized the rest of her luggage, and then left. The train ride from Hu City to Zhu City took 5 hours. Tang Nian lay on the bed to rest and soon fell asleep. When she woke up, they were almost in Zhu City. She called the factory manager, who would send a car to pick her up at the train station. After exiting the station, Tang Nian spotted the driver, Xiao Qian, who greeted her warmly and helped carry her things. Master Tang, you bought a lot this trip. Xiao Qian was envious. He wanted to buy a TV too, but he didn't have a ticket. Tickets for TVs were hard to come by, and the factory only issued one each year, reserved for officials. A small driver like him had no chance. I just happened to have a ticket, so I bought it. Tang Nian placed her luggage in the trunk and got into the car. Xiao Qian started the engine and headed straight for Tang Village. By the time they arrived at Tang Village, it was already 3 in the afternoon. As the car entered the village, a group of children rushed over, led by Tang Jiojin. "Second sister, my second sister is back." Tang Jiojin ran fast with her short legs, her face flushed and sweaty. She rushed to the car and waved excitedly at the window. "Second sister." Tang Nian leaned out and pinched the little girl's face, having missed it after a few days. Xiao Qian parked the car, and as soon as Tang Nian stepped out, she heard her grandma's exaggerated voice. "Nian girl is back. I knew it. My eyelids were twitching this morning. Something good was coming. Move aside, don't block my way. She's not your granddaughter. Why are you competing with me?" Tang Nian smiled. Her grandma was really lively. Tang Laotai ran over like the wind, stopping in front of Tang Nian to examine her from head to toe. Seeing her in good spirits, she finally relaxed. "Why were you gone so long? Didn't you call? Was Zhu City fun? Are the buildings really that tall? Are the lights on at night? Do the women really paint their faces like monkey butts?" Tang Laotai bombarded her with questions, and the villagers around them were also eager to know. They had never been there, but they heard from those who had that Zhu City was amazing, just as Tang Laotai described. Tang Nian couldn't help but laugh. This was how rumors spread. One person tells 10, 10 tell 100, and by the end, the truth becomes exaggerated. The buildings are tall because of a magic stick, they turn off the lights at night, and the women are just like us. Tang Nian answered each question, but Tang Laotai was still unsatisfied and wanted to ask more. "Grandma, look at this." Tang Nian opened the trunk, revealing the TV and fan to everyone.
"Wow."
A collective gasp followed by silence filled the air. The first to react was Tang Laotai, who slapped her thigh and pinched the village chief beside her. Hearing his gasp confirmed it wasn't a dream. "You wasteful girl, spending money like this. How much did these two cost?" Tang Laotai's first reaction was concern. Country folks didn't need a TV, and a fan was unnecessary. A hand fan was enough. They had lived like this for generations and were used to it. "I've already bought it, and I can't return it." Tang Nian dodged the old lady's slap, took out the items one by one, and invited the driver Xiao Qian to her home for tea. The villagers finally came back to their senses, like they had been shocked, and began to ask all at once. "Nian girl, can this TV show little people? Nian girl, can we come to your house to watch TV? Nian girl, does this electric fan really blow air? Nian girl, how much did all this cost? Do you think you can afford it? At least 600 or 700, and you need a receipt. Dream on."
"Wow."
Another gasp echoed, and everyone's expressions changed from envy and jealousy to calmness. When the object of jealousy is unattainable, all that's left is calmness. Tang Manjin arrived with a cart, placed the items on it, and slowly pushed it home, followed by a crowd of people. The team leader, surprisingly, did not scold anyone and quietly followed along. Because the team leader also wanted to see how the TV shows little people, he had lived for over 50 years and had never seen a TV before. Tang Nian also bought a power strip. Although the village had electricity now, there were no sockets, so she had to connect it herself, which was not a problem for her. In the 1970s, there was signal and power strips. It wasn't that backward. In no time, she connected the power strip, set up the antenna on the roof, and placed the TV on a table in the yard. She turned it on, and it started with static. As she adjusted the 2 antennas on top of the TV, the picture became clearer. On the rooftop antenna, Tang Nian found the opera channel, which was playing a performance by Master Yin Guifeng of Yu Opera Pan Chi Sua Chi. The villagers perked up, some even humming along. There really are little people, and they sing so well. How do these little people get inside? They must need water after singing for so long, right? Some villagers ran behind the TV looking for the little people, but after searching for a while, they couldn't find where the singing little people were. Tang Nian then brought out the fan, plugged it in, and turned it on. The metal blades spun quickly, and she pressed the oscillation button, letting the cool breeze reach everyone. This feels great. This wind is much stronger than a hand fan and doesn't tire you out. Your hands won't tire, but it uses electricity. The villagers' envy quickly faded. Even if they could afford a fan, they couldn't use it. It consumed too much electricity. They were already reluctant to use electricity for lighting, so how could they afford to use an electric fan? A hand fan is better. It doesn't use electricity, just a few shakes and you have a breeze. An old lady happened to have a fan in her hand and shook it a few times. Tang Nian looked over at the sound and saw the unique fan in her hand. Her eyes suddenly brightened. The fan was not a simple hand fan, but a beautiful round fan made of wheat straw, with embroidery in the center. Even if it wasn't used for fanning, it was a lovely piece of craftsmanship. Such handmade fans are rarely seen nowadays, and Tang Nian had never seen one before. She walked over to the old lady. "Six Grandma, can I see your fan?" "Sure. What's so special about this wheat straw fan?" Six Grandma was a bit confused. She had been using this old fan for years, and it was a bit worn out. She planned to make a new one this year. Tang Nian took the fan and admired it closely. Although it was old, the craftsmanship was exquisite, especially the embroidered magpie in the center, which was both beautiful and auspicious. Such craftsmanship is loved by foreigners. "Six Grandma, did you make this fan yourself?" Tang Nian asked. "Yes, it's not difficult." Six Grandma smiled. Every girl could make such little things. Thinking Tang Nian liked it, she said, "This one is old. I'll make you a new one." Tang Lao Tai came over and said sourly, "You don't need to make one. I could make it with my eyes closed." "Nian girl, why do you want this?" Anyone with hands could make such a fan, and the embroidery was simple. Why should her granddaughter use someone else's fan? "Grandma, can you make this too?" Tang Nian casually asked, recalling that she had indeed seen Tang Lao Tai use such a fan when she was young. Tang Lao Tai shot her a glare and huffed, "I could make this little thing with my eyes closed, with one hand." Tang Nian twitched her lips. That was a bit exaggerated. Tang Lao Tai then asked, "What do you want this for? Now that we have electric fans, why would you want a hand fan?" "Grandma, can everyone in the village make this wheat straw fan?" Tang Nian asked. Yes. Although Tang Lao Tai didn't understand her granddaughter's intentions, she still answered. Tang Jianshu knew his cousin was back and specially came over from the sock factory, arriving just as Tang Nian was asking about the fan. He quickly grasped the key point and asked excitedly, "Nian, does this wheat straw fan mean something good?" Nian girl wouldn't ask about a fan for no reason. Could it be that she had made a discovery in Zhu City? The villagers stopped watching TV and gathered around, eagerly watching Tang Nian. "This wheat straw fan needs improvement. The embroidery should be more delicate, the handle should be carved with patterns, and the fan surface should be smaller, or we could weave designs into the fan surface. Third uncle, can you and the villagers come up with a few samples for me to see?" Tang Nian didn't say she wanted to start a factory. She just thought the designs were too simple and needed more variety. She also remembered that the villagers were skilled in bamboo weaving. Old Master Tang Qingshan could weave beautiful cricket cages and various baskets from bamboo, and Tang Manjin could do it too. Although his hands were rough, he could create beautiful bamboo crafts. The team leader nodded excitedly, promising to supervise the villagers in creating various new styles of wheat straw fans. Is there really a market for these wheat straw fans? No fool would buy them, right? Nian girl is being a bit unrealistic. Wheat straw fans aren't worth much. Who would spend money on them? Shoo, don't let anyone hear you. Some villagers had different opinions, thinking there was no market for wheat straw fans. After all, it was just a straw fan. Who would waste money on it? You don't understand anything. You've never even been in a car. What do you know? My Nian girl has been to Zhu City. Her brain is worth 10 of yours. Whatever you think of, she has already thought of it. Do you need to babble on? Tang Lao Tai exploded in anger. Although she also doubted that this old straw fan wouldn't even be bought by a fool, she absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to question her granddaughter. Even if Tang Nian farted, she would hold her nose and say it smelled good. After being scolded by Tang Lao Tai, no one dared to disagree. Moreover, starting a factory wouldn't require them to spend money, and if it didn't sell, they wouldn't lose anything. Are we not working anymore? Just standing here waiting for something to fall from the sky? Are we going to starve during the new year? The team leader also got angry, scolding everyone, and the villagers scattered like birds, leaving no one behind. Except for the Tang family and the team leader's son. Nyan girl, is there really someone who will buy this wheat straw fan? The team leader also had doubts. Foreigners love these little things. Third uncle, have the villagers come up with good-looking bamboo weavings, make them smaller and prettier, and then sell them to foreigners. Tang Nyan Nyan said. What is bamboo weaving? The team leader didn't understand. At that time, it wasn't called bamboo weaving, it was just called bamboo work. It's things made from bamboo. Tang Nyan Nyan explained simply, and the team leader's eyes lit up as he suddenly asked, do foreigners also sleep on cool mats? Isn't that obvious? Foreigners are hairy like monkeys. In such hot summer weather, if they don't sleep on cool mats, won't they die from the heat? Grandma Tang rolled her eyes in disdain, speaking very loudly. Although Grandma Tang had never seen a foreigner, she had heard her husband say that Grandpa Tang Qingshan had been to Shanghai when he was young and had seen many foreigners. However, what he said wasn't so exaggerated. He just mentioned that they had a lot of hair, blonde hair, blue eyes, and liked to eat rare beef. Grandma Tang's understanding turned into the belief that foreigners were covered in hair, had blue eyes, loved raw meat and blood, and she was convinced her understanding was correct, influencing everyone in Tang village. After all, Grandpa Tang Qingshan was the only one in the village who had been to Shanghai and seen foreigners. So, the villagers firmly trusted Grandma Tang. Yes, Uncle Qingshan has seen foreigners, and they have more hair than 100-year-old. If they don't sleep on cool mats, they'll get heat stroke. Foreigners eat raw meat and drink blood. It's terrifying. That's just like living animals. The villagers chimed in, their imaginations running wild. Tang Nyan Nyan found it both funny and frustrating. She didn't want to correct their misunderstandings and told the team leader it's not about cool mats. It's about making crafts like cricket cages, lanterns, small baskets, and small containers. They need to be delicate and beautiful because foreigners like to use them as decorations. Practical bamboo items like chairs and baskets aren't easy to sell and don't fetch high prices. Tang Nyan Nyan remembered that in the future, Zhu City developed various exquisite bamboo products, each worth hundreds to thousands, even tens of thousands, and they were very popular. Nyan girl, how about this? I'll gather all the people in the village who can do bamboo weaving, and you can guide them? The team leader didn't understand. The bamboo weaving in the village was mostly for daily needs, and not many people could make those fancy items Nyan girl mentioned. Uncle San, go apply to set up a craft factory as soon as possible. Tang Nyan Nyan wanted to take bamboo crafts and straw fans to the autumn trade fair, and she hoped there was still time. She would fight for a spot at the trade fair. Moreover, she was confident that these crafts would appeal to foreigners and generate foreign exchange. The team leader was a bit lost. They had just talked about straw fans and cool mats, and now they were talking about setting up a factory? Wasn't that a bit fast? Tang Jianshu quickly reacted and asked Nyan Nyan, do you plan to sell to foreigners? Yes.
Tang Nian not dead.
The villagers were in an uproar. Could the things they made actually be sold to foreigners? They wouldn't even dare to dream about it. Nyan girl, can we really sell to foreigners? Have foreigners come to Zhu City? Why haven't I seen them? What do foreigners look like? Do they have yellow hair and green eyes? All hairy? The villagers were so interested in foreigners that it overshadowed their interest in television. They stopped listening to the opera and gathered around to ask questions. If a craft factory really got set up, these old folks could earn wages. Tang Nyan Nyan rubbed her ears. The noise from hundreds of ducks quacking was giving her a headache. Why are you all making noise? Just listen to Nyan girl. Do you think shouting will make food fall from the sky? The team leader shouted, overpowering the villagers' noise, and it instantly became quiet. Dozens of eyes eagerly looked at Tang Nyan Nyan, filled with excitement, as if they were witnessing a great event. At that moment, Tang Nyan Nyan held an equal status in their hearts as the great event. First, Let's get the factory set up. I will guide the production and sales, but I want to own 40% of the factory. Tang Nian made her position clear. She wouldn't work for free. She wouldn't invest money in the craft factory, making it a no-cost business for her. However, as the designer responsible for sales, she deserved her 40%. That's fair. As long as the factory is set up, Nian girl will be the biggest contributor. Right, we can do this at home. My dad can do it. He won't say he's just eating idle food anymore. Nian girl, you call the shots. When can we set up the factory? The villagers didn't care about how much of the shares Tang Nian would take. They just wanted to earn wages and improve their lives. They knew very well that without Tang Nian, the craft factory would be empty. They could make things, but who would they sell to? Tang Nian had connections, experience, and knew many talented people. Her 40% share was earned through her abilities, and they couldn't envy or resent that. The team leader was already eager to go to the commune to submit an application. Uncle San, tell the commune leaders that I can get a spot at the trade fair. Tang Nian stopped the impatient team leader, who was ready to rush to the commune, and gave him a tip. Any sensible commune official would agree to set up the factory. What is the trade fair? The team leader was a bit confused. He had never heard of it. It's a fair held in Yangcheng, where foreigners come to buy things. Tang Jianshu provided a simple explanation. The fair was a local custom in Zhucheng. Every year, during the birthday of Guanyin Bodhisattva in February, towns would hold markets with everything you could imagine, making it very lively. Once the team leader understood, he excitedly rode his bike home. Tang Nian was pulled aside by Tang Jianshu, who quietly asked, "Can you really get a spot at the trade fair?" The spots at the trade fair were very limited each year, usually given to large factories, not village enterprises. Tang Jianshu wasn't confident. When have I ever made empty promises? Tang Nian rolled her eyes. The spots at the trade fair were indeed tight, but that didn't mean she couldn't get one. If all else fails, she could share a booth with a turbine factory. The turbine factory attended the trade fair every year, and their booth was quite large. She could squeeze into a small corner. Worst case, she could trade advanced technology for a spot. You little girl are quite capable. Tang Jianshu chuckled, unable to resist pinching her cheek with some force, just like he used to do when he was a child. Smack! Tang Nian slapped his hand away and shot him a big eye roll. She couldn't retaliate against Grandma Tang, but she wouldn't hold back against Tang Jianshu. A red mark instantly appeared on Tang Jianshu's hand, making him wince in pain. Are you a tiger or something? Tang Jianshu blew on his hand. It hurt so much. Tang Nian snorted, too lazy to bother with him. She went inside to grab some dried bamboo shoots, pickled vegetables, and dried wild rabbit, handing them to the driver, Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian was, of course, full of thanks and happily returned to the city. His favorite task now was to take Master Tang back to the village, and he never returned empty-handed. Tang Nian yawned, feeling sleepy, and prepared to go back to her room to sleep. Nian girl, can your craft factory use pearls and shells? Xian Pearl stopped her, looking a bit shy, but she really wanted her family to become prosperous too. Tang Nian suddenly lost her sleepiness and slapped her forehead. How could she forget about her second aunt's family? Xian Zhenju's family is from the Shanxia Lake Commune, which is known as the largest freshwater pearl production area in the country. It is said that the history of freshwater pearl farming in Shanxia Lake dates back to the spring and autumn period with Fan Li from the Yu Kingdom, who is famously known as the wealthy Tao Zhugong. Fan Li saw through Go Jian's true nature and resigned to start a business, which he did very successfully. The cultivation of freshwater pearls began with him, and the old name of Zhucheng was also derived from this. Second aunt, is anyone still farming mussels in your family? Tang Nian asked. Yes, but not many, Xian Zhenju nodded. Currently, pearls are mainly sold to pharmaceutical companies for medicinal use, with low annual demand, and the village has small-scale farming. Tang Nian thought for a moment and said, Second aunt, please go back to your family and bring some samples of shells and pearl crafts for me to see. She didn't mention necklaces or earrings, as they surely didn't have any. Women in the streets valued simplicity, at most wearing a scarf or hairpin. If someone wore a necklace or earrings, they would be labeled as a capitalist daughter, facing criticism or worse, so no one dared to take that risk. But Tang Nian didn't want to miss out on this opportunity. She planned to visit the trade fair, and if things sold well, she would expand her business and apply to make pearl jewelry, not just sell raw pearls to foreigners. In her past life, she visited the pearl exhibition at Shanxia Lake and learned about the history of pearls. In the 1990s, freshwater pearls from Shanxia Lake were mainly exported at very low wholesale prices. Foreigners would buy them, create exquisite high-end pearl jewelry, and sell it back to China at high prices. Later, domestic brands began to develop their own identities and stopped following the cheap wholesale route. Tang Nian wanted to start building a brand for the people of Shanxia Lake now, so foreigners wouldn't take advantage for so many years. Xian Jinju was excited and nodded, saying, "I'll go back right away. My dad also farms mussels." Her father was experienced in mussel farming. Xian Zhanzhu had a sister named Xian Mingzhu, and they were the only two children in the family. Xian Zhanzhu rushed back to the sock factory to ask for leave and happily rode her bike back home. That evening, the Tang family was especially lively, with villagers crowding the yard, holding bowls of food to watch TV. When the yard was full, they spilled outside, creating a scene like an outdoor movie. Some people even climbed trees to get a better view, though it tested their eyesight and hearing. Tang Nian sat in a corner of the yard eating. She wasn't interested in the current TV programs, which were mostly news or operas, and there were no commercials. The shows were too monotonous. The TV displayed the date, and the villagers exclaimed, "In 2 days, it will be the summer solstice." I've been working every day and haven't checked the calendar. Time flies. We eat wheat cakes on the summer solstice. Tomorrow, we'll go up the mountain to pick pine flowers and make pine flower wheat cakes. My family eats green cakes. My family rolls mung bean leaves in pancakes. I'll go pick some tomorrow. Several women from outside the village talked about their hometown's summer solstice snacks. While Zhucheng had a custom of eating wheat cakes, each town had its own way of doing it. Tang Nian swallowed. She was craving it. It felt like ages since she had eaten wheat cakes, and she had forgotten the taste, but she remembered that Grandma Tang made the best wheat cakes, and her third aunt made delicious pancakes with mung bean leaves. She wanted to eat them. Pine flower wheat cakes, green cakes made from mugwort and flour and mung bean leaves. She didn't know the scientific name for mung bean leaves. Time passes quickly. After eating wheat cakes, it will soon be the 7th month, and we'll make sweet rice cakes, another woman said. Her family had a custom of making sweet rice cakes in the 7th month. Not all towns in Juji made sweet rice cakes in the 7th month, and Tang Village didn't originally, but over time, due to the influx of brides from other villages, some started to do it. Tang Nian swallowed again. She wasn't craving sweet rice cakes, but the dishes made from them. When making sweet rice cakes, they would also steam some rice sheets, similar to rice rolls, and wrap stir-fried snow cabbage filling in them, rolling them up into tubes. Simply delicious. She hadn't had that in a long time and was craving it. "Grandma, I want to eat rice sheets and wheat cakes." Tang Nian loudly made her request. Food is essential to the people, and it was a reasonable demand. "Do you want to eat sweet potato cake too?" Grandma Tang, engrossed in the TV, replied without turning her head. Tang Nian puffed her cheeks and ran to her third aunt, saying, "Third aunt, please make some for me. I'll provide the ingredients and pay you." Grandma Tang immediately stopped watching TV, turned around and shouted, "Your third aunt is very busy. She doesn't have time to make it for you. I'll make it tomorrow." Third aunt's eyes brightened at the thought of Tang Nian being generous, knowing she wouldn't skimp on payment. But that light quickly faded, extinguished by Grandma Tang. She didn't dare argue with Grandma Tang, only muttering softly, "Your cooking isn't as good as mine." Grandma Tang, with ears sharper than a dog's, heard everything and glared at third aunt, loudly saying, "What's wrong with my cooking?" Nian couldn't stop eating it when she was little. "I was the best cook in the village when I was young." Because of the sweet potato incident, Grandma Tang still held a grudge against third aunt. Third aunt pouted, silently cursing, "You're the best at insulting people. Who can outdo you? Nian Nian, I can cook too. I'll make it for you tomorrow. I'll make pancakes with mung bean leaves and meat. Tomorrow, let my son go up the mountain to pick pine flowers, and I'll bring them over after I make them." The village women were very enthusiastic, wanting to make delicious food for Tang Nian Nian to leave a good impression for future factory work. Although Tang Nian Nian refused, these women acted as if they hadn't heard. It was just food, and if Nian Nian wanted to eat, they would definitely satisfy her. In the end, third aunt made the wheat cakes. Tang Nian Nian provided flour and meat, but she initially wanted to pay her. The village leader scolded her, saying if she offered money, she should leave and never come back. As for Grandma Tang, Tang Nian Nian appeased her with a big piece of candy. By the afternoon, third aunt had made wheat cakes and rice sheets, pine flour wheat cakes, green cakes, made from mugwort and flour, and mung bean leaf pancakes, all neatly placed in a clean basket, still steaming. The rice sheets were best eaten fresh, so as soon as third aunt steamed one, Tang Nian Nian rolled one up and enjoyed it immensely. Heat up the rest if you want to eat them later. Third aunt made a lot, filling a basket, and told Tang Nian Nian to take some home, but she only took half and left the other half for the village leader, walking away confidently. "Hey, you really are something." Third aunt chased after her, but couldn't catch up, shaking her head with a smile as she returned with half a basket of wheat cakes. Nian Nian's generosity was impressive, but she had the skills to earn well, so even if she spent a lot, she could still afford to eat and drink. In June, the weather grew hotter day by day, and the village was filled with the sounds of cicadas and frogs, chirping both day and night. Tang Nian Nian's newly bought fan proved to be very useful. Old Lady Tang had initially insisted she didn't need it, but after experiencing the cool breeze from the electric fan, she stopped complaining about the electricity bill. Every day when she returned home, she would stand in front of the fan, enjoying the comfort. The paperwork for the craft factory was completed, and the name, Beautiful Crafts Factory, was chosen by Tang Jianshu. Although the name was a bit ordinary, Tang Nian Nian thought it was quite nice, and the villagers had no objections. Thus, the Beautiful Crafts Factory was established in June. The vacant house of Qiguohua was transformed into the factory building. The village elders were skilled in bamboo weaving and making straw fans, and the raw materials were readily available since there was plenty of bamboo on the back mountain of Tang Village. Although straw was a bit scarce, it could still be collected from other villages, which would be enough for their needs. If the trade fair went well, the village leader planned to encourage more wheat planting in the village. Xianzhenju brought shells and pearl crafts from her family, which were also quite good. Tang Nian Nian took the village leader and his son, along with the commune leaders, to the Shanxia Lake commune to discuss cooperation. Actually, the Shanxia Lake commune wanted to set up their own factory and were initially reluctant to collaborate with Tang Village. However, lacking sales channels and unable to secure a spot at the trade fair, they ultimately agreed to the partnership. Tang Nian Nian asked them to produce more samples, which she would take to Shanghai for promotion. It would be even better if Tang Village could have its own booth at the trade fair. Time flew by, and June quickly passed, giving way to July. Originally, she was supposed to go to the capital at the end of June, but Shen Xiao had a last-minute task, and it was uncertain when he would finish, so the trip to the capital was postponed. The real heat of summer arrived, with the sun blazing every day. The trees and grass on the mountain wilted under the sun, and the cicadas chirped as if they were running out of breath. Tang Nian Nian planned to visit Shanghai in mid-July. At the beginning of the month, Minister Niu called to say everything was arranged, and if all went well, Old Zhang would start working at the turbine factory this month. She hadn't told Old Zhang yet because she never shared uncertain news to avoid giving false hope. Both Old Zhang and Deng Chongqing had fully recovered, looking healthy and energetic. Tang Nian Nian even gave them some health tonic, believing that for the next 20 years, they would remain in good health. Since it was an investment, she had to ensure their well-being. Otherwise, if they returned to the city in poor health, how could they repay her? On July 10th, the village leader received a call from the commune. After hanging up, he excitedly ran toward the back mountain, even losing his shoes twice along the way. Old Zhang and Deng Chongsheng were grazing cattle on the hillside. The two cows in the village were leisurely eating grass, their coats shiny and their bellies round, well taken care of. With the busy harvest season approaching, the cows needed to be well fed to handle the work ahead. "Comrade Zhang, I have good news," the village leader called out joyfully from a distance. Old Zhang and Deng Chongsheng were a bit confused. Was something good really happening? The commune called to say Comrade Zhang should pack up. "Someone will come from Shanghai tomorrow to take you back." "Comrade Zhang, you've made it." The village leader ran up, excited to share the good news. Old Zhang was stunned, feeling as if his ears, mind, and eyes were disconnected. He could see the village leader's joyful expression and hear his voice, but the words floated away, and he couldn't comprehend their meaning. Deng Chongsheng reacted quickly, joyfully exclaiming, "Old Zhang, take off your hat, ha ha ha." Old Zhang came back to his senses, tears in his eyes. He wanted to say something, but his throat felt blocked, and he couldn't utter a word, only shedding tears. The village leader was also moved to tears. He had learned about old Zhang's situation from Nian Nian. He was a remarkable scientist who had given up a comfortable life abroad to return and help build the country, only to be harmed by petty people. "Oh, Comrade Zhang, this is a great event. You should be happy. Comrade Deng should be next." The village leader knew about Deng Chongsheng's situation as well. He was a hero who had fought against the Japanese and had also been wronged. "I'm happy, I'm really happy. I've finally waited for this, and I still have time." Old Zhang choked up, wiping his tears. He was genuinely happy that he still had a chance to serve his country. "Come to my house for a drink tonight. Someone will come tomorrow, and after that, who knows if we'll see each other again. I haven't taken good care of you these past 2 years, so I'll make it up to you tonight." The village leader felt a bit guilty. He hadn't looked after the two elders well over the past 2 years. He was hesitant due to his own fears and lack of resources. "Captain Tang, please don't say that. You've taken good care of us. I will never forget Tang village, or its people." Old Zhang spoke earnestly. The past 2 years in Tang village had been the most peaceful and comfortable time of his life, especially Nian Nian's life-saving kindness, which he would never forget. Deng Chongsheng felt the same way. He had a thought that once he returned to the city and resumed his position, he would discuss with his wife about recognizing Nian Nian as their god-granddaughter. The village leader felt completely reassured. His earlier comments had been a bit of a test, as he was genuinely worried about whether the elders held any resentment for not being cared for properly. Now, he felt relieved. That evening, Tang Nian Nian also went to the village leader's house for dinner, bringing a lot of meat. Aunt San prepared a large feast, and both Old Zhang and Deng Chongsheng drank some wine, feeling a little tipsy. After dinner, Tang Nian Nian walked them back to the cattle shed and mentioned the turbine factory. "The turbine factory? I'm not familiar with that." Old Zhang was startled, sobering up from the wine, nearly stumbling. Tang Nian Nian quickly supported him. "Nian Nian, maybe I should just stay here and graze cattle." Old Zhang suddenly didn't want to return to the city. The turbine factory wasn't his main field. It was a small matter if he lost face, but it would be a big loss for the country. He preferred to stay with the cattle. "It's okay. I talked to Minister Niu. Going to the turbine factory is just a temporary arrangement. You'll be back to the research institute at most next year." Tang Nian Nian found it amusing, but was also touched by the seriousness of the older scientists. Unlike some experts in later generations who spouted nonsense and caused harm, these men were truly dedicated. "Then, if I do nothing, wouldn't that be a waste of salary? I'd rather stay with the cattle." Old Zhang frowned. He didn't want to be a figurehead engineer, earning a high salary without doing any work. It didn't sit right with him. Tang Nian Nian put in a lot of effort, finally convincing the stubborn old man to agree to work at the turbine factory. The next morning, a small car arrived at Tang village, stopping at the village entrance. The commune leaders and the village leader accompanied the officials from Shanghai to the back mountain to pick up Old Zhang. As he left, Old Zhang and Deng Chongsheng hugged tightly and bowed to Tang village before getting into the car. Old Zhang's departure didn't cause much of a stir in Tang village. The people in the cattle shed and the villagers lived in two different worlds, never interacting, and they didn't care about each other's lives or deaths. At the end of July, half a month after Old Zhang left, another small car came to Tang village, this time to pick up Deng Chongsheng. When Deng Chongsheng left, he gave Tang Nian his address and phone number, asking her to be sure to visit him in Shanghai. Tang Nian agreed. She really needed to go to Zhu City in August. Minister Niu said the preparations for the Canton Fair had already begun, and the list of participants must be confirmed by mid-September. Then there would be training and guidance, mainly memorizing quotes. In the 1960s and 70s, anyone attending the Canton Fair, whether a seller or a buyer, had to undergo at least a week of ideological training, memorizing quotes every day. When entering the fair, they had to recite a quote. If they couldn't, they might lose their eligibility to attend. Before she knew it, it was early August, and the temperature was rising. Tang Nian really didn't want to go outside. The heat was unbearable. She just wanted to stay indoors, enjoy the wild fruits brought back by Jiojin, and relax. In August, the mountains had plenty of wild fruits, with the best being the black rice fruit and the prickly pear. Jiojin would bring back a bag every day to share with his second sister and earn a little pocket money. Jiojin and Tang Nian were both happy with the wild fruits and the pocket money. Second sister, do you want to eat this? That noon, besides the black rice fruit and milk, Jiojin also brought back other wild fruits, blue fruit and a beautiful orange-red fruit covered in fuzz. Tang Nian popped a blue fruit into her mouth and then picked up a fuzzy orange-red fruit. She remembered it was called Jiningzi, a type of medicinal herb. The fruit was very sweet but not very pleasant to eat. It was usually used for making wine. Jiningzi, wild hawthorn, and guizao, which is called mugo lu in local dialect. Jiojin also picked some wild grapes, wild hawthorn, and guizao, all snacks for kids. Tang Nian had a little of each, but her favorites were still the black rice fruit and prickly pear. Third sister, here, eat this. Jiojin grabbed a handful of black rice fruit and stuffed it into the mouth of Tang Lujin, who had just come home. Tang Lujin returned home for summer vacation and kept busy, going to the sock factory every day to package socks. The factory was busy now, especially with Tang Mantong, a skilled salesperson, requiring everyone to work night shifts. Moreover, Tang Nian had added 20 more sock machines, increasing job opportunities. Many elderly women would help package socks, earning 3 to 4 dimes a day. Packaging socks was easy work, and they could gossip while doing it. The village aunties loved this job. They didn't have to go to the factory, just took a bag of socks home, sat in the yard to cool off, and chatted while working. It was a great way to earn money and help with childcare. Tang Lujin didn't bring anything home. She worked at the factory and was quick, earning 7 to 8 dimes a day, so she didn't have to worry about tuition or study materials. I'm going to cook. After finishing the wild fruit in her mouth, Tang Lujin wiped her mouth and prepared to make lunch. Second sister, what do you want for lunch? Tang Lujin always asked for Tang Nian's opinion before cooking, much more considerate than old lady Tang. Steamed fish, steamed snails, and some steamed potatoes?
Tang Nian zonde ladili.
In this heat, lying down made her sleepy. Okay, I'll steam some edamame too. Tang Lujin nodded obediently and went to the vegetable garden to pick edamame. After picking the edamame, she also scooped out a bowl of snails from the bucket, moving slowly and steadily. 6 Jin, you're so virtuous, Tang Nian suddenly remarked, thinking how much of a good wife and mother 6 Jin was, managing both the kitchen and the living room. She wondered which man would benefit from her in the future. Second sister, what are you talking about? Tang Lujin blushed and playfully scolded her. I'm talking seriously. You should make more vegetable soup. I want to soak some crispy rice in it. Tang Nian rubbed her nose. In this hot weather, vegetable soup was the best. Sour and very refreshing. Okay. Tang Lujin agreed. She liked drinking vegetable soup too. Vegetable soup is a perfect match for summer. It's safe to say that people in Zhucheng love this soup. In July and August, Almost every household has it on the dining table. The recipe is simple, no oil or salt. Just boil Zhucheng's unique dried vegetable roots in water, and you have a refreshing soup that helps with digestion and cools you down. Old Lady Tang returned home and immediately drank a jar of cool tea. This tea was only for her and Tang Manjin. Others couldn't get used to it. There is a special cool tea in Tang village called digestion tea, made from a wild grass picked from the mountains, dried, and brewed in summer. It is very effective for cooling down, especially during the peak heat. Drinking it prevents heat stroke. Xiao Fan Hua, scientifically known as Lu Jinyo. But it tastes too bitter. When Tang Nian was young, she saw her grandfather enjoying this tea. She was curious and secretly took a sip, but it was so bitter she couldn't eat anything afterward. She never understood why the elderly loved this bitter tea. It really didn't taste good, even worse than bitter melon. Old Lady Tang finished her tea in one go, wiped her mouth in satisfaction, and stood in front of the fan for a while, feeling completely relaxed. Life was better than heaven. "Grandma, I'm going to Zhu City tomorrow," Tang Nian said lazily. She couldn't delay any longer. Minister Niu promised to introduce her to the person in charge of the Canton Fair, and she needed to make some connections. Plus, before the fair, she had to visit the capital to deal with the Zhou family's issues. "It's so hot. Take some Xiao Fanhua with you." Old Lady Tang was a bit worried. This girl was the most heat-sensitive. She heard that big cities were much hotter than the countryside. What if she got heat stroke? No way. Tang Nian shook her head vigorously. There was no way she would get heat stroke. She'd rather drink 10 drops of water than that tea. "You young ones don't understand. Xiao Fanhua is good for you." Old Lady Tang went on about the benefits of Xiao Fanhua, but still couldn't convince Tang Nian. She wouldn't drink bitter tea, let alone this even more bitter Xiao Fanhua. The next morning, Tang Nian got up early, ate a bit of soaked rice, and rode her bike out. She also brought samples carefully prepared by Tang Jianshu, wheat straw fans, bamboo crafts, pearl and shell crafts, and hairpins sent by Zhou Guoqing from Zhu City. These were made based on the samples Tang Nian provided, shiny and eye-catching. Once these hairpins were made, Zhou Guoqing contacted domestic department stores, and they sold very well. Even if she couldn't secure orders at the Canton Fair, domestic sales were not a concern. But Tang Nian still wanted to earn foreign currency. Making money from foreigners was more interesting. The train ticket was bought with the help of the factory manager. Tang Nian went directly to the train station to board. She arrived in Zhu City in the afternoon, and someone sent by Minister Niu came to pick her up, which was very convenient. Minister Niu also arranged her accommodation at the guest house of the turbine factory. That evening, Minister Niu hosted a welcome dinner for her in the cafeteria, accompanied by Zhang Xueqing and an unfamiliar middle-aged man. "Nian girl." Zhang Xueqing was very happy. He looked much better now than in Tang village, dressed neatly and cleanly. When he was in Tang village, he dealt with Niu every day and couldn't stay clean. Tang Nian hugged him briefly. "Little Tang, this is Director Xie." Minister Niu introduced the unfamiliar middle-aged man without mentioning his unit, but Tang Nian understood immediately. He must be a cadre responsible for the Canton Fair. Director Xie, around 40 years old, looked refined and scholarly, but his demeanor revealed a soldier's toughness, clearly indicating he, like Minister Niu, came from a military background. He extended his hand and smiled. "I've long heard of Comrade Tang's great reputation. It's nice to finally meet you today." "Hello, Director Xie." Tang Nian shook his hand and felt the thick calluses in his palm, which made her understand him better. "Old Niu talks about you every day. My ears are getting calluses from hearing about you." After sitting down, Director Xie joked, which was a bit exaggerated but also true. He and Minister Niu were comrades and had a deep friendship. After leaving the military, he went to work in the government, while Minister Niu went to a turbine factory. However, they often got together to drink and discuss current events. Recently, Minister Niu often praised Tang Nian, making her sound extraordinary. Director Xie became increasingly curious about this young girl and wanted to see how impressive she really was. Tang Nian smiled and remained calm. not feeling embarrassed at all. Director Xia was even more curious. This girl was young but had the demeanor of a leader. The lunch was quite lavish, with fish, shrimp, and crab. Minister Niu laughed and said, "There's a saying in Shanghai. When the autumn wind blows, the crabs itch." Although it's not autumn yet, the hairy crabs are still delicious. Here, there were exactly 4 large hairy crabs on the plate, each big enough for one person. Minister Niu served them onto plates, and everyone began to crack open the crabs. Tang Nian didn't move. She loved crab meat and roe in all kinds of dishes, but disliked cracking crabs herself. It was too much trouble. She was lazy. "Why isn't Xiao Tang eating?" Minister Niu asked with concern. "I don't really like it." Tang Nian smiled and put the crab back on the main plate. Old Zhang, sitting next to her, had just cracked open a crab, revealing a lot of roe from a plump female crab, and the aroma wafted over. Tang Nian couldn't help but swallow. Director Xia glanced at her with a smile and asked the waiter for a clean, small plate. He methodically began to crack the crab and used a small spoon to scrape the roe and meat into the plate. "Why aren't you eating, old Xia?" Minister Niu was curious. He had never seen old Xia eat crab like this before. Director Xia smiled slightly but said nothing, continuing to scrape the meat. Minister Niu didn't ask further and focused on eating his crab. Old Zhang was also eating crab, and they all thought Tang Nian truly didn't like crabs. Tang Nian swallowed several times, grabbed a few pieces of braised pork to eat. Although she was tempted, she absolutely refused to crack the crabs herself. Later, she would ask Shin Xiao to crack 10 for her. "Humph. Here, eat this." Director Xia handed her a plate filled with crab meat, looking at her with a warm smile. Tang Nian was taken aback, momentarily not realizing he was offering her the meat. "Go ahead and eat. My daughter is just like you. She loves crabs but doesn't like to crack them. I always do it for her," Director Xia said, handing her more. He had seen through her earlier expression. She was just like his daughter, a greedy yet lazy girl. Unfortunately, his daughter couldn't eat crabs anymore.
Sigh.
Tang Nian snapped back to reality and quickly took the plate, sincerely saying, "Thank you, Director Xia. What a great person. Eat up." Director Xia's smile carried a hint of sadness. Xiao Tang looked very healthy and full of energy, unlike his daughter, who had to be fully covered when going out since getting sick. The once greedy little girl could no longer eat many things and had become very thin. Tang Nian sensed Director Xia's sadness and was a bit surprised, intuitively thinking it was related to his daughter. However, since it was their first meeting, she didn't want to pry into his privacy and decided to ask later. She had a very good impression of the gentle and refined Director Xia, just like the father she had imagined. Gentle yet strong, both a caring father in life and a mentor on her journey. Her real father should be like Director Xia, right? In no time, Tang Nian finished the plate of crab meat. Director Xia had completely cracked his crab for her, not eating any himself. "Xiao Tang, you were just too lazy to crack it, huh? You should have said so earlier." Minister Niu realized, understanding that the girl wasn't uninterested, but simply didn't want to do the work. Tang Nian puffed her cheeks and shot a disgruntled glance at Minister Niu. No wonder he was named Niu. He really had a blunt way of speaking. Director Xia was much better, handsome and gentle. If she could choose a father, she would definitely pick Director Xia. Minister Niu sensed her resentment and laughed heartily. After lunch, the waiter cleared the table. Tang Nian took out the samples she had brought and laid them out on the table. The casual expressions on everyone's faces gradually turned serious. Especially Director Xia, who had initially come out of curiosity for Minister Niu's sake and didn't expect much from a small village enterprise. However, the items Tang Nian brought amazed him. "Did these come from your village?" Director Xia picked up a beautifully woven bamboo lantern, which had a small candle inside that Tang Nian had just lit. The warm orange light shone through the lantern, casting delicate beams. It was both cozy and beautiful. Foreigners would surely love such crafts. Director Xia had attended 3 trade fairs and understood foreigners' tastes. They loved Chinese folk crafts like paper-cut lanterns and shadow puppets, which they adored. However, there hadn't been any fresh items for several years, and the foreigners' interest was waning. As a result, the orders for crafts at the spring trade fair earlier this year didn't improve. In fact, there hadn't been progress for years. While orders hadn't decreased, the leaders were anxious. Stagnation felt like regression, and they couldn't think of good solutions. He never expected that the samples Tang Nian brought would catch his eye. Director Xie instinctively felt these items would surely satisfy the foreigners, and he could almost see a flurry of orders coming in. Tang Nian nodded and smiled. These are just a few samples. There are more products that I couldn't make in time. Director Xie's eyes lit up even more, eagerly asking, how long will it take to produce them? About a month. We are already working on them. Tang Nian provided a timeline, not surprised by Director Xie's reaction. These samples were made based on crafts from the future, which were popular export products, far ahead of their time, and would definitely shine at the trade fair. Director Xie, if our Tang Village's beautiful crafts factory can get on the trade fair's list, we will definitely create more new products. I can even make a military order to guarantee at least $200,000 in orders. Tang Nian made a bold claim. While $200,000 wasn't a huge amount, it was still significant for craft exports. Moreover, she mentioned a conservative figure. She was confident it would exceed $200,000. If necessary, she could sneak into the foreign merchants' rooms at night and pretend to be their god. Minister Niu was drinking tea when he was so surprised that he nearly choked, coughing hard. He kept giving Tang Nian warning looks, urging her to speak more calmly and not to breathe too heavily. In the foreign exchange orders from Zhu City, besides large machinery factories like theirs, the most stable one was a candy factory. The production of White Rabbit creamy candy became popular after a former U.S. president visited China a few years ago and loved it. When he brought it back, people there also enjoyed it. Now, every time they host foreign guests, they serve White Rabbit candy, making it especially popular overseas. Each year, overseas orders flood in, and they consistently exceed their foreign exchange targets without any worries about meeting them. Only this candy factory can confidently promise $200,000 in orders. Other factories wouldn't dare to boast like that. Little Tang is bragging, and she will surely face consequences later, which makes Minister Niu genuinely worried for her. He knows Director Xie well, who dislikes young people boasting. Little Tang has crossed a line with him. Sure enough, Director Xie frowned slightly, thinking that Tang Nian was indeed a bit too impulsive. However, he had a good impression of her and reminded her, your beautiful craft factory is a village-run business and just a small startup. Even if the products are innovative, the opportunities might be limited. Not to mention the whole country, just in Zhu City, there are thousands of factories. Which one isn't stronger than a small village-run business? If he arranged for the beautiful craft factory, it would definitely not be accepted, and factories in Zhu City and other cities would protest. Director Xie, even though the beautiful craft factory is new and small, do you know what is most important for a craft factory? Tang Nian asked. What is it? Minister Niu asked without thinking. Director Xie raised an eyebrow, interested in the question. Elder Zhang thought for a moment and said, I don't know much about crafts, but I lived abroad for over a decade. Crafts are probably similar to clothing. Good clothing designers are very valuable. A good clothing brand has the designer as its soul. Director Xie relaxed his brow, starting to understand, and looked at Tang Nian, eager to hear her opinion. Tang Nian nodded and said, Elder Zhang is right. The soul of a craft factory is the designer. The size and age of the factory are minor issues. The beautiful craft factory has more advanced and fashionable designers than any other craft factory in the country. That is our competitive edge. She didn't mention that she was the designer. That was a business secret. Director Xie picked up a shiny hairpin, which looked beautiful. He thought about buying a few for his daughter and wife. Did you design this hairpin yourself? It's produced by the Jelly Hairpin Factory in Wucheng, sold in department stores in Zhu City. It's made by Jelly, and there will be more new products in the future. Other hairpin factories can try to imitate, but they will always be behind us and never catch up. Tang Nian paused and continued, I can guarantee that this style of hairpin hasn't been produced overseas. As long as it appears at the Canton Fair, we will definitely secure many orders. These hairpin samples are styles that won't be available for decades. Fashion may cycle, but it hasn't cycled back to this yet. Director Xie couldn't help but smile, his eyes filled with admiration and a hint of envy. Tang Nian was truly the most vibrant young lady he had ever seen. Are you so sure? You've never been abroad? Director Xie asked with a smile. Because I designed this hairpin myself, it's unique, and only I can create it. The foreigners can't do anything about it. Tang Nian raised her chin, her beautiful face showing pride and confidence, with sharp features. But it didn't come off as annoying. Instead, it felt like this was how Tang Nian should be. Being humble wouldn't suit her. Director Xie, Minister Niu, and Elder Zhang all smiled, their expressions filled with appreciation and acceptance. You can design hairpins too? Minister Niu was genuinely surprised. What else can this young lady do? I can do a lot. I can also speak English. Tang Nian was not modest at all and spoke a few sentences in fluent English. In fact, the current trend is a bit misguided. While the higher-ups haven't said not to learn English, some people enforcing the policy have gone overboard, leading many to misunderstand that learning English is a serious crime. That's not true. Even the grade M is self-studying English and encourages others to learn. Moreover, the country has always been generating foreign exchange. How can we secure foreign orders without good English skills? Besides English, Tang Nian also knows some French, German, Arabic, and Spanish, all learned in her past life. During the apocalypse, she even picked up some rolled R tongue Russian. She had a chance encounter with a strong Russian woman who looked like a Barbie doll but was a tough fighter. This woman persistently tried to team up with her. If it weren't for the woman's decent combat skills, Tang Nian wouldn't have wanted to partner with her at all. They teamed up for 2 years. The tough Barbie did the fighting while Tang Nian provided food. There were no feelings between them, just a plastic friendship. To this day, Tang Nian doesn't even know the woman's name, just that she had a boa and a child. So she called this woman Boa. Her basic Russian was learned from Boa, but the rolled R sounds were too hard to master. Even after Boa died, she hadn't fully learned it, only picking up some everyday phrases. A young woman, like a doll, appeared in her mind, waving at her and speaking in a thick accent. Tang, what are we eating today? Is there braised pork? Boa's favorite dish was braised pork. But until Boa died, they never managed to eat it. Because, during the apocalypse, fresh pork was impossible to find, and even frozen meat was gone, taken by those with powers, leaving nothing for them. Tang Nian felt a slight sting in her heart, but it quickly faded. It was just a plastic friendship from the apocalypse. It wasn't a big deal. Besides, she only lasted a year after that. Tang Nian showcased a few fluent English sentences, leaving Director Xie and Minister Niu stunned, while Elder Zhang looked proud, unable to close his mouth. He already knew that Nian could speak English. He was the one who taught her. He also discovered that Nian was a super language talent, comparable to the great Zhao Yuanren from the Republic of China. Elder Zhao Yuanren's story can be found online. It's hard to describe his genius, a one-of-a-kind figure. Elder Zhang himself knows several languages, having lived in France, Germany, and the UK, so he is fluent in those languages. He self-studied Spanish, Japanese, and Arabic. After discovering Tang Nian's language talent, he generously shared his knowledge. But he didn't realize that Tang Nian was intentionally showing a bit of her language talent in front of him to find a good excuse for her multilingual skills. Xiao Tang, your English is so good? Director Jia was no longer calm. He was also self-studying English, but it was very difficult for him. After 2 years, he could only speak some simple daily conversations, and his pronunciation was poor, clearly sounding like Chinglish. Old Zhang cleared his throat. Although his expression was calm, his tone was especially proud. Xiao Tang can also speak Japanese, Spanish, Arabic, French, and German. Then he added, even prouder, I taught her all of that. Minister Niu and Director Jia looked at him with a hint of disdain. What was he showing off about? Being able to speak multiple languages is impressive. The two felt a bit frustrated. It was indeed impressive, but they couldn't even learn the simplest foreign language. Comparing themselves to others was really infuriating. It's just like learning dialects. It's quite simple. Tang Nian said lightly, exuding an air of confidence. Minister Niu and Director Jie felt even more frustrated. What was the point of showing off about learning dialects? I can also speak Changsha dialect. Tang Nian sensed their resentment and deliberately spoke a few phrases in Changsha dialect, sounding very authentic. This was especially impressive since Minister Niu was from Xiangtan, which is similar to Changsha dialect. Xiao Tang, have you been to Changsha? Minister Niu was almost in awe. She was a language genius. I haven't been there. I had a classmate from Changsha and learned a few phrases from her. This time, Tang Nian was not making things up. She really did have a classmate from Changsha in high school. But she had learned the Changsha dialect in her previous life. She then turned to Director Jie and cheerfully spoke a few sentences in Cantonese. As a top student in her past life, she definitely had to learn Cantonese, especially since she often traveled to Hong Kong for work. Director Jie's Mandarin was not very standard. You could easily hear his Cantonese accent. I have a classmate from Guangdong and learned a few phrases from her.
Tang Nian et lai ti.
This Guangdong classmate was not made up. She really existed and could withstand investigation. Now, even old Zhang was no longer calm. 3 pairs of eyes were staring at her in amazement. It was like looking at a rare treasure. Xiao Tang, why don't you go to the Canton Fair as a translator? I can make that decision. Director Jie said excitedly. Translators for the Canton Fair were in high demand, especially for less common languages. They could never find suitable candidates each year, and Tang Nian was perfect for the job. I can be a translator, but I also want a spot at the Canton Fair. I promise I can bring in the foreign money. Tang Nian didn't refuse. She definitely wanted to attend the Canton Fair to meet her biological parents. But she also needed a spot. Although spots were limited, squeezing a couple out was possible, just like getting water from a sponge. Director Jie looked serious and said cautiously, I'll go back and discuss this in a meeting. Can I take these samples with me? You can have these too. Tang Nian pulled out a large pile of samples from her bag for Director Jie to take back. She still had plenty more in her space. You don't need this many, just take one of each, Director Jie chuckled, asking her to take some back. Especially the hairpins. Xiao Tang was too honest, bringing out so many that they piled up like a mountain. Give these to your daughter. They're not worth much. Tang Nian was speaking the truth. The hairpins only cost a few cents each, so this whole pile was just a few dimes, really not valuable. Director Jie's smile faded a bit, and he looked more somber. He forced a smile and said, She can't wear these. Thank you. Tang Nian was taken aback. Can't she wear hairpins? Could Director Jie's daughter be unwell? Looking at Director Jie, it seemed like she had a serious illness. Could it be a terminal disease? Tang Nian didn't dare to ask more and took back half of the hairpins. Director Jie didn't stay long either. He hurriedly left with the samples, saying he would get back to her within 3 days. Uncle Niu, is Director Jie's daughter not in good health? Tang Nian asked curiously. Minister Niu sighed heavily and nodded. Shaoli was originally very healthy, even a key player on the school volleyball team. But 2 years ago, something happened. After dinner, she fainted, and the hospital said it was an egg allergy. But Shaoli used to eat eggs every day, without any issues. The doctor said it was an immunity problem. Now her immunity is getting worse, and she can't eat many things. She can't even go outside because she is allergic to the air, and she can't wear clothes bought from outside. Everything has to be done carefully. Every allergic reaction could be life-threatening. Sigh. Minister Niu was genuinely upset for his niece. The once vibrant girl, tall and strong in volleyball, had become lifeless. Last year, Shaoli even attempted suicide, leaving a note saying she didn't want to burden her parents anymore and felt too tired to live. Fortunately, Director Jie's wife found her in time and saved her. Sigh. Minister Niu sighed again. How could such a healthy person get such a strange illness? Allergic to the air. I've never seen anything like it. Air allergies do exist, as well as allergies to water and sunlight, tears, rice, and flour. There are many allergens. I have a classmate who is a medical professor, and he has told me about these cases. Old Zhang was not surprised. He had seen such things abroad. Generally speaking, allergies in foreigners are often stranger than those in Asians. His classmate said it was because foreigners' evolution was not complete, leading to so many allergens. However, Director Jie's daughter's allergies are indeed very strange. She must have an issue with her immune system. Can't we find a good traditional Chinese doctor to help her? Old Zhang suggested. We've tried, but the results weren't great. Minister Niu smiled bitterly. Many good traditional doctors have either been sent away or have passed away over the years, leaving very few in the city. Old Zhang understood and smiled wryly as well. It was truly a crazy era. He was lucky to have survived. Old Zhang couldn't help but look at Tang Nian. Thank goodness for her, otherwise, he might have really died in Tang village. Uncle Niu, does Director Jie have the authority to decide on the Canton Fair spots? Tang Nian asked. Why do you ask? Even if old Jie has the authority, he can't make decisions alone. Minister Niu didn't say it directly, but Tang Nian understood and felt hopeful. As long as there was authority, she could make a deal with Director Jie. A deal that would benefit both parties without harm. Xiao Ting, even if you can't get a spot at the Canton Fair, I can arrange a position for you. Don't worry. Minister Niu comforted her. The turbine factory participates in the Canton Fair every spring and autumn, so he did have some authority. Thank you, Uncle Niu. Tang Nian expressed her gratitude, but she still wanted her own exhibition spot. And she was confident she could get it. She just didn't know if her biological parents in Hong Kong had received the message from Du Yilun. Calculating the days, Du Yilun had been gone from Shanghai for more than half a month. He should have arrived in Hong Kong by now, right? In a villa on the hills of Hong Kong. Tang Jinglin put on a suit, tied his tie, and styled his hair in front of the mirror, getting ready to go downstairs for breakfast. He had an important meeting with a big client and couldn't be late. Shilian, do you have a headache again? Tang Jinglin noticed his wife pressing her temples and walked over to the bed to give her a massage. Mu Shilian was still in bed, wearing her pajamas and looking at a photo album. She took good care of herself. In her 40s, she looked like she was in her 30s. However, her complexion wasn't great. 17 years ago, when she crossed the sea, she was still in her postpartum period and caught a cold, which left her with migraines. The album was filled with pictures of a small baby, looking like a newborn, at most a month old, a soft little bundle dressed in silk clothes, clearly from a wealthy family. Tang Jinglin sighed, knowing his wife was missing their little daughter. Next month is Nian's birthday. It's been 17 years, Jinglin. I wonder what Nian looks like now? Mu Xiulian murmured, tears welling in her eyes. When they separated from their daughter, she was so small, like a piece of his wife's heart was taken away. For these 17 years, Mu Xiulian had missed her daughter every moment, even dreaming of her. But in her dreams, her daughter still looked like a child. Sometimes she would appear older, but her face was always blurry, making it hard to see what she looked like. Jinglin, I dreamed of Nian yesterday. She grew up, but I still couldn't see her face and she didn't call me. She must be angry with me. Mu Xiulian cried. She missed her daughter so much it was driving her crazy. She wouldn't blame you. If anyone should be blamed, it's me for sending Nian away. Tang Jinglin held his wife close, gently comforting her, tears in his own eyes. He missed their daughter too, but as the head of the family, he couldn't show his softness. Only in the quiet of the night would he look at their daughter's photos and cry in his study. You shouldn't blame yourself. Given the situation back then, sending Nian away was the only option. It's just unfortunate timing. I only hope that in our lifetime, we can reunite as a family and hear Nian call me mom and you dad. That day will come. I've heard that things have loosened up in the mainland, so it should be soon. Really? I'm afraid it will be another disappointment. It won't be. This time it's real. The mainland needs to develop its economy, and there will definitely be communication between both sides. Our family will reunite. The couple comforted each other. They had been doing this for 17 years. I'm trying to get a spot at the Canton Fair. Even though it's held in Guangzhou, there will be companies from Shanghai and Zhejiang attending. Maybe I'll run into someone I know and can ask about Tang Village. Tang Jinglin had thought of a plan. He had applied for the Canton Fair before, but was rejected every year. He hoped this year would be different. Mu Xiulian nodded, feeling a bit better. Dad, Mom, there's a Mr. Du Yilun here from Shanghai with an important message for you. Tang Jinglin's eldest son, Tang Chongchuan, knocked and entered. He was 22, tall and resembling his father, with a steady personality. He had already graduated from university and was working. Du Yilun from Shanghai? That name sounds unfamiliar. Tang Jinglin frowned, not eager to meet him. Many people in Hong Kong knew his daughter was left in the mainland and that he was trying to find news about her. So, many who came from the mainland would approach him under this pretense. He used to meet them with hope, only to be disappointed. These people didn't have any real news about Nian Nian, they just wanted to take advantage of him. Tang Jinglin thought Du Yilun was one of those people. He didn't care about money, he just didn't want to be disappointed again. It hurt more than a knife in his heart. Please ask him to wait a moment, I'll be right down. Tang Jinglin decided to meet him anyway. What if he really had news about their daughter? He would rather endure countless disappointments than miss any news about her. Tang Chongchuan went downstairs, and Du Yilun sat in the living room, sitting straight with his hands on his knees, looking a bit nervous. He had just arrived in Hong Kong yesterday, thanks to a man named Ma San introduced by Xin Xiao. Although Ma San charged him a lot, he had a safe journey. On the way, he even saw some people being caught by the water police. He also witnessed another boat trying to escape the police, throwing its passengers into the sea to save itself. Until he reached the shores of Hong Kong, Du Yilun was still scared and grateful to have met someone helpful. Otherwise, he might have died at sea. He had already found his uncle in Hong Kong and learned that his uncle had never stopped sending money. He suspected it had been intercepted, likely to force him into a corner. Du Yilun settled at his uncle's house and had the best sleep he had in years. As soon as dawn broke, he rushed to the Tang family. Miss Tang had saved his life, and he had to deliver the message to Tang Jinglin and his wife personally, without any mistakes. Tang Chongchuan chatted with Du Yilun for a bit, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward until Tang Jinglin came downstairs, followed by Mu Xiulian, who looked beautiful in a dark green qipao with light makeup. Du Yilun looked up and immediately exclaimed, "You two mother and daughter look so alike." Actually, Tang Nian Nian didn't look much like Mu Xiulian. She resembled her grandmother more. But there was still some resemblance between mother and daughter. However, Mu Xiulian had a gentle demeanor, while Tang Nian Nian was more aloof. At first glance, they seemed similar, but upon closer inspection, they were quite different. Tang Jinglin almost stumbled down the stairs at the comment, and Mu Xiulian lost her balance, urgently asking, "Have you seen my daughter?" "Yes, I'm here to deliver a message from Miss Tang Nian Nian." Du Yilun nodded, and even Tang Chongchuan was no longer calm. 17 years ago, he was 5 and already understood things. He had even held his little sister. "Mister, do you really have seen my sister? How is she now?" Tang Chongchuan asked anxiously, grabbing Du Yilun's hand, his voice rising. "Is my little sister found? Where is she?" Tang Chongfeng, Tang Nian Nian's second brother, slid down the stairs in excitement. He was 20 and still in college. Unlike his elder brother's steadiness, he was lively and loved to sing, even forming a band at school. His dream was to become a rock star, but he didn't dare say it out loud for fear of being scolded by Tang Jinglin. The whole family surrounded Du Yilun, their eyes filled with eagerness. Du Yilun nervously swallowed and said, "I just arrived yesterday. Tang Nian Nian is my lifesaver. She bought a house for my family and introduced reliable people to help me cross the sea. Thanks to Miss Tang and her partner, Mr. Shin, I was able to arrive safely." "Nian Nian has a partner? She's only 17. Mu Xiulian's voice turned sharp. Her daughter was only 17. How could she be in a relationship? 17 is the age for school. Mu Xiulian thought about how chaotic things were in the mainland now, with the college entrance exam cancelled and university admissions relying on recommendations. For Nian Nian, living in the countryside, getting to high school was already a big achievement. Feeling heavy-hearted, Mu Xiulian nervously asked, "Is Nian Nian married?" In rural areas, girls marry young, often at 16 or 17, and Mu Xiulian couldn't bear to think if Nian Nian was one of them. But no matter how her daughter changed, she would always be her daughter. If necessary, she could bring Nian Nian to Hong Kong to continue her studies. As for her boyfriend, they could see what kind of person he was and, if he was good, support his education too. She's not married. Miss Tang is only 17, below the legal marriage age. Her boyfriend, Mr. Shen, is an officer, so he must follow the law, Du Yilun quickly explained. He thought Xin Xiao and Tang Nian Nian were a good match, a perfect couple. By the way, I have some photos that Miss Tang asked me to bring you. Du Yilun took out a paper package from his bag, containing about 10 black and white photos taken in Shanghai, including solo shots of Tang Nian Nian and some with Xin Xiao. Although neither Xin Xiao nor Tang Nian Nian was smiling in the photos, it was clear they had a strong bond. Especially Xin Xiao, who looked at Tang Nian Nian with gentle and focused eyes, as if she was the only person in the world who mattered to him. Mu Xiulian and Tang Jinglin trembled as they took the photos, gazing at their daughter as if she were a rare treasure. Tang Chongquan and his younger brother leaned in to look. Little sister is so beautiful. This guy is too dark for her. He doesn't deserve her. Tang Chongfeng said after just one glance, becoming protective of his sister. He thought that if his little sister came to Hong Kong, he would definitely be the coolest brother in school. What other sister could compare to his little sister's beauty? Tang Chongquan, usually calm and reserved, couldn't help but say, he is indeed a bit too dark, and little sister is only 17, so there's no rush for her to date. Unfortunately, he couldn't go to the mainland to support his sister.
Sigh.
Du Yilun quickly added, Mr. Shen is young and accomplished. He even has a car provided by the military, so he's at least a battalion commander. He and Miss Tang have a great relationship. Is he really that impressive? Tang Chongfeng was a bit skeptical. Xin Xiao looked to be around 25 at most. Could there really be such a young battalion commander? Very impressive, possibly even higher than a battalion commander, Du Yilun said with admiration. If he's really that impressive, I can accept this brother-in-law, Tang Chongfeng said, his eyes brightening. He admired skilled heroes, and this dark-skinned brother-in-law must be quite capable to be a battalion commander at such a young age. You don't know anything. Tang Jinglin scolded his younger son, giving him a light smack on the head. He was still the father here. It wasn't his son's place to take charge. However, if what Du Yilun said was true, this Shin kid seemed quite good, but he still didn't want his daughter to marry too early. Mr. Du, did Nian Nian have any other messages for you? Tang Jinglin asked. Miss Tang said to find a way to attend this year's autumn Canton Fair. She'll be waiting for you there. After delivering the message, Du Yilun sighed in relief. Nian Nian will be at the Canton Fair? What is her status? Tang Jinglin's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Ordinary people couldn't attend the Canton Fair, and the fact that Nian Nian had a battalion commander boyfriend clearly indicated she was not from an ordinary background. But he remembered that the elder Tang Qingshan he had entrusted was just an ordinary hunter. Although he had fought against the Japanese, Tang Qingshan had never been a soldier and returned to Tang village to farm after liberation. He had found several people to trust, but only Tang Qingshan made him feel at ease. Moreover, Tang village was the ancestral home of the Tang family, where their treasures were hidden. Tang Jinglin had his own motives, wanting to settle his daughter in a place where their ancestors had lived, hoping that the ancestors would protect her as she grew up. But Tang Jinglin knew very well that while Tang Qingshan was a good person, he didn't have the ability to get his daughter into the Canton Fair. Could it be that his daughter had the ability herself? Du Yilun shook his head and honestly said, I haven't interacted much with Miss Tang, so I don't know much about her. But she dresses fashionably, wears a watch, rides a bicycle, has a camera, and can afford my house, so her family background must be very good. Being able to suddenly pay 8,000 yuan for a house is not something an ordinary person can do. Tang Jinglin thought of this too, wishing he could sprout wings and fly to Shanghai to see his daughter. Thank you, Mr. Du, for bringing my daughter's message. I am very grateful. In the future, if you need help in Hong Kong, please let me know, and I will do my best. Tang Jinglin spoke sincerely, clearly considering Du Yilun a friend. Mr. Tang, there's no need to be polite. Miss Tang saved my life. I'm just passing on a message, no need for repayment. Du Yilun declined, feeling that what he did was nothing compared to what Tang Nian and Xin Xiao had done. Tang Jinglin had a better impression of him. He seemed like a trustworthy person. He asked about Du Yilun's background and found it was a coincidence that he knew Du Yilun's uncle, both coming from Shanghai. Although they didn't see each other often, they did keep in touch. After sending Du Yilun off, Tang Jinglin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he said to his eldest son, "No matter what it takes, we need to get a spot at the Canton Fair. Even if we have to tag along with someone else, we must get in. I want to go too." Mu Xiulian said eagerly, "I want to see my little sister." Tang Chongfeng was even more anxious. He couldn't be left out. Everyone should go. Our family can finally reunite, Tang Jinglin said with a smile, though tears glistened in his eyes. After 17 years, they finally waited for this moment. Shanghai. After finishing lunch, Tang Nian returned to the guest house and called Xin Xiao, only to find out he was on a mission and wouldn't be back for 2 days. She didn't go out, staying in the guest house all day, actually working in her space to make pills. Tang Nian had a little knowledge of medicine, just the basics. After getting hurt in the apocalypse, she had learned to bandage her wounds, so over time, she picked up some skills. She took some flour and honey, ground ginseng into powder, and rolled into pill-sized balls, adding a few drops of spring water. To make them look more like pills, Tang Nian used black flour, resulting in brown balls with a hint of ginseng flavor. She placed the rolled pills in the oven to dry, making a total of 10. Tang Nian didn't make more. 10 was enough. These pills were for the daughter of Director Jia. Although she didn't know much about medicine, the spring water could cure many ailments. Any problem ultimately came down to a weakened immune system. As long as she could boost the body's immunity, even cancer could be cured, and the spring water was a miraculous medicine for that. Tang Nian planned to use the spring water to treat Director Jia's daughter, not out of kindness, but because she wanted a spot at the Canton Fair. 2 days passed, and Director Jia called her with both good news and a mixed message. "Little Tang, we discussed in a meeting and decided to hire you as a translator for the Canton Fair. What about the spot?" Tang Nian asked. "Here's the thing, Xiao Tang. Your beautiful crafts factory is a bit inexperienced. I have a plan. The Eastern Crafts Factory in Zhu City participates in the Canton Fair every year and has a lot of experience. Your beautiful crafts factory can be a subsidiary of the Eastern Factory and send 2 people to join the Canton Fair. What do you think?" Director Jia's voice was a bit hoarse. This plan took a lot of effort to propose. The Eastern Factory wants to put Beautiful Factory's products under its name, essentially trying to absorb it, big fish eating small fish. Other leaders share this view, and Director Jia had to argue hard to come up with this plan. Although it would be a subsidiary, at least it would keep the Beautiful Factory's independent brand, and there would be chances to stand alone in the future. Tang Nian frowned and asked, "Director Jia, is the Eastern Factory trying to absorb the Beautiful Factory?" She understood the situation immediately, having worked in state-owned enterprises and seen similar things. They say it's a subsidiary, but it's really just big fish eating small fish. She could imagine how the Eastern Factory's people would treat those from Beautiful Factory at the Canton Fair, likely treating them like servants, without pay. Tang Nian wouldn't stand for that. She'd rather tag along with Minister Nio's turbine factory. Director Jia smiled wryly. This girl was too smart to fool. He said, "Xiao Tang, the situation is a bit complicated. The Canton Fair isn't solely up to me. Your goal is to participate, and how you get there doesn't matter as long as the result is good. There will be many more Canton Fairs in the future. There will be opportunities. But the process will directly affect the experience of the result." Director Jia. How about I make a deal with you? Tang Nian said directly, skipping any subtlety. Director Jia misunderstood and replied unhappily, Xiao Tang, how can someone your age learn such underhanded ways? Don't say that again, I won't agree. He thought she was trying to bribe him and was quite angry. Director Jia, I heard from Uncle Neo that your daughter is not well. I've studied medicine and can treat her rare illness. If I heal your daughter, will you help me get a spot at the Canton Fair? Tang Nian was straightforward, with no unnecessary words. She knew how to navigate situations, but didn't want to think too hard about it. There was a sound of something dropping on the other end of the line, followed by a clatter, clearly indicating Director Jia was quite shocked. Xiao Tang, you've studied medicine? Director Jia quickly recovered, but sounded skeptical. So far, Tang Nian had studied electromechanics, foreign languages, driving, maintenance, and design, excelling in each area. It was already unbelievable. After all, these are unrelated fields, and she not only learned them but mastered them. One couldn't call her a genius. She was a once-in-a-century super genius. Now she claimed she had studied medicine and could heal his daughter's rare illness. Many experts in both traditional and Western medicine had been unable to help. At just 17, even if she started learning in the womb, how could her skills surpass those of the experts? And did this girl not need to sleep? Each of these fields requires immense effort to reach the top level. To master them all, in Director Jia's view, was impossible for an ordinary person. Yet he still held on to a glimmer of hope, wishing Tang Nian was telling the truth. If she could heal his daughter, he would give up his future promotion opportunities to secure a spot at the Canton Fair. I know a little, and I can treat your daughter's illness, Tang Nian said calmly, as she could treat many illnesses. Most diseases relate to immunity. By boosting the immune system, many can heal without medication. Director Jia gritted his teeth, torn between reason and emotion. Logic told him not to believe this nonsense. She was just a young girl. How could she be better than the experts? But his emotions drew him closer to Tang Nian. He wanted to give it a try. The top experts in Zhu City had already treated his daughter, only able to provide conservative care, advising them to be cautious and keep her away from the outside world. They said they could only wait for her immune system to strengthen and hope for a slow recovery. But his daughter was locked away, unable to see anyone or breathe fresh air, and had to be careful even when eating. Once a blooming flower, she was now visibly wilting. He and his wife worried daily about when their daughter might give up and leave them forever. Even if what Tang Nian said was unbelievable, to Director Jia, it was a ray of sunlight piercing through the depths of despair. He had to grasp it. There was silence on the other end for a long time. Tang Nian waited a moment and said, Director Jia, I have 3 pills. Let your daughter take them, and if there's no effect in 3 days, you can consider it a waste of time. Do you want to meet my daughter first? Director Jia decided to take a gamble. Tang Nian had created so many miracles. Perhaps she could create one for his daughter too. Sure. Tang Nian agreed to meet. Director Jia gave her his address and said to come directly. He would hurry over and meet her downstairs. The usually composed Director Jia seemed a bit anxious. Tang Nian felt a small sense of warmth. He was a good father. His daughter was unfortunate but also quite lucky. She decided that even if Director Jia couldn't get a spot at the Canton Fair, she would still help his daughter. Half an hour later, they met downstairs at Director Jia's home. Director Jia's wife was at home. Since their daughter fell ill, she had taken early retirement to care for her. Xiaoli just fell asleep. It was hard to get her to sleep. What happened, Lao Jia? Director Jia's wife asked softly, her eyes wide with surprise as she looked at Tang Nian. This is Xiao Tang. She has studied medicine and will take a look at Xiaoli, Director Jia briefly explained. They both sanitized before entering the daughter's room. He had a meeting soon, so they had to wake her up. He opened the door quietly, but the girl lying in bed still opened her eyes and weakly asked, Dad? I'm sorry for waking you, Director Jia said apologetically, introducing Tang Nian to his daughter. Hello, Sister Tang.
Xiaoli grata pulitelli.
She was a year younger than Tang Nian, tall and pretty, but far too thin like a living skeleton. At just 16, her eyes were dull, lacking the sparkle typical of her age. Tang Nian could see that Xiaoli was merely a shell of a person, struggling to live, likely not wanting to cause her parents pain. Hello. Tang Nian reached out her hand and shook hands with Jieli, whose hand was thin and bony, feeling quite uncomfortable. From her experience in the apocalypse, she could tell that this girl's vitality was fading, and she might only last a year, or even less. It's nice to meet you. I brought some candy for you. Tang Nian took out a small box from her pocket, containing 3 pills she had made herself. As soon as the box opened, a fragrant smell filled the air, catching the attention of Director Jia and his wife, making them feel more alert. Thank you, Sister Tang. That smell is so nice. I want to eat one. The fragrance entered Jieli's body, and she felt a sense of comfort all over. She had a strong desire for the 3 candies and couldn't wait to eat them. Jieli reached out for a pill and was about to put it in her mouth. Director Jia's wife looked anxious and tried to stop her, but Director Jia held her back and shook his head slightly. The fragrance had just relieved his long-standing headache, clearly indicating that these pills were special. Director Jia felt more confident in Tang Nian and decided to take a gamble. Jieli was already chewing on the pill, and it tasted good. After all, she hadn't had proper food in a long time. She had only been eating various kinds of mush, with just a bit of salt for flavor, making her wish she could die. It's so delicious. After finishing the pill, Jieli wanted to eat another one, but Tang Nian stopped her, saying, "You can only have one a day. You can eat the next one tomorrow."
Oh.
Jieli obediently pulled her hand back, her eyes still fixed on the pill, looking particularly cute. Tang Nian closed the box and gently patted Jieli on the head, actually massaging a few acupressure points to help her sleep. Before long, Jieli yawned, her eyes filled with tears, and after lying down, she fell fast asleep. Director Jia's wife looked surprised, her eyes brimming with tears. It had been a long time since her daughter had slept well, and she had never fallen asleep so quickly. Could this beautiful girl really help her daughter? Let's step outside. Tang Nian signaled to talk outside. The 3 of them quietly left the room, and Director Jia and his wife looked very excited, gazing at Tang Nian with eager eyes. Here are the last 2 pills. Take one a day. Tang Nian handed the remaining pills to Director Jia and was about to leave. Little Tang, I will fight for a spot at the trade fair for you, Director Jia said firmly. Tang Nian raised an eyebrow, realizing that her earlier display had impressed Director Jia. Indeed, showing a bit of skill was necessary. Thank you, Director Jia. Tang Nian was not polite. Her relationship with Director Jia was a fair exchange, not based on favors. For the next 2 days, Tang Nian stayed at the guest house and didn't go anywhere. Xin Xiao was still on a mission, and she called Ming Jinxing, who said he had encountered some issues and would return to Zhu City in a day or 2. She calculated the time and realized the 3 pills were finished. Sure enough, on the 3rd day, Director Jia called her urgently. Little Tang, do you have more of that medicine? In the past 3 days, Jieli's spirit had visibly improved, and her sleep had also gotten better. She even got out of bed and walked around a bit, and she had secretly opened the window to let in some fresh air, but nothing bad happened. Those 3 pills were like a miracle cure, saving Director Jia's family from despair. I have 7 more. I'll bring them over. Tang Nian had only prepared 10 pills, and once Jieli recovered a bit more, she would need to prepare more, reducing the amount of the special ingredient. I'll come to get them. Director Jia didn't dare to trouble her and came over himself on his bike. This is enough for 7 days. After finishing them, we need to adjust the formula. Tang Nian handed him the 7 pills, not mentioning the trade fair, knowing Director Jia would do his best. Thank you, little Tang. Director Jia carefully took the pills and put them away, then he brought up the trade fair. I originally wanted to remove the spot for the Dongfang factory, but they have strong backing and are quite arrogant. Don't worry, I will handle it. The Dongfang Craft Factory had participated in the trade fair for several years, but their orders were not ideal. Director Jia had long wanted to get rid of them, as they were taking up space without contributing. Thank you, Director Jia. Tang Nian didn't ask further and let Director Jia handle it. There were still over 2 months until the trade fair, so there was no rush. After Director Jia hurriedly left with the pills, Tang Nian received a call from Shin Xiao, who had just returned, sounding joyful. Nian, I'm back. I'm coming to find you now. Okay. After hanging up, Tang Nian entered her space and prepared a big meal, making a large bowl of braised pork, Shin Xiao's favorite, and stir-frying a plate of vegetables. Shin Xiao arrived carrying 2 large bags, which were the spoils from his mission, looking bulging as if filled with watermelons. Comrade, are there watermelons for sale now? Where did you buy them? The guest house staff asked curiously. I brought them back from a business trip to the south. Shin Xiao didn't deny it and casually brushed it off. In reality, the bags were filled with jade, all top quality. He had gone to a neighboring country for a mission where jade was abundant, and he had picked a few exquisite pieces to bring back. As soon as he entered the room, Shin Xiao set down the bags and warmly hugged Tang Nian, kissing her. In the past, when he went on missions, he was like a cold, emotionless machine, indifferent to where he went. Now, he chose missions that were closer, and over time, he became less willing to be away. He started missing her as soon as he left, and every day away felt like torture. I missed you so much. I dreamed about you. After a passionate kiss, Shin Xiao whispered his longing in Tang Nian's ear, leaning most of his weight against her while resting his chin on her shoulder, but his feet stood firmly, like a big bear feeling wronged, wagging its tail. Okay, let's eat first. Tang Nian patted the big bear a few times, not knowing how to say comforting words. After all, they had only been apart for less than a month. Was it really that serious? They entered the space, and Shin Xiao opened the bags, revealing one beautiful jade piece after another. There were imperial greens larger than watermelons, blood-red jade the size of basketballs, and other colors like purple and yellow jade, all pure and flawless. Tang Nian didn't know much about jade, but she had heard that the more it resembled glass, the more valuable it was. The jade Shin Xiao brought back was even purer than glass, clearly worth a fortune. There's still a lot more. I couldn't carry it all. Seeing Tang Nian's eyes light up with joy, Shin Xiao felt satisfied but also a bit regretful that there was too much jade in the neighboring country. Next time, I'll go with you. Tang Nian decided firmly, as she could store everything in her space. Okay. Shin Xiao agreed with a smile. As they ate together, Tang Nian mentioned going to the capital, and Shin Xiao had no objections, saying he still had half a month of leave. Old Zhou is not doing well. We need to hurry. Shin Xiao had just received news from Ming Jinqing that old Zhou's health was deteriorating, and even the top experts in both Chinese and Western medicine in the capital were at a loss. The Zhou family was already preparing for the worst. Then we'll set off tomorrow. Tang Nian decided to head to the capital early. After finishing their meal, she accompanied Shin Xiao to the military district to request leave, but they encountered an unexpected visitor who severely affected their mood. As soon as Ming Jinqing arrived at the military district, he asked someone to call Shin Xiao to his office, saying someone from the capital wanted to see him. Who? Shin Xiao asked. I don't know. The chief wants you to hurry, the messenger urged, casting an envious glance at Tang Nian and then glaring at Shin Xiao with gritted teeth. What was so good about someone as dark as coal? How could such a beautiful girl have such poor taste and choose Shin Xiao, this black lump of coal? He was handsome and charming, so why couldn't he meet a good girl? It was unfair. Shin Xiao went with Tang Nian to Ming Jinqing's office, where a young man sat, around 25 or 26 years old, of average height and looks, with dark circles under his eyes, clearly someone who indulged too much, not a good person. What do you want? Shin Xiao felt the temperature drop as he saw this man. He stepped forward to block Tang Nian from his gaze. Xiao, Dad sent me to check on you. Is this girl your girlfriend? Why didn't you discuss it with the family before picking someone? The man was Shin Zhao's stepbrother, brought over by his stepmother, sharing their father's surname and named Shin Pung. Shin Zhao's stepmother was his biological mother's half-sister, who married into the family and took the surname Fu. His grandfather treated her better than his own children. His stepmother, Fu Bailan, was like a high-class white lotus. She first married into the Gu family, which was of a higher status than the Shin family, and claimed to have been forced into it. Shin Zhao's father, feeling sorry for her, secretly plotted against the Gu family. When the Gu family fell apart, Fu Bailan immediately divorced, taking her 2 children with her. At that time, Shin Zhao's mother was pregnant, but died during childbirth, leaving Shin Zhao behind. Before Shin Zhao was even 100 days old, Fu Bailan brought her children to marry into the Shin family. Shin Zhao's father publicly claimed he wanted someone reliable to care for Shin Zhao, but in reality, the two had already been secretly involved, and Fu Bailan was pregnant again. 7 months after the marriage, Fu Bailan gave birth to a son, Shining, who was a year younger than Shin Zhao. Shin Zhao's father was very pleased and named him Shining, meaning eagle soaring high. Shin Peng's name also had a good meaning, Great Pung spreading wings. There was also Shin Peng's sister, Shin Li, hoping she would be beautiful and have a lovely voice. Only Shin Zhao's name was unfortunate. Zhao in ancient times referred to an unfilial bird, as young owls would eat their mothers, symbolizing cruelty. From the moment Shin Zhao was born, his father harbored deep resentment towards him. After Fu Bailan married in, she openly mistreated Shin Zhao, and his father not only condoned her actions, but helped her cover them up, completely disregarding Shin Zhao's well-being. Everyone in the capital thought Fu Bailan was a kind and gentle stepmother, just like they once thought of her mother. Both mother and daughter were skilled at acting, manipulating the men of the Fu and Shin families. Fortunately, Fu Bailan's grandfather had a moment of clarity before he died, but Shin Zhao's father remained a beast. Shin Zhao was abandoned in the mountains behind Tang village, which was Fu Bailan's doing, but he survived against the odds, raised by a pair of wild wolves, and later met the old master Tang and Tang Nian Nian. Now he was the most successful person in the Shin family, likely infuriating Fu Bailan. It was unclear what bad intentions Fu Bailan had in sending Shin Pung over. Shin Pung looked down on Tang Nian Nian, thinking she was just a rural girl. She was pretty, but he believed she couldn't enter the Shin family. She could serve as his mistress instead. Despite being well-traveled, it was his first time seeing someone so beautiful, and he felt a stir of desire. "My affairs are none of your business," Shin Zhao warned coldly. If Shin Pung continued to eye Nian Nian like that, he would definitely gouge out the jerk's eyes. "Zhao, that's not right. We're family. You can't break ties with the Shin family over this woman," Shin Pung said with a forced smile, secretly wishing Shin Zhao would leave the family so all the resources would belong to him and his brother. One family can't share the same surname, but one belly can give birth to 2 surnames. "Shin Pung, you were 5 when you came to the Shin family. Even a fool should remember who your real father is. Or maybe you really don't know, since Fu Bailan has so many men, she might not even know who your father is." Shin Zhao, usually sparing with words, unleashed a stream of venomous remarks, each word sharper than poison. Ming Jinxing, quietly sipping tea, didn't lift his head but listened closely, mentally placing a green hat on Shin Zhao's father. From the moment he saw Fu Bailan, he sensed she wasn't a decent person. Her behavior reminded him of the courtesans from the past, yet Shin Zhao's father adored her, treating that pretentious woman like a treasure while neglecting his own son, born from a legitimate marriage. Ming Jinxing had met Shin Zhao's biological mother, who was gentle, kind, and well-educated, a true lady, far superior to Fu Bailan, yet she never received her husband's affection, making her a pitiful woman. Shin Peng's face turned pale with anger, teeth clenched, his eyes filled with rage as he glared at Shin Zhao, who continued to mock him. Fu Bailan has more lovers than cows, and it's no secret in the capital. Only Shen Ziyuan, that fool, would treat a sold woman like a treasure, willingly raising her illegitimate children. Sharing the same surname as you filthy people makes me sick. Get lost. If you show up in front of me again, I'll snap your neck. Shin Zhao exuded a murderous aura, causing Shin Pung to take a step back, fear in his eyes. He truly felt that this jerk might kill him. Ming Jinxing shook his head, looking down on Shin Pung, thinking he was worthless, inferior even to Shin Zhao's little toe. Had Shin Zhao's father been eating dirt all these years? Otherwise, how could his mind be so clouded? Shin Zhao, even if my mother didn't give birth to you, she's still your elder and raised you. How can you speak so disrespectfully and slander her? Are you even human? Shin Pung shouted, his anger burning inside. He had heard Shin Zhao's words before, and he knew they were true. Before their mother married into the Shin family, the Gu family had fallen on hard times, and they struggled for a while. But that hardship lasted only half a month before they returned to their previous good life. Shin Pung knew it was because their mother had hooked up with a powerful man. He had seen those men come in and out of his mother's room, leaving with smiles, and the next day they would bring rice, flour, and meat. This lifestyle continued for 6 months until Uncle Shin married their mother, and he and his sister changed their surname to Shin. After that, no one bullied them anymore, and life was even better than it had been with the Gu family. It was because it was true that Shin Pung was so angry, his eyes reddening as he prepared to confront Shin Zhao.
Get lost.
With one move, Shin Zhao pinned Shin Pung down, leaving him unable to get up. Shin Pung, filled with shame and anger, glared fiercely, but then he laughed sinisterly and said, Shin Zhao, I'm just delivering a message from Dad. He has his eyes on Zhou Sijia from the Zhou family. Dad says she comes from a good family, is smart and capable, and has a high level of awareness, far better than any rural girl. Plus, she's in the military district in Zhu City, so you two will definitely have things in common. Dad wants you to marry her before the new year. Tang Nian, standing expressionless behind Shin Zhao, felt her brow twitch, and her gaze towards Shin Pung turned icy. How dare he try to take her man? He was asking for trouble. Shin Pung couldn't help but shiver at Shin Zhao's dark expression, but he couldn't help but laugh with glee. No matter how he danced around, he would still be crushed in the end. Fine, I'll marry her. Shin Zhao grabbed Shin Pung by the collar, ready to throw him out. His father was getting more confused with age, still trying to show off his authority in front of him. What a fool. Don't forget, Shin Zhao, your mother's memorial tablet is still at home. As Shin Pung was lifted awkwardly, his legs flailed like a toad, and he threatened Shin Zhao with his mother's memorial tablet. He knew that Shin Zhao cared most about his mother. Shin Zhao indeed paused, looking coldly at him. Shin Pung thought he was scared and became even more arrogant, lifting his chin and saying proudly, "Let me down. Want to get down?"
Fine.
Shin Zhao's voice was calm, but Tang Nian knew he was about to take action. She quickly tugged at his shirt, reminding him that it wasn't the right time to act violently in the military district.
Bang.
Shin Zhao let go, and Shin Pung fell to the ground with a loud thud, the sound of bones cracking echoing. He twisted his back. Shin Pung held his waist, grimacing in pain as he slowly got up, his body still crooked. He couldn't stand straight. Go back and tell Shin Ziyuan that if anything happens to my mother's memorial tablet, I will make the Shin family pay. Shin Zhao warned coldly. He planned to take his mother's memorial tablet and her dowry when he returned to the capital. When his mother married in, even though his grandfather treated her poorly, he still added a decent dowry. While it couldn't be extravagant publicly, he secretly gave her plenty of gold and silver jewelry, and he intended to reclaim all of it. Shin Zhao, you're so bold. You disrespect your elders and are unfilial. Just wait. Dad won't let you off. Shin Pung, holding his waist, spat out a few harsh words before running away in embarrassment. He will definitely go to your dad and exaggerate. You were too impulsive just now. Ming Jinxing frowned. It doesn't matter. Shin Zhao scoffed. Since childhood, Shin Pung and his sister had bullied him regularly, and his father always turned a blind eye. In the past, he would seek comfort from his dad, but every time, his dad would only scold him without distinguishing right from wrong. After being scolded a few times, he stopped going to his father and began to resist quietly. After all, no matter what he did, he would be punished in the end, so he might as well vent his anger first. Ming Jinxing sighed, his eyes filled with pity, and his resentment toward Shen's father deepened. How could he not see that the Shin family was so heartless? What a shameful husband, father, and man. Old Zhou is getting weaker. He probably won't last until autumn. He doesn't even know how to connect with your dad. Your dad, that old fool, actually agreed to the marriage. Zhou Sijie just transferred here last month, and I can tell she's not easy to deal with. Be careful. Ming Jinxing offered a few warnings. He had a good eye for people, and Zhou Sijie had ambition written all over her eyes. Young but ambitious, she definitely wouldn't easily give up on this marriage. Got it. Shin Xiao nodded. No matter what tricks Zhou Sijie had up her sleeve, he would handle it calmly, ignoring her completely. If Zhou Sijie kept pestering him, he would use his fists. He had no habit of not hitting women. If he got annoyed, he would hit anyone, regardless of age or gender. Uncle Ming, I need to take leave to go back to the capital and get my mother's memorial tablet. With a ready excuse, Ming Jinxing agreed. He was furious that Shin Pung had threatened him with the memorial tablet of a woman who died giving birth to Shin's child. What a disgraceful man Shin was. Go ahead, but don't argue with your dad face to face.
Try to hold back a bit,
Ming Jinxing advised. He was old-fashioned. Despite Shin's father's many faults, he was still Shin Zhao's biological father. Filial piety came first, and if Shin Xiao went against his father, people would only say he was unfilial, not that Shin's father was unkind. Shin Xiao agreed. Ming Jinxing sighed again, worried about Shin's father. That old fool wouldn't be able to withstand a few hits from Shin Xiao. He deserved it. Ming Jinxing approved the leave and gave a few more reminders, rambling like a father to his son. Shin Xiao listened obediently, but it all went in one ear and out the other. He didn't remember a word. All right, hurry up and go. Tang, keep an eye on him. Don't let him cause trouble. Ming Jinxing looked hopefully at Tang Nian, confident she could manage Shin Xiao. I will, Uncle Ming, don't worry. Tang Nian replied sweetly, and Ming Jinxing finally felt reassured, waving them off. After leaving the office, Shin Xiao went to the dorm to pack his things, while Tang Nian headed to the guest house. However, halfway there, they encountered someone unpleasant, Zhou Sijie. Zhou Sijie was from the military arts troupe, dressed in uniform, around 18 or 19 and quite pretty. She was with another girl, and they bumped into Tang Nian and Shin Xiao face to face. Comrade Shin Xiao, I was just about to look for you. Zhou Sijie called out to Shin Xiao confidently, smiling, and glanced at Tang Nian without much concern. She didn't take Tang Nian seriously. She was just a rural girl, and no matter how pretty she was no match for her. Zhou Sijie believed that if Shin Xiao had any sense, he would know how to choose. So she was very confident about this marriage, thinking Shin Xiao would definitely not refuse. The girl next to Zhou Sijie smiled and asked, Sijie, he's your boyfriend, right? You two really match well. Yes, I transferred here for him. Comrade Shin Xiao, I brought you some specialties from the capital. Should we go get them now? Zhou Sijie acted very naturally, as if she and Shin Xiao had been dating for months. The girl beside her glanced at Tang Nian, her eyes full of interest, as if she was watching a show. Shin Xiao was about to scold this shameless woman when Tang Nian tugged at his shirt. This shameless girl was trying to take her man right in front of her. She wanted to teach her a lesson herself. You're Zhou Sijie? Zhou Sijie is your brother, right? You Zhou family members are all the same, so shameless and thick-skinned. Just by saying a few words, Shin Xiao becomes your boyfriend? Don't you have a mirror? Take a look at yourself. With that ugly face, you want to steal my man? Even if you're desperate for a man, you can't just grab any good-looking guy, right? Where's your sense of decency? Tang Nian unleashed a torrent of insults on Zhou Sijie without holding back. Zhou Sijie's pale face turned a deep shade of purple, her fingers clenched tightly in her palm, so hard that the back of her hand turned white. Many people gathered around, all from the military, as both Shin Xiao and Zhou Sijie were well-known figures in the military district. There was no need to mention Shin Xiao. He was the precious son of Ming Jinqing, and everyone in the military knew him. Although Zhou Sijie had only been there for less than a month, her high-profile actions and her identity as a wealthy young lady made her well-known in the military as well. Tang Nian cursed clearly, her voice not loud but reaching every corner, quickly drawing more and more people until the crowd was tightly packed. This comrade, I am with Xin Xiao through an introduction from our parents, and we are openly dating. How can you say I'm stealing your man? Speak clearly, or don't blame me for being rude. Zhou Sijie held back her anger and retorted confidently. She is my girlfriend, the one I plan to marry. Xin Xiao interjected, glancing back at Tang Nian. Zhou Sijie's face lost all color. She thought Xin Xiao would choose her, but this fool chose a rural woman instead. With so many people watching, Zhou Sijie felt a fire of humiliation burning inside her, wishing she could destroy these two. As a proper young lady from the Zhou family, she had never faced such humiliation. Xin Xiao and Tang Nian would be remembered. Xin Xiao, Uncle Shin asked me to take good care of you. He said you've always liked to go against him since you were young. I know that. Small matters are fine, but I hope you take the big things seriously and don't act on impulse. Zhou Sijie wanted to give Xin Xiao another chance, speaking gently and forcing a sympathetic smile. The onlookers thought Xin Xiao was being ungrateful. After all, she was the daughter of the Zhou family. Marrying her would save a man 30 years of hard work, and they would definitely agree to it. Moreover, Zhou Sijie was beautiful, gentle, and well-mannered, with a top-notch family background. No man would refuse her. Can't you understand human language? If you need a man, go find a dog. Xin Xiao was furious. How could these two not understand? He hated repeating himself. When angry, Xin Xiao's words were sharper than usual, and he didn't care about the other person's status. He only showed tenderness when facing Tang Nian.
Wow.
The crowd gasped, gaining a deeper understanding of Xin Xiao. This guy was truly sharp-tongued. Zhou Sijie's face turned pale. No matter how deep her scheming was, she couldn't withstand Xin Xiao's sharp tongue. Besides, she wasn't without options. Why should she endure this humiliation from him? Xin Xiao, I must have been blind. You will definitely regret this. Zhou Sijie stomped her foot and ran away, tears in her eyes. But she didn't run far before the tears disappeared, her gentle face twisted with rage as she gritted her teeth, saying, Xin Xiao, Tang Nian, you both deserve to die. Since Xin Xiao wouldn't cooperate, she would find another partner. There were plenty of men better than Xin Xiao. She had to find a good husband while her grandfather was still alive. Being the living granddaughter of Z Hong Chong was worth more than being the deceased one. Xin Xiao shot a cold glance at the crowd, making everyone shiver and scatter. Tang Nian glanced at Zhou Sijie's departing figure, telling Xin Xiao to return to the dormitory first while she took care of some matters. I'll find you at the guest house once I'm done. Xin Xiao guessed what she was going to do, and didn't stop her. Even if Tang Nian caused a big mess, he would help fix it. As long as Nian was happy, that was all that mattered. After parting from Xin Xiao, Tang Nian followed Zhou Sijie's path. She wouldn't let any potential threats survive. If she discovered them, she would eliminate them at the root. Although Zhou Sijie was a woman, since she listened to the old man and tried to steal her Xin Xiao, she shouldn't expect kindness. Tang Nian caught up with Zhou Sijie at the art troupe's dormitory, where Zhou Sijie was on the phone. Grandpa, Xin Xiao is too foolish. He doesn't deserve me. I want to marry Ming Jinqing's son. Can you introduce me? Zhou Sijie spoke about her lifelong commitment as calmly as discussing daily meals. She had thought this through. Rather than marrying Xin Xiao, it was better to marry Ming Jinqing's son. Although Ming Jinqing's family background wasn't as strong as the Zhou family, it was on the rise, and his son was honest and steady, likely to be a good husband. Zhou Sijie didn't genuinely like Ming Jinqing's son. She just wanted to take a gamble. Ming Jinqing was still young and would surely rise in the future, possibly even moving to the capital. At that time, she could return to the capital and regain her former glory. Moreover, Zhou Sijie planned to use Ming Jinxing's influence to suppress Shin Xiao and take revenge for today's humiliation. Tang Nian immediately understood this scheming woman's intentions and thought, she's dreaming. After hanging up, Zhou Sijie didn't return to the dormitory but went shopping, which suited Tang Nian perfectly as she quietly followed her. At this time, Ming Jinxing also received a call from Z Hong Chong. It seemed Z Hong Chong was getting old and perhaps anxious about his remaining time. After hearing his granddaughter's call, he couldn't wait a moment longer and called Ming Jinxing directly, bluntly proposing a marriage alliance. Ming Jinxing, who had just taken a sip of tea, nearly choked. He never expected that this old man would set his sights on his son. "Old leader, didn't we say it was about Shin Xiao? My son is quite foolish and really isn't worthy of your granddaughter." Ming Jinxing cursed inwardly while maintaining a respectful demeanor. "Sijie just told me she doesn't actually like Shin Xiao and has a good impression of your son. I must have been muddled, mistakenly trying to pair them up. Thankfully, it hasn't happened yet. Jinxing, my health is declining and my only concern is Sijie's marriage. I want to see her married before I die. Please help me." Zhou Hong Chong rarely showed weakness, his voice hoarse and weak, coughing frequently, sounding like he could pass away at any moment. Ming Jinxing felt uneasy, as he had once served under this leader, but when it came to his own son, he couldn't be careless. Besides, if he sold out his son, his wife would definitely not let him off easily, making him sleep on the couch every night. "Old leader, marriage is a big deal. I need to discuss this with my wife. Your health will be fine. You might even feel better tomorrow." Ming Jinxing was vague and refused to engage further. Zhou Hongchong didn't want to push too hard, so he let him go back to discuss it with his wife and promised to give him an answer in 3 days. "Jinxing, I really can't wait any longer. Please understand this old man, who is nearing the end of his life. I beg you." Zhou Hongchong played the sympathy card, making Ming Jinxing feel worse than swallowing a fly. After hanging up, he drank 3 cups of tea in one go, still unable to quell the anger inside. He wanted to curse like Shin Xiao, but he didn't dare. Zhou Hongchong was still alive and could easily make things difficult for him. He couldn't act on impulse. Just drag it out. This old man could last at most 6 months. Ming Jinxing planned to delay and also intended to send his son away on a mission during this time, not giving Zhou Sijie any opportunity. After venting his frustration, Ming Jinxing was about to go home and talk to his wife when the phone rang urgently. He answered irritably, "Hello, this is Ming Jinxing. Leader, Zhou Sijie has been poisoned and is in the hospital for emergency treatment." Ming Jinxing was shocked and hurriedly asked, "Which Zhou Sijie?" "Leader, who else could it be?" "It's Zhou Sijie from the Zhou family in the capital." The caller was a leader from the art troupe, nearly in tears. "Why are you crying? Just explain what happened. How did she get poisoned?" Ming Jinxing, though surprised, felt more joy than anything else. If it weren't for the situation, he would have wanted to sing a song. To put it bluntly, Zhou Sijie got poisoned perfectly, just right. "Leader, Zhou Sijie was poisoned by the roadside. Passers-by took her to the hospital for emergency treatment. I just arrived at the hospital and don't know the details yet," said the art troupe leader. "How could she get poisoned by the roadside?" "I'm going to the hospital now." Ming Jinxing was very confused. The city was quite safe, and Zhou Sijie was just an ordinary woman. No one would intentionally harm her. How could she get poisoned out of nowhere? Ming Jinxing rushed to the hospital. Zhou Sijie was still in emergency treatment. The art troupe leader sat on a bench in the hospital corridor, looking distraught, and stood up when he saw Ming Jinxing. "How is it?" "The emergency treatment has been going on for almost 2 hours, and no one has come out to give any updates." The art troupe leader was genuinely panicking. If Zhou Sijie died in the city, he, as the leader, would definitely face serious consequences. "Who brought her here?" Ming Jinxing asked. "They just dropped her off at the hospital and left." Ming Jinxing frowned, feeling that everything was very strange. He even thought of some superstitious ideas. Could the Zhou family be having a streak of bad luck, encountering something unclean? Otherwise, why would the grandchildren keep getting into trouble? The emergency room door opened and a masked doctor came out. Ming Jinxing quickly walked over to ask about the situation. She hasn't passed the critical period yet. This girl is so ignorant. How could she eat oleander flowers?
Those flowers are deadly.
The doctor took off his mask, looking regretful. In fact, he was being gentle with his words to avoid upsetting the family. From his years of experience, he could see that Zhou Sijia was unlikely to survive. Oleander? She ate oleander? Ming Jinxing was stunned. He only learned after arriving in the city that the oleander, which was everywhere, was actually poisonous. It looked so beautiful but could kill. Oleander is rarely seen in the north, but it's common as a street tree in this city. However, locals know the flowers are toxic and wouldn't make that mistake. When the patient was brought in, she had an oleander flower in her mouth, and there were many toxins in her body. She probably ate several flowers, maybe thinking she could drink the nectar? The doctor sighed again. So ignorant. She grew up in the north and might not have seen oleander before. Doctor, please do everything you can to save her. Ming Jinxing thought of a reasonable explanation. It's normal for Zhou Sijia not to recognize the flower since oleander is rarely seen in the capital. But this girl must not be very bright to put an unknown flower in her mouth. She really didn't fear death. The doctor's expression was serious, and he sighed. Ming Jinxing felt a pang of dread. Something was off about his expression. Family members should prepare themselves. Oleander is deadly, and I'm afraid. The doctor didn't finish, but Ming Jinxing understood. Zhou Sijia likely wouldn't make it. The patient's heartbeat has stopped. A voice called from the ward, and the doctor immediately put on his mask and returned to the room, closing the door behind him. Ming Jinxing was no longer anxious. He already knew the outcome. There was no point in rushing, and Zhou Sijia had brought this on herself. Since it happened outside the military district, the Zhou family couldn't blame him. Half an hour later, the doctor came out to announce Zhou Sijia's death. A nurse pushed Zhou Sijia's body out, covered with a white cloth. Ming Jinxing lifted a corner and saw her pale face, letting out a sigh. Back at the military district, Ming Jinxing called old Zhou to report. Old leader, you must be strong. Sijia. She accidentally ate oleander while out and died from poisoning. Ming Jinxing said it all in one breath and pulled the receiver away to avoid being hurt by old Zhou shouting. However, the other end was silent because old Zhou had fainted from shock. After suffering blow after blow, old Zhou finally couldn't take it anymore. Old leader, please accept my condolences. Ming Jinxing tried to comfort him, but the voice on the other end was from Z Hong Chong's subordinate. The leader is unwell. Please call back later. Okay, please take good care of the leader.
Sigh.
Ming Jinxing's tone was very sincere, but after hanging up, the corners of his mouth turned up, and he let out a heavy sigh, saying in a local dialect, "What a tragedy." Feeling relaxed, Ming Jinxing lit a cigarette and began to smoke. After finishing one cigarette, the phone rang. It was Z Hong Chong calling. Be clear, how did Sijia end up eating oleander? Who was she with when she went out? Who was around when the incident happened? Z Hong Chong's voice was hoarse, and he paused several times while speaking, coughing continuously. Ming Jinxing felt uneasy. He had once truly respected Z Hong Chong, but over the years, Z Hong Chong had become increasingly arrogant. Perhaps that was his true nature? In the past, during difficult times, Z Hong Chong had just suppressed his true self and pretended well. Now, as he grew older and held a high position, surrounded by sycophants, he had lost touch with his original self. Sijia went out alone, and the incident happened in a park by the roadside. There was no one with her at the time. It was a passerby who kindly took her to the hospital. Old leader, I regret not warning Sijia that oleander, while beautiful, is poisonous.
Sigh.
Ming Jinxing started with self-criticism to avoid Z Hong Chong finding fault with him. Z Hong Chong indeed intended to find fault, but before he could speak, he was choked up, feeling a deep frustration and an overwhelming rage with no outlet. Zhou Sijia was his favored granddaughter. He had planned to marry her off to a suitable high-ranking official's son. But with the current situation of the Zhou family, outsiders were laughing at them. A well-off young man would definitely not marry Sijia, and he looked down on those from poorer backgrounds. Moreover, old Zhou was unwilling to give up. He had worked hard to rise from a cowherd to his current position, and only he knew the effort and sacrifices he had made. It was impossible for him to abandon everything he had. Although Shen Xiao had harmed Xiliang, this kid was indeed capable. If he could become Sijia's husband and serve the Zhou family, he would be willing to forgive him. He had also heard that Shen Xiao was dating that wretched Tang Nian Nian. Such a good young man shouldn't be wasted on her. Z Hong Chong still had confidence in his granddaughter. She was talented and beautiful, smart and capable, with the Zhou family's background. As long as Shen Xiao wasn't foolish, he would definitely choose Sijia. But he never expected that his granddaughter would die before she could even start her journey.
Ugh.
In a fit of anger, Zhu Hong Chong spat out a mouthful of black blood and covered it with a handkerchief. At that moment, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. Was heaven really trying to destroy the Zhou family? Jinxing, is Tang Nian Nian in the city? Zhu Hong Chong asked in a deep voice. He had a feeling that his granddaughter's death was somehow connected to that wretched girl. Ming Jinxing's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly replied, Tang Nian Nian came to his city? I didn't know that. Jinxing, don't lie to me. Zhu Hong Chong's tone turned threatening. Why would I lie to you? I've only met that girl, Tang Nian Nian, once. I'm really not familiar with her. Why are you suddenly asking about her? Ming Jinxing chuckled awkwardly, trying to lighten the mood, but inside, he was anxious. Could Zhou Sijia's death really be related to Tang Nian Nian? And what about Zhou Siren's madness and Zhou Siming's death? Could they also be connected to her? Ming Jinxing's heart tightened. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious Tang Nian Nian seemed. Zhou Siren had dined with her before he went missing. Zhou Siming's incident happened in Tang Village, which is Tang Nian Nian's hometown. Today, Tang Nian Nian came to the military district, and Zhou Sijia was poisoned to death. What a coincidence. Ming Jinxing's expression turned serious. This girl, Tang Nian Nian, was not simple. He had previously thought she was gentle and generous. And that guy Qi, the military even came to investigate, but it ended up unresolved. Now it seemed that Qi wasn't wrong about Tang Nian Nian. He had been fooled for decades, and now this girl had outsmarted him. Interesting. Although Ming Jinxing had his suspicions, he didn't show it. He continued to chat with Zhu Hong Chong, insisting that Zhou Sijia's death was an accident. Zhu Hong Chong, feeling powerless, could only reluctantly hang up the phone. Call Shen Xiao and his partner to me. Ming Jinxing ordered his guard to fetch them. He needed to ask some questions. Half an hour later, the guard returned with a report. Shen Xiao and his partner have gone out. Tell them to come by when they return, and bring his partner.
Yes.
The guard replied loudly. Ming Jinxing wasn't idle either. He had to arrange Zhou Sijia's funeral. The weather was hot, and the body couldn't be kept for long, so he needed to arrange for cremation. By nightfall, Zhou Sijia had turned into a jar of ashes. Zhou Hongchong called again, having just regained consciousness after fainting. He hurriedly called. Jinxing, don't cremate Sijia's body. It needs to be examined by a medical examiner. There must be clues on his granddaughter's body. Zhou Hongchong had just thought of this. Since falling ill, his mind had been foggy, and he often forgot things until later. I just picked up Sijia's ashes. It's hot here in Hu City, and we can't keep it for long. Old leader, please accept my condolences. Sijia's death was truly an accident. There are no oleanders in the capital. The girls saw beautiful flowers and couldn't help but pick them to taste the nectar. That's all there is to it. My Minghui still often picks flowers to eat. Though Ming Jinxing said this, he felt relieved that he had cremated her quickly. Otherwise, this old man would have caused more trouble and wasted his time. Zhou Sijia's death was indeed an accident, with no other reasons involved. This was the best outcome. Who allowed you to cremate her? Did you get my permission? Ming Jinxing, you have some nerve. Cough, cough, cough. Zhu Hong Chong was so angry that he coughed repeatedly and spat out a mouthful of dark blood, lacking the strength to curse. He looked very different now compared to when he was in Tang village. His hair was completely white, his face was wrinkled, and he had many age spots, lacking any vitality. Ming Zhenxing held the phone away from his ear and rolled his eyes. Should he let the body rot in the hospital? If it weren't for the fact that Zhu Hong Chong had once been his leader, he wouldn't have bothered with this mess. Old leader, please accept my condolences. Ming Zhenxing repeated this phrase, making Zhu Hong Chong nearly spit blood again. He finally realized that Ming Zhenxing was no longer his subordinate and would not listen to him anymore.
Fine, fine.
Ming Zhenxing, you've grown wings. Zhu Hong Chong gritted his teeth and hung up the phone. Ming Zhenxing rubbed his ears and scoffed, finally realized it. When that old man forced his son to marry Zhou Sijia, the last bit of goodwill he had for him disappeared. Shen Xiao and Tang Nian returned to the military district late at night, carrying many bags. When asked on the way, they said they were going back to the capital to meet Shin Zhao's family and brought many gifts. So, everyone in the military district learned that Shen Xiao was taking his partner back to the capital to meet his parents and had prepared many nice things. But what they didn't know was that at the train station, Shin Pung was beaten up and stuffed into a sack, leaving him bruised and missing 2 teeth. It was Tang Nian's doing. Shin Pung blamed Shin Xiao for this, and with his injuries, he boarded the train, ready to complain. Ming Zhenxing called him into his office and directly mentioned Zhou Sijia's death.
Oh.
Shin Xiao responded indifferently. How did she die? Tang Nian showed some interest and asked about Zhou Sijia's cause of death. Ming Zhenxing secretly sneered. Although he wasn't an expert at solving cases, his instincts were good. Zhou Sijia's death had nothing to do with Shin Xiao. It was definitely related to Tang Nian. She accidentally ingested oleander and died from poisoning. Ming Zhenxing explained.
Stupid.
Shin Xiao said with a look of disdain. Isn't it common knowledge that oleander is poisonous? Zhou Sijia was really foolish. Tang Nian also frowned in disapproval. All right, you can go now. Ming Zhenxing was tired of their pretense and dismissed them. Wait, are you going back to the capital? Ming Zhenxing called them back. Yes, I want Nian to meet them. Shen Xiao replied. She should definitely meet them. Control your temper and don't cause trouble with your father. Ming Zhenxing advised earnestly. I know. Shen Xiao agreed readily. He wouldn't cause a scene. He usually just took action directly. Go on. Ming Zhenxing suddenly felt exhausted. He realized that managing this kid was more tiring than fighting a battle. Shen Xiao held Tang Nian's hand as they left, even thoughtfully closing the door behind them. A heavy sigh escaped Ming Zhenxing. Tang Nian felt a bit sorry for Ming Zhenxing. With Zhou Sijia's death, Zhu Hong Chong would surely be furious. No wonder she had noticed several new wrinkles on his forehead and more white hairs. Next time, she should bring Ming Zhenxing some spring water. Tang Nian and Shin Xiao rushed to the capital overnight, driving Shin Zhao's car. They took turns driving and arrived a day earlier than Shin Pung, who was taking the train. Compared to the exquisite splendor of Zhu City, the capital felt more grand and dignified. They didn't drive into the city, but took a nap in the car to recharge. Before dawn, the capital was quiet. The Zhou family was also very quiet, all asleep. 2 dark figures appeared outside the Zhou family's wall. It was Tang Nian and Shin Xiao. The Zhou family lived in a large courtyard, housing many people, including Zhou family members and guards for Zhu Hong Chong, making it highly secure. But for Tang Nian and Shin Xiao, it was no problem. They easily avoided the guards and found the Zhou family's basement, where treasures were usually hidden. Indeed, there were about 10 boxes in the basement, along with a shelf displaying many rare items, each one a precious treasure. Tang Nian collected all the treasures from the shelf and opened each box one by one. There were silver dollars, gold bars, jade stones, and 1 box filled with current cash and various tickets, with cash amounting to over 500,000. That old fool. Tang Nian cursed, collecting all the boxes. Zhou Laotu had harmed many people over the years and had embezzled a lot of public funds. Surely, there were more than just these few boxes. Where else had he hidden his treasures? After ransacking the basement, the two left. As they passed a room, they heard a couple talking. "Why aren't you asleep yet? It's almost dawn, and I've been tossing and turning all night," Zhou Laodao said irritably. "I can't sleep. Dad spit up a lot of blood today. I secretly asked the doctor, and the situation isn't good. We need to plan ahead," the second daughter-in-law whispered, having thought about it all night. "What plan? Simon and Siren are dead, and Sijia is gone too. What future do we have?" Zhou Laodao replied sadly. Out of his 4 children, 3 had died, leaving only a reckless youngest son. He used to want to compete with the eldest branch, but now he had no thoughts left, just living day by day. "We still have Siwen. We need to plan for him. Do you know where Dad's treasures are hidden?" the second daughter-in-law asked quietly. "Isn't it in the basement?" "The basement is nothing. The real treasures are hidden by Dad. I just found out." Dad only cares about the eldest branch. All the dead are from our branch, and the eldest branch is all alive. If we don't fight for it, we won't get anything." The second daughter-in-law was very unwilling. She had 3 sons, 2 of whom were sent to the south by the old man and died, and her daughter also died. The eldest branch had only one Zhou Siling incapacitated, yet the old man still gave the treasures to the eldest branch.
Why?
"Are you sure?" Zhou Laodao suddenly became alert, feeling more resentment towards Zhou Hong Chong. 3 of his 4 children had died, yet the old man still favored the eldest son. How could he not treat him like a real son? "Absolutely. It's hidden in that house in the west of the city. I overheard my sister-in-law and Siling talking about it," the second daughter-in-law said proudly. "Don't let anyone know. Let's find a time to go to the west of the city and move the treasures." If Dad acts first, he can't blame me for acting later," Zhou Laodao sneered. "Don't get it wrong. We have 2 houses in the west of the city. It's the one in Yuya Alley," the second daughter-in-law reminded him. "Yuya Alley? That house is so run down it's unlivable. Dad really knows how to hide things." The couple was quite spirited, chatting about the dilapidated house in Yuya Alley, and they finally fell asleep as dawn approached. Tang Nian and Shen Xiao quietly left the Zhou family without anyone noticing. They headed straight to Yuya Alley. Initially, they wanted to scout around, but luck was on their side. Zhou Laodao and his foolish wife revealed everything. With so many treasures within reach, only a fool would not take them. Yuya Alley used to be a commoner area before liberation, mostly filled with mixed courtyards, and now many people lived there. The 2 quickly found the Zhou family's house without wasting much time. This was the only house uninhabited, shabby and overgrown with weeds, resembling a haunted house. It matched exactly what Zhou Laodao and his wife described. Moreover, this house was distanced from other residences, so any noise made wouldn't be heard, making it perfect for hiding treasures and even better for digging them up. As the sky turned red and the sun rose, various sounds filled the alley, bustling with activity. But no one came to this abandoned house. With everything in their favor, Tang Nian took out a hoe and shovel from her space and began treasure hunting. The house wasn't particularly large, and the backyard was overgrown with weeds. They first checked the basement, which was completely empty. An hour later, they made a discovery. In the weed-filled backyard, a patch of soil was slightly raised, and the weeds were sparser than elsewhere. Shin Xiao dug into the soil, revealing a dark hole from which a cold breeze blew out. "I'll go down first." Shin Xiao jumped into the hole, and after a quarter of an hour, he came back up, signaling for Tang Nian to come down. The underground was hollowed out, at least 30 square meters, and it was quite deep. The hole was filled with metal boxes and rosewood boxes. Shen Xiao smashed the locks and opened them one by one, revealing dazzling treasures that made their eyes squint. There were East pearls, mutton fat jade, jadeite, various gems, and many royal antiques, rare paintings, and calligraphy. There were even over a dozen boxes of gold bars. Tang Nian counted a total of 62 boxes, all collected by Zhu Hong Chong over the years. She stored everything in her space. Let's go. The two jumped out of the hole, covered the dirt back up, restored the appearance, and quietly left. By this time, it was already bright outside. They found a deserted suburb, took out their car, and drove into the city. The streets were bustling with people and vehicles, and they found a state-run restaurant for breakfast. It was just past 8, and most of the breakfast crowd consisted of elderly folks chatting in authentic Beijing dialect, exuding a festive atmosphere of national peace and prosperity. Doji is ready. The waiter called out, and several elderly men hurried to get the doji, along with the standard crispy rings. One elderly man took a big sip of doji and bit into a crispy ring, exclaiming, "This is the taste."
So satisfying.
From the expressions of these elderly men, it was clear they were very pleased with their breakfast. Seeing Tang Nian staring at the elderly men, Shen Xiao thought she wanted some doji and asked, "Do you want to eat?"
No.
Tang Nian shook her head vigorously. She had no interest in doji. Even locals found it hard to enjoy, so she certainly wouldn't. Shen Xiao smiled. He didn't like doji either. In fact, he wasn't fond of many Beijing delicacies, as his taste was more suited to Jiangsu and Zhejiang cuisine. Tang Nian also found it hard to enjoy the local breakfast. The soy milk was sweet, the buns were quite large with strong fillings, and the xiaomai was meat-filled. In her past life, she had been to the north for work and had tried meat-filled xiaomai, which she didn't like. She preferred sticky rice xiaomai. Although she didn't love it, Tang Nian still ate quite a bit. Her pickiness wasn't that severe. Even if she didn't like something, she would still eat it when hungry. "Let's go to your house." Tang Nian wiped her mouth. It was time to meet the Shin family. Okay. Shen Xiao finished his soy milk in one go and quickly ate the remaining bun, wiped his mouth, and strode out of the restaurant. After they left, the nearby elderly men and women began to discuss, "Wow, those kids have great appetites. One meal for them is like 3 for us. Ordinary families can't afford to raise them. Luckily, that young man is an officer with a high salary. What a good-looking couple. Their children will surely be good-looking too." The retired elderly folks gradually shifted their topic, excitedly discussing the newborns in the neighborhood. Shin family Fu Bailon had already retired. At 50, she was well-maintained and looked only in her 30s, with very few wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. She wore a light blue shirt and a gray knee-length skirt, tucking the shirt into the skirt, her waist slim, and her silhouette exuded charm. Fu Bailon was watering the flowers in the yard, bending slightly and holding the watering can. Her simple actions looked almost like a dance. Even at 50, she still attracted many men's attention on the street. Shen Ziyuan was completely enchanted by her, remaining infatuated for decades. "Zhang Jie, Shen is coming home for lunch. Please cook that yellow croaker." While watering the flowers, Fu Bailon called to the housekeeper in a sweet voice. "Okay." The housekeeper replied and took the yellow croaker out of the fridge to thaw in the kitchen. Fu Bailon finished watering the flowers, stretched her back, and sighed, "I really feel worse every year. Just watering flowers makes my back ache. Who would say you're not young? I'm a few years younger than you, but when we stand together, everyone says I look like your mother." The housekeeper approached, took the watering can, and awkwardly complimented her. Fu Bailon initially smiled at this, but when she heard the word mother, her smile instantly faded. She glanced at the simple-looking housekeeper, feeling a sharp sting in her heart. Zhang Jie didn't seem to realize how uncomfortable her comments made her. Although she praised Fu Bailon for looking young, it still bothered her. "Give me a shoulder massage." Fu Bailon, not wanting to argue with the foolish woman, lazily leaned back in a chair. "Okay." Zhang Jie acted very attentive, but when her back was turned to Fu Bailon, she rolled her eyes and scoffed. If it weren't for the 15 yuan salary from the Shin family each month and the extra savings from grocery shopping, she wouldn't bother serving this old fox. Everyone in the capital knew Fu Bailon was a seductress who stole her sister's man and drove her sister to death. In her hometown, she would surely be punished, and Shen Ziyuan wasn't a good man either. They were a scandalous couple. Zhang Jie regretted not having met Shin Ziyuan's first wife. She had seen photos of her and she was much prettier than Fu Bailan, but lacked her seductive charm. Men were foolish, often preferring the alluring over the dignified.
Ouch.
Be gentle. Fu Bailan cried out in pain, feeling like her shoulder might break. Oh, I'll be gentle. It's just that you're so soft. I'm not very strong. Back home, I couldn't even hold a chicken while butchering it. I'd stab it once, and it wouldn't die. After another stab, its head would fall off, and the headless chicken would run around the yard for a while before finally dying. Zhang Jie rolled her eyes again, thinking to herself that this fox was both seductive and troublesome, but she still pretended to be respectful and shared stories from her rural days. Stop talking. Fu Bailan's expression darkened. She felt Zhang Jie was doing this on purpose, ruining her mood with such bloody stories. Okay. Zhang Jie obediently fell silent and focused on the massage. But Fu Bailan lost her mood. She asked Zhang Jie to go to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Zhang Jie turned to leave, not wanting to touch this troublesome woman to avoid getting her hands dirty. Zhang Jie, steam 2 more eggs, add more sesame oil, use less green onion, chop it finely, and don't include the white part. Use less water. Fu Bailan suddenly craved steamed eggs, wanting them to be light and smooth, with all the flavors just right. But Zhang Jie usually only cared about taste and smell, making the eggs look unappetizing, which affected her appetite.
Got it.
Zhang Jie in the kitchen responded well, but when chopping the green onions, she still cut them into large pieces and didn't remove the white parts. She wasn't going to listen to this old fox. She was hired by Shen Ziyuan, and her salary came from him, so she didn't feel the need to cater to this old seductress. Zhang Jie felt confident because she had worked for the Shin family for 10 years. Shen Ziyuan loved her cooking, and although he was very obedient to Fu Bailan, when it came to the housekeeper, Fu Bailan had no say. Mom, give me some money. I'm going out to eat. The youngest son, Shining, came out of the room, his hair messy and wearing pajamas, clearly just waking up. He had partied at home for a friend's birthday last night and returned home late. Your dad is coming home for lunch. You need to stay here. Fu Bailan glared at him, refusing to give him money. I promise my friends, Mom, please. Shining pouted, but this time Fu Bailan didn't give in. Shin Ziyuan had been in a bad mood lately and was unhappy with their youngest son's behavior, mentioning it to her several times. She needed to set some boundaries. You're 19 now. It's time to settle down. Stop hanging out with those friends of yours. Your dad said you should go to the army for training. Fu Bailan agreed with the idea of sending their son to the army. Mom, that's worse than taking my life.
Who wants to live in the army?
I'm not going. Shining felt a headache at the thought of going to the army. He had been spoiled since childhood and couldn't handle any hardship. There was no way he would go. He wasn't worried. His dad listened to his mom, and as long as he acted cute, his mom would relent. If he sweet-talked his dad, the army plan would surely fall through. This time, both your dad and I are determined. You have to go whether you like it or not. Fu Bailan's tone became serious, not like her usual indulgence with her youngest son. That jerk Shin Xiao was doing well in the army, and it was getting out of control. The eldest son, Shin Pung, had been in the army for years and had achieved nothing. He was clearly a failure. Fu Bailan could only pin her hopes on her youngest son. Her son could not be worse than that shameless woman Fu Qinglan's son. She believed that with Shen Ziyuan's full support, Shining would definitely surpass Shin Xiao. Shin Ing went to wash up, not taking her words seriously. At 11 o'clock, Shen Ziyuan returned home, driven by a military vehicle. Come pick me up tomorrow. Shen Ziyuan got out of the car and sent the driver away. Understood, sir. The driver drove off, and Shin Ziyuan adjusted his clothes, pushed open the door, and saw Fu Bailan lazily resting in a chair. His brows relaxed, filled with tenderness. Bailan, I'm back. Shin Ziyuan's voice was incredibly gentle, and his gaze towards Fu Bailan was even more passionate than in their youth. Fu Bailan opened her eyes and saw his joyful expression, which made Shin Ziyuan even happier. He loved seeing her look at him, with such affection. Zhang Jie, bring a basin of hot water. Zhang Jie, brew a cup of hot tea. Zhang Jie, bring Shun slippers. Fu Bailon called out one after another, and Zhang Jie hurried around like a spinning top, cursing under her breath. Old seductress, can't you do anything for yourself? Even a landlady doesn't order people around like you do. Ugh. Seeing the way Shin Ziyuan looked at Fu Bailon with such affection, Zhang Jie rubbed her arms, thinking, this scandalous couple is a perfect match. They're both over 100 years old, yet still so shameless. Ugh. Truly disgraceful. Zhang Jie, cook me some noodles. Shunning joined in, feeling hungry.
Coming.
Zhang Jie rushed back to the kitchen, cursing even more fiercely, just like that fox mom. Neither of them is any good. It's almost lunchtime and they want noodles. Why don't they just stand at the alley and drink the wind? Shun Ziyuan changed into slippers, sat down with tea, but his eyes were on Fu Bailon. Their gazes were more affectionate than those of young lovers.
Bang.
The door was pushed open, crashing against the wall with a loud noise, startling the old couple apart. Shen Xiao and Tang Nian stood at the door, each holding 2 bags. One bag contained processed fruit, another was an empty can of milk powder, 2 bottles of white wine filled with tap water, and a bag of snacks filled with lime. Only the processed fruit was edible. Don't you knock? Shun Ziyuan, seeing who it was, shouted angrily without even looking at Tang Nian. He knew his son was dating a country girl, as Z Hong Chong had told him. He would never agree to this marriage. Although he didn't like his son, he wouldn't let him marry a rural girl. When Z Hong Chong proposed an alliance, Shun Ziyuan thought it was a good idea. The Shin family was on a decline, and even though the Zhou family had some recent issues, as long as Z Hong Chong was alive, it was worth sacrificing an unwanted son to ally with them. He welcomed this marriage. Do you need to knock to go home? What kind of rule is that? Tang Nian scoffed. Shun Ziyuan didn't even pretend to be polite, which showed how hard Shin Zhao's life had been during his years back home. She glanced at Fu Bailon, a high-class woman who, despite her age, still had Shin Ziyuan wrapped around her finger. Old Shin, calm down. Xiao is just back. Fu Bailon was surprised, but quickly regained her composure. She shot a glance at Shin Ziyuan and smiled at Shin Xiao. Xiao, why didn't you call before coming back? Your dad and I weren't prepared at all. Prepare a guest room? This is the Shin family. Or, did we come to the wrong place? Tang Nian shot back coldly, and then asked Shin Xiao, why didn't you tell me your dad is an old fool, and you have a stepmother who's a snake? Fu Bailan's smile vanished instantly. Her sharp face did resemble a snake. I'm sorry, they didn't mention it, so I didn't bring it up. Shin Xiao sincerely apologized. Shin Ziyuan's face darkened further, his anger boiling over. He stood up and shouted, who do you think you are? Look at the kind of friends you have, rude and uncivilized. I think she's great, better than all of you. Shin Xiao retorted coldly, pulling Tang Nian into the yard as if they owned the place. Fu Bailon blinked, momentarily taken aback. She had played the role of a refined lady for years, but these two were straightforward and aggressive. How could she respond?
Who let you in? Get out.
The Shin family doesn't welcome people like you. Shun Ziyuan was furious, nearly spitting blood. If he had any sense left, he would have rushed to teach Tang Nian a lesson. I'm Shin Zhao's girlfriend, and I've already met my uncle. He likes me very much. Tang Nian, uninterested in standing, grabbed Fu Bailon by the collar, pulled her aside, and casually sat down in a chair. Old Shin. Fu Bailon felt like she was about to explode. This was like a robbery. She looked at Shin Ziyuan with a pitiful expression. Shin Ziyuan was heartbroken, losing all rationality. He rushed forward to confront Tang Nian, but Shin Xiao easily stopped him, with just one hand. Try to lay a finger on her. Shin Xiao coldly stared at the man before him, who was both his legal and biological father, yet also the person he hated the most. How outrageous. You ungrateful son. Shun Ziyuan's face turned purple with rage, his dignity shattered in that moment. You want respect but expect a filial son?
Dream on.
Tang Nian peered out from behind Shin Xiao, mocking him. This is my family's business. It's none of your business, you wild girl. Shin Ji Yuan glared at her. Shin Xiao is my boyfriend. He listens to me. Tang Nian huffed, placing the 4 bags neatly on the stone table. This is a gift. Don't say we lack manners. Even though I'm a country girl, I know how to be polite. I also know that once married, you must follow the rules, not fool around outside. And if you have children, you must take responsibility, unlike some men who marry a stepmother and let her mistreat his own son. In our village, such men would be scorned and cursed by everyone. Before liberation, they would be tied up and drowned along with their fox stepmothers. In the kitchen, Sister Zhang had stopped cooking, hiding behind the door to watch the drama unfold, thoroughly enjoying it. Well said. That's brilliant. Sister Zhang was thrilled. Tang Nian was voicing her thoughts, but she only dared to think them, never to say them out loud. Shin Ji Yuan and Fu Bailan were nearly fainting with anger. Although there had been rumors about them, no one dared to say anything to their faces. This country girl had the audacity to insult them directly. Unbelievable. You ungrateful son, if you want to stay in the Shin family, get rid of this wild girl. Shin Ji Yuan pointed at Tang Nian, shouting. He believed Shin Xiao understood the stakes. If he left the Shin family, life in the army would be tough for him. Even now, Shin Ji Yuan was inexplicably confident, thinking Shin Xiao's achievements were all thanks to his father's resources. Shin Xiao ignored him completely, not even giving him a glance. Why are you so worked up? Did I hit a nerve? Feeling guilty? Stop whining. Shin Xiao doesn't listen to you. He only listens to me. Tang Nian crossed her legs and shook them, acting particularly arrogant. She had no intention of being friendly today. She was there to fight back for Shin Xiao. Shin Xiao, you jerk. If you have guts, come at me. I'll take you on. Shanning charged out, his face full of anger. He was a year younger than Shin Xiao but had always bullied him alongside Shin Pung. As he rushed out, rolling up his sleeves to fight, he froze when he saw the beautiful Tang Nian. His eyes lit up with desire. This woman was more beautiful than all the others he had been with combined, and he thought Shin Xiao was lucky to have her. But he wasn't worried. Once he took down Shin Xiao, she would naturally choose him. Shinning, like Shin Ji Yuan, was overly confident and determined to win Tang Nian. However, just as he threw a punch, Shin Xiao lightly kicked him, sending him flying 7 or 8 meters away.
Bang!
A heavy thud echoed as Shinning crashed into the wall, paused for a second, then fell to the ground with another loud thud, knocked out cold.
Luong.
Fu Bailan's heart broke. Tearfully, she looked at Shin Ji Yuan, complaining for years. I've done my best for Shin Xiao, sacrificing so much, yet he still doesn't appreciate it. He may not recognize me as his mother, but little Ing is his real brother. How could he be so cruel? Shin Ji Yuan was already furious, and Fu Bailan's words only fueled his anger. He glared at Shin Xiao with more hatred than he felt for his enemies, wishing he could kill this ungrateful son right then and there.
Ugh.
Tang Nian dry heaved several times before loudly saying, You threw Shin Xiao to the wolves and seduced your brother-in-law, and you think that's okay? How ridiculous. The tense atmosphere was suddenly shattered by Tang Nian's vomiting sounds. Fu Bailan's tears were still fresh on her cheeks, and her face froze in shock. Crying or not crying, she didn't know what to do. To hide her embarrassment, Fu Bailan took out a handkerchief and pretended to wipe her tears, occasionally letting out a few sniffles, her shoulders trembling slightly, acting particularly wronged and sad. I know I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Xiao being lost in the mountains is all my fault. I shouldn't have been sick that day, and I definitely shouldn't have been so feverish that I couldn't keep an eye on Xiao. It's all my fault. I'm sorry, sister.
I'm sorry, Xiao.
I should have died the day he went missing. Fu Bailan's dramatic performance broke Shin Ji Yuan's heart, making him wish he could kill Shin Xiao right then and there to vent Fu Bailan's anger. Although Tang Nian had seen many fake people, she had never encountered someone as skilled as Fu Bailan. No wonder this old hypocrite could manipulate Shin Ji-yuan so easily. Her methods were truly impressive. Beast, kneel and apologize to your mother. Shin Ji-yuan glared at Shin Shao and Tang Nian, his eyes filled with rage, as if he could devour them whole. My mother died long ago. Shin Shao retorted mockingly at Shin Ji-yuan. His uncle had told him that his mother never wanted to marry Shin Ji-yuan. It was forced by his grandfather. After his mother died, his grandfather finally realized the true nature of Fu Bailan's family and secretly gave the key to the family treasure to his uncle. Shin Ji-yuan was even angrier. How dare his son ignore him? Unbelievable. Beast, do you even have any? Shin Ji-yuan raised his hand to punish his son, but Tang Nian interrupted him. If Shin Shao is a beast, then what are you? An old beast? I've never seen someone so determined to be a beast. It's truly a wonder. Tang Nian was furious. Shin Ji-yuan didn't deserve to be a father. He wasn't even human. Initially, she wanted to show mercy for Shen Zhao's sake, but now it was unnecessary. They all had to go down. Shin Ji-yuan's face turned purple, breathing heavily, his forehead veins bulging, as if he might pass out at any moment. Sister Zhang, who was secretly watching in the kitchen, kept praying, Amitabha, please bless us and let nothing happen. She wasn't worried about Shin Ji-yuan. She was afraid that Shin Shao and Tang Nian would get into trouble. Even if Shin Ji-yuan was no longer human, he was still Shin Zhao's biological father. A son making his father furious is always a great sin. Shin Shao would be blamed by everyone. Sister Zhang had a good impression of Shin Shao because he was the only one in the Shin family who treated her with respect, unlike the others who bossed her around. Although Shin Shao seemed difficult to approach, he was very polite to her and never made her do any work. Sometimes when she wanted to wash his clothes, he would refuse, making her feel that Shin Shao was a good kid, much better than Shin Pung, and Shin Li. She couldn't understand Shin Ji-yuan's mindset. Why care for someone else's child while neglecting his own? He must have a serious problem. Sister Zhang was happy for Shin Shao. This child had suffered so much, and now he had finally found a good girl who cared for him. Not only was she pretty, but she was also strong, making that old fox so furious he nearly spat blood. What a relief. Tang Nian wasn't finished yet. Pointing at Fu Bailan, she coldly said, this old snake said that if Shin Shao doesn't date Zhou Sijie, she will ruin Shin Zhao's mother's memorial tablet. That's why Shin Shao and I rushed back to the capital to protect my future mother-in-law's tablet. There's no other choice. Who told my future mother-in-law to have such a bad fate, struggling under a stepmother since childhood? With a stepmother comes a stepfather, and she ended up marrying a man worse than Qin Shimei, dying in childbirth without ever having a good day. But my future mother-in-law still doesn't know that her son, whom she fought to bring into this world, was abused by that old snake and almost left to be eaten by wolves in the mountains. I was sick with a fever. Xiao Xiao was mischievous and ran around everywhere. That's why I couldn't keep an eye on him. Fu Bailan anxiously defended herself, looking wronged at Shin Ji-yuan. But this time, Shin Ji-yuan didn't look at her. His gaze was filled with sadness as he reminisced about the deceased Fu Qinglan. Although he didn't love Fu Qinglan, she was the woman who bore his children and died for it. Moreover, Fu Qinglan was gentle, gracious, and very charming. Shin Ji-yuan felt a bit moved, but it was only a fleeting feeling, not comparable to his affection for Fu Bailan. However, Fu Qinglan's death had left a scar in Shin Ji-yuan's heart. He wasn't completely indifferent. Fu Bailan twisted her handkerchief tightly, the veins on her hands bulging. She lowered her head to hide the hatred in her eyes. That wretched woman, even in death, still wanted to compete with her. I have always honored my sister's memorial tablet. I had a deep bond with Qinglan. How could I ruin her tablet? Young lady, you should have some basis for your claims. Don't just slander. Fu Bailan looked pitiful, tears in her eyes, her tone incredibly sincere. Such sisterly love that leads to seducing your sister's man? No one can handle that kind of sisterly love.
She turned
She turned to Shin Ji-yuan and said, Shin Pung said right in front of me, and Shin Xiao that he would ruin Shin Zhao's mother's tablet. That little burden dares to be so arrogant only because he has you backing him up, right? Humph. Treating someone else's child like treasure while treating your own like grass. Don't you fear my mother-in-law will come to settle the score with you in your dreams? Shen Zhiyuan's expression changed slightly, and his eyes flickered. Fu Bailan reacted similarly. Both had a moment of guilt. Tang Nian's mind raced. Could Shin Pung be Shin Zhiyuan's biological child? Or perhaps Shin Li as well? Otherwise, no matter how much Shin Zhiyuan loved his wife, he couldn't possibly care so much for someone else's children, right? I thought about it, and there's only one reason that explains it. Shin Pung and Shin Li are both your children. You must have had an affair before marriage. Ugh, how dirty. Tang Nian deliberately spoke loudly and spat. Shin Zhiyuan's face changed drastically as he raised his hand to punish Tang Nian, but Shin Xiao was faster, pushing him away. Shin Zhiyuan lost his balance and fell hard. There was a sharp cracking sound as he hurt his back. Shin Zhiyuan clutched his back, trying to get up multiple times but failing miserably. Fu Bailan bent down to help him, turning her back to Tang Nian and the others. Tang Nian couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. She lifted her foot and kicked the old snake's backside.
Ah!
Fu Bailan exclaimed as she fell onto Shin Zhiyuan. Shin Zhiyuan had just managed to get halfway up and instinctively reached out to catch Fu Bailan. They tumbled together, and there was another crack as Shin Zhiyuan's back took another hit. Sister Zhang, hiding behind the door, was so startled she covered her mouth tightly, her eyes shining brighter than the sun. This girl was really fierce. Go get your mother's tablet. Tang Nian shouted. Shin Xiao went to the backyard and quickly found his mother's tablet, bringing it out. Tang Nian pulled him toward the exit. Shin Zhiyuan wanted to stop them, but he couldn't get up, only able to roar, "Beast, put down your mother's tablet." When they reached the front door, Tang Nian stopped, opened the door, and shouted, "Shin Xiao, we're taking Mom's tablet away to avoid this filthy atmosphere. No wonder Mom cries in your dreams every day. It turns out she's been splashed with dirty water daily. Oh my, is there no justice left? No wonder the songs say only the new bride laughs while the old one cries. Your father and stepmother's hearts are so cruel. Let's take Mom away. We won't endure this evil anymore." The commotion at the Shin family was quite loud, and the neighbors had come out to see what was happening. It was lunchtime, and everyone was holding their bowls, eating while listening to gossip. Tang Nian's loud voice drew out those hiding in the courtyard. Pouring dirt on the memorial tablet? Is it true that Shin Zhiyuan's deceased wife cries in her son's dreams every day? Shin Zhiyuan's second wife seems so kind, yet she does such terrible things. Shin Zhiyuan was furious, struggling to stand despite his back pain. He wanted to pull Tang Nian into the courtyard to teach her a lesson. He couldn't let this wild girl ruin his reputation with her nonsense. Shin Xiao, if our mother knew that her sister, who pretends to be kind, is torturing you every day after her death and even threw you into the mountains to feed wolves, she would never forgive that wicked woman. Tang Nian shouted even louder, dismissing the idea that family scandals should be kept secret. She wanted everyone in the city to know about the terrible things Fu Bailan and Shin Zhiyuan had done. The neighbors gasped. Shin Xiao was actually abandoned by his stepmother? No wonder he hadn't been home for years. The Shin family claimed he was staying with relatives in the south, but Fu Bailan was truly ruthless. Shut up. Shin Zhiyuan limped over, his eyes filled with rage. He wanted to strangle Tang Nian, but Shin Xiao stopped him. With just one hand, Shin Xiao held him back. Don't interrupt when Nian is speaking. Shin Xiao warned coldly. He didn't like being disturbed when she talked. You ungrateful beast. Your mother and I raised you with great effort, and you collude with outsiders to ruin our names? Is this how you repay us for raising you? Shin Zhiyuan's roar echoed through the alley. The neighbors were conflicted. It seemed there was more to the story. They decided to wait and listen further. How dare you say that? Is it true that Shin Xiao was thrown into the mountains? That he almost got eaten by wolves? If my grandfather hadn't saved him, he would have been bones by now. You still protect that old witch Fu Bailan? You are unworthy as a husband and a father. You don't deserve to be Xinjiao's father or my father-in-law. Tang Nian stood with her hands on her hips, scolding the old scoundrel. Shin Pung even came to Zhu City to show off, claiming he is the real son of you, and that old witch Fu Bailan. You two have been together for a long time, and Xinli is also your biological child. Shin Pung said my poor mother-in-law had complications during childbirth because Fu Bailan caused it. She was pregnant with Shuning and had to marry quickly to hide it. You two have no shame. Xin Xiao, this scoundrel isn't worthy of being your father. Cut ties with him. Tang Nian's clear voice carried far, and although her words were mostly speculation, she was confident that Fu Qinglan's death had something suspicious about it. Uncle Fu said that Fu Qinglan's checkups were normal, with no issues, yet she had complications during childbirth. Someone must have been behind it. Shun Ing was only a year younger than Xin Xiao, to be precise, 7 months. Fu Bailan claimed it was a premature birth, but Shuning weighed 8 pounds at birth. What kind of premature baby weighs that much? Tang Nian suspected that Fu Bailan and Xin Jiyuan had been involved long before, and when she got pregnant, she wanted to remove Fu Qinglan to make room for herself. Even if she was wrong, it didn't matter. It was right to expose such scoundrels. The neighbors gasped repeatedly, their expressions shocked as they looked at Xin Jiyuan in disbelief. Xin Jiyuan usually acted so respectable, but it turned out he was this kind of person behind closed doors. No one doubted the truth of her words because everyone had seen how well Xin Jiyuan treated Shin Pung and his sister while being cold to Xin Xiao. The neighbors had suspected this for a long time, and now they had confirmation. You're talking nonsense. Sister Zhang, call the police and have this woman arrested. Xin Jiyuan was both angry and scared, shouting into the house. Coming. Who should I call? Sister Zhang slowly came out, looking confused since she had been busy in the kitchen and knew nothing. Call the police and say someone is causing trouble at my house. Xin Jiyuan calmed down. He couldn't panic and needed to stay composed. He had no evidence against Fu Bailan, and no matter how much Tang Nian shouted, it wouldn't matter. Who is causing trouble? I'll teach them a lesson. Sister Zhang's innocent face turned indignant as she grabbed a broom from the corner, ready to confront the troublemaker, muttering, how dare they come to Shun's house and cause trouble? Do they have a death wish? I'll beat them. Shin Jiyuan's headache worsened. Sister Zhang was a great cook, but she was really slow-witted.
Go call now. Right now.
Shin Jiyuan lost his patience, his tone harsher than usual. Sister Zhang dared not pretend anymore. She glanced apologetically at Xin Xiao and hurried off to make the call, tripping over the threshold and falling. Ouch! I'm getting worse every year. My old back.
Ouch.
It's going to break. Sister Zhang held her back, groaning, and took a long time to get inside. Fu Bailan's anger boiled over. That brat Xin Xiao had brought a sharp-tongued girl to ruin her reputation. Did she really think she could take her down like this?
So naive.
Without evidence, no matter how much they shouted, it wouldn't matter. Xin Jiyuan held a significant position, and the higher-ups wouldn't punish him based on mere rumors. Instead, Xin Xiao would find it hard to get by in the army from now on. In the past, Xin Jiyuan had given this brat many resources out of fatherly affection, but now that the mask was off, he wouldn't care for him anymore. All the resources of the Shin family would go to her son. Fu Bailan had always thought Xin Zhao's achievements in the army were due to Xin Jiyuan's influence. For this reason, she had often whispered in Xin Jiyuan's ear, and now she finally got her wish, feeling a bit pleased and thinking Xin Xiao was foolish. You don't need to call anyone. Xin Xiao, let's go. Tang Nian pulled Xin Xiao away, feeling that after this confrontation, they would need to come back. However, they would return tonight to take Fu Qinglan's dowry. Xin Jiyuan watched helplessly as his rebellious son and Tang Nian left, their figures disappearing down the alley. He felt as if something inside him had completely left. He opened his mouth but then closed it again. It was good to teach his son a lesson, so he wouldn't think he was invincible. Later, he would call Ming Jinxing and tell him not to take care of his son anymore. Let that brat experience hardship and see how tough life could be without his support. Shin Xiao has a bad temper and has been influenced by outside women, arguing with me. It's my fault for not raising him well, making everyone laugh at us. Shun Ziyuan smiled awkwardly, trying to find an excuse for this scene. Kids are like that, mine are too. They can really get on your nerves. Fathers and sons don't hold grudges overnight. They'll be fine in a few days. The neighbors all tried to comfort him. After Shun Ziyuan went back inside, the neighbors didn't leave. They gathered and chatted excitedly. I've said it before, Shin Pung and Shinli look just like Shin Ziyuan. Their eyes and brows are identical. No wonder he treats that burden so well. Turns out they are his real children. Poor Shin Xiao, his biological mother caused his death, and he almost died too. He's lucky to be alive. Sho, this matter isn't confirmed yet. Don't say such things. I think it's true. That pretty girl didn't deny it when she spoke. Do you remember? Fu Bailon gave birth to Shuning just 7 months after marrying here. They said it was premature, but Shuning weighed 8 pounds. Wow, it's rare to see a full-term baby that big. Fu Bailon and Shin Ziyuan must have been involved long before. How shameless. No wonder Fu Bailon wanted to get rid of her sister. If she didn't marry soon, her belly would show. You wouldn't expect it, but this woman has a wicked heart. The more the neighbors gossiped, the more they believed what Tang Nian said and grew wary of Fu Bailon. Such a woman has a sweet tongue but a venomous heart. She is a beautiful but dangerous snake that they cannot provoke. The Shin family's door was tightly shut. Shun Ziyuan sat in his study with a dark expression, facing Fu Bailon, while Shining was helped by Sister Zhang to lie down in a room. What happened with Qinglan's difficult labor? Shin Ziyuan asked coldly. Old Shin, do you really believe that wild girl's nonsense? I had a good relationship with Qinglan. How could I harm her? How could you think that of me? What's the point of living if you do? Fu Bailon covered her face and cried sadly. Shin Ziyuan immediately regretted his doubts. He shouldn't have questioned Bailon. She was so kind that she couldn't even bear to step on an ant. How could she harm Qinglan? It was all Tang Nian's fault for spreading rumors and influencing him. I was just asking, stop crying. It's all my fault. Your tears are breaking my heart. Shun Ziyuan said softly, trying to comfort her, pulling Fu Bailon into his arms gently.
You have to know that I had no other choice at that time.
I just loved you so much. Even if it meant bearing this bad reputation, I still wanted to marry you. Over the years, the rumors outside hurt more than swords. I could endure it all, as long as you knew my feelings. No matter how bitter it was, I felt sweet.
But
you think this way of me too. What has my suffering over the years meant? Fu Bailon twisted her waist, trying to break free, but Shin Ziyuan held her tightly. After a few struggles, she finally leaned into his embrace, sobbing softly. It was my fault, I misunderstood you. Shun Ziyuan's heart melted at her tears, and he kept saying sweet words to comfort her. These two were over 100 years old combined, but their affection was more intense than that of young lovers. Xiao Xiao is a good child. It must be that wild girl stirring things up. In a few days, when Xiao Xiao calms down, you should talk to him. After all, you are father and son. You can work things out. Fu Bailon played the peacemaker, trying hard to persuade Shin Ziyuan to reconcile with Shin Xiao. She knew that the more she said this, the angrier Shin Ziyuan would become, thinking she was so understanding while Shin Xiao was being rebellious. He would definitely scold that brat, leading to another big fight between father and son. Over the years, she had been stirring trouble like this, and Shin Ziyuan's relationship with Shin Xiao had become increasingly strained.
if only he had half your understanding, Bailon.
You've worked hard these years. Indeed, at that moment, Shun Ziyuan felt that Fu Bailon was wise and understanding, while his son Shin Xiao was unreasonable and worse than an animal. Fu Bailon felt secretly pleased but said, I don't find it hard. As long as you care for me, I can endure anything.
Bailon.
Yuan Ge. This pair of old lovebirds gazed at each other affectionately, holding each other tighter. If it weren't for Shin Ziyuan's weak waist, they would have surely had a round in the study. Tang Nian and Shin Xiao didn't go to stay at the guest house. The Fu family had a house in the capital, a courtyard that was usually cleaned, though the bedding hadn't been aired out. But it didn't matter. They would sleep in the space at night. I suspect your mother's death is related to Fu Bailan. This connection must be severed. Tang Nian had only been guessing, but Shin Ziyuan and Fu Bailan's behavior made her suspicious. Shen Zhao's expression was cold. In truth, he didn't have deep feelings for his mother, as he had never met her. His understanding of her came from his uncle's stories. His uncle said his mother was gentle and kind, the best sister, and surely the best mother. Your mother made many little clothes and knitted sweaters. She loved you more than anyone. If she were alive, she would be the best mother in the world, Fu Qinghan said. Shen Zhao's feelings for his mother were built up little by little through Fu Qinghan's stories. He had thought many times that if his mother were alive, he wouldn't have been abandoned in the mountains or bullied by Shin Pung and the others. So, he hated Shin Ziyuan. This man ruined his mother and childhood. Fu Bailan was indeed despicable, but Shin Ziyuan was even worse. This man gave Fu Bailan the opportunity. He was the direct source of evil. And then there was his grandfather. Tang Nian gently patted his shoulder, comforting him. Let this family suffer. It's the best comfort for your mother. Shin Xiao nodded. He would not show mercy. As night fell and the city slept, two shadows appeared in the Shin family's yard, Tang Nian and Shin Xiao. The Shin house was dark, with only Sister Zhang's snoring heard. The two entered Shin Ziyuan's bedroom and used sleeping drugs on the couple, ensuring they wouldn't wake for at least an hour. They also drugged Shining. This bed is my mother's dowry, Shin Xiao said, pointing to the bed where Shin Ziyuan slept. His uncle had told him that all the valuable furniture in the Shin house was part of his mother's dowry. Without hesitation, Tang Nian took the rosewood bed, leaving Shin Ziyuan and Fu Bailan on the floor without even a blanket. Dressing table, desk, stool, chest. Shin Xiao pointed at each item, and Tang Nian collected them one by one. Soon, Shin Ziyuan's bedroom was empty. The once crowded room now felt vast and hollow. They went to the basement, where there were several boxes, all part of Fu Qinglan's dowry, filled with silk, jewelry, and ornaments. When Fu Qinglan married, the situation wasn't so dire, and Fu's father felt guilty toward his daughter, providing many good things. Tang Nian opened each box, checking and collecting everything. But the last box was different. Inside were not gold, silver, or jewels, but food stamps and cash, filling half a box, along with a ledger. Tang Nian opened the ledger, which was filled with names and various accounts recorded by Fu Bailan. Year and month. Introduced Zhang's son to a steel factory, received 1,000 yuan. Recommended Wang's daughter to the army, received 1,005. Recommended Li's son to the army, received 2,000. The ledger was full of accounts of Fu Bailan helping people, mostly with army introductions, and the fees were considerable, starting at 1,000. No wonder she had saved up half a box of money. Tang Nian counted and found over 100,000. Over the years, Fu Bailan must have spent a lot, having introduced at least 100 people. What boldness! Tang Nian sneered. With this ledger, Shin Ziyuan was in big trouble. What if I send Shin Ziyuan to the farm for re-education? Tang Nian asked. Excellent. Shin Xiao remained expressionless. He would also send a big gift to his father at the farm to ensure his father had a comfortable time there. Tang Nian smiled. She liked Shin Zhao's ruthless nature. It suited her perfectly. After clearing the basement, they went to the study and took the valuable furniture. Tang Nian decided to go all out and cleared everything from Shin Ying's room, dumping the entire family of 3 at the front gate, adding some sleeping pills to ensure they wouldn't wake up until dawn. They didn't leave, but found a hidden spot to sleep in their space, planning to watch Shin's family's embarrassment in the morning. Morning arrived. The alley was bustling with people going to school, work, having breakfast, and emptying chamber pots. It was crowded.
Hey.
Who's sleeping outside? Those legs are quite white. An old man emptying a chamber pot was the first to spot Shin's family, but he only stared at Fu Bailan's fair thighs without blinking. It was September, and the temperature in the capital was still high. Fu Bailan, afraid of the heat, slept in shorts and a tank top, her arms and legs exposed. She took good care of herself, with smooth skin that was quite eye-catching. In no time, a crowd gathered, tightly packed around her, especially men, who couldn't take their eyes off Fu Bailan. No one expected Fu Bailan, at her age, to be fairer than younger women. No wonder Shin Jiyuan was so infatuated.
Ugh.
How shameless. The women were the ones cursing, as their husbands were all watching Fu Bailan. The Shin family was still in a deep sleep, completely unaware they had become the laughingstock of the entire alley. Even people from the neighboring alley came to see the spectacle, crowding around. The first awake was Shining, startled awake by the noise. He opened his eyes to see so many faces and thought he was dreaming. He closed his eyes again, but then realized those faces looked oddly familiar, his neighbors.
Darn.
Shining jumped up, only to find his whole family sleeping outside, and his mother was indecently exposing her arms and thighs, with many men staring at her. "What are you looking at? Get lost!" Shining shouted angrily, wanting to find something to cover his mother, but he was only in his shorts, and taking them off wouldn't help much. "Dad, Mom, wake up." Shining shook his parents vigorously. Shin Jiyuan and Fu Bailan slowly woke up, taking a long time to realize what was happening.
Ah.
How could this happen? Fu Bailan exclaimed, hugging herself, feeling both ashamed and angry. Shin Jiyuan quickly wrapped his arms around her, feeling a wave of embarrassment. But why were they sleeping outside? "Oh no, we've been robbed. Even the green onions are gone. Darn it." Sister Zhang's voice echoed from inside. She got up to make breakfast, only to find the kitchen completely empty. Even the leftover green onions were gone, making her furious. Hearing about the robbery, the neighbors rushed into the Shin family's yard, only to find it cleaner than after a locust swarm: beds, stools, tables, dishes, water jars. All gone. Even Fu Bailan's clothes were missing, leaving only her tank top and shorts. The bedding was gone too. It was as if bandits had raided the place. The Shin family was left with only Sister Zhang's luggage and the stone table and stools in the yard. Everything else that could be moved was taken, even the front door was removed. The neighbors, initially worried that thieves might target their homes, quickly felt relieved. Clearly, this was not the work of ordinary thieves. No one could clear out a house so thoroughly and quietly in one night. It must have been Fu Qinglan's doing, they all thought, but no one dared to say it out loud. "Oh no, I have to get to work." The neighbors soon dispersed, not wanting to get involved. After all, Fu Bailan and Shin Jiyuan had gone too far. Even Fu Qinglan couldn't stand it and had to come out to seek revenge for her son. They brought this upon themselves. Shin Jiyuan had spent the night on cold stone, and his back hurt even more. Shining helped him back into the house, and upon seeing their ransacked home, a wave of nausea hit him, but he swallowed it down. Who did this? Shin Jiyuan wanted to call the police, but when he picked up the phone, he found the line was cut, looking as if a rat had chewed through it. In reality, it was Baijiu, who bit it clean off. Shin Jiyuan felt dizzy, a wave of panic rising in him. The hidden enemy was the most terrifying. He had been completely unaware while his home was emptied, and he was moved outside. If the enemy decided to strike, he would surely be finished. He had to find out who this enemy was, otherwise, he would never have peace again. "Old Shin, who do you think did this?" Fu Bailan searched the house but found not even a scrap of cloth. Helpless, she had to wrap herself in a curtain. She hadn't checked the basement yet and didn't know her treasures were gone. "I'll go to the police, you find me some clothes." Shin Jiyuan had no idea who was responsible. He needed the police to investigate. "They're all gone. Our clothes are gone. This person is too despicable. Could it be Xiao Xiao?" Fu Bailan suspected it was Shin Xiao, as no one else had the time to do this. Impossible. He couldn't have done it alone, nor would he have the need to. Shin Jiyuan shook his head firmly, believing it was a group of people, One person couldn't create such a commotion. Besides, that ungrateful son didn't have the guts. Fu Bailan gritted her teeth and stopped mentioning Xin Xiao, fearing Shun Jiyuan would suspect her. She wasn't too anxious. She had hidden a lot of money in the basement that even Shin Jiyuan didn't know about. She could just go to the department store to buy clothes later. In the end, Shun Jiyuan borrowed some clothes from a neighbor and left the house. Fu Bailan went to the basement to get money, but upon seeing the empty space, she collapsed. After a long time, she finally woke up, her eyes filled with hatred. Xin Xiao, you've gone too far. I won't let you off. She was convinced it was Shun Zhao's doing. Since Shun Jiyuan wouldn't help, she would find someone else. Fu Bailan had no choice but to wear Sister Zhang's clothes when she went out. It was an old, patched shirt that made her look like a rural aunt, aging her by over a decade. She didn't even eat breakfast and hurried out the door, with Tang Nian and the others following her, curious about who this old witch was going to meet. Fu Bailan took 2 buses and got off at an alley, walking into it and stopping at a courtyard. She knocked 3 times on the iron ring of the big door. After a while, the door opened, revealing a limping man in his 50s, with a patch over his left eye and a fierce look. "What are you doing here at this hour?" The one-eyed man frowned. "Something happened. Let me in quickly." Fu Bailan squeezed through the door, and the one-eyed man noticed her clothes, frowning even more. "Why are you dressed like this? Didn't Shin Ziyuan give you any money? My house was robbed, and I lost everything, even my clothes." "Xiangge, it must have been that jerk Shin Xiao. Shin Ziyuan is still defending him. You have to help me." Fu Bailan clung to the man's arm, leaning against him. The one-eyed man, Lu Xiang, was a small leader of the gang and an old flame of Fu Bailan. "I told you Shin Ziyuan was no good. You insisted on marrying him, and now you see what kind of person he is." Lu Xiang picked up Fu Bailan and limped into the house. "Who do you think I did this for? Our 3 children need a good home. Back then you had nothing and I wasn't afraid of hardship, but what about the kids?" Fu Bailan started to cry again, a tactic that always worked on men. Lu Xiang soon softened, just like Shin Ziyuan, and began to comfort her. Once inside, they quickly got involved in inappropriate activities. To her surprise, all 3 of Shin Peng's siblings were actually Lu Xiang's children. Shin Ziyuan was completely unaware. That jerk suspects that woman's death. "Xiangge, you didn't let anyone know back then, right?" After their intimate moment, Fu Bailan lay in Lu Xiang's arms and brought up Fu Qinglan. Shun Zhao's body tensed and he grew colder. "Don't worry, the doctor who helped has died.
No one knows about it."
"That jerk can suspect all he wants. He has no evidence." Lu Xiang sneered, having arranged everything perfectly. Fu Bailan felt relieved, and they embraced again, soon starting up once more. Despite their age, they had plenty of energy, especially Fu Bailan, who was more skilled than the top courtesans. Tang Nian stepped out of her hiding spot, holding a high-end camera, and took dozens of clear photos of Fu Bailan and Lu Xiang from a distance, planning to develop them and show them to Shin Ziyuan later. After a long time together, Fu Bailan and Lu Xiang finally separated. Lu Xiang gave her a lot of money, and Fu Bailan left his house to go shopping at a department store. She bought several outfits and shoes, even getting Shun Ziyuan a shirt before heading home. The police had been investigating the Shun household for a long time, but found no clues. Experienced officers began to suspect it was the work of fate, as there were no signs of human involvement. Who else could it be? Shun Ziyuan had no choice but to advance his next month's salary to buy some cheap furniture and essentials, spending it all. At dinner that night, Shunning was out with friends. Seeing Fu Bailan's new clothes, Shin Ziyuan asked, "How much money do you have left? You should contribute to the household." "I spent all my money on clothes, and I even bought you a shirt." Fu Bailan felt unhappy. She was used to spending her husband's money and couldn't believe he expected her to contribute. "Why did you buy so many clothes? We're going through a tough time. You should save money." Shin Ziyuan blurted out, clearly displeased. He thought Fu Bailan was terrible with money. Knowing they were struggling, she still splurged. Her outfit looked expensive. Fu Bailan gritted her teeth. forcing a smile. I won't buy more in the future. I only got 3 outfits. I dress well to give you face. If I look too shabby, it reflects poorly on you. Shin Ziyuan's expression softened a bit, regretting his earlier harsh words. Fu Bailon glanced at him and continued, the dowry in the basement is gone. I suspect. Just say it. Stop stammering. Shin Ziyuan frowned, a bit impatient. The basement was so hidden that ordinary thieves wouldn't find it, let alone take everything. Who would care so much about my sister's dowry and have such skills? Fu Bailon almost said Xin Zhao's name. Over the years, she had never directly spoken ill of Xin Zhao, always hinting instead. She understood Shin Ziyuan's temperament. He considered himself upright, but was actually quite hypocritical. Shin Ziyuan disliked Xin Zhao, but if she spoke badly about him, he would scold her and become suspicious. So Fu Bailon only hinted, hoping Shin Ziyuan would deal with that jerk Xin Zhao himself. Are you implying Xin Zhao did this? Shin Ziyuan's face darkened. He too had some doubts about his rebellious son. Fu Bailon lowered her head, cautiously saying, I just think, who would care so much about my sister's dowry? And to be so skilled, sneaking around and making us look foolish while stealing our rice and oil, it doesn't seem like something a common thief would do.
It must be that beast.
Such a rebellious thing, stealing from his own family, definitely influenced by that wild girl. Shin Ziyuan gritted his teeth, convinced Xin Zhao was the thief, blaming it on Tang Nian. After all, Xin Zhao had never done anything so outrageous before. Ever since he got involved with that wild girl, he had become increasingly reckless. Calm down. Don't let your anger harm your health. Fu Bailon smiled slightly, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. She gently patted Shin Ziyuan's back and added, this time, Xin Zhao really went too far. Sigh. That child is so rebellious. He may treat me poorly, but you are his father. How can he?
Sigh.
He shouldn't disrespect you either. That beast. I've been too good to him. Shin Ziyuan grew angrier. Fu Bailon was his wife and that rebellious child's elder. Xin Zhao's disrespect toward her was a slap in his face. If I had known this troublemaker would turn out like this, I should have. Shin Ziyuan stopped, choking on his words. He thought of the gentle and beautiful Fu Qinglan, still having a bit of conscience, refraining from saying anything harsher. Fu Bailon noticed his thoughts, gritting her teeth. That darned woman had been dead for 20 years, yet she still haunted Shin Ziyuan's mind. She should have had Lu Xiong deal with her more harshly back then. Under Fu Bailon's subtle instigation, Shin Ziyuan became so angry that he couldn't eat. Noticing that his younger son was not at home, he frowned and asked, Where's Xiaoying? Why isn't he here for dinner? Fu Bailon's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly replied, Xiaoying got hurt by Xiao Xiao yesterday and is resting in bed with a sore back. Is it that serious? I'll go check on him. Shin Ziyuan stood up to go to his son's room, but Fu Bailon hurriedly stopped him. I just checked on him, he's asleep. Don't disturb him. This kid is too weak. I'll send him to the army for training next semester. Shin Ziyuan sat back down, clearly unhappy. It was too pathetic that he couldn't even get out of bed from a simple fall.
Don't worry about that.
Just focus on getting our things back. If necessary, I can apologize to Xiao Xiao. If it makes him happy, I'll even bow to him. Fu Bailon changed the subject and successfully reignited Shin Ziyuan's anger. What do you mean apologize? Stay out of this. Shin Ziyuan glared, believing that Fu Bailon's weakness allowed Xin Zhao to become more arrogant. This time, he would not hold back. He would teach this rebellious son a lesson. Fu Bailon smirked slightly and pretended to advise, You should talk to Xin Zhao calmly. Don't just yell at him. He's already an adult and has a girlfriend. What does he call that? I don't acknowledge it. A country girl doesn't deserve to enter the Shin family. Shin Ziyuan became furious again, slamming his chopsticks down and refusing to eat. In the kitchen, Sister Zhang peeked while eating, muttering, He's hopelessly stupid. How can he be so clueless, letting that old fox control him? Even pigs are smarter than him. Frustrated, Sister Zhang rolled her eyes, quickly finished her meal, wiped her mouth, and walked up to Fu Bailon, respectfully asking Sister Fu, "Do you think Xiaoying will come back for dinner tonight? Should I keep his meal warm?" Fu Bailon squinted at Sister Zhang, signaling her to leave, but Sister Zhang, with her usual clueless expression, asked, "Sister Fu, why do your eyes keep twitching?" Fu Bailon was so angry, she wanted to get rid of this fool. She would definitely replace the nanny soon. "Is Xiaoying not sleeping at home?" Shun Ziyuan asked angrily. "No, he went out in the afternoon to play with friends," Sister Zhang answered honestly.
Bang!
Shun Ziyuan slammed his chopsticks again, glaring at Fu Bailon, scolding, "You just spoil him. Old Shin." Fu Bailon shot a furious look at Sister Zhang and chased after Shin Ziyuan. Sister Zhang smiled briefly, then returned to her usual innocent self. The next day, Shun Ziyuan planned to confront Shin Xiao about the missing items. He was used to high-quality furniture, and the cheap stuff felt uncomfortable. Fu Bailon also told him that they were missing over 4,000 in cash. Without money, they couldn't get by, so he needed to retrieve it. As soon as he left, Fu Bailon also went out to find Lu Xiang. She suddenly remembered that there was an important ledger hidden in the basement, detailing her financial dealings over the years, with names, dates, and amounts recorded. She had forgotten about it since she hadn't helped anyone in a year. Remembering the ledger, Fu Bailon hurried to find Lu Xiang. Tang Nianyan and Shin Xiao had been working together. She was keeping an eye on the Shin family, while Shin Xiao watched the Zhou family. After Fu Bailon and Shun Ziyuan left, Tang Nianyan hesitated but decided to follow Fu Bailon, planning to make a big move today. Once at Lu Xiang's place, after Fu Bailon entered, Tang Nianyan climbed over the wall and found a place to hide. "Why didn't you say anything yesterday?" Lu Xiang's face darkened. This was serious. "Brother Xiang, you must get the ledger back. If old Shin finds out, it's over." Fu Bailon clung to his arm, acting cute, still unaware of the seriousness of the situation, only worried about Shin Ziyuan finding out. Lu Xiang was angry upon hearing this. Years ago, he wanted to marry Fu Bailon, but she thought he was a failure and married Shin Ziyuan with his child. He still held some resentment. If Shin Ziyuan fell into trouble, Lu Xiang's thoughts shifted, and the idea spread like wildfire. But he quickly calmed down. His 3 children were with the Shin family, and their father was Shin Ziyuan. If one succeeded, they all succeeded. If one suffered, they all suffered. Shin Ziyuan could not fall. If it comes to that, let that jerk meet his mother. Lu Xiang's expression turned fierce. The capital was his territory, and making someone disappear was not difficult. "Brother Xiang, be careful and don't let anyone find out." Fu Bailon looked worried but was secretly pleased. That jerk deserved to die. "Don't worry about me. I've got this." Lu Xiang spoke confidently. He was no longer the unsuccessful Lu Xiang of the past. He had dozens of subordinates now. Taking care of someone was a small matter. Seeing his confidence, Fu Bailon felt relieved and prepared to go home. "Why the rush? You hardly come around. All you do is hang out with the Shuns." Lu Xiang was quite jealous. "Oh, he can't compare to you. I hardly see you in a month. If today doesn't work, Brother Xiang, I'll come back in a few days." "Oh, don't do anything reckless." Fu Bailon hesitated but seemed willing. Then, springtime arrived once more. Tang Nianyan quietly entered the room, knocked both of them out, and fed them a pill without waking them. Soon, the effects would kick in, and they would wake up. Shun Ziyuan didn't find Shin Xiao at the guest house, and decided to go home. With everything that had happened, he had taken several days off and needed to handle things at home first. Just as he reached the front door, he raised his hand to push it open when a photo flew at him like a blade, almost slicing his hand. Shun Ziyuan dodged, and the photo stuck into the door. His face instantly darkened. The cheap door was so poor that a piece of paper could stick in it. At that moment, Shin Ziyuan had no idea that the contents of that photo would haunt him for life. He pulled the photo out, glanced at it casually, and was about to throw it away when he suddenly realized what it was. He raised it, staring hard, his eyes bulging with rage, teeth grinding. The woman in the photo was Fu Bailon, doing something shameful with a man. That man was so ugly, he didn't even compare to a toe.
Witch.
Shin Ziyuan felt a sharp pain in his heart and spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering it on the cheap door. Oh no, what happened? Sister Zhang had just returned from grocery shopping. In a panic, she dropped her basket and rushed over to help Shin Ziyuan, accidentally glancing at the photo. Oh my, isn't that the old fox? Who's that ugly one-eyed man? Sister Zhang was internally shocked but didn't dare show it, pretending not to see and helping Shin Ziyuan back to his room. I don't need help. I have something to do outside. Shin Ziyuan refused, having seen the address written on the back of the photo. He needed to check it out. Furious, Shin Ziyuan rode off, filled with murderous intent. Aunt Zhang muttered, "This is bad." She needed to find a new job.
Sigh.
The money from the Shin family was easy to earn. Who knows what the next family will be like? Furious, Shin Ziyuan pedaled his bicycle with all his might, feeling a fire burning inside him, wishing he could sprout wings and fly over. Tang Mianyan rode even faster and arrived first. Lu Xiang and Fu Bailon were fooling around inside the house. Shin Ziyuan stood outside, the door slightly ajar, and he could see clearly through the crack. One was his wife. The other was that ugly man. His beloved wife, whom he cherished like his own heart, was shamelessly fooling around with this ugly man. Shin Ziyuan bit his lip hard, tasting blood, but he didn't care about the pain. His eyes were filled with a murderous intent as he lifted his foot to go in and teach the couple a lesson. Shin Ziyuan, you fool. You help me support a woman and raise her kids, ha ha. Lu Xiang suddenly burst into laughter.
Huffed.
Shin Ziyuan spat out another mouthful of blood, filled with regret. Shin Pung, Shin Li, and Shuning were all the ugly man's illegitimate children. Fu Bailon, that shameless woman, had dared to deceive him.
Bang!
In a fit of rage, Shin Ziyuan kicked the door open, startling the two inside. Fu Bailon turned to see him and screamed, her mind going blank. Even with her cleverness, she didn't know how to explain herself. Shameless woman. Shin Ziyuan gritted his teeth and rushed over, grabbing Fu Bailon by the hair. Normally, he wouldn't even touch her, but now he felt no pity, only a desire to destroy her. Old Shin, listen to me, it's not what you think. Ah. It hurts. Fu Bailon cried out in pain as he pulled her hair, trying to explain, but Shin Ziyuan, blinded by rage, dragged her outside. He had lost all reason, only wanting to punish Fu Bailon. Let go. Lu Xiang jumped off the bed to rescue Fu Bailon. The two old men began to fight, while Fu Bailon curled up on the floor, at a loss. How dare you cheat on me and make me raise your illegitimate children? Fu Bailon, you shameless woman, I will never let you go. Shin Ziyuan felt no love for Fu Bailon anymore, only a desire for revenge. He had been sincere to her for 30 years, but he had been deceived. He wished he had just treated Fu Qinglan better. Filled with anger and regret, Shin Ziyuan struck harder, but Lu Xiang was no pushover. They fought evenly, but Lu Xiang soon began to lose due to his poor mobility.
Stop.
Please don't fight. Fu Bailon cried, but the two men ignored her and fought even harder. They moved from the house to the yard, while Fu Bailon sat in the hall, crying. In the heat of battle, neither Shin Ziyuan nor Lu Xiang noticed the door had quietly opened. The noise attracted nearby neighbors, who gathered at the open door, clearly witnessing the scene. The crowd quickly became excited, realizing it was a case of infidelity, with the husband and the lover fighting. Those who had come to watch didn't forget to call others to join in the spectacle. Soon, a crowd gathered outside Lu's house, eagerly watching the drama unfold.
Stop. Please don't fight.
Close the door. Fu Bailon cried in fear, pleading with the two men. Seeing the crowd, Shin Ziyuan struck even harder, shouting, "You've done something shameless and are afraid of being seen?" He wasn't the one in the wrong, so he had no fear of embarrassment. He also wanted to kick the 3 illegitimate children out of his house. The onlookers quickly understood the situation, looking at Fu Bailon with disdain and feeling sympathy for Shin Ziyuan. For 30 years, he had been deceived, raising someone else's children. This man was truly the biggest fool in the world. Bailon was always my woman. You can't even give her children. What kind of man are you? Lu Xiang boldly declared, revealing that he had saved enough money over the years to support Fu Bailon and the kids. I'll kill you, you shameless scoundrel. Shin Ziyuan's eyes turned red with anger. Years ago, he and Fu Bailon had been in love. The night before she married into the Gu family, they couldn't resist each other, and 9 months later, Fu Bailon gave birth to Shin Pung, claiming he was a son. Shin Ziyuan believed her completely. The timing matched perfectly. They continued their secret meetings, and Fu Bailon had another child, Shin Li, whom she also claimed was his daughter. To keep the family together, he tried to ruin the Gu family and neglected his wife, Fu Qinglan. In the end, he had been deceived for nearly 30 years, and he had ignored his only biological son, allowing Fu Bailon to harm Shin Xiao. He would never forgive this woman. In a fit of rage, Shin Ziyuan swung his fists wildly, but Lu Xiang was also strong, and both ended up injured. Eventually, street officials arrived, pulling them apart and asking about the situation. They're having an affair. Shin Ziyuan showed his identification, determined to take down the couple. Old Shin, it's not like that. Listen to me. Fu Bailon crawled over, hugging Shin Ziyuan's leg and begging for mercy. Get off. Shin Ziyuan kicked her away, not wanting this shameless woman to dirty his legs. Fu Bailon fell to the ground, her silver tongue useless now as she worried about her future. What would happen if she was sent to a farm? The street officials called for a meeting, and when Lu Xiang saw the newcomers, he felt a wave of despair. They were not on good terms with him. How dare they commit adultery in broad daylight, harming morals and being shameless? Their influence is extremely negative. Take them to the farm for reformation. The newcomers didn't even let Lu Xiang speak before dragging him away. The two were pulled out by a crowd, and Fu Bailon's carefully styled hair was left in a messy state, as if a dog had chewed on it. Shameless, filthy scoundrels.
Kill that tramp.
Many people angrily threw rotten vegetable leaves at the two, and some even threw stones. A stone hit Fu Bailon on the head, causing blood to flow profusely. She covered her wound with her hand and cried out in pain. She regretted coming to find Lu Xiang. Even if the account book had been handed over by Shin Xiao, she wouldn't be in such a miserable situation now. Fu Bailon's mind went blank, her heart heavy. She had fought with Fu Qinglan for half her life, thinking she had won, but now she realized she had lost. It must have been that jerk Shin Zhao's doing. Fu Bailon's mind finally cleared a bit. How could Shin Ziyuan suddenly show up here? He had no idea about this place. It was definitely Shin Xiao who informed him. As Fu Bailon sorted through her thoughts, she regretted her decision to confront Lu Xiang, giving Shin Xiao a handle against her. Tang Nian followed behind, watching the disgraceful scene of the couple. This was just the beginning. There was more exciting drama to come. She went back to search Lu Xiang's home. The Lu family's door was wide open, and no one was inside. Tang Nian felt like she was in a deserted place, rummaging through every drawer. She found over 2,000 in cash, along with many food and meat coupons. She took everything and headed to the basement, where she struck gold. There were 7 or 8 boxes filled with gold, silver, and jewels, along with a small box containing 50,000 in cash. Tang Nian took it all without hesitation. Just as she was about to leave the basement, she heard noise outside and quickly entered her space. Before long, the leader of the earlier meeting returned with 3 or 4 subordinates. Lu Xiang's treasures must be hidden in the basement. Confiscate everything. The leader had long coveted Lu Xiang's treasures, and this was a perfect opportunity. Claiming it was for confiscation was really just for their own pockets. The subordinates' eyes lit up. They were sure they would get a big share and strike it rich. However, when they entered the basement, they were dumbfounded. It was completely empty, not even a mouse. Lu Xiang must have moved everything. Let's go interrogate him. The group left, cursing. Tang Nian emerged from her space and also left. She believed these people would treat Lu Xiang and Fu Bailon well. Tang Nian found Shin Xiao near the Zhou family and told him about Fu Bailon and Lu Xiang's fate. Shen Ziyuan will definitely come looking for you since you are now his only son. Shen Xiao sneered and said coldly, then the account book can be handed over. Late fatherly love is worthless. Moreover, this man had allowed Fu Bailon to harm his mother. He would not let Shin Ziyuan off easily. Here, Tang Nian took out a handwritten copy of the account book from her space and handed it to Shin Xiao for him to deal with. The Zhou family hasn't discovered the treasures are missing yet. Zhu Hong Chong's health is declining rapidly. He won't last much longer. Shin Xiao informed her about the Zhou family's situation. Old Zhou could only hold on for about a month. Find a way to let old Zhou know the treasures are gone ahead of time. Tang Nian smiled. She needed to send old Zhou a big gift to meet the king of hell early. I'll take care of it. Shin Xiao took charge. Shin Pung got off the train and called home, wanting to complain and have his father teach that scoundrel Shin Xiao a lesson. But the phone rang for a long time without anyone answering. Shin Pung frowned, feeling a strong sense of unease. Something must have happened at home. Shin Ziyuan did not return home. He went to the military district to file for divorce and to accuse Fu Bailon and Lu Xiang of destroying his military marriage. As for Shin Peng's 3 illegitimate children, he would not let them off easily either. He planned to deal with those 3 first before confronting Shin Xiao. Over the years, those 3 had often bullied Shin Xiao, and he needed to stand up for his biological son. In fact, Shin Ziyuan understood that if he didn't deal with Shin Peng's 3 children, Shin Xiao would definitely not see him. That night, Shin Ziyuan did not return home. He slept in the military district, unaware that Shin Pung had returned. Shin Pung arrived home, stepped over the threshold, then stepped back, looking up and down at the door. He clearly remembered it being bright red. How had it turned into this shabby door?
Mom.
Shin Pung shouted, but it was Aunt Zhang who came out. Xiao Peng, you finally came back. We were robbed. All the money for groceries is gone. You need to give me money to buy food. Aunt Zhang held out her hand for money. Shin Ziyuan and Fu Bailon had left in the morning and hadn't returned. She had been eating plain noodles all day, without even an egg. Where's my mom? Shin Pung pulled out 10 yuan from his pocket and handed it over. She left early in the morning and hasn't come back. Your dad hasn't returned either, and I don't know where Xiaoing went. I'm the only one at home. Aunt Zhang took the money and went to buy groceries. Shin Pung frowned, feeling increasingly anxious, sensing that something was wrong. But he also thought he might be overthinking it. His mom was such a strong person, she would definitely be fine. Shin Pung yawned. He was exhausted after sitting on the train for days. He wanted to sleep, but when he got to his room, he found it empty, with not even a bed.
Darn.
Shin Pung suddenly remembered that they had been robbed. Those thieves even took the furniture. What the heck? Reluctantly, Shin Pung had to sleep in his brother's room. Shin Ziyuan had bought cheap furniture that was narrow and small, making it very uncomfortable to sleep, but he was too tired and quickly fell asleep. Meanwhile, Shining was out partying with a group of friends, including the Zhou brothers, Zhou Siwu and Zhou Siwen. These rich kids spent their days indulging in pleasure, throwing parties for various reasons, but it was really just for debauchery. Some who wanted to curry favor with them would bring along pretty girls. Some of these girls came willingly, while others were tricked, but once they were in their territory, they had no one to turn to and could only suffer in silence. Darn, the quality is getting worse. This is boring. That night, Zhou Siwu exploded in anger because he was dissatisfied with the girls his subordinates brought him and couldn't muster any interest. Wuge, haven't we already offered all the good stuff? It's hard to find something right now. Can you just make do with this? The subordinate kept smiling and saying nice things, but cursed under his breath. They had searched the entire city for beautiful girls, and these few were hard to find. These rich kids were really difficult to please. Shining had an idea and ran over, saying, I have a gem that will definitely satisfy Wu Ge. He leaned in close to Zhou Siwu's ear and whispered, It's my family's mixed breed's girlfriend, a rural girl who looks more beautiful than a fairy. We can bring her over, Wu Ge and Wen Ge first, then me second. What do you think? Shining had always hung out with Zhou Siwu and had done many shady things before. Zhou Siwu's eyes lit up. Is she really that beautiful? When have I ever lied to you? You'll definitely be satisfied. Shining patted his chest in assurance. Zhou Siwu was tempted, but Zhou Siwen beside him was worried and advised, Grandpa doesn't want us causing trouble outside. Siwu, be careful. Recently, there had been many issues at home. 2 of his 3 brothers had died, and 1 was injured. Although he didn't have strong feelings for them, their grandfather had ordered them not to cause trouble outside. Zhou Siwen was much more cautious than Zhou Siwu. What are you afraid of? Grandpa is at home resting. He won't know what we're doing out here. Zhou Siwu scoffed, thinking the old man was too timid. The Zhou family was now one of the top 3 in the capital. As long as they didn't cause too much trouble, what couldn't he do? As for the deaths of Zhou Siming and Zhou Siren, he didn't see it as a big deal. They had always looked down on him, and he thought they deserved it. Besides, if they were alive, how could he stand out? In the past, their grandfather never cared about him. Even if he played outside for a week without coming home, the old man wouldn't ask. Now, he was checking in every day, more concerned than ever. Zhou Siwu thought it was great that Zhou Siren had died. Their existence brought him no benefit, and their deaths were better for him. Grandpa is not well. We should go home. Zhou Siwen urged hesitantly, feeling it was inappropriate with the old man still at home. It's just a minor issue. It's definitely nothing serious. If you want to go back, go ahead. I want to have fun. Zhou Siwu dismissed him, believing the old man's claims of a minor issue. Then I won't go back either. Zhou Siwen didn't want to return alone, and was also tempted by Xin Ying's gem.
Ha!
Zhou Siwu looked at him disdainfully, thinking he was a coward. That rural girl is at the guest house. Wuge, should we go now? Shuning asked. Let's go. You distract Xin Xiao, and I'll handle this.
Zhou Siwu had a plan.
He couldn't beat Xin Xiao, but he could outsmart him. Shuning felt pain from his injuries and was hesitant. In the end, they decided that he and Zhou Siwen would distract Xin Xiao, while Zhou Siwu would kidnap Tang Nian, letting them enjoy the first course. So, they headed toward the guest house in a grand manner. Tang Nian and Xin Xiao had just finished dinner and returned to the guest house, preparing to enter the space when Xin Xiao saw the group outside. I'll handle this. Xin Xiao prepared to go down and deal with the annoying guys. I'll go. You get to work in the space. Tang Nian stopped him. Since they had come to her, she had to entertain them well. Xin Xiao obediently entered the space. Tang Nian stepped out of the room and looked outside. Xin Ying's group was there. She intentionally said loudly, I'm going out for a bit. If my boyfriend wakes up and looks for me, please let him know. Sure, comrade. The front desk clerk replied. Outside, Shining and the others were overjoyed. This was like a pillow delivered when they were sleepy. A beautiful girl going out alone was a perfect opportunity. Zhou Siwu saw Tang Nian's beauty and drooled. Shining hadn't lied. She was indeed a gem. It was the first time he had seen such a beautiful woman. Tang Nian had already left the guest house, hands in her pockets, walking slowly and intentionally heading towards a secluded area, which suited Zhou Siwu and the others perfectly. The group followed her into a dark alley. With their lustful thoughts, they didn't even consider why Tang Nian was choosing to walk in such a dark place at night. They only thought she was being considerate, creating an opportunity for them. Tang Nian entered the alley, turned around, and looked at the group. Zhou Siwu? Zhou Siwen? Shining? Tang Nian called out each of their names. Since you know who we are, just come with me and enjoy the good life. It's definitely better than being with Xin Xiao. Zhou Siwu thought he was quite impressive and felt very proud. Zhou Siwen and Shining sensed something was off but didn't think too much about it. After all, they were a group of over 10 big men. How could they not handle one woman? Tang Nian sneered and quickly moved in front of Zhou Siwu, as fast as lightning. Zhou Siwu barely had time to react before he felt a sharp pain on his face. Do you know how Zhou Siming died? Tang Nian knocked him down with one punch, and then took down Zhou Siwen with another. The others didn't have time to resist before she knocked them all down one by one. Each punch was quick and precise. The 10 or so men lay on the ground, terrified, their desire completely gone. Don't do anything reckless.
I'm from the Zhou family.
If you hurt me, you'll be in big trouble. Zhou Siwu tried to intimidate her with his family name, but Tang Nian punched him again and kicked him several times. That old man Z Hong Chong is about to die. What are you bragging about? Tang Nian had a whip in her hand, striking at the group. Each lash left deep cuts, splattering blood. She even dislocated their jaws, and despite the pain, they couldn't make a sound. Once she had vented her anger, she stopped. Zhou Siwu and the others were in terrible shape. Tang Nian actually wanted to kill them, but this was the capital. If the Zhou family's 2 grandsons died in an alley, it would definitely cause chaos, and she and Shin Xiao would be suspected. So, she needed to set up a scene. Tang Nian didn't exert much effort and forced them to reveal the location where they often gathered. After knocking them out, she put them into the space and headed to that location. It was a hidden courtyard, the place where Zhou Siwu and the others gathered for their mischief. Tang Nian released them, placed the bloodied whip nearby, along with some half-burned candles, collars, ropes, and various other tools. Then she fed them some drugs. Tang Nian crossed her arms and looked coldly at the scene. She had given them a lot of medicine. Even a healthy person would be exhausted after taking it. Zhou Siwu and the others had been reckless for years and were already in poor health. They couldn't handle such a dosage. By midnight, the first to die was Shunning. Then came Zhou Siwu. Next was Zhou Siwen. One by one, the others also succumbed. Their deaths were tragic. There wasn't a single good spot on their bodies, and the ground was soaked with blood. Tang Nian clapped her hands to remove any traces she left behind, and then left the place. After returning to the guest house, she greeted the front desk staff, carrying several boxes of unique snacks from the capital. I bought some snacks to take home as gifts. Tang Nian smiled as she explained, lifting the boxes to show the famous Jingba Jian, perfect for gifting. She also bought snacks like donkey rolling, filling cake, and sakama, filling both her hands. The staff was very enthusiastic and recommended a few well-known pastry shops, saying, "We locals go to these places. They are economical and taste great. I'll check them out tomorrow." "Thank you." Tang Nian promised to explore, and the staff felt appreciated, becoming even more cheerful. She took out paper and a pen to draw a detailed map, marking all the major attractions in the capital without any hesitation. "Thank you so much. You are the best service staff." Tang Nian praised her, a compliment that was highly valued. No matter the profession, saying someone is the best in serving the people would surely bring tears of joy and inspire them to go above and beyond. "I will keep working hard to serve the people well." The staff's eyes glistened with emotion, standing tall and proud. Tang Nian gently patted her shoulder in encouragement and asked, "Has my partner woken up yet?" "I haven't seen him leave. He should be sleeping," the staff replied quickly. "He's very tired. He had to complete an urgent task recently and hadn't slept for several days. Then he rushed back to visit me, and while we were out shopping, he fell asleep while walking and bumped into a lamppost." Tang Nian looked worried but clearly stated that Shin Xiao was exhausted from protecting the country. Sure enough, the staff's admiration for Tang Nian grew immensely. This beautiful girl was a military spouse. Soldiers protect the country, and their families share in that honor. "I'm heading back now. You and your colleagues should try these snacks." Tang Nian took out a few pieces of snacks from the paper bag and placed them on the table before hurrying back to her room. The staff wanted to follow her but couldn't keep up. Tang Nian disappeared quickly, and just then another colleague arrived, saw the snacks on the table, and popped one into her mouth. "Hey, why did you eat that? I still need to return it." The staff was very upset and scolded her colleague, explaining where the snacks came from. "They were given by a guest from room 303. We can't eat guests' food." "I thought they were yours." "Isn't room 303 occupied by a beautiful girl from the south whose partner is an officer? Room 305? The colleague had a strong impression of Tang Nian and Shin Xiao. Although the guest house hosted many guests daily, This couple stood out with their striking looks. Yes, that's them. The girl is really nice. Her partner is so tired from work that she let him rest in the room while she went out. She just chatted with me and insisted on leaving the snacks on the table. I couldn't catch up to her. The staff smiled proudly and added, "She even called me the best service staff." Good for you. The colleague teased her and wrapped the remaining snacks in clean paper to return them. However, she was also envious. Receiving compliments from guests was something she dreamed of. If only she could get a note of praise in the guest book. The two young staff members chatted, and their impression of Tang Nianyan and Shin Xiao deepened, all positive. Tang Nianyan returned to her room and entered the space. Shin Xiao was busy working, while Fu Bao and Baisho lazily lay around, their tails wagging as they watched the harvesting machine Shin Xiao operated. The mature crops were almost all harvested. Once the last batch was done, they would need to be replanted. Shin Xiao planned to grow more crops to expand the estate. Xining, Zhou Siwu, and Zhou Siwen are all dead, Tang Nianyan casually mentioned. Shin Xiao responded lightly, then excitedly talked about his plans for the estate. He wanted to create a small sea for raising seafood since Tang Nianyan loved it. The space already had a fruit garden, pasture, pond, and fields. Adding seafood farming would complete it.
Do as you see fit.
Tang Nianyan had no objections. She was clueless about such planning and left it all to Shin Xiao. Her only job was to eat. We'll do it after we return to Zhu City. Shin Xiao smiled, noting that there was no sea in the capital, so they would handle it later. Okay, I'm going to sleep. Tang Nianyan yawned, feeling tired after watching a lot of messy drama. She lay back in a chair and soon fell asleep. Shin Xiao covered her with a blanket and moved to a distance to work, so he wouldn't wake her. At the Zhou family, Z Hong Chong lay there, looking withered, his face ashen and exuding a dark aura. His room was brightly lit, with medical staff surrounding him, taking turns day and night. Cough, cough, cough. Z Hong Chong coughed violently, and a nurse wiped the blood from his mouth with a handkerchief. The doctor looked very worried. His condition was worsening. Where are Siwu and Siwen? Z Hong Chong rasped, feeling uneasy since he hadn't seen those two for a day. Although they were disappointing grandsons, they were all he had left, and nothing could go wrong now. Z Hong Chong was still thinking about marrying off these two grandsons soon, hoping they could have promising great-grandchildren for him to nurture. Until now, Z Hong Chong hadn't given up on the treasure from the Tang family. He believed that if he got the secret medicine, his health would improve, and the Zhou family's prosperity would last. Dad, they went out and haven't come back yet. Z Hong Chong's eldest son, Zhou Xinghua, bent down to say, "Didn't I say not to let them go out? Are they deaf?" Z Hong Chong became anxious, starting to cough again and couldn't stop. The handkerchief was stained red. Standing nearby, his second son, Zhou Xingjia, had a flicker in his eyes, thinking about the treasures the old man had hidden. The old man was nearing his end, and he needed to get those treasures before it was too late. Otherwise, when the old man distributed them, he would surely get the short end of the stick again. Go, call them back, cough cough. Although Z Hong Chong was too sick to get out of bed, his authority remained. His eldest son dared not disobey and went out to find his brother and nephew. Call Xiling over. Z Hong Chong asked his second son to bring Zhou Xiling, as he was the only one left in the family who could help.
Dad, what do you want to say?
Xiling is not well. Don't make him work too hard. The second son hesitated. Given the current situation, it was time for him to take charge. Zhou Xiling was useless now. What could he do? Is it useful to talk to you? What can you do? I'm not dead yet. Cough, cough, cough. Go call him. Z Hong Chong was furious and coughed again, his face growing even paler. I'll go get him. Please don't get too upset. The second son felt unhappy, thinking the old man was too biased. He believed he was more capable than his elder brother, yet their father always favored the eldest and never acknowledged him. Since the old man is so partial, he shouldn't blame his son for being unfilial. All the treasures in the west of the city belonged to him, not leaving a single one for the eldest. Minutes later, the second son brought Zhou Xiling in. Since his accident, Zhou Xiling had become gloomy, exuding a heavy, dark aura that sent chills down one's spine. Second son, get out.
All of you out.
Zhu Hong Chong ordered everyone to leave. He had important matters to discuss that others shouldn't hear. Xiling, listen to me. If I can't hold on, you must get the Tang family's treasures. Those secret medicines can restore your health and ensure the Zhou family thrives. Zhu Hong Chong urged. Grandpa, you won't have any problems. Zhou Xiling spoke sincerely, fully aware that if the old man passed away, the family would no longer receive support, and the resources they once had would be gone for good. Zhu Hongchong forced a smile, feeling uneasy. Perhaps this time he truly couldn't hold on. He never expected his health to decline so rapidly. Just earlier this year, he felt fine. Doctors couldn't determine his illness and suggested it might be natural aging. Zhu Hongchong was skeptical. He was only in his early 70s. How could he be aging so quickly? But the reality was clear. He was indeed failing. Also, I hid a stash in the courtyard of Crescent Alley in the west. If I'm gone, they will definitely reclaim some resources. Use these items to negotiate. I understand. Zhou Xiling nodded, remembering the location. After saying so much, Zhou Hongchong tiredly closed his eyes. He could feel his vitality slipping away faster and his body growing weaker. Zhou Xiling called for a nurse and was wheeled back to his room. Zhou Xinghua returned, having sent people to search the places Zhou Siwu often visited, but found no one. He began to feel anxious. Zhou Xing's family left with his wife to the west, planning to relocate the treasures. The old man only cares about the eldest. He just kicked me out, leaving him and Xiling to whisper about those treasures. On the way, Zhou Xing complained, and his wife added fuel to the fire. I told you so. You said I was stirring trouble, but now you see I was right. Enough. This isn't the time for your comments. Zhou Xing shot his wife a glare. She huffed but fell silent. The couple arrived at Crescent Alley and quickly found the backyard. The old man said there's a basement in the backyard. How do we find it with all this grass? Seeing the tall weeds, they were dumbfounded. How long would it take to find it? Let's cut the grass. It's a small area. We'll definitely find it. Zhou Xing gritted his teeth, showing determination for the first time. The couple went out to get shovels and hoes and started digging. A day passed, but Zhou Siwu and his brothers hadn't returned. Shanning also hadn't come home, but Shun Ziyuan was still at the military district, and Fu Bailon had already been sent to the farm. Shin Pung was at home, but he never cared about Shun Ying's matters. Only Aunt Zhang complained, not coming home for dinner or even calling. They have no manners, really. At home, it was just her and Shin Pung. She was too lazy to cook and quickly made 2 bowls of noodles to eat. Another day passed, and Shun Ying and the others had been missing for 2 days. The Zhou family couldn't focus on that now. There were bigger issues at hand. Zhou Xing and his wife returned, dirty and disheveled, covered in mud. They rushed to Zhou Hongchong's room, sending the medical staff out. What were you doing? Cough, cough. Zhou Hongchong looked at his second son with disdain. Dad, something big has happened. All the treasures in the west are gone, completely gone. Zhou Xing felt like crying, his heart aching. He and his wife had finally found the entrance to the tunnel, excitedly went inside, only to find the basement empty, with only a few traces indicating boxes had been stored there. Zhou Hongchong's pupils dilated, staring intensely at his second son, demanding, How do you know about the treasures in the west? Who told you? He had only informed his eldest son and Xiling. How did the second son know? Could there be a traitor in the family? Dad, the treasures are gone, completely gone. Don't worry about how I know. We need to find them quickly. Zhou Xing pounded his thigh, frantic. Zhou Hongchong scrutinized him, realizing he didn't seem to be acting. The second son didn't have the talent for that, nor the brains. Could it be true that the treasures were really gone? Slow down and explain what happened. Here's the thing. We wanted to check on the treasures, but they were all gone. Nothing left. Dad, could there be a traitor in the family? Zhou Xing suspected the eldest was up to something since only they knew about the treasures, and they must have taken them to keep them for themselves. Z Hong Chong's heart tightened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood all over Zhou Xing. Dad, hold on. Zhou Xing didn't care about the blood, crying out in despair. They hadn't found the treasures yet. Z Hong Chong fainted, and the doctors rushed in to save him. After a long time, he finally woke up, but his condition was worse. I want to go to the west. Cough, cough. Z Hong Chong insisted on going, and the doctors couldn't dissuade him. An hour later, a car arrived in the west. Zhou Hong Chong was carried out and placed in a wheelchair, accompanied by trusted subordinates, his 2 sons, and Zhou Xiling. The weeds in the backyard had been cleared, leaving holes everywhere from Zhou Xing and his wife's digging. The entrance to the basement was exposed. Zhou Hong Chong was helped down and saw the empty basement, and everything went dark. This basement had been personally supervised by him, and he had placed the treasures there himself. Just last month, he checked on them and they were all there, not a single box missing.
Who
did this? Zhou Hong Chong shouted hoarsely, spitting out blood repeatedly, his clothes soaked in it. Dad, only the eldest brother knows this place. Zhou Xingjia glanced at the eldest brother, almost accusing him directly. This is my first time here. Second brother, are you trying to frame me? Zhou Xinghua certainly wouldn't take the blame and retorted. If I had succeeded, would I need to shout about it? Maybe you're just trying to cover your tracks. Shut up. You think I'm as stupid as you? Humph, who's smarter? Second brother, just confess. The 2 brothers argued fiercely, their voices growing louder, each convinced the other had stolen the treasure. After years of pretending to be close, their brotherly bond was long gone, and they hurled hurtful words at each other. In their heated argument, they failed to notice Zhou Hong Chong's face growing worse, his body shaking violently. Beasts. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Hong Chong scolded, then fell into a fit of endless coughing. The brothers reluctantly fell silent, occasionally glaring at each other. Find out who did this. Zhou Hong Chong ordered, still having some capable people under him. Exhausted, Zhou Hong Chong returned home, feeling weaker, and fainted again. He woke up after dark, his mind foggy, unable to remember the date or time. Have Siwen and Siwu come back? They were home yesterday, right? Zhou Hong Chong vaguely remembered seeing his 2 useless grandsons yesterday, his cloudy eyes now gray, and everything looked dim. They haven't come back for 3 days, Dad. I sent someone to look for them. Zhou Xinghua, seeing his father's gray eyes, felt a sinking feeling. He wasn't too worried about his brothers being gone for 3 days. After all, they were just 2 good-for-nothings. But the old man couldn't be in trouble. The family still relied on him. Call the police to find them. Cough, cough. Zhou Hong Chong sighed, suspecting something had happened to his useless grandsons, who was working against him. At first, he thought it was the Tang family behind Tang Nian Nian, but now he changed his mind. The Tang family didn't have that much power, and they couldn't secretly take his treasure in the capital. It had to be his rivals. Only families deeply rooted in the capital had the ability to do this, and they wanted to ruin the Zhou family. Zhou Hong Chong felt a wave of despair. He had once been proud of having 5 grandsons, but now only 1 was left, and he was useless. He was also nearing his end. If he were in better health, he would never let his enemies succeed and would ensure that Tang Nian Nian faced dire consequences. Eldest brother, call and say I need to see him. Zhou Hong Chong thought hard, wanting to do one last thing for his family before he died, hoping that his connections would help the Zhou family. He still had some confidence. After all, he had a good relationship with that person, so he should have some influence, right? But, Dad, they said you should rest and not worry. Zhou Xinghua returned, looking dejected. The response came from the secretary. He hadn't spoken to that person. But the secretary must have been instructed to say that. Even if his mind wasn't clear, he understood the meaning. The Zhou family was really on the verge of decline. What did you say? Did you say something wrong? Zhou Hong Chong sat up in a panic. It had to be that the eldest brother didn't communicate properly. That person must not have understood his intentions. Dad, I said exactly what you told me. Not a word changed. Zhou Xinghua repeated the conversation word for word, and Zhu Hong Chong's expression fell. He lay back down, murmuring, "They really won't meet? How can they refuse?" Cough, cough. Zhu Hong Chong lay there, as if his life had been drained away, his chest barely rising and falling. His body was deteriorating faster, and the doctor privately told Zhou Xinghua that their father could last at most a month. Both brothers nearly fainted. A month wasn't enough. Now that the treasure was gone, if the old man had any more issues, how could the Zhou family survive in the capital? On the fourth day, the police arrived with bad news and several photos from the crime scene. Yesterday, a resident reported a strong foul smell coming from a house, and the street office staff were terrified when they checked it out. Inside the house lay 10 corpses, with maggots crawling on them, emitting a terrible stench. Because the bodies were severely decomposed, the police took a long time to identify them. The easiest to recognize were Shen and the Zhou Siwu brothers, known as notorious troublemakers in the capital, easily identifiable. The other 7 were also troublemakers, but their families weren't as powerful as the Zhou and Shin families. The police understood the scene immediately and cursed under their breath that these troublemakers had met a fitting end. The cause of death was exhaustion. Please accept our condolences. The police didn't provide many details, finding it disgusting. They only showed the Zhou family the crime scene photos, and anyone with common sense could see what had happened. Zhou Xinghua and Zhou Xingjia's faces turned pale. He never imagined these useless grandsons would be involved in such chaos. They had brought shame to the Zhou family's ancestors. The brothers' sadness was lessened by their anger, and they even thought it was better that those 2 troublemakers were dead, saving them from further embarrassment. The case was quickly closed, as the parents of the 10 deceased didn't want to investigate further, fearing disgrace. They didn't suspect foul play. These troublemakers had always lived recklessly, and now they had finally lost their lives. Their parents felt a sense of relief. After all, they still had other sons. They weren't the only ones. This incident didn't remain hidden from Zhu Hong Chong. Seeing the gruesome photos, he spat out more blood and fainted. This time, he was unconscious for 3 days before waking up. The doctor informed Zhou Xinghua and his brother to prepare for the end. Originally, he could have lasted a month, but after a series of blows, Zhou Hong Chong's health quickly deteriorated, and he could barely hold on for a few more days. Shin Ying's ashes were claimed by Shin Pung, who also learned about the family's drastic changes. He rushed to the farm to find Fu Bailon, having let her make all the decisions for years. When Shin Pung saw Fu Bailon, he couldn't believe his eyes. The ragged, gray-haired old woman before him was his once beautiful and elegant mother. After Fu Bailon arrived at the farm, she was assigned the dirtiest and hardest tasks, and she was separated from Lu Xiang. Everyone at the farm knew she was looked down upon and bullied her, and Lu Xiang relentlessly. In just a few days, it felt like Fu Bailon had lived for hundreds of years. She wanted to die, but couldn't bring herself to. "Xiao Peng, you finally came. Please find a way to get me out. I can't take this anymore." Seeing her son was like seeing a savior. Fu Bailon cried and begged Shin Pung to rescue her. She couldn't endure another day of this suffering. "Mom, Xiaoying is dead." Shin Pung delivered the news of his brother's death with a defeated expression. What could he do to save his mother? He was struggling himself, having just received a notice from his workplace that he no longer needed to come in. It was definitely Shun Ziyuan's doing. Now, he was unemployed and had been kicked out of his home, with nowhere to sleep at night. "Mom, Shaoli is gone and I lost my job too." Shin Pung shared another piece of bad news. Before coming to the farm, he had gone to see his sister Shinli. Shinli had married into a decent family, and her husband seemed to care for her. Shin Pung had hoped his brother-in-law could help him keep his job, but when he arrived at Shinli's husband's house, he found out that Shinli had been kicked out too, just like him. He couldn't find Shinli, so he came to the farm first, hoping Fu Bailon could turn things around. But seeing her in such a state filled his heart with despair. Shin Ziyuan is so cruel. Fu Bailon cried even harder, as she had hoped her children would save her, but now everything was lost. How did Xiaoying die? Who harmed him? Fu Bailon asked in deep sorrow. No one harmed him. He brought this on himself. Shin Pung was ashamed to explain. Although he had his own vices, they were limited to women. Shin Ying's reckless behavior with both men and women disgusted him. He didn't want to explain further and simply showed Fu Bailon a photo, letting her see for herself. When Fu Bailon saw her beloved younger son in such a tragic state, she fainted in Shin Peng's arms. After a long time, she woke up, silent, and just crying. Mom, think of something. I have nowhere to sleep tonight. Shin Pung was a bit impatient. Even now, his mother only knew how to cry. What good was that? She needed to find a way to help him. What can I do? I'm worse off than a beast. Fu Bailon cried even more, feeling hopeless. Did she have to stay at the farm until she died? You should go to Huqing and find Fu Qinghan. He has a kind heart and might take you and your sister in. Finally, Fu Bailon thought of a plan. Shin Xiao, that cold-hearted man, was definitely not an option. She even suspected that her youngest son's death was related to Shin Xiao. But Fu Qinghan was soft-hearted. If she begged enough, he might help. After all, they used to be family. Even if there was no blood relation, there should still be some kinship. Shin Pung left the farm feeling dejected. As he left, Fu Bailon was called to work. Once someone who wouldn't even wash dishes, she was now carrying a load of manure, struggling to walk, with waste spilling onto her. He felt a deep sadness, but couldn't help her. He decided to follow his mother's advice and go to Huqing to find Fu Qinghan. As for Shun Li, he didn't plan to bring her along. It would be easier to settle one person than two. If he went alone to seek Fu Qinghan's help, he had a better chance of success. Bringing Shun Li along might make Fu Qinghan see it as a burden and ignore him. That night, Shin Pung slept on a park bench. The September night in Beijing was a bit chilly. He curled up all night, and by morning he had a stuffy nose and was sneezing. He caught a cold. Shun Li was also sleeping outside. Shun Ziyuan had made arrangements with her husband's family, and when she left, she took no money with her. She had lost her job and had no one to take her in. Shun Ziyuan had spread rumors about Fu Bailon and Lu Xiang's disgrace, and the whole city knew about these shameless people. They also knew that Shin Pung and Shun Li were the illegitimate children born from that disgrace. Even passing children spat at them. Once, Shun Ziyuan loved Fu Bailon, but now he hated her just as much. He didn't care about his own reputation anymore. He was determined to ruin her life and that of her 3 children. He had returned home, and when the police came to inform him of Shin Ying's death, he was very pleased. He felt that heaven was on his side. He didn't even have to lift a finger, and Shin Ying had killed himself. But Shun Ziyuan was still not satisfied. Compared to the humiliation of wearing a green hat for 30 years and raising another man's child for over 20 years, the death of just one Shin Ying could not quench his anger. Shin Pung and Shun Li, once proud and arrogant, had now become lost souls, worse than beggars. No one wanted to offend Shin Ziyuan, and they looked down on their background. No one was willing to help them, not even offering a warm meal. The siblings wandered the streets, sleeping in parks at night and loitering during the day. When hunger struck, they would eat leftovers from restaurants. Shin Pung had no money, not even enough to buy a train ticket to Huqing. Once a wealthy young man, he didn't even know how to sneak onto a train. 3 days later, Shun Li died. Her death was also undignified. The police notified her ex-husband's family. Shun Li's body was found in disarray, with signs of assault, and it was clear that more than one person was involved. The body was discovered in a park, and the perpetrator was unknown. It could have been a homeless person or someone else who took advantage of Shun Li being alone, fearing she would report them, so they killed her. Shun Li's ashes were collected by her ex-husband's family, and without even finding a burial site, they scattered them in the wilderness. Shin Pung was unaware of this. He was at the train station, planning to sneak onto a train to Huqing. After days of wandering, he finally learned how to sneak onto a train without needing a ticket or a referral. He just had to jump onto a southbound train to get to Huqing. He couldn't get into the train station and was thrown out several times. With no other options, Shin Pung went to a hillside outside the city, where there was a curve. The train would slow down as it passed, making it the perfect time to jump on. Nervous about his first attempt, he lay on the hillside and waited. After a long time, he heard the whistle and saw smoke. The train was coming, slowing down. Sweat formed in his palms, and he felt dizzy and weak. As the train approached, he counted 1, 2, 3. Jump, closed his eyes, and leaped. He successfully landed on top of the train car but lost his balance and fell. As he fell, his survival instinct kicked in, and he reached out to grab something, but there was nothing to hold on to.
Help me!
Shin Pung shouted in despair as he fell, rolling down the hillside and hitting his head on a large rock, falling silent forever. Shin Ziyuan received the news of Shin Peng's death the next day. A shepherd found Shin Peng's body and reported it. Shin Ziyuan was extremely happy. Although he was a materialist, he felt that fate must have intervened. After all, he hadn't even lifted a finger, yet these 3 illegitimate children were dying one after another. In just half a month, they were all gone. It was truly satisfying. Shin Ziyuan wanted to find Shin Xiao. With the 3 illegitimate children dead and Fu Bailan sent to the farm to suffer, he had avenged Shin Xiao. Surely, Shin Xiao wouldn't hold a grudge against him anymore. He also had Aunt Zhang clean up Shin Xiao's room, while the rooms of Shin Pung and Shining were all changed. From now on, only he and Shin Xiao would live in the house. As for that rural girl, he still opposed her. Shin Xiao was his only son, from a good family, and he must find a suitable wife. A rural girl was not good enough. Shin Ziyuan had everything prepared to go to the guest house and bring Shin Xiao home. Just as he was about to leave, 2 serious-looking men arrived, showing their credentials from the dreaded disciplinary inspection department. Comrade Shin Ziyuan, please come with us. May I ask what law I have broken? I have always been diligent and hardworking. Why do you want to take me away? Shin Ziyuan panicked. Your ex-wife Fu Bailan accepted over 100,000 in bribes in your name. This is her ledger. Please cooperate with our investigation. The staff showed him Fu Bailan's ledger, which was the same one Shin Xiao had personally delivered, and it also severed ties with Shin Ziyuan. Shin Ziyuan's face turned pale, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He had some knowledge of Fu Bailan's actions, but had turned a blind eye since their family's living conditions had improved. Moreover, he never expected Fu Bailan to be so bold as to accept over 100,000. That wretched woman deserved to die. I don't know. I really don't know. Fu Bailan and I are divorced. She did all this. I haven't seen a single penny. Comrade, I'm telling the truth. I'm really wronged. Shin Ziyuan anxiously defended himself. He was still young with a bright future ahead and couldn't afford any stains on his record. Fu Bailan only collected the money, but you were the one who handled the matters. Shin Ziyuan, can you just say you didn't know? You know very well how much your monthly salary is. Your family's living standards are far above your income. Don't you realize that? The staff looked at him mockingly, thinking he was pretending to be clueless. How could he not know? In the end, Shin Ziyuan was taken away, and he would face the judgment of the law. Aunt Zhang chased after them, seeing Shin Ziyuan's distressed figure and then looking at the empty Shin family home, murmuring, "Looks like they really need to find a new place."
Sigh.
She had planned to earn enough for her pension at the Shin family. What bad luck. The next day, Tang Nian learned about the Shin family's situation. She and Shin Xiao returned to the Shin home, which belonged to Shin Ziyuan. Since Shin Xiao was his biological son, it was only natural for him to return, even if they had severed ties. Xiao, you finally came back. Big things have happened at home. Shin Pung, Shin Li, Shining, they're all dead, and your dad has been taken away. That Fu Bailan has been sent to the farm. I was just about to go back to my hometown, but since you're back, here's the key. I'm leaving. Aunt Zhang quickly summarized the recent events in the Shin family. She sighed deeply, wanting to say that the Shin family must have run into some bad luck. Otherwise, how could everything fall apart in just half a month? Ugh, at least there's still Shin Xiao. What good luck. Aunt Zhang planned to return the key to Shin Xiao, as she intended to stay in her hometown for a while. Will you come back to Beijing after going home? Tang Nian asked. Of course. I'll go back to my old job to earn some pension money, Aunt Zhang replied with a smile. She didn't know how to do anything else but be a nanny. She wouldn't feel comfortable going back home after living in Beijing for so many years. Then, do you want to come with us to Shanghai? Shin Xiao said you take good care of him and cook well, Tang Yanyan asked with a smile. She had a good impression of Aunt Zhang. Shin Xiao was not well treated at home. Shin Pung and his siblings often bullied him, and Shin Ziyuan frequently punished him by not letting him eat. Aunt Zhang would secretly bring him food, providing him with rare warmth in that home. Aunt Zhang's expression changed slightly. Then she became very happy and asked uncertainly, "Do you really want me to work for you?" "Yes, your noodles are delicious." Shin Xiao nodded. He liked Aunt Zhang's noodles. When Shin Ziyuan punished him to stand in the yard for hours, late at night, hungry, while Shin Ziyuan and Fu Bailan were asleep and didn't care about him, Aunt Zhang would bring him a big bowl of egg noodles to eat and remind him not to be stubborn. "You silly boy. Why argue with your dad? They're all asleep. Who will see if you stand or not? Be good and go to sleep. Get up early tomorrow, and standing here will be nothing." After Aunt Zhang's advice, Shin Xiao felt enlightened. From then on, whenever Shin Ziyuan punished him, he wouldn't argue but obediently went outside to stand. Once Shin Ziyuan and the others were asleep, he would sneak back into sleep, of course, after having a big bowl of egg noodles from Aunt Zhang. The next morning, before Shin Ziyuan and the others woke up, Shin Xiao went back to the yard to stand. To make it look more convincing, he even sprinkled some water on his head to mimic morning dew. Aunt Zhang also testified for him, saying he stood all night, and Shin Ziyuan never suspected anything. During his childhood in Beijing, Aunt Zhang was the only person who treated him well besides his uncle. Aunt Zhang smiled, tears in her eyes, and said, "If you like it, I'll cook for you every day. Can I go back to my hometown for a few days? I haven't been back in a long time. Stay as long as you want. Just call me before you come, and I'll give you the address." Tang Yanyan took out paper and a pen, wrote down her phone number, and handed it to Aunt Zhang. "All right, I'll go to the train station. I'll come to Shanghai to find you." Aunt Zhang wiped her eyes. She never expected that in the end, it would be Shin Xiao who accepted her. This child always had a cold face, but knew in his heart who treated him well. "I've only worked in Beijing and have never been to the south. Thanks to you, I can go to Shanghai and see new things." Aunt Zhang was very excited about going to Shanghai. When she returned to her village, she would have something to brag about. Even the village chief had never been to Shanghai. Tang Yanyan gave her 20 yuan to buy food on the way. Aunt Zhang refused, saying she didn't need it. After working for so many years in the Shin family, she had saved quite a bit. However, Aunt Zhang couldn't refuse Tang Yanyan and had to accept it. Shin Xiao drove her to the train station and even got her a sleeper ticket, which moved Aunt Zhang to tears. After sending Aunt Zhang off, Tang Yanyan and Shin Xiao moved into the Shin family home. Shin Ziyuan's bribery case was too serious. He would spend the rest of his life in prison, and this house now belonged to Shin Xiao. They had been in Beijing for half a month, and Z Hong Chong was still hanging on, often in a coma and rarely awake. He learned about the recent events in the Shin family from his eldest son and discovered that Shin Xiao and Tang Yanyan had already arrived in Beijing. Suddenly, he understood something, spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide open, and shouted, "It was them." Before he could finish his sentence, Z Hong Chong took his last breath. He finally realized who was targeting the Zhou family, but it was too late. Z Hong Chong didn't even have time to leave a last word before he died in regret. The Zhou family felt as if the sky had fallen, thrown into chaos. Zhou Xinghua and Zhou Xingjia couldn't handle the situation at all. However, because of Z Hong Chong's past contributions, they were still given some face by those above. At Z Hong Chong's funeral, many high-ranking officials attended. Zhou Xiliang sat in a wheelchair, along with the Zhou Xinghua brothers. The once large Zhou family was now reduced to just a few of them. "Please accept my condolences and take care." Those who came to the memorial said this to the Zhou family, their expressions heavy with sorrow, as if they truly mourned Zhou Hongchong's death. This gave the Zhou family a false sense of security. making them believe that they were still valued and not neglected because of the old man's death. The Zhou Xinhua brothers felt relieved. As long as those above remembered their father, they would surely be guaranteed a life of wealth and honor. However, Zhou Xiliang was not so optimistic. Before Zhou Hongchong died, he had entrusted him with many matters. He understood that the Zhou family's current situation was precarious and unstable. Although the Zhou family would still be better off than ordinary families, Zhou Xiliang was unwilling to accept the fall from grace. He couldn't bear the disparity. He still wanted to obtain the secret medicine from the Tang family, restore his health, and return to the military. Without power, how could he seek out the secret medicine? As soon as Zhou Hongchong's funeral ended, Zhou Xiliang couldn't sit still. He wanted to find a few people his grandfather had mentioned before his death. These people were once Zhou Hongchong's subordinates, promoted by him, and had benefited from his kindness. Zhou Xiliang wanted to collaborate with them to find the Tang family's treasure and split it evenly. However, before Zhou Xiliang could take action, a report letter was received from above. The letter detailed the Zhou family's wrongdoings over the years, including Zhou Siwu and his brothers, who had bullied the innocent and even caused deaths, all suppressed by the Zhou family, leaving the common people angry but voiceless. It also mentioned Zhou Hongchong, who used his power to extort money from people nationwide. He Jisheng had once been his right-hand man, harming many businessmen. There were many like He Jisheng, all Zhou Hongchong's lackeys. The report letter was very detailed, listing Zhou Hongchong's various crimes over the years. Those above were already dissatisfied with the Zhou family, and out of respect for Zhou Hongchong's old face, they had not acted before. Now that Zhou Hongchong was dead, their anger could no longer be contained. They dispatched people to investigate the Zhou family. While the Zhou Xinhua brothers were still dreaming of wealth and glory, and Zhou Xiliang was dreaming of returning to the military, their dreams were abruptly interrupted by the investigation team. The once prominent Zhou family collapsed overnight. Moreover, Tang Nian had not intervened in this upheaval. She had intended to act but was too late. Someone else was faster. Zhou Hongchong acted arrogantly and offended too many people. With his death, those people would naturally not sit idly by. Xin Shao had already discovered who was behind the attack on the Zhou family. It wasn't just one person. It was a coalition of several families that had conflicts with Zhou Hongchong. More accurately, it wasn't just these families acting on their own, but rather instructions from above. These families were merely responding to the signals. And there's Fu Bailan. Fu Bailan was Fu Bailan's older brother, who had bullied Xin Zhao's mother and uncle in the past. That old man Fu was truly confused, treating the children from his second wife as treasures while neglecting his own biological children, allowing Fu Bailan's family to mistreat them. Even though the old man left his wealth to Xin Shao and Fu Jiu, Tang Nian had no good impression of him. If the old man were still alive, she would definitely seek revenge for Xin Shao. And that cruel old woman, Fu Bailan's mother, unfortunately died too early. What a pity. Let's charge Fu Bailan with espionage. Tang Nian casually stated this, deciding Fu Bailan's fate. This scoundrel had enjoyed a comfortable life thanks to the Fu family. If he died too easily, it would be too lenient for him. Fu Bailan's biological parents were both performers. After their father died, their mother, with her exceptional acting skills and good looks, charmed the old man Fu, making him completely devoted to her. After marrying into the Fu family, they moved from a shabby courtyard to a grand residence, living a life of luxury they had never dared to dream of. Yet, this family showed no gratitude and even wanted to eliminate the children left by the first wife to seize the Fu family's wealth. A family more poisonous than snakes and scorpions, Fu Bailan must not be allowed to die too easily. Fu Bailan had a low level of education and worked at a cinema, a job arranged by the old man Fu during his lifetime. In the 1970s, working at a cinema was as prestigious as being a driver, showing how much the old man cared for his stepson. Fu Bailan was a projectionist in his youth and later became a ticket seller. His job was quite relaxed, and after a few more years he could retire. He resembled his sister Fu Bailan, with fair skin, a medium build and a thin frame, often wearing a smile, appearing quite kind-hearted, and was well-liked at work. This family was skilled at acting. Fu Bailan was also well-liked, and neighbors praised her as a good stepmother. Old Fu listening to the radio again. After checking tickets, Fu Bailan sat down to listen to a story. However, today he wore a serious expression, lacking his usual smile. His sister had gone to the farm, and all 3 of his nephews had died. He couldn't bring himself to smile. Yes, listening to the story. Fu Bailan forced a smile in response to his colleague. He felt a strong sense of unease, fearing that his sister's troubles would implicate him. Old Fu, you don't look well. What's wrong? His colleague noticed Fu Bailan's poor spirit and pale face, and asked with concern. I haven't been sleeping well these days. I'm getting old, and not as useful anymore. Fu Bailan's smile became even more forced. Ever since his sister's incident, he hadn't slept well, often dreaming of Fu Qinglan, the stepsister who had been harmed by his sister. Back then, he had actually opposed it, not because he was particularly kind-hearted, but because he feared it would lead to trouble for his family. But Fu Bailan was determined, and by the time he found out, Fu Qinglan was already dead, reportedly in a terrible way, having bled out. During that time, Fu Bailan had nightmares every night, always dreaming of Fu Qinglan lying in a pool of blood. It lasted for a month before the nightmares finally stopped. But unexpectedly, he had recently dreamt of Fu Qinglan again, exactly like before, with blood all around her, her face whiter than a corpse, staring at him intensely. He often woke up in the middle of the night from nightmares and couldn't fall back asleep. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to endure it. Go see a traditional Chinese doctor. I had trouble sleeping recently too, but after taking some medicine, I felt better. His colleague enthusiastically recommended a doctor to him. Fu Bailan casually brushed it off. His problem was a matter of the heart, and even Hua Tuo's medicine wouldn't help. Another person approached and pulled the colleague away. A few meters away, the person's voice carried over. Why are you still talking to him? His sister is a loose woman, caught in broad daylight with a wild man, completely naked, truly shameless. Really? Old Fu's sister seems so cultured and polite. How could she be like this? A colleague looked shocked. He was out of the loop and didn't know about Fu Bailan's troubles. TCH, she looks cultured, but she's actually promiscuous. My wife's sister saw it with her own eyes. TSK. And to think, at 50, she has smoother skin than her younger wife. No wonder old Fu has been looking unwell lately. It seems something's wrong at home. You can't judge a book by its cover. Stay away from him. His sister has been sent to a farm for re-education, and 3 of his nephews have died. I think his family must have encountered some bad luck. Although the 2 spoke quietly, they were not concerned about Fu Bailan overhearing them. Fu Bailan's expression was very grim. These two-faced people had flattered him when his sister's family was doing well. But no matter how angry he was, it didn't help. His sister was in trouble, and he couldn't find Shin Ziyuan. Even if he could, he knew he wouldn't listen to him. Now he had no one to rely on, and just hoped to get through to retirement without any more issues. Fu Bailan silently prayed. He had 2 years until retirement and hoped for a peaceful time, wishing nothing else would happen. He sighed, stood up to stretch his back, and went to the restroom, leaving the radio on the chair to listen to later. After he left, a figure appeared, Tang Nian. Wearing a baseball cap pulled low, covering most of her face, she was dressed in men's clothing, making it hard to tell her gender. Tang Nian picked up the radio, hid in a corner, and slipped into a space to adjust the radio channel. Meanwhile, Fu Bailan was confronted by Shin Xiao. Shin Xiao bumped into him on purpose, and they got into an argument. Shin Xiao had disguised himself, so Fu Bailan didn't recognize him. Why are you so unreasonable? You bumped into me, and instead of apologizing, you want me to apologize? Is that fair? Which dog-eyed fool saw me bump into you? You old man, where did I hit you? Shin Xiao looked fierce and even pushed Fu Bailan, acting like a complete thug. Fu Bailan lost his balance and nearly fell. Frightened and angry, he decided to back down.
Fine, I'm un lucky.
I bumped into you.
I'm sorry.
Fu Belan gritted his teeth to apologize. This punk was taller than him, and he couldn't fight back. Are you feeling wronged? You think I'm blaming you? Your apology sounds so unwilling. I don't care for it. Shin Xiao pushed him again, playing the role of an unreasonable thug perfectly. This time, Fu Belan lost his balance and fell to the ground. After struggling to get up, he didn't dare to get angry. Supporting his waist, he said through gritted teeth, "What more do you want? I've apologized. Don't go too far." "I'm going too far."
What are you going to do about it?
Shin Xiao stepped closer, looking down at him, sneering, "Bow to me, and I'll let you go." Fu Belan was furious. No matter how cowardly he was, he wouldn't bow to this punk. "If you have the guts, kill me. I don't believe there's no justice in this world. My son is older than you, and you want me to bow? Are you even human?" Fu Belan shouted, hoping to call for help from his colleagues. "Call your mother." Shin Xiao slapped his head hard, leaving Fu Belan dizzy and disoriented. A few people from the cinema came over, saying a few words to ease the situation. "Today, I'll let you off, old man. Just don't let me see you again." Shin Xiao left with a warning. Nian Nian had asked him to keep Fu Belan occupied for 8 minutes, and he had gone a bit over that time. Fu Belan's face turned pale with anger, his lips trembling. If his sister and Shin Ziyuan were still together, he wouldn't fear this brat. Holding back his anger, Fu Belan returned to his seat, took a big sip of tea, and turned on the radio, tuning it to a familiar channel to listen to some Peking opera to relax. As the tuning sound faded, a melodious song played, captivating him. He paused, then listened intently, thinking the opera channel had a great selection today. After a few lines from the woman, she stopped, and a pleasant voice came on, a female host speaking in a slightly accented Mandarin, sounding very flirtatious. Fu Belan blinked, sensing something was off, but after being angered by Shin Xiao and slapped on the head, his reaction was slow, and he didn't realize the seriousness of the situation. "You're eavesdropping on enemy broadcasts. You're a spy." A loud shout came from Tang Nian Nian, who had tampered with the radio and was now hiding nearby, waiting for Fu Belan to fall into her trap. Her shout attracted nearby people, and Fu Belan trembled, wanting to turn off the radio, but Tang Nian Nian was faster and held him down. The beautiful voice from the radio continued, and with that distinct accent, everyone knew who it was. The expressions of the crowd turned angry, glaring at Fu Belan. "How could you have been lurking among us for so many years? You must have sold a lot of information. Report him immediately. I'll make the call. We can't let him go." The crowd was furious, looking at Fu Belan as if he were an enemy. "I'm not a spy. I don't know why the radio picked up that station. I was tuning to the opera channel."
Fu Belan shouted in protest, sweating profusely.
If he was labeled a traitor, his whole family would be ruined. "Is this radio yours? Did you turn it on yourself? You still want to argue? You traitorous scum."
"Tan Nian Scolet."
The crowd's anger peaked. A few hot-headed young men grabbed Fu Belan's collar and punched him a few times.
"Di traitor."
Beat him up. With each punch, Fu Belan was beaten to a pulp, lying on the ground like a broken insect, his eyes filled with despair. His fears had come true. He was indeed facing a terrible fate. Karma. The cinema's leaders were alerted, and they called for a meeting. With witnesses and evidence, many had heard Fu Belan eavesdropping on overseas broadcasts, and the radio had been tuned to several foreign stations. With solid proof, Fu Belan was taken to a farm that same day to join Fu Belan. Even though Fu Belan's wife and children had cut ties with him, they were still implicated, labeled as the family of a traitor, and they wouldn't be able to lift their heads for years. They despised Fu Belan and wouldn't care about his fate on the farm. In the blink of an eye, they had been in the capital for over half a month. The Zhou family had fallen, the Shin family was finished, and the Fu siblings were suffering on the farm. However, Tang Nian Nian planned to visit the farm to see how they were doing. If they were doing too well, she would stir up trouble. But before going to the farm, Shin Ziyuan sent word through someone that he wanted to see Shin Xiao. Shin Xiao didn't want to meet, but Tang Nian persuaded him. Just go see how unlucky he is now. So, Shen Xiao changed his mind. He went with Tang Nian to a small room for the meeting. When the staff brought out Shen Jiyuan, he looked at least 20 years older in just a few days. His hair was completely white, his face was wrinkled, and he looked like a worn-out old man. When he saw Shen Xiao, Shen Jiyuan's eyes lit up, and he called out, "Xiao Xiao." Shen Xiao remained expressionless, not even raising an eyebrow. Shen Jiyuan's joy quickly faded. He had hoped Shen Xiao would help him get out. With Shen Zhao's military achievements over the years, it should have been easy.
Xiao, I'm sorry.
I've treated you poorly all these years. After sitting down, Shen Jiyuan began to cry, playing the family card. Shen Xiao remained indifferent, watching him perform without any reaction. After crying for a while, Shen Jiyuan felt awkward. He was struggling to keep up the act and couldn't cry anymore.
Xiao, it's my fault.
Please give me a chance to make it up to you, okay? Shen Jiyuan said with a heartfelt expression, filled with regret and fatherly love. No need. Shen Xiao coldly refused. Nian was right. Late fatherly love was worthless. He had outgrown the need for it. Now, Shen Jiyuan only disgusted him. Shen Jiyuan's expression turned awkward. Shen Zhao's reaction was completely unexpected. This ungrateful son was truly heartless. When my mother was pregnant, you were with Fu Bailan. She got pregnant, and to rise in status, she teamed up with Lu Xiang to kill my mother. You must have known about it. Shen Xiao said coldly. Your mother was killed by them? I really didn't know. Xiao, believe me, I'm not that cruel. I admit I've wronged you and your mother, but I could never harm her, truly. Shen Jiyuan looked shocked, his face full of disbelief. Back then, Fu Bailan deliberately abandoned me on the mountain, and you knew about it. You didn't punish her afterward. When I told you Fu Bailan did it on purpose, you even hit me. Shen Jiyuan, in your eyes, my mother and I were always expendable, while Fu Bailan was your priority. Yet she made a fool of you for 30 years and had 3 illegitimate children, and now she sent you here. Congratulations. Shen Xiao spoke calmly, as if discussing someone else's situation. Shen Jiyuan might not have participated in harming his mother, but he definitely knew about it and did nothing to stop it. He treated his mother like dirt, and his son, in Shen Jiyuan's eyes, was even less than that. But Shen Xiao still didn't understand. If Shen Jiyuan treasured Fu Bailan so much, why was he so ruthless? Perhaps Shen Jiyuan loved only himself? Seeing you suffer makes me feel at ease. Shen Xiao stood up and coldly said before turning to leave. Xiao, please give me a chance. I'm your real father. Shen Jiyuan cried out desperately, but Shen Xiao pretended not to hear and left without hesitation. The staff looked at the wailing Shen Jiyuan with disdain. No wonder his own son wouldn't acknowledge him. He had harmed his own mother and nearly killed his son. A father like that was worse than a beast. They wouldn't recognize him either. 3 days passed since Shen Xiao met Shen Jiyuan, and the verdict on Shen Jiyuan's case came out. 15 years in prison for reform. When Shen Jiyuan was sent to prison, he shouted to see Shen Xiao, but no one paid him any attention. Shen Xiao and Tang Nian planned to leave the capital to retrieve treasures from his hometown. Before they left, they visited a farm to see how the Zhou family and Fu Bailan were doing. The farm was located on the outskirts of the capital, filled with people who had either made mistakes or were misjudged. Some might be innocent, but most were of low character, and the moral standards on the farm were very low, where many things could happen. Fu Bailan had been at the farm for half a month, suffering greatly. She was in agony every day. When she arrived, she still had her charm, but now she had turned into a haggard old woman. The Zhou family was also at the farm, together with Fu Bailan. Zhou Xiliang was disabled and couldn't do heavy work, so he was assigned to make ropes. Once a proud young man, he now spent his days making ropes with a group of women, and he couldn't stand it for even a moment. But he still wanted to make a comeback, so he endured, hoping to survive until the day he could leave. Tang Nian was very dissatisfied with their situation. They were living too well, and she needed to stir things up. So she found a few troublemakers on the farm and gave them a sum of money, enough to tempt them to take risks. Get rid of these people. Leave no one behind. Tang Nian handed them a list with Fu Bailan, Lu Xiang, Fu Bailin, and the Zhou family members on it. They needed to eliminate the root of the problem to prevent future troubles. Leave it to us. Can it be done in a week? The troublemakers saw that all the targets were weak and old, and they readily agreed. With so many people on the farm, killing a few weak ones was easy. Moreover, they had heard that many wanted the Zhou family dead, so they were just going with the flow while making a lot of money, a win-win situation. As for Fu Bailan, Lu Xiang, and Fu Bailin, they were just a pair of traitors and a traitor. No one would care if they died. Can it be done in 3 days? Tang Nian asked. She was in a hurry. Then you need to pay more.
Deal.
They happily reached an agreement. Money was not an issue for Tang Nian. Come back in 3 days, and we'll make sure they're dead. The group took the deposit and left, telling Tang Nian to come back in 3 days to check the results. In those 3 days, several incidents occurred on the farm. They weren't major, but they were still significant, as they involved loss of life. First was Zhou City, who was making ropes with a group of women. Where there were many women, there was bound to be trouble. Usually, Zhou City ignored them while working, but that day, for some reason, he got into an argument with a loud woman. The woman insulted Zhou City's ancestors and hurled many nasty words at him. Zhou City, with his temper, couldn't take it and picked up a stool to throw at her. The woman was quick and dodged, but the stool hit a cabinet piled with several boxes of miscellaneous items that hadn't been touched in years. Now, with Zhou City's throw, the boxes shifted but didn't fall. Although the woman wasn't hit, she was furious and shouted, "You disabled fool dare to throw at me? I'll kill you." She grabbed Zhou City's wheelchair and pushed hard, crashing it into the cabinet. Zhou City lost control of the wheelchair and crashed into the cabinet, the force of the impact causing him to fall to the ground. Since his lower body was paralyzed, he couldn't get up without help. The women who were making ropes with him didn't like Zhou City anyway, so they naturally wouldn't help. Then, an unexpected event occurred. The boxes on the cabinet fell down, crashing onto Zhou City, with one hitting his head. By the time people moved the boxes away, Zhou City had already died. The next to face trouble were the Zhou Xinghua and Zhou Xingjia brothers. Upon hearing the news of their son-nephew's death, they were filled with sorrow and fear, believing that the Zhou family was being targeted, with one death after another. It will soon be our turn. We can't escape. Zhou Xinghua muttered to himself, resigned to his fate. With the third generation of Zhou men wiped out, only a married daughter remained, who likely wasn't doing well either. Her husband's family was known to be snobbish, and with the Zhou family in trouble, he might even ask for a divorce. Zhou Xinghua sighed, his face full of sadness. Zhou Xingjia also sighed deeply, and their wives looked equally distressed. The two families lived together in a small makeshift hut, cramped to the point where turning around was difficult. Their previous home had bathrooms larger than this hut. The brothers shared meals, not out of strong feelings for each other, but simply to save firewood. That night, the hut where Zhou Xinghua and the others lived caught fire. The flames were fierce, and the neighbors were too scared to help, watching helplessly as the 4 members of the Zhou family perished in the blaze. Some raised questions, noting that the hut was small and they could have escaped. They were drinking. I saw them drinking. They must have been drunk. Someone shouted. Thus, the incident was brushed aside. Next were Fu Bailan and her brother Lu Xiang. Fu Bailan's death was not dignified. Although she was older, she still had her looks, and some single men on the farm naturally had interest in her. Moreover, Fu Bailan was not a virtuous woman. She didn't want to work, and her body was her best asset. She was found dead in the house of an old bachelor on the farm, stabbed multiple times, and died a tragic death. It was Lu Xiang who did it. Lu Xiang had a lame leg and struggled with work. After arriving at the farm, Fu Bailan parted ways with him and got involved with other men. Lu Xiang, filled with resentment, drank a bit that night and killed his old lover with a knife. He then committed suicide. There was no mystery in this case. Many had witnessed it. Lu Xiang went crazy, attacking Fu Bailon with a knife. It was terrifying. We couldn't intervene. Knives are dangerous. What if he stabbed me? The witnesses all agreed, confirming that Lu Xiang killed Fu Bailon and then took his own life. The remaining Fu Bailon was terrified, with the Zhou family wiped out, and now his sister and Lu Xiang dead, all within just 2 days. The timid Fu Bailon was driven mad with fear. It's my turn soon, haha. I'm going to die. Fu Bailon kept repeating this to anyone he saw. The farm workers ignored him, and a day later, someone found him drowned in a water tank. His death didn't cause much of a stir. He was just a madman and a traitor, so his death was of little consequence. 3 days later, Tang Nianyan arrived at the farm, satisfied with the outcome, and settled the remaining money. As for the only survivor of the Zhou family, the married granddaughter Zhou Sihong, she didn't need to lift a finger. Just days after Zhou Hong Chong's death, Zhou Sihong's husband divorced her. Zhou Sihong had a weak mental state, and upon learning that all her family members had died, she swallowed pills and committed suicide. This saved Tang Nianyan a lot of trouble. The Zhou family was completely wiped out, except for 2 guard dogs, which Tang Nianyan spared. She and Shen Xiao left the capital and drove to Jisheng province, Shen Zhao's grandfather's hometown. Following the map, they found a deep mountain. Tang Nianyan released Bai Shui and Fu Bao. With them around, the wild animals stayed away. After searching for a day, they finally found the cave shown on the map. The entrance was overgrown with vines, which Shen Xiao cleared away, revealing a stone door corroded by moss. This should be the keyhole. Insert this cross here. Tang Nianyan took out half of a cross given by Fu Qinghan, and Shen Xiao produced his. When they inserted the 2 crosses, they fit together perfectly. Inserting the cross into the hole, they heard a click, and the stone door began to move slowly with a heavy sound. When the door opened, a cool breeze blew out, and there was no musty smell, indicating that the cave was well ventilated. Bai Shui and Fu Bao, eager, ran ahead. They quickly returned.
Woof.
No danger, Bai Shui reported. Inside were many boxes. It opened one and saw a lot of shiny items, certain that the master would love them. Tang Nianyan and Shen Xiao entered the cave, leaving Bai Shui and Fu Bao to keep watch at the entrance. The entrance was narrow, a small path, and the cave walls were embedded with many luminous pearls, casting a soft light that illuminated the cave clearly. Tang Nianyan counted about 20 luminous pearls. The Fu family was wealthier than the Tang family. Tang Nianyan was secretly delighted, filled with anticipation for the treasure. They passed through the small path and entered a large, artificially carved cave, as big as a basketball court, filled with boxes. Just a glance revealed there were more boxes than in the Tang family's stash. Some boxes didn't have locks. A gentle push opened the lids. Most contained gold bars and gold ingots, older than those in the Tang family. Tang Nianyan calculated that this batch of treasures from the Fu family was likely 200 years older than the Tang families. 2/3 were gold, over 100 boxes, while the rest included jade, antiques, bronze artifacts, and various paintings and porcelain, all priceless treasures. What delighted Tang Nianyan the most were the 10 or so boxes of gemstones, sparkling and dazzling, each one a top-quality gem. There were also 2 boxes of exquisite pearls, still radiant after all these years. Let's give more gold to Uncle, and I'll keep the gems for myself. Tang Nianyan wanted to share more gold with Fu Qinghan, wishing to keep the gems for herself, as she couldn't bear to part with any of the beautiful stones. Okay. Shen Xiao agreed with a smile, knowing that Uncle didn't care much for these things. Moreover, Nianyan healing Uncle's health was worth much more than any treasure. Tang Nianyan was overjoyed, grabbing a handful of gemstones to admire. The colorful gems slipped through her fingers like a rainbow, incredibly beautiful. All the boxes were stored in Tang Nianyan's space, and she even took down the luminous pearls from the cave ceiling, leaving none behind. They closed the stone door and planted many vines at the entrance, watering them with some spiritual spring water to speed up their growth, covering the entrance to prevent discovery. 3 days later, they returned to Zhu City. Ming Jinxing was happier to see Shin Xiao than he would be to see his own son. He jokingly scolded, "You rascal, you've been gone so long without even a phone call. You don't have any vacation this year." He quickly assigned tasks to Shin Xiao, knowing that only he could handle them. "Tell me the truth. Does the Zhou family matter have anything to do with you?" After discussing business, Ming Jinxing closed the doors and lowered his voice to ask. He had heard about the events in the capital while in Zhu City. In just 20 days, the entire Zhou family was wiped out, not a single one left. No one would believe it was without outside influence. Ming Jinxing suspected Shin Xiao. It was too coincidental that trouble struck the Zhou family right after he went to the capital. The Zhou family brought this on themselves. Shin Xiao replied seriously, refusing to admit anything, even to Ming Jinxing. "What about your father's situation?" Ming Jinxing changed the topic to ask about Shin Ziyuan. He brought this on himself. Shen Zhao's expression was cold. He had only given a little push. If Shin Ziyuan had been innocent, no amount of provocation would have caused trouble. Ming Jinxing sighed and patted him on the shoulder, comforting him. "Work hard, and I'll write you a report for a promotion." "Thank you, Uncle Ming. I'm off." Shin Xiao hurried to meet Tang Nian for dinner. He had a task to carry out the next day, and he couldn't afford to waste a single moment. "Go ahead." Ming Jinxing saw his urgency and let him leave. Early the next morning, Shin Xiao set off for his task. Tang Nian hadn't returned to Zhu City. She had someone clean up the newly bought house and ordered some furniture, all inexpensive finds from a recycling center. After a bit of tidying up, the house looked quite nice, and Tang Nian moved in. Just as she settled in, a pompous man in his 30s showed up, eyeing her in a particularly annoying way. Tang Nian clenched her fists several times but held back, unsure of his background. "Where is the owner of this house, Du Yilun?"
Who are you to him?
The man asked as if interrogating a criminal. Du Yilun had been missing for days, and the man thought he was dead. He excitedly went to the housing office to claim the house, only to be told that Du Yilun had transferred it to a relative. The man had coveted this house for years, planning to take it over after Du Yilun's demise. He was unwilling to accept that the house had been transferred and sought out Tang Nian. Seeing that she was just a young girl, he thought of intimidating her to take the house. "I don't know. Du Yilun is my distant uncle, and he willingly transferred the house to me. I'm not close to him." "Officer, where did he go?" Tang Nian pretended to be clueless. "You're not close to him, so why would he transfer the house to you? Do you know he's a capitalist? This house is a poison of capitalism. You can't live here." The man scolded sharply. "My family has been poor farmers for 8 generations, and my grandfather fought against the Japanese. Don't try to scare me with capitalist nonsense." Tang Nian was not afraid. She mimicked her grandmother's stance, hands on her hips, full of confidence. "Where's your family from?" The man was slightly wary, fearing she might have influential connections. "Why do you care where my family is from? My grandfather fought against the Japanese, and we're 8 generations of poor farmers," Tang Nian said proudly, rolling her eyes at him. "Regardless of whether you're a poor farmer, this house is a poison of capitalism and will be confiscated." The man bluffed, trying to intimidate her. "Are you trying to steal my house? Get out, or I'll call the police." Tang Nian rushed to the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen knife, and swung it at the man. "You're out of control. This house is a poison of capitalism. You, a young girl, dare to live here? Move out, or I'll send you to a re-education farm." The man stepped back in fear from the sharp knife, nearly tripping over the threshold. "Uft! What poison of capitalism? This house has been transferred to me. It's mine. My family is innocent, and you can't fool me. Get out, or I'll chop you up." Tang Nian waved the knife, nearly hitting the man's face, causing him to flee in panic.
"Get out.
If you come back to cause trouble, don't blame me for being rude." Tang Nian chased him outside with the knife, her voice loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. This was a villa area, home to many prominent people, including some foreign consuls. Today was the weekend, and a few foreigners were out for a walk when they heard the commotion and came over to see what was happening. Seeing several blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners, Tang Nian raised her voice even more. This house was transferred to me by my relative, legally and rightfully. Why are you trying to steal my house? You're just bullying a rural girl and trying to take my home. I'm enforcing the law. You, madam, brandished a knife at me as soon as I entered, obstructing my duties. This is outrageous. The flustered man, desperate and angry, tried to turn the tables by accusing Tang Nian of attacking him. The onlookers whispered among themselves, glancing back and forth between Tang Nian and the man, unsure of whom to believe. Both seemed confident, but the pretty girl with the knife looked like she meant business. Tang Nian smirked internally, saying loudly, "How would I know who you are? This house was given to me by my uncle. You barged in like a robber, threatening me and claiming this house is a poison of capitalism. I'll tell you, my family is 8 generations of poor farmers, and my grandfather fought against the Japanese. Don't think you can bully me. This house is innocent. Where's the poison of capitalism? It seems like you're the one with a mind full of poison, trying to steal from the common people." She deliberately raised her voice, speaking clearly, so everyone could hear. The crowd's expressions shifted, and they began to look at the man with anger. In this new society, under the blue sky, how could such robberies still exist? Zhu Yilun, the owner of this house, is a capitalist. He's been missing for days, and I suspect he has defected, which is why I came to investigate. I'm diligently performing my duties and have a clear conscience. The man acted convincingly, appearing very upright, causing the crowd to lean in his favor. Zhu Yilun is my distant uncle. I didn't know he was a capitalist. Anyway, my grandfather fought against the Japanese. My family is 8 generations of poor farmers, and this house was transferred to me. It's mine now. My family is innocent, and I'm a formal worker at a state-owned factory. Why can't I live in this house? Tang Nian countered with solid reasoning, and the crowd nodded in agreement. The pretty girl was right. The house had been transferred, and the previous owner's issues shouldn't fall on her. Tang Nian looked at the man and said loudly, "You claim to enforce the law, but you are fiercer than the little devils my grandfather talked about. You came in cursing at me and trying to kick me out. How are you like a public servant?
You are slandering me."
"I spoke to you nicely, but you attacked me with a knife and interrupted my work." The man's face turned red with anger. He wanted to strangle Tang Nian. However, he still had some sense and knew he couldn't lose his temper in front of the crowd. That would mean falling for this wild girl's trick. Just now, he was so fierce with me. Even the little devils aren't as fierce as him. Our commune's officials are much kinder. No wonder my grandmother said that officials in big cities are fiercer than bandits. It's true. Tang Nian pointed at the man, looking very wronged. Although her words were a bit harsh, she was beautiful and young, so the crowd was quite forgiving and felt that the man was indeed being unreasonable. His eyes were bulging. No wonder he scared the young girl. The property deed is here, and I am the current homeowner. This is my work ID. My family has been poor farmers for 8 generations, and I am part of the working class. May I live in this house? Tang Nian kept mentioning her family's history of being poor farmers, which was the best shield in this era. She took out the property deed and her work ID from the factory and handed them to the man. As she got closer, Tang Nian whispered a threat. "You better leave now, or I will tell the police that you broke into my home with bad intentions and tried to act like a pervert." Though she was threatening him, her expression was still wronged. After her threat, she asked loudly, "Do you see now? Am I qualified to live in this house?" After asking, she whispered another threat, "I am pretty and a woman. Do you think the police will believe you or me?" The man was sweating and gritting his teeth, glaring at Tang Nian. He had been using his power for years, but had never encountered such a shameless and tricky woman. She was even more bandit-like than a bandit. He really didn't dare to gamble. If Tang Nian went to her workplace and accused him of being a pervert, his future would be ruined. He had a bright future ahead and didn't want to ruin it over a house. You'll regret this. The man nearly ground his teeth in anger. He roughly glanced at the property deed and work ID, noting Tang Nian Nian's workplace. Zhu Chung Progress Machinery Factory. Tang Nian Nian. He remembered that. She would regret it. I apologize for my earlier attitude. I must have given you the wrong impression.
I'm sorry.
You can live in this house, but please inform me if you see Du Yilun in the future. The man forced a smile and returned the property deed and work ID to Tang Nian Nian. Forget it. Just remember to study more and take notes so you don't make such mistakes again. Tang Nian Nian acted generously, but her words infuriated the man, who ground his teeth in frustration. Only she and Tang Nian Nian could hear it. Sorry for the trouble. Goodbye. The man left with a grim expression, pushing his bike away. He would find a way to get that house. She was just a small worker from a small county. Humph. He had plenty of ways to deal with her. Tang Nian Nian glanced at his back and smiled at the onlookers. I just moved in. Sorry for the trouble. You're welcome. Neighbors are better than distant relatives. The neighbors were polite, showing more warmth than people do today. After chatting with them for a while, Tang Nian Nian said she needed to clean up, and the neighbors quickly found excuses to leave. The few foreigners had already dispersed. They didn't interact with the locals, as if they were from two different worlds, rarely crossing paths. Even if they met face to face, they wouldn't greet each other. After Tang Nian Nian entered the house, she climbed over the back wall and quickly caught up with the slow-moving man on his bike. There were many people in the alley, and the man was riding slowly, sometimes even getting off to push his bike. In just a few minutes, he hadn't gone far. Tang Nian Nian followed slowly, and when the man turned a corner, she pulled out a slingshot and 3 stones from her pocket. She wrapped the 3 stones in leather, stretched the rubber band back, and let go. The stones shot toward the man. Just as they were about to hit him, they split apart. One hit the back of his head, and the other 2 hit the back of his knees.
Ah!
The man, who was pushing his bike, felt a sharp pain in his head and then in his knees, causing him to stumble forward and fall hard. His glasses shattered, his mouth bled, and his knee hit the stone pavement with a crack, breaking a bone.
Ah!
It hurts so much. Who did this? The man lay on the ground, feeling around for his glasses, blind without them. Everything was blurry, and his head and legs hurt badly. My glasses. Someone help me find my glasses.
Ah!
Help. He groaned while asking the people nearby for help. A kind person helped him pick up his glasses, but the lenses were shattered, leaving him with just the empty frame, still blind. In the end, it was still the kind crowd that helped him to the hospital. Tang Nian Nian stepped out from the corner, feeling proud, and turned to go home, but she locked eyes with a blonde boy in the second-floor window. The boy, about 15 or 16 years old, had his mouth open in shock, looking at Tang Nian Nian as if she were a goddess. Are you Lu Xinyang? The boy spoke Chinese very well and, after regaining his senses, leaned out of the window to speak loudly to Tang Nian Nian. He had just witnessed this beautiful girl use a magical weapon to shoot 3 projectiles at that man. It was definitely an amazing skill. The boy had just watched the 3 heroines of the Jianghu, and his idol was Lu Xinyang, especially her incredible skill. He dreamed of learning it and talked about wanting to find a master to teach him every day. He wanted to learn. He wanted to ask this beautiful girl to be his master and teach him Chinese martial arts. Coming to Shanghai was indeed the right choice. The real masters were in the mainland. Tang Nian Nian twitched her mouth. Where did this silly kid come from? No, I'm not. Tang Nian Nian quickly denied it. She wished she had Lu Xinyang's skills, but the truth was she didn't. If she had even half of Lu Xinyang's power, she would be even more arrogant, creating chaos everywhere. Her main goal would be to act recklessly and do whatever she wanted. Master, I am Emile, your dear disciple. Emile was anxious, afraid that Tang Nian Nian would leave, and he wouldn't be able to find her. He stepped onto the windowsill and was about to jump down, which startled Tang Nian Nian and made her stop him. She didn't care about this foreign boy's life or death, but someone living here must have an unusual background. If he died, it would definitely cause trouble, and she didn't want that hassle. Emile, what are you doing? A soprano voice came from inside, striking deep into the soul, followed by a sharp slap. Emil's collar was grabbed, and he received a crisp slap on his backside. A beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue eyes leaned out of the window, smiled gently at Tang Nian, and then pulled her son back inside to teach him a lesson. "Mom, I met my master. She is Lu Xinyang, and she will teach me Chinese martial arts. Please don't pull my collar. I've told you many times, I'm 15 now. I'm not a child anymore. Please respect me a little." Emil tried to reason with his mother in English, but no matter the country, a mother's authority is supreme. "This is China. I can spank you, and no police will come. I've told you many times, Lu Xinyang is a fictional character. There's no such thing as flying martial arts. Even Chinese people say it's fake. You fool, and you still believe it? If you jump down again, I'll spank you. Mom, my master can fly flowers and pick leaves. Do you know what that means? It's when you pick a leaf and shoot it out to cut someone's neck."
Ah.
"Mom, please stop spanking me. I'm really getting angry." Emil's cries echoed through the alley, but his mother clearly didn't believe him and was very harsh. Tang Nian smiled and left lightly. It seems that once someone becomes a mother, their temper, strength, and voice all grow stronger. If she becomes a mother in the future, she would definitely teach her child without mercy. The saying that under the stick, a filial son is born has been proven true for thousands of years and must be followed. On the first day of moving into her new home, Tang Nian had a wonderful time. She packed all the albums and paintings from the attic into boxes and stored them away. The next morning, she had breakfast in her space and prepared to find Director Jia to ask if the quota for the trade fair had been confirmed. There was just over a month until the trade fair, so she needed to finalize it quickly. At 8:30 a.m., as she was about to leave, she opened the door and saw Emil wandering at the entrance. His eyes lit up when he saw her, and he happily shouted, "Master." "I'm not your master." Tang Nian was a bit speechless. She didn't even know this kid. "Master, I'm definitely a natural talent for martial arts. Feel my bones. Am I not a rare talent? If you accept me and help me open my meridians, I'll be the best fighter in the world." Emil blocked her path, excitedly promoting himself. Tang Nian found it amusing. Whether he was a martial arts genius was still unclear, but he certainly had thick skin. His obsession with martial arts was real, and it was surprising for a foreigner to even know about the meridians. "Master, my name is Emil. I'm 15 years old." "Is that a bit old?" "But it doesn't matter. I'm exceptionally talented. I can train for a year and be better than others who train for 10 years.
Please accept me."
Emil clasped his hands in a pleading manner. He was quite tall, nearly 6 feet, resembling a giant pug. "How do you know about Lu Xinyang?" Tang Nian was curious. She remembered Liang Yuxing's novels, which wouldn't have reached the mainland until the 1980s, right? Could she be mistaken? "Last year, my family was in Hong Kong, but this year my dad was transferred here," Emil explained. His father was a diplomat at the American consulate in Shanghai, previously working in Hong Kong. Emil had lived there for 7 or 8 years, which is why he spoke fluent Chinese. Lu Xinyang is a fictional character. What you read is just a novel, not real. Tang Nian explained seriously. This silly kid had been brainwashed by a novel. "Can you fly flowers and pick leaves?" Emil asked earnestly, instinctively believing his master could do it. When he first saw Tang Nian, he thought she looked just like Lu Xinyang, exactly as described in the book. Tang Nian fell silent. She didn't like lying to children, but she really didn't want to play with a little kid. "Yes, but I don't want to teach you."
Tang Nian spoke hastily.
Emil was overjoyed, but then he looked disappointed and asked pitifully, "Master, what do I have to do for you to teach me? Can I pay tuition? My family is very wealthy. My uncle runs a company and comes to China for business every year. I can give you a lot of pocket money." Tang Nian was about to leave but paused at his words and asked, "What kind of company does your uncle run?" "He runs a trading company and comes here every year to buy goods." Emil was very honest, babbling on about his family background. Tang Nian's expression gradually became enthusiastic. This kid's uncle could be a big client for her in the future. Do you want to learn how to fly flowers and pick leaves? And that hidden weapon you showed yesterday, I want to learn that too. Emil's eyes were filled with excitement. In the future, if he didn't like someone, he could use the hidden weapon against them. I can teach you, but there are conditions. Tang Nian was straightforward about her intentions. Master, does that mean I have to pay tuition? I'll go home and get it right now. Emil immediately turned to run home for money, but Tang Nian grabbed his collar, stopping him in his tracks. We'll talk about tuition later. When your uncle arrives, introduce me to him. I have a big business deal to discuss with him. Tang Nian stated her purpose. My uncle won't be here for a few days. I'll take you to meet him when he arrives. My uncle listens to me. Emil sighed in relief. He had a great relationship with his uncle, and even without Tang Nian saying it, he planned to introduce her to him. He also had a small wish to have Tang Nian as his aunt, so they would be family and she would teach him even more diligently. Watch closely. Tang Nian picked a leaf from the osmanthus tree in the yard, pinched it between her fingers, and told Emil to pay attention. With a flick of her wrist, the leaf shot out like lightning, cutting through a nearby blade of grass. Emil didn't blink, but he still didn't see how Tang Nian launched it. He only saw a green flash fly out. Then the grass was cut. He ran over to pick up the cut grass, which had a clean cut, and the osmanthus leaf lay on the ground. He was thrilled. This was flying flowers and picking leaves. He finally saw it. Master, will you teach me this? Emil ran back, pleading, imagining that once he learned it, he could show off when he returned home and definitely amaze everyone. First, practice your hand strength. At this rate, practice for 2 hours every day. Tang Nian instructed him to practice with playing cards at home, starting with 2 hours a day. Emil took careful notes and promised to practice diligently. Go home now, and don't come here too often. Tang Nian pushed the silly kid out of the yard and onto his bicycle. Master, I'm going home. Bye-bye. Emil waved happily and danced his way home, convinced he would soon become a martial arts master. Tang Nian smiled and rode away. First, she would go to the turbine factory to find Minister Niu and ask about the trade fair. Minister Niu was happy to see her in his office. Tang Nian presented him with some local specialties from Beijing, saying, I just returned from Beijing. Here are some gifts. You're too polite, don't waste money in the future. Let's have some tea. Minister Niu scolded her playfully, but was still very pleased. It's not about the value of the gift, but the thought behind it. She remembered him while in Beijing. I didn't spend much, Uncle Niu. Has the quota for the trade fair been confirmed? Tang Nian asked straightforwardly. Minister Niu shook his head. The initial list is set, but it hasn't been finalized. Director Jia has been fighting for you, but unfortunately, there are too many opponents. However, Xiao Tang, don't worry. If Director Jia can't secure it, you can come with our factory. I can guarantee that. Thank you, Uncle Niu. I'll think of another way. Tang Nian was not surprised. Many people would be competing for the list at the Canton Fair, and it was indeed tough for Director Jia alone. She decided to add some fuel to the fire. Uncle Niu, if I can get the foreign exchange orders in advance, does that increase my chances? Of course. If you can get the foreign exchange orders, it shows you have the capability, and they will definitely prioritize you. Before Minister Niu could react, he followed her words. After a moment, he realized and asked in surprise, Xiao Tang, can you really get the foreign exchange orders? I don't have confidence yet. I'll talk about it once I get them. Tang Nian truly lacked confidence and needed to meet Emil's uncle to understand better. There was a knock at the door and the secretary came in, saying, Minister, Mr. Andrew from the Peace Hotel called. He wants to bring some people to visit the turbine factory. How should I respond? Andrew is already here? That's earlier than previous years. Minister Niu smiled, clearly familiar with Andrew. He arrived yesterday. Mr. Andrew said he brought a few friends who are visiting China for the first time. They want to familiarize themselves with the market here in advance and ideally complete some orders before the Canton Fair to avoid the crowds, the secretary replied. That's great. As long as Andrew's friends are fine, they can visit anytime. I can also introduce them to clients. Wait, I'll call Andrew myself. Minister Nyo laughed heartily, eager for these foreigners to stay in the city longer. If they could sign orders in advance, the city's foreign exchange targets could be exceeded. I'll find translator Lee. Mr. Andrews' translator isn't very good. The secretary went to find translator Lee, who was responsible for receiving foreigners. He had just received Andrews' call and couldn't understand the translator. After a while, the secretary hurried back, saying translator Lee was out handling something urgent and wouldn't be back for a while. I'll call Andrew once translator Lee returns. Minister Nyo was anxious but had no choice. He couldn't speak a word of English and couldn't understand it either. Tang Nian had an idea and offered, Uncle Nyo, I can help you translate. How could I forget about the available translator? Haha, I'll call Andrew now, and Xiao Tang, you translate. Minister Nyo slapped his forehead, delighted, and picked up the phone to dial. He first called the Jinjiang Hotel's front desk, where most guests coming to the city were arranged to stay, and Andrew's group was there. Once the call connected, Minister Nyo handed the receiver to Tang Nian. Hello, I am Mr. Nyo, Shilin's secretary. Mr. Nyo sends his regards and welcomes you to the city. Tang Nian spoke fluent English, communicating with Andrew without any barriers. Her translation was clear and concise, even better than translator Lee's. Minister Nyo was thrilled and gave a thumbs up. The more time he spent with Xiao Tang, the more he discovered her strengths. She was like a treasure with countless advantages. If he could have such a capable daughter, it would be a blessing for the Nyo family. Tang Nian spoke with Andrew for about 10 minutes, confirming the time for their visit to the turbine factory. Both Minister Nyo and Andrew were very satisfied. Secretary Tang, my friends want to buy some handicrafts with Chinese characteristics. Does Mr. Nyo have any recommendations? Andrew asked. Yes, I happen to have a batch of very unique handicrafts that will definitely meet your friends' tastes and needs. If you don't mind, I can bring some samples for them to look at right now. Tang Nian quickly interjected, believing that her factory's handicrafts were definitely more appealing than those from the Oriental Handicraft Factory. She wasn't being arrogant. Andrew was a regular visitor to the city and surely knew about the Oriental handicrafts. However, he still asked Minister Nyo for recommendations, indicating he wasn't satisfied with them. Tang Nian had seen the products from the Oriental Handicraft Factory, and, to be honest, they were indeed outdated and didn't match current trends, which explained the decreasing foreign exchange orders. Andrew agreed happily. He had indeed taken his friends to the Oriental Handicraft Factory, and they had gone there as soon as they arrived yesterday. His friends weren't interested in those handicrafts, saying they were too old-fashioned. That's why he asked Minister Nyo for recommendations, and he was pleasantly surprised. Tang Nian chatted with Andrew for a while longer before hanging up. Minister Nyo blinked and asked dryly, Xiao Tang, you talked so much with Andrew. Why did you only translate a few sentences for me? He felt like she might have been saying something bad about him behind his back. Uncle Nyo, the rest wasn't related to the turbine factory. Andrew's friends wanted to buy some handicrafts. They had already looked at the Oriental ones and weren't satisfied, so I promoted our factory's products. I'll bring some samples for them to see. Tang Nian didn't hide anything and wanted to inform Minister Nyo that she hadn't stolen the opportunity from the Orientals. It was just that they weren't appealing enough, and Andrew's friends didn't like them. Then hurry up and go. Minister Nyo urged, hoping Tang Nian could secure this order. As for the Oriental Handicraft Factory, Minister Nyo couldn't be bothered. They weren't in the same department. However, he knew that the Oriental factory had been in disarray for years, focusing on internal conflicts rather than improving their products. It was no surprise they were being eliminated by the times. Tang Nian quickly finished her cold tea and rushed out. She ran into lifeone downstairs in the office building. She immediately recognized the sharp-faced deputy head of production, glanced at his knee, and saw he was walking normally, indicating his injury had healed. Lifeone recognized her too and smiled insincerely, saying, Comrade Tang, you're not even an employee of our factory. Why do you keep coming here? The products we produce are confidential. If any core technology is lost, you can't escape responsibility. Minister Nyo sent me here. If you have something to say, talk to him. Tang Nian didn't want to deal with such a scheming person and preferred to let Minister Niu handle it. Don't think that just because you have Niu Xiulin backing you, you can act tough. Now I suspect you are a spy trying to steal our core technology. Come with me. Su Lifeone, used to throwing his weight around, immediately accused Tang Nian of being a spy. He learned this tactic from his wife's uncle. His wife's uncle was always labeling people at the tail-cutting meeting, and Su Lifeone had picked up quite a bit from him, using this tactic to deal with many people. Tang Nian sneered, looking around to see no one was watching. Tang Nian rushed in front of Su Lifeone, knocked him out with a slap, and dragged him to a nearby grove, taking a shortcut, so no one saw her. Once in the grove, Tang Nian stripped Su Lifeone down to his underwear and used indelible ink to draw several turtles on him. She also wrote, "I am Su Lifeone from the turbine factory. I am a disgrace, and I deserve to die." After that, she beat him up until he was bruised and battered, making it look like he was caught in the act of wrongdoing and got beaten up. After finishing, Tang Nian threw him into a space and gave him sleeping pills, enough for this scoundrel to sleep for a day, then swaggered out of the factory. She returned home for a while, then came out with a bag full of samples and headed to the Jinjiang Hotel. The Jinjiang Hotel was established before the liberation and is run by a legendary woman. Tang Nian had read her biography, which was very inspiring. Now, the Jinjiang Hotel is state-owned, mainly used to host foreign guests and important visitors. Even compared to modern hotels, its layout and architecture are quite stylish. The Huamao apartment, built in 1929, also known as the 13-story building, was the predecessor of the Jinjiang Hotel. The Maoming apartment, completed in 1934, has 18 stories and is now the VIP building. The hotel staff are carefully selected. They must have good looks, speak well, and have at least a high school education with a clean background. "Comrade, may I ask who you are looking for?" the staff politely asked. "I have an appointment with Mr. Andrew in room 306. My name is Tang Nian from the Beautiful Crafts Factory." Tang Nian handed over the introduction letter from the Beautiful Crafts Factory. The staff glanced at it, called room 306, and after receiving a positive response from Andrew, smiled and said, "Comrade Tang, Mr. Andrew invites you to go up." "Thank you." Tang Nian smiled and entered the elevator with her bag. As soon as she stepped out of the elevator, she saw a foreign man with a big belly, around 40 years old, with a beard, not very tall, and a bit chubby, looking quite amusing. Andrew was taken aback when he saw Tang Nian coming out of the elevator, then extended his hand and smiled. "Beautiful Miss Tang Nian, hello." "Hello, Mr. Andrew." Tang Nian shook his hand confidently. Andrew led her to the room, where another man was present, about the same age but tall and thin, wearing glasses and looking serious, resembling a university professor. "This is my friend Carl, visiting China for the first time." Andrew introduced his friend, and Tang Nian shook his hand as well. She placed the bag on the table and took out the samples one by one. At first, Carl's expression didn't change, but as Tang Nian revealed each item, his surprise grew, and he leaned forward. Carl couldn't sit still. "Are these hairpins made by you?" Carl walked to the table and picked up a sparkling hairpin. With his years of experience in retail, he knew this hairpin was definitely ahead of current trends. Even in Paris, there weren't any as beautiful. He didn't expect such a big surprise on this trip to China. "Yes, these are all made by us," Tang Nian confidently replied, taking out all the samples from the bag and organizing them. Carl stared intently, his eyes gradually becoming enthusiastic. Yesterday, after visiting the Eastern Crafts Factory, he was disappointed with his trip, thinking he would return empty-handed. "Is this a fan?" Andrew picked up a wheat straw fan, shook it a few times, and couldn't put it down. "It's both a fan and a craft. It's woven from wheat straw, natural and eco-friendly, with no chemical materials. The embroidery is done by skilled artisans, all handmade, and it takes at least a day and night to make one fan." Tang Nian spoke without hesitation, feeling no guilt in deceiving foreigners. The skilled artisans were actually elderly women like her grandmother, who could make a fan in an hour. If the old lady wasn't gossiping, she could do it even faster. But Tang Nian knew that foreigners cared most about handmade, natural, and eco-friendly products with Chinese characteristics. Sure enough, Carl and Andrew looked at the fan as if it were a first love, appreciating its exquisite beauty, practicality, and the fact that it was made from natural materials, knowing it would sell well back home. Is this made of pearls? Carl picked up a pearl-crafted pagoda and loved it. Yes, it's made from natural freshwater pearls, woven one by beautiful young girls. It takes about 10 days to make such a pagoda, which is very time-consuming and labor-intensive. Only young girls can do this kind of detailed work. Tang Nian exaggerated a bit, knowing the foreigners wouldn't understand. Carl's eyes became even more enthusiastic. A pearl craft made by beautiful Chinese girls was a selling point in itself. This is carved from shells, and these are bamboo weavings. Tang Nian introduced the other items. Carl and Andrew were very interested in the bamboo weavings, but they didn't know what bamboo was. Do you know about giant pandas? Tang Nian asked. Yes, those adorable little creatures. Carl and Andrew smiled widely. They loved giant pandas and wished they could pet them. Bamboo is the food of giant pandas. These are all made from bamboo, which can be used as decorations and is very practical, sturdy, and eco-friendly. They were crafted by the elderly in our village, who have lived through many years. Tang Nian added some artistic descriptions, and Carl and Andrew listened intently, their interest in the bamboo weavings growing. This was the food of giant pandas. They never expected the crafts made from it would look so beautiful. Tang Nian also demonstrated how to use each bamboo item. Carl and Andrew watched closely, exclaiming in amazement at the wonders of this ancient, mysterious Eastern country, where even the simplest items had a history longer than their own country. Miss Tang, what are the prices for these products? Carl eagerly asked about the prices, wanting to make a purchase before anyone else could snatch them up. Mr. Carl, as you know, these are all handmade, and the materials are quite rare. For example, bamboo must first be given to giant pandas to eat, and only the leftovers can be used for weaving. And pearls take about 10 years to grow, and not every clam produces a pearl. Do you know what else pearls are called?
Tang Nian suddenly changed the topic.
Carl and Andrew were taken aback, then shook their heads and asked in unison, what else? What else could pearls be called? The tears of angels. Tang Nian casually made this up. It wasn't entirely her invention, as this phrase was used in later advertising. She just borrowed it. Carl and Andrew showed interest. They had never heard such an artistic name before. Tang Nian explained, the process of pearl formation is like this. Sand enters the oyster's body, and the soft body of the oyster feels pain, shedding beautiful tears. These tears wrap around the sand, and over time, they form a lovely pearl, which is why it's called the tears of angels. I see. Thank you, Miss Tang, for sharing such a beautiful yet sad legend with us. Carl was particularly interested in these legends and became even more fascinated with pearl jewelry. Tang Nian smiled and brought the conversation back. These crafts are all handmade, which takes a lot of time and effort, so the price is definitely higher than machine-made items. She first quoted the price for the pearl ornaments. Each piece is $45. She had asked about the official purchase price for these pearl crafts, which was 45 renminbi. However, Tang Nian thought that was too low, so she decided to quote $45 instead, thinking she could lower it later if needed. Carl frowned slightly and said, "This price is too high, Miss Tang. I sincerely want to cooperate with your factory. Can you lower it a bit?" He was actually satisfied with a $45 price, but as a businessman, he had to negotiate and couldn't just accept any price. "Mr. Carl, this price is already a discount. Before I came, Minister Niu told me that he and Mr. Andrew are longtime friends and advised me to offer the best price, not to profit from foreign friends. We Chinese have a saying, in business, if a deal doesn't happen, we still maintain our friendship. If Mr. Carl doesn't buy, that's fine. We can just be friends. In fact, this batch has already attracted interest from someone else, but the contract isn't signed yet because the person hasn't arrived." Tang Nian spoke casually, fabricating a client. Someone has already looked at this batch? Carl furrowed his brow. This was not good. He wanted to get ahead and make a big profit when he returned home. Yes, Mr. Lewis from the trading company. Do you know him? He often comes to China for business and will arrive in a couple of days. Tang Nian pretended to be innocent and casually mentioned the client's name. This Lewis was actually the uncle of Emile, a new foreign apprentice. Emile had shared everything about his family, including his uncle's birth date and some past relationships. Andrew and Carl exchanged glances. They knew Lewis and had a good relationship with him. Tang Nian mentioning Lewis's name clearly indicated she wasn't lying. It made sense for Lewis, who runs a trading company, to be interested in this batch. Any discerning businessman would appreciate these exquisite crafts. What price did Lewis offer you? Carl asked cautiously. He sensed that Tang Nian was quite naive and young, probably not very knowledgeable about business, so he wanted to test Lewis's offer. Mr. Lewis hasn't made an offer yet, but he asked me not to sell to anyone else. However, I thought having another client would be good, so I secretly came to meet you. Please don't tell Mr. Lewis. Tang Nian flashed a bright, innocent smile, completely different from her usual cold demeanor. Carl had no doubts and even felt pleased. Luckily, he arrived in Shanghai first. He had to secure this batch. Miss Tang, I won't negotiate on the $45 price, but I have one request. All the products from your factory must be sold to me and not to anyone else. We can sign a contract. Carl was very decisive and wanted to sign the contract first. Our factory has many products. Can you handle them all? Tang Nian asked deliberately. How many are there? Let me calculate. These pearl ornaments, about 200,000. Tang Nian quoted a number. At $45 each, 200,000 wasn't too much. Xian Pearl had said her family village had a lot of pearls, enough to make these ornaments. I'll take the 200,000. What are the prices for these? Carl's eyes didn't blink when he heard it was only 200,000. Once he brought the pearls back home, he could at least double his profit. Tang Nian regretted that he agreed so quickly. She must have quoted too low. So, she raised the prices for the remaining items. The straw fans were $12 each. The large bamboo weavings ranged from $10 to $15, the small ones from $5 to $8, shell carvings were $1 to $5, and hairpins were $0. $50 to $2. The prices were several times higher than the initial estimates, totaling over $300,000 in orders. Carl signed the contract without hesitation and even agreed to pay an $80,000 deposit, but with the condition that she couldn't sell to anyone else. I can't agree to that. Our factory is quite large, and you can't handle it all, Mr. Carl. I can promise to prioritize your orders so you can get ahead. How does that sound? Tang Nian didn't agree. She still wanted to make a big deal at the trade fair. Although Carl was dissatisfied, he knew his request was a bit excessive, so he agreed to let Tang Nian ship to him first. That's fine. Tang Nian readily agreed and wrote that clause in the contract, which made Carl happy. He was straightforward, and after reaching an agreement, he pulled out the contract. Tang Nian wasn't very familiar with business contracts, especially in foreign trade, so she hesitated and called Minister Nio. Uncle Nio, I need to ask you something. What is it? Did you meet Andrew and the others? How did it go? Minister Nio was very concerned and thought Tang Nian might not have succeeded in selling her products, wondering how to comfort her. I met them, and both he and his friend were quite nice. They were satisfied with the samples I brought and want to sign a contract with me. I don't understand this area well. Can you introduce a professional to help me? Tang Nian said. That's good to hear. Andrew is a decent person. If it doesn't work out this time, no worries. Just try harder next time. Don't lose heart, Xiao Tang. Minister Nio's brain, ears, and mouth were all working separately. He heard what Tang Nian said, and his brain was analyzing, but his mouth was still saying the comforting words he had prepared. Suddenly, he jolted, almost falling off his chair. Xiao Tang, what did you just say? A contract? Andrew's friend wants to buy your products? Minister Nio finally reacted overjoyed. Xiao Tang had achieved a great success on her first attempt. Indeed, it was said that heroes emerge from youth. They found it difficult to secure a foreign exchange order, but Xiao Tang effortlessly sold her products. How capable she was! Yes, Mr. Carl is very satisfied with the products I brought and wants to sign a contract. Uncle Nyo, please help me find a professional to assist me with the contract.
Tang Nian Samai.
Wait a moment. I'll make a call. Xiao Tang, you're amazing. Well done. Minister Nyo couldn't help but praise her. If this girl were his daughter, he would praise her 100 times a day. Minister Nyo hung up the phone and called the Foreign Trade Office, where there were professionals responsible for foreign trade contracts. Beautiful Crafts Factory? Where is that? It's in Zhucheng. They have already negotiated business with foreign merchants and are just waiting to sign the contract. Please send someone to help. Comrade Tang is new to foreign trade and doesn't understand much, Minister Nyo said. Oh, it's from Zhucheng. Why isn't it from our city, Hucheng? The person from the Foreign Trade Office sounded a bit disappointed. The foreign exchange revenue from this order would count for Zhucheng, not Hucheng. Your attitude is not right. Whether it's Zhucheng or Hucheng, it's all part of our country. Earning foreign exchange is a good thing for the nation and the people. Are you unwilling? If so, I'll find someone else. Minister Nyo was unhappy and scolded the person on the other end. It's not that I'm unwilling. I'm just worried we won't meet this year's foreign exchange targets. We're still far behind. The other person quickly explained, and Minister Nyo didn't press further. He insisted they send someone to the Jinjiang Hotel and added, hurry up. If there's a delay in Comrade Tang signing the contract, I'll have to report to Director Su. Make sure to send someone capable. I'll send someone right away, Minister Nyo. You're too worried. It's just a small crafts factory in a county. How big can the order be? A few tens of thousands at most. The person thought Minister Nyo was overreacting. For a small crafts factory, an order of 30 or 40,000 would be impressive. Even the Oriental Crafts Factory in Hucheng only had foreign trade orders peaking at 250,000. Could this beautiful crafts factory be better than Oriental? Regardless of the order size, even if it's only 10,000, it's still a good thing. Your attitude is quite problematic. Minister Nyo frowned, getting angry. The person on the phone quickly apologized and promised to send the most capable comrade Shengguan Jing to help. Shengguan Jing is good. Let her go. Minister Nyo knew Shengguan Jing from their previous work together. She was a young woman who was very skilled in foreign trade. He called Tang Nian again, saying, a woman named Shengguan Jing will come to assist you in signing the contract. Her company is not in Hucheng. It's a crafts factory in Zhucheng. Thank you, Uncle Nyo. Once the contract is signed, I'll treat you to a drink. Tang Nian was very grateful that the Foreign Trade Office sent Shengguan Jing, clearly because of Minister Nyo's influence. No rush on the drinks. Finish your work first. There will be plenty of time for that later. Minister Nyo laughed as he hung up, unable to stop smiling. Although he thought Tang Nian's order would only reach 30 or 40,000, he was still proud of her. She was just 17. In a few years, she might achieve even more. Shengguan Jing received the notice to go to the Jinjiang Hotel to assist a girl named Tang Nian in signing a foreign trade contract. She thought her superiors were a bit too anxious about this small order, which usually didn't require her involvement. However, she didn't question it further. An hour later, she arrived at the Jinjiang Hotel and met Tang Nian and Andrew. Hello, I'm Shengguan Jing, here to assist you with the contract. Shengguan Jing extended her hand, clearly stating her identity.
Hello, I'm Tang Nian.
Here's the situation. Tang Nian shook her hand and briefly explained the order with Carl. When she mentioned the amount was 300,000, Shengguan Jing's calm expression cracked slightly, but her professionalism kept her shock in check. After Tang Nian finished, she asked, is that 300,000 US dollars or RMB?
She thought it should be RMB.
How could a crafts factory have a $300,000 order? From her years of foreign trade experience, it seemed impossible. US dollars. Tang Nian's tone was firm. Shengguan Jing's expression cracked again. She even checked her ears to make sure she heard correctly. May I ask how many workers your beautiful crafts factory has? Shengguan Jing actually wanted to say, can your factory handle a 300,000 order? If they can't deliver on time, they would face penalties, which is not a small amount. We have over 200 people in our village, and more than half are productive. We also have many backup workers from other villages. Don't worry, if I dare to sign, I guarantee we'll meet the delivery time. Tang Nian noticed her concern and immediately reassured her. If the village doesn't have enough hands, they can find people from other villages. Most older villagers can weave things like straw fans and bamboo crafts. If someone can't do it, they can be trained quickly. There's no need to worry about materials. There's plenty of bamboo on the mountain, and she has a lot of straw in her space. She can find an excuse to take it out later. Seeing Tang Nian so confident, Shengguan Jing felt a bit more at ease. She picked up the draft contract Carl had prepared. When she saw the prices for each product, her expression cracked for the third time. Known for her seriousness and composure, Shengguan Jing completely failed to manage her expression today. A small pearl tower costs 45 yuan, while that shiny hairpin, which sells for just over a yuan in department stores, is being sold to Carl for $4.5, which translates to dozens of yuan. And the bamboo crafts, charging over $10? The shell carvings also cost several dollars. From her perspective, Tang Nian was clearly overcharging, almost like outright robbery. Yet Carl actually agreed and signed such an unequal contract. Shengguan Jing glanced at Tang Nian, wondering if this girl had somehow enchanted Carl. Tang Nian smiled at her and asked, "Is there any problem with the contract?" "No problem." Shengguan Jing hesitated for a moment and smiled back. In reality, there were issues with the contract. She felt it was too unfair to Carl, but she wouldn't say it out loud. This was $300,000 in foreign exchange. "Are you sure Mr. Carl is okay with this price?" Shengguan Jing asked quietly. She was worried Carl might feel cheated by Tang Nian. If he realized later and caused a scene at the Foreign Trade Bureau, it would be very problematic. "He's fine with it. He even asked me to sign the contract first. Besides, this price is actually very cheap. All the materials are natural and environmentally friendly, and it's all handmade. If it weren't for my good rapport with Mr. Carl, I definitely wouldn't offer such a low price." Tang Nian genuinely felt the price was too cheap. Having been abroad in her past life, she knew how much foreigners cherished Chinese crafts. For her products, Carl could easily make 2 to 3 times the profit once he took them back. Unfortunately, very few people in our country have this awareness. The prices for things sold to foreigners are often very low, wasting good products. Shengguan Jing stared wide-eyed at Tang Nian, as if she were an alien. Having started working at 18 and been in foreign trade for 10 years, this was the first time she had seen such a confident person from her country. She even thought Tang Nian was a bit overly confident. Although these crafts were indeed exquisite, they weren't worth such high prices. Shengguan Jing couldn't help but glance at Carl, finding him a bit foolish. However, she certainly wouldn't say that out loud. This was about earning foreign exchange for the country, and the more, the better. Tang Nian noticed her thoughts and asked, "Comrade Shengguan, you've never been abroad, have you?"
No.
Shengguan Jing shook her head. "If you had the chance to go out and see, you would know how cheap my prices are. I'm not exaggerating when I say that this pearl tower, if Mr. Carl takes it abroad, will definitely sell for at least 3 times the price, and there's no worry about it not selling." Tang Nian picked up a pearl tower as an example. Shengguan Jing looked a bit skeptical. Can it really sell for that much? And how does this girl know the market prices abroad? Shengguan Jing didn't press further. The topic was too sensitive, and she was afraid it would bring trouble to Tang Nian. Since Carl and Tang Nian had reached an agreement, the contract was happily signed. Carl said he would quickly transfer the $100,000 deposit to the account of the beautiful crafts factory. "Mr. Carl, it's a pleasure to cooperate." Tang Nian said goodbye to them, needing to rush back to Tang village to arrange production tasks. From now on, they would have to work overtime. Fortunately, the harvest was completed, and it was the off-season, so everyone in the village could work. "Pleasure working together, Miss Tang. I have a bold request." May I visit your factory to see the production process? Carl was eager to witness how these handmade products were made, mainly to take some promotional photos, which would be a big selling point when he returned home. Of course. Mr. Carl, just let me know the time in advance. Tang Nien readily agreed. Probably in about a week. I'll call you then, Miss Tang, Carl said with a smile. Okay. Tang Nien shook hands with them and left the Jinjiang Hotel, with Shangguan Jing accompanying her. Thank you, Comrade Shangguan. Shall we grab a meal together?
Tang Nian apasita Shangguan Jing.
Although she seemed hard to get along with, she was very serious and responsible, with strong professional skills. She liked people who took their work seriously. No, I need to go back and report. We can eat together another time. Shangguan Jing politely declined, but she also had a good impression of Tang Nien. She had a feeling that she and this young lady would cross paths again in the future. Are you going to the Canton Fair? Tang Nien asked. Shangguan Jing nodded. She smiled and said, Then when we get to Yangcheng, I'll treat you to a meal. Great. Looking forward to seeing you in Yangcheng. Shangguan Jing waved goodbye and rode away. After returning to the office, she reported to her boss. The boss was drinking tea, and when he heard that a pearl tower sold for $45, he spat out his tea, almost hitting Shangguan Jing. Are you kidding? Isn't this deceiving foreign merchants? This girl named Tang Nien is going too far. How could you let her do this? No, this contract can't count. It needs to be signed again. The boss was worried that Carl would cause trouble if he found out he had been deceived, which would have a very negative impact. He didn't listen to Shangguan Jing's explanation and called Minister Niu, saying unhappily that Tang Nien is too reckless. She actually deceived a foreign merchant. Selling a small pearl tower for $45? Do you know how much the domestic purchase price for pearls is? This small pearl tower is worth at most 45 yuan. If Mr. Carl finds out this price, he will definitely cause a scene. Bring her over. This contract needs to be changed. Is the pearl tower really that cheap? Minister Niu was skeptical. He thought pearls were expensive. The pearls used for crafting are of poor quality and not expensive. $45 is about 80 or 90 yuan. This Tang Nien is really bold, damaging our reputation. Hearing this, Minister Niu became displeased and said with a frown, You don't even know the details yet. Why are you jumping to conclusions? How do you know Mr. Carl was deceived? What if he willingly agreed? You not only lack awareness but also common sense, always labeling others. This mindset is unacceptable. How could he willingly agree? Carl isn't a fool. How can he make a profit at this price? The Foreign Trade Office leader retorted. He hadn't been abroad either and didn't know how popular these items were overseas. Boss, Tang Nien said that this pearl tower could sell for at least 3 times the price abroad, Shangguan Jing said quietly. She doesn't know anything. Has she ever been abroad? Nonsense. The boss glared, feeling that his capable subordinate was being fooled by a reckless girl, which was very disappointing. I don't think Tang Nien is lying. Boss, you haven't been abroad either, so how do you know she's wrong? Shangguan Jing calmly countered. The boss was suddenly speechless, glaring at Shangguan Jing in anger. Shangguan Jing wasn't afraid and said, Boss, you are too stubborn. You haven't even understood the truth and are already judging her. If you were a judge, you would cause many wrongful convictions. Get out. The boss was so angry that his face turned blue. He had always been too kind, which allowed his subordinates to become increasingly unruly. How could she say he was stubborn? If he were truly stubborn, would these kids have become so bold? Shangguan Jing snorted and left the office, slamming the door with a loud bang, making the boss's heart race. He grabbed his teacup to throw it but hesitated, not wanting to break something he had spent money on. Don't think that just because you're capable, I won't discipline you. Shangguan Jing, write me a self-criticism of at least 800 words. What kind of talk is this? Who's the boss here, you or me? The boss shouted angrily, and outside, it was silent. Once he closed the door, everyone immediately began to whisper. Old Wang must have been kicked out of bed by his wife last night. I saw scratches on his chin this morning. He said it was from a stray cat. Definitely. He came in with a dark face early in the morning, and it's still dark in the afternoon. They must have had a big fight last night. Poor old Wong. Bullied by a tigress. What a pity. Everyone enjoyed discussing the boss's private life, not worried about being overheard, knowing that he was just pretending to be angry and wouldn't do anything to them. Minister Niu scolded old Wang over the phone, saying he would first ask Tang Nian for clarification. Minister Niu was about to send someone to find her when Tang Nian showed up on her own. What's going on with your 300,000 order? Hurry up and tell me. Minister Niu asked impatiently. Although he had silenced the person on the phone, he was genuinely worried. What if Tang made a mistake? This was a matter of international reputation, and it could lead to big trouble. Here's the deal. Mr. Andrew's friend, Mr. Carl, was satisfied with the 120 samples I brought and asked to sign a contract. He was also happy with the price. Tang Nian casually poured herself some water, having talked so much earlier that her mouth was dry. You're selling that pearl tower for $45? Did Carl agree? Minister Niu emphasized the word dollars. No wonder old Wang was angry. He was starting to suspect that Tang was tricking the foreigner. How could a small pearl tower be sold for $45? Tang must have gotten really bold. Yes, Carl even wants to buy all the products from our beautiful factory, but I didn't agree. He can't handle it all by himself. Tang Nian looked at him disdainfully, thinking that even the production minister had no worldly experience. Minister Niu choked on his own saliva, now doubting whether it was Carl who was foolish or if Tang was just boasting. Be honest, you didn't trick Mr. Carl, did you? Minister Niu asked seriously and directly. I just used a little normal marketing strategy. Uncle Niu, I know what you're worried about. Let me put it this way. Our beautiful factory's pearl tower, if Carl sells it abroad, the price will at least double. He could sell it with his eyes closed. There's no way he would lose money. Tang Nian decided to be clear. She had many more products to sell to foreigners in the future. Selling for $45 was just the beginning. She needed to prepare them for higher prices. Minister Niu was half convinced. Could $45 actually lead to big profits? Did foreigners have so much money to burn? If you don't believe me, just call my master and ask him. You'll see I'm not lying. Tang Nian felt a bit sad. The Chinese had been poor and backward for too long, lacking national confidence. Even someone like Minister Niu, who had seen the world, felt insecure when dealing with foreigners. How could ordinary people feel any different? Being backward means getting bullied, and without national confidence, the saying that economic foundations determine superstructures applies to everything. She wasn't a good person, but she still had a patriotic heart. She hoped to contribute a little to the country's economic development. She couldn't guarantee much, but when doing business with foreigners in the future, she would definitely ask for high prices. There was no highest, only higher. Minister Niu personally invited old Zhang and explained the situation. $45 isn't expensive at all. Foreigners love these little gadgets. Nian, you should ask for even more next time. $45 is too cheap for Carl. Old Zhang carefully examined the pearl tower and was very dissatisfied with Tang Nian's price. It was too low. Minister Niu twitched his lips. It was true that like master, like apprentice. Both were incredibly bold. It is indeed low. Carl agreed too quickly. That was a miscalculation. Tang Nian felt regretful. When Carl eagerly wanted to sign the contract, she knew she had set the price too low, but she couldn't take it back now. She didn't want to embarrass herself. There will be more opportunities in the future. You did very well for your first business deal with a foreigner by daring to set this price. Old Zhang praised her. After the trade fair, I'll raise the price, but it's a pity we don't have enough pearls. Tang Nian felt a bit disappointed. The pearl stock from Shanxia Lake was low, only enough for Carl. At the trade fair, she could only focus on bamboo weaving, shell carving, and hairpins. The biggest pity was that it took too long to cultivate pearls, at least 4 to 5 years to form, so there would only be enough pearl crafts to sell this time. Minister Niu had a thought and quickly said, I think the Oriental factory has a batch of stock pearls. You could collaborate with them. Although he didn't like the way the Oriental factory operated, as a fellow business in Hu City, he was willing to help. Tang Nian frowned slightly and said, "The Oriental factory is too tricky. Collaborating with them is too exhausting. I'll talk to old Jia about it. Leave the pearl matter to me." Minister Niu took it upon himself. He also called Andrew to indirectly ask about Carl's opinion on the order. Carl is very happy. He thanks Mr. Niu for introducing the beautiful Miss Tang. "Once I finish my matters in Hu City, Carl, and I will visit Miss Tang's factory." Andrew laughed heartily on the phone, sincerely thanking him and saying he wanted to treat Minister Niu to a meal. Only then did Minister Niu feel completely relieved. He politely declined the meal invitation and called the Foreign Trade Office. "You guys are supposed to be in foreign trade, yet you have no insight. You sit up high and exaggerate, messing things up without even understanding the foreign market. Selling the Pearl Tower for $45 is reasonable. Mr. Carl has no objections, yet you're the ones making a fuss. Can't you stand to see your own people do well?" Little Tang worked hard to secure a 300,000 order, making such a big contribution, and yet you doubted her? How disheartening for her. Minister Niu took the initiative to criticize the Foreign Trade Office. In fact, the Foreign Trade Office had already sent someone to understand the situation and found out that Carl was indeed very satisfied with the order and had no complaints. They realized they had wronged Tang Nian and felt guilty. "We misunderstood the situation and wronged little Tang. Next time I'll host a meal. Old Niu, you little Tang, and old Jia should join." On the other end of the phone was Director Su from the Foreign Trade Office, who was the final decision-maker for the trade fair list. He was very curious about Tang Nian, whom he had never met, and wanted to see her. "No rush for the meal, old Su. Aren't you worried about the foreign exchange task? I have an idea. Little Tang is a once-in-a-century talent. You've seen her sales skills. She's also multilingual and can design. The crafts she signed with Carl were all designed by her, and the foreigners love them." Minister Niu, feeling a bit dry, took a big sip of tea and continued, "Our Hu City is a major player in foreign exchange, under great pressure. Old Su, you're worried sick. How about we take a bold step at the autumn trade fair and let little Tang's beautiful craft factory participate? There might be great surprises. But the beautiful factory is from Zhucheng. Even if they sign $1 million order, it doesn't relate to Hu City," Director Su reminded. "Old Su, you can't be so narrow-minded. Whether it's Hu City or Zhucheng, the profits are still in our own pot. Little Tang can definitely secure more orders at the trade fair. If the beautiful factory can't keep up with production, our Oriental factory in Hu City can collaborate with them." Minister Niu revealed his intention. Hu City had more than just the Oriental factory. There were several others, and they could all collaborate, allowing the foreign exchange earnings to count for Hu City. Even if he didn't say it, Director Su had thought of it too, but he couldn't agree immediately and said they needed to discuss it in a meeting. "Be quick. Little Tang is a once-in-a-century talent. If you don't act fast, someone else will snatch her away." Minister Niu wasn't exaggerating. If the capital learned about someone like Tang Nian, they would definitely offer generous conditions to poach her, so they had to act quickly. Minister Niu talked on the phone with Director Su for a long time, both discussing how to secure a spot for Tang Nian at the Canton Fair. Only after Director Su agreed to prioritize the beautiful crafts factory did he hang up, finishing his tea in one go. "Don't worry. Old Su said they will discuss it in a meeting, so it's basically settled." Minister Niu reassured Tang Nian, as Director Su has the final say, and there's a 70 to 80% chance of getting that spot. "Thank you, Uncle Niu," Tang Nian said gratefully.
"Don't mention it.
I won't keep you for dinner. I've been very busy lately." Minister Niu was indeed busy. The factory's new product had encountered technical issues, and he was constantly in the technical department or the workshop, running around. Zhang Lao felt ashamed. He wasn't knowledgeable about steam turbines and couldn't help. However, he was trying to contact classmates who were experts in steam turbines, but unfortunately, he hadn't reached anyone yet. It had been chaotic over the years, and they had lost touch, even unsure if they were alive. "Uncle Niu, is there a technical problem?"
Tang Nian asked.
She wasn't an expert on steam turbines, but she had some understanding and had read related professional books, so maybe she could help a little. Minister Niu's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "Xiao Tang, why don't you go take a look? Maybe Xiao Tang would have a solution?" "Uncle Niu, I don't know much about steam turbines. I might not be able to help," Tang Nian said up front, not wanting him to have too high hopes and end up disappointed. "That's fine, just take a look." Minister Niu comforted her and pulled her to the workshop. Zhang Lao followed them. They first went to the technical department, where all the engineers were present, looking disheveled and wearing wrinkled clothes, with no regard for their appearance. "They've been eating and drinking here, working several night shifts," Minister Niu explained. Tang Nian secretly admired them. Nowadays, whether ordinary workers or scientists and technicians, they all had a spirit of sacrifice and dedication, something many in later generations couldn't match. She certainly didn't. She was quite selfish. She initially thought she couldn't help, but felt lucky that the problems these people faced had already been solved in the future, and she just happened to have read relevant professional books. Instead of pointing out directly, she casually asked some questions, guiding them to think of solutions, and Zhang Lao also offered some very useful suggestions. The group was overjoyed, completely immersed in their work, entering a state of forgetfulness. Minister Niu was a bit dumbfounded. He only managed production and didn't understand technology. He hadn't understood anything when Xiao Tang was talking to them, but it seemed like the problem was solved. "Excuse me." An engineer rushed over, needing to go out for materials, rudely pushing Minister Niu aside. Minister Niu stepped aside, but before he could steady himself, another engineer pushed him away. "Fine, I'll go out." Minister Niu felt a bit embarrassed and decided to leave. Tang Nian also went outside. "Xiao Tang, did you find a solution?" Minister Niu asked excitedly. "Maybe. I'm not sure," Tang Nian replied with a smile. "I knew you would have a solution. Xiao Tang, you're truly a genius. Would you like to work at the factory? No need to clock in every day, and the salary will definitely satisfy you." Minister Niu started recruiting again, making the conditions more tempting. "Thank you, Uncle Niu, but let's talk about it later."
Tang Nian family Decalin.
She didn't want to be tied down to one place. It felt too restricting. She planned to resign from her jobs at the Tianjin factory and Hongqing factory once the machine tool factory was up and running, focusing solely on managing the factory. If she owned shares in dozens of factories, she would never run out of money. Minister Niu sighed in disappointment, but didn't give up hope. Xiao Tang said to talk about it later, so he would bring it up again after some time. After all, Liu Bei visited Zhuge Liang 3 times to invite him. It was only right for him to ask Xiao Tang a few more times since she was such a talented person. "Uncle Niu, I'm heading back to the guest house." As it got darker, Tang Nian said her goodbyes. She wanted to visit Deng Chongsheng. "Go ahead. Be careful on the way." Minister Niu smiled and watched her leave before returning to his office. Once outside the steam turbine factory, it was even darker. She stopped by a store to buy a big watermelon and 2 bottles of alcohol before riding toward Deng Chongsheng's home. Deng Chongsheng lived in a military compound, with a guard standing straight at the entrance, looking very imposing. Tang Nian registered her identity, and the guard called Deng Chongsheng for confirmation before letting her in. "Nian girl, you bought so much stuff. What a waste of money." Deng Chongsheng came out to greet her, smiling from a distance, speaking to her like she was family. "It's my first visit. I can't come empty-handed." Tang Nian explained seriously, promising she wouldn't bring gifts next time. Deng Chongsheng laughed heartily. He liked her straightforwardness. "Come on, dinner is ready, just waiting for you." Deng Chongsheng took the watermelon and walked alongside Tang Nian, beaming with joy, looking kinder than usual. "Old Deng, who is this pretty girl?" They met several people along the way, and seeing Deng Chongsheng, who usually had a stern face, smiling like this, with a lovely girl beside him, piqued their curiosity. "My granddaughter, my real one." Deng Chongsheng emphasized that she was his biological granddaughter and introduced Tang Nian to a few old friends. Although these old men wore patched shirts and shorts, looking like neighborhood uncles, each of them had an impressive background. Tang Nian was polite, Not overly enthusiastic, but not cold either, greeting each one respectfully. Your granddaughter is really beautiful, stunning. Several old men had heard Deng Chongqing talk about Tang Nian before. They used to think he exaggerated, claiming his granddaughter was more beautiful than a fairy. Now that they saw her, they realized he was telling the truth, and they couldn't help but feel envious. Deng Chongqing laughed proudly, leading Tang Nian home amid their admiration and jealousy. His wife was a spirited old lady, a revolutionary partner who had fought in battles. Her surname was Tian, and her name was Tian Chonghong. Tang Nian called her Grandma Tian. My old Deng is so lucky to have you taking care of him. Treat this as your own home and come back for meals often. Tian Chonghong liked Tang Nian more and more. She appreciated bold and generous girls and found the pretentious ones annoying. I'll come whenever I can. Your cooking is delicious. Tang Nian also wanted to visit often. Grandma Tian's cooking was truly great, and she loved it. Haha, just tell me what you want to eat, and I'll make it for you. Tian Chonghong was delighted. She wondered why this girl was so likable. Okay. Tang Nian nodded, not planning to be polite. Investing in Deng Chongqing had been very successful, and now it was time to reap the rewards. Tian Chonghong tried hard to persuade her to stay overnight, but Tang Nian declined. She wasn't used to staying at others' homes. That night, she rode home alone. Deng Chongqing wasn't worried. She was quite capable and could easily navigate the city. Halfway home, Tang Nian suddenly remembered Su Lifeone in her space and quickly found a secluded spot to let her out. Su Lifeone was still sound asleep, likely not waking up until tomorrow morning. Tang Nian dragged him to the busiest street in his city. Although there weren't many people at night, it would be crowded with cars and pedestrians by 7 or 8 in the morning. Wearing only a pair of shorts, Su Lifeone was unceremoniously left on the street while she went back to the guest house to sleep. After working all night in the space, Tang Nian didn't wake up until noon, skipping breakfast and feeling a bit sluggish. After washing up, she went downstairs to eat and overheard the waitstaff gossiping. How embarrassing. So many people saw it, and he wasn't even dressed. I happened to pass by on my way to work. Oh my, it was shocking. A few waitresses, all married, spoke openly, and their voices grew louder. Tang Nian listened for a moment in the hallway, frowning. She had left him with a pair of shorts. Where did they go? She intentionally walked heavily, and the women's chatter immediately stopped. They pretended to be busy cleaning tables and mopping the floor. Tang Nian smiled at them as she left, not caring about Su Lifeone's shorts. After all, it wasn't her who was embarrassed. However, she underestimated people's gossiping skills. Su Lifeone's incident had already spread throughout the city. When she entered a restaurant, she heard customers discussing it in even more outrageous terms. That's Su Lifeone from the turbine factory, the one who likes to act tough, barely has any meat on him. Did you see him this morning? TSK, just like a piece of shredded meat. One diner held up a slender piece of meat with his chopsticks. The others burst into laughter, their expression suggestive. I heard Su Lifeone's partner is a man. I heard that too. How could someone like that be a deputy director in the turbine factory? Is there no one else? I'd be better than Su Lifeone. At least I'm a man. The diners continued to exaggerate, and if it went on, they might even change Su Lifeone's gender. After finishing her meal, Tang Nian planned to return to the turbine factory to see what was happening. What really happened with those shorts? Who pulled off the last piece of fabric? Su Lifeone was at the turbine factory too. He had been woken up by insults that morning while still dreaming, only to hear someone calling him a shameless scoundrel, which made him furious. As soon as he woke up, the sunlight blinded him, and he was surrounded by many people, making it hard for him to tell if he was still dreaming or in reality. It took several minutes for him to fully wake up and realize his situation. He had been left on the street for everyone to see, with no privacy at all. He also heard many people calling him a pervert, which made him both angry and ashamed, causing him to faint again. When he woke up, he was already at the turbine factory, dressed properly. An employee from the turbine factory recognized him and kindly brought him back. Now, Su Lifeone was facing the factory director, the secretary, and Minister Niu. It was Tang Nian. She stripped me and threw me on the street.
Su Lifeone công lai.
The last person he encountered before fainting was Tang Nian. It had to be her doing. How dare you blame Tang Nian? You shameless scoundrel. You have the nerve to slander her? She's a lovely girl, and you think she would strip an old pervert like you? How can you even say that? Su Lifeone, you disgust me. Minister Niu jumped up in anger and slapped Su Lifeone several times. Tang Nian had just solved a major technical problem for the factory, and this shameless man dared to tarnish her name. He deserved severe punishment. The director and secretary also looked displeased. Their gazes towards Su Lifeone were harsh. Even if Tang Nian hadn't solved the technical problem, they wouldn't believe his ridiculous claims. Saying that Tang Nian stripped Su Lifeone was as unbelievable as saying Minister Niu did it. Even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe that. It really was Tang Nian. I met her at the factory yesterday morning, and she was very angry. She hit me without a word. Look at my face. These injuries are from her.
Then
I lost consciousness. It must have been her. Su Lifeone pointed at his face, moving closer to make sure they could see the injuries clearly. Don't come any closer. Stay back. Minister Niu stepped back in disgust. He found Su Lifeone repulsive. The director and secretary also instinctively moved away, sharing the same sentiment, believing Su Lifeone was unclean. Tang Nian was busy all day yesterday, and many people saw her. She isn't some magical being who can clone herself to hit you. Su Lifeone, you're just making baseless accusations. Minister Niu's expression turned cold, believing Su Lifeone had ulterior motives and was trying to harm Tang Nian. Unfortunately, this fool was too stupid to make a good case. No one would believe his nonsense. So many people saw Tang Nian at the Jinjiang restaurant, and she was with him in the technical department solving problems. How could she have had time to teach him a lesson? Deputy Minister Su, you might be overworked and stressed. You should take some time off to rest. The director spoke politely, knowing Su Lifeone's brother-in-law was someone they couldn't afford to offend. I'm not stressed. It's Tang Nian who did this to me. I will get to the bottom of this. Su Lifeone was furious. He had lost so much face, and he needed to settle the score with Tang Nian. His brother-in-law loved beautiful women, and Tang Nian was attractive enough to please him. He would have to involve his brother-in-law to get revenge. When Tang Nian arrived at the turbine factory, Su Lifeone had already left. Minister Niu warned her to be careful of Su Lifeone's brother-in-law, Li Dahai. Li Dahai used to be a worker at the turbine factory, known for being unruly and getting into fights. He was fired and later joined a gang. Now he's a deputy director, and he's not a good person. Be careful. Minister Niu spoke cautiously, afraid of scaring Tang Nian. Li Dahai was not only violent but also lecherous, and many women had suffered because of him. I'll be careful. Tang Nian nodded, ready to deal with any trouble that came her way. The next day, Director Xia called Tang Nian, sounding very happy. Xiao Tang, your booth for the Canton Fair has been confirmed. It's booth number 74. It's a bit small and not in a great location, but with your skills, it shouldn't matter much. Booth 74 was squeezed into a corner, as Meili Factory is new and a village-run enterprise. If they were given a better spot, other companies would surely complain. Thank you, Uncle Xia. As long as we have a booth, that's fine. Tang Nian expressed her gratitude. The location didn't matter to her as it wouldn't hinder her sales. I didn't do much. It's mainly your hard work. You've already secured 300,000 in orders before even attending the fair. Director Su personally approved it, and no one else dared to complain. Director Xia felt a bit embarrassed for not helping much. If it weren't for your groundwork, Director Su wouldn't have thought of me. By the way, Uncle Xia, how is Xiaoli doing? Tang Nian changed the subject, feeling a bit at a loss for words with all the pleasantries. Much better now. Xiaoli goes for short walks every day and has a better appetite. She's gained 5 pounds. Thank you so much, Xiao Tang. Talking about his daughter made Director Xie even happier, and he was very grateful to Tang Niannian. You're welcome. I really like Xiaoli. Tang Niannian had a good impression of Xiaoli and mentioned that she would visit their home to check on her health. Director Xie thanked her again, and after hanging up, Tang Niannian rode her bike to their house. Xiaoli and her mother were home, and they were very happy to see her. Comrade Tang, please have some malted milk. Xiaoli's mother made a cup of rich malted milk, which was a high standard of hospitality these days. After finishing the malted milk, Tang Niannian checked Xiaoli's pulse, which felt much stronger. You're recovering well. This bottle of medicine is a month's supply. Take one a day, and I'll prepare more when you're done. Tang Niannian took out a bottle of medicine she had prepared the night before, with a slightly reduced amount of the special ingredient. Thank you, Sister Tang. Xiaoli accepted the medicine, secretly vowing to repay Sister Tang for saving her life once she was well. Please take this money for the medicine. The materials must be expensive. We will always remember your kindness. Xiaoli's mother handed her an envelope containing all their savings, a total of 1,000 yuan. They had spent a lot on Xiaoli's treatment over the years and could only offer this. Auntie, Uncle Xia, and I agreed that I wouldn't take any money. Tang Niannian refused, as she had promised it was an equal exchange. I'm leaving now. I'll come back in a month. Tang Niannian stood up and gently patted Xiaoli on the head. Sister Tang, goodbye. Xiaoli saw her to the door and waved.
Goodbye.
Tang Niannian waved back and rode away. In the evening, when Director Xie returned home, he heard his wife say that Tang Niannian refused the money, and he replied, if Xiao Tang doesn't want it, that's fine. We'll remember this and find a way to repay her later. Yes, if there's anything we can help with at work, we must be diligent. We owe Xiao Tang a great debt, his wife reminded him. I know, but Xiao Tang is very capable. I can't find an opportunity to repay her. Director Xie smiled, not mentioning that Tang Niannian had secured a 300,000 order. He never discussed work at home to avoid his wife unintentionally spreading the news. As long as we remember, there will be opportunities, his wife said with a smile. Director Xie nodded and put a piece of meat in his daughter's bowl. It had been a long time since the family sat down together for a meal, and this long-awaited warmth made him feel happy enough to cry. His wife was right. As long as they remembered, they would surely find a way to repay Xiao Tang. Tang Niannian had been busy these past few days, coming home late and forgetting all about her new apprentice, Emile. Master, you're finally back. Look at how well I've practiced. That evening, as Tang Niannian arrived home and was about to unlock the door, Emile stopped her. He had been trying to find his master every day, but had always missed her. He looked a bit forlorn, but he was still very happy and immediately started showing off his card-throwing skills. He threw several playing cards, which flew all over the place, with only one landing somewhat accurately. Master, do you think I'm a martial arts genius? I have great talent, right? Emile looked at his master with hope, eager for praise. Tang Niannian's mouth twitched. She really couldn't bring herself to say something insincere. This silly boy must be a once-in-a-century martial arts talent, right? Maybe it was a cultural limitation? Only Chinese people could learn Chinese martial arts well. It was normal for Emile, a foreigner, to struggle. How about learning karate instead? Tang Niannian sincerely suggested that karate might be more suitable for this silly boy. No way. Karate is too common. I want to learn flying flowers and plucking leaves. Master, at this rate, how long will it take for me to reach LVC Nyang's level? Is a year enough? Emile was full of confidence, radiating self-assurance. It was clear that this boy was genuinely very confident. A year is definitely not enough. LVC Nyang practiced for decades to master flying flowers and plucking leaves. Just take your time. Tang Niannian didn't bother correcting the silly boy, saying the truth would be too hurtful. She figured he would practice every day and might eventually give up on his own. Then I'll practice slowly. Master, my uncle is here. He wants to treat you to dinner. Let's go to the Jinjiang restaurant. The food there is delicious and my uncle is staying there, Emile said excitedly. Did you tell your uncle about me? Tang Mian felt a bit uneasy. She hoped it wouldn't backfire. Of course. I introduced you to my uncle with great enthusiasm. Emile nodded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Once a teacher, always a teacher. He understood that. He even wanted to introduce his master to his uncle as his future aunt. Set a time. I need to go back to my hometown the day after tomorrow. Tang Mian also wanted to meet Louis, hoping to secure an order. How about tomorrow at noon? I'll call my uncle now. Emile ran off like the wind. This enthusiastic boy moved quickly, and Tang Mian couldn't help but smile. Being around someone like Emile lifted her spirits. In just a few minutes, Emile ran back, shouting, "Tomorrow at 11:30.
Got it.
Tang Mian leaned out the window and replied. Emile happily ran back home, forgetting to eat, and called his uncle. "Uncle, dress nicely tomorrow. My master is more beautiful than an angel. If you can win her over, you'll hit the jackpot." "Is your master running a company?" Louis smiled, having long heard of Tang Mian, the master. That fool Carl had just arrived yesterday and bragged about how he had accidentally intercepted a shipment from him. The smugness in his tone made Louis's fists itch. Upon learning that Carl signed the contract for $45, Louis felt very happy and became even more curious about Tang Mian. He had dealt with many Chinese merchants before. Although they were all shrewd, they were limited in their experiences and hesitant to set high prices, making them quite passive in business. However, this Tang Mian was the first one he had met who dared to ask for a high price. The price of $45 was reasonable, as Chinese crafts are very popular overseas and can sell for high prices. Carl could make a good profit from this deal. Louis also wanted to see the crafts that Carl and Andrew praised so much. If they were truly exceptional, he would like to order a batch himself. Who wouldn't want to make money? Yes, she runs a company. Uncle, aren't you looking to stock up? You can source from my master. Emile eagerly promoted, having seen Tang Mian's crafts, which were indeed beautiful and sure to sell well. We'll talk more about it tomorrow. Louis didn't agree right away. Business isn't a game, and he couldn't just rely on a child's word to buy Tang Mian's products. You won't be disappointed. I'm worried my master might not think highly of you. Sigh, why are you so weak? Emile spoke with disdain, feeling sorry for introducing such a weak uncle to his master. You little brat. Louis angrily cursed and hung up the phone. The next noon, he dressed up carefully, looking very formal in a suit and shiny shoes, with his hair styled. He was already handsome, and after getting ready, he looked like a movie star, making the restaurant staff steal glances at him. Tang Mian and Emile arrived at the hotel on time and spotted the peacock-like man from afar, exuding an electric charm that caught the attention of the women around him. Uncle. Emile quickly walked over, hugging Louis and formally introducing Tang Mian. Hello, Miss Tang. When Louis saw Tang Mian's face, he was momentarily stunned and even bent down to kiss her hand. He thought to himself that his unreliable nephew had finally done something right. This Miss Tang was truly more beautiful than an angel, and he felt his heart flutter. Hello. Tang Mian took the initiative to shake his hand, using a firm grip that made Louis wince, causing him to tone down his gaze toward her and reconsider. Although Miss Tang was beautiful, her temper seemed a bit off, so he decided to be cautious. Miss Tang, Carl told me I ordered a batch of goods from you. I wasn't aware of this. After sitting down, Louis jokingly brought up the matter to see Tang Mian's reaction. Mr. Louis, this is a reasonable marketing strategy. I didn't let Mr. Carl suffer any loss. My price is very fair, and you haven't incurred any loss either. It's a win-win situation, right? Tang Mian remained calm and composed. She hadn't harmed Louis's interests. She just made Carl earn a little less. Louis smiled and asked, I'm very interested in the pearl crafts. Can I order a batch at Carl's price? Tang Mian shook her head. The pearl crafts are sold out. You can look at other items. She took out samples from her bag, hairpins, bamboo weavings, wheat straw fans, and shell carvings. She had already called Zhou Guiqing and the team leader to expand their workforce and work overtime. Louis examined the samples closely. They were indeed impressive, especially the hairpins, which he hadn't seen abroad, and were clearly uniquely designed by Tang Nian's company. They're all great, but a bit pricey. Can you lower the price? After all, you're Emil's master, and according to your culture, we're family now. Is there any discount? Louis was well-versed in Chinese culture and skilled at bargaining. He intentionally tried to charm her with a deep, affectionate smile, a tactic that had worked on many women before. In our culture, there's a saying that even close brothers must settle accounts clearly. I haven't made much profit on this price. I'm selling to you at the same price as Mr. Carl, and the delivery time will be after Mr. Carl's. Tang Nian showed no reaction to Louis's charm and even found him a bit greasy. This guy looked like a nightclub veteran, surely having had his share of one-night stands, so dirty. Louis's smile faded. This girl was different from the women he had encountered before. She seemed immune to his charm and was completely unfazed. How is Miss Tang's eyesight? Louis, not giving up, thought Tang Nian must be nearsighted. Otherwise, how could she not see his charm? Very good, Mr. Louis. You have a pimple on your forehead. Tang Nian replied expressionlessly, having spotted a small pimple through his hair. She picked up the teapot and poured him a cup of green tea. You're overheated. Drink some green tea to cool down. Mainly to cut the grease. This guy had so much oil on him, it could fry 10 sticks. Louis awkwardly laughed, becoming busy with his hands, touching his nose, and then his forehead. This was the first time he had met a woman like Tang Nian, who didn't give him any face. Abroad, he was handsome, came from a good family, and had money, so women usually threw themselves at him, which made him increasingly arrogant, thinking all women were the same. Today, however, he hit a wall. Emil looked around, his expression silly. He sensed that his uncle and master weren't having a pleasant conversation, yet the atmosphere seemed quite enjoyable since his master even poured tea for his uncle. This borscht is delicious. Emil had already had 2 bowls of soup and even served Tang Nian a bowl. Louis glanced at him, making Emil feel a chill down his back. He quickly served his uncle a bowl too. After all, he still needed his uncle for pocket money. After sipping some soup, Louis felt less awkward and agreed to Tang Nian's price and delivery time, indicating he wanted to sign a contract first. He had a feeling that after attending the trade fair, Tang Nian's products would definitely be popular, so he wanted to secure his order early.
Sure.
Tang Nian had no problem with that. After lunch, Tang Nian called Shengguan Jing, needing her to come over to sign the contract. You signed another order? Shengguan Jing, sipping tea, nearly choked. It had only been 3 or 4 days. How did Tang Nian manage to get another order? Did all the foreign merchants in whose city come looking for Tang Nian? Yes, 200,000. Tang Nian's voice was calm. If the pearls hadn't sold out, it would have been more than that.
Bang!
Shengguan Jing excitedly knocked over her chair, her calf hurting from the impact, but she didn't care. That made a total of 500,000. Tang Nian's beautiful crafts factory had already generated 500,000 in foreign exchange before even attending the trade fair. That was more than the total from all the crafts factories in whose city at the spring trade fair. I'll come right over. Shengguan Jing quickly calmed down, hung up the phone, and ran to report to her superiors. Her boss, sipping tea, nearly choked on this shocking news, coughing for a long time until his face turned a deep shade of purple. Did you really sign for 200,000? Is that true? How does Tang Nian have such great ability? Even the leaders were curious about Tang Nian. In just a few days, she secured 500,000 in foreign exchange orders. She was truly a sales genius. He asked Shengguan Jing to hurry to the Jinjiang Hotel to help, and then he went to report to Director Su. Director Su remained calm, but inside, he was unsettled. 500,000. And it was just a small village craft factory. Tang Nian was indeed a rare talent. He had to find a way to bring her to his city. Shengguan Jing rushed to the Jinjiang Hotel to help finalize the contract. She saw Tang Nian chatting happily with Louis, appearing confident and composed, and she admired her greatly. Miss Tang, about 3 or 4 days from now, Carl, and I would like to visit your factory. How does that sound? Louis asked with a smile. You're very welcome. Our Tang village not only has beautiful scenery, but also lots of delicious food. I'm sure you'll love it, Tang Nian Nian replied with a smile. I want to go too. Emile shouted excitedly upon hearing about the food. Aren't you going to school? Tang Nian Nian asked in response. I can take a leave. I already know everything the school teaches, Emile said with a grin. Louis scoffed, thinking that he clearly didn't know much at all. However, he didn't expose his nephew's lie in front of others, wanting to give him some face. Louis couldn't understand why his sister and brother-in-law were both so academically gifted, graduating from Ivy League schools, yet their son had no academic talent at all, failing exams and even getting zeros. His sister's loud voice had gradually turned into a soprano after so many failures. Louis couldn't remember how gentle his sister used to be, how softly she spoke, and how his brother-in-law had pursued her because of her beauty and grace. Now, his sister was like a lioness, roaring fiercely, even intimidating her husband. Tang Nian Nian didn't agree. She couldn't make that decision and had to wait for Emile's parents to decide. After signing the big order, Tang Nian Nian was in a good mood and offered to treat Shangguan Jing to dinner. Thank you, but I need to go back and report on my work. We can eat another time, Shangguan Jing politely declined. You can come with Louis and the others to visit my factory. You can also tell your leaders that our beautiful factory is willing to cooperate with the craft factories in Zhu City. We can discuss the details later. Tang Nian Nian extended an olive branch, realizing that with so many orders, her factory couldn't handle them all alone and needed to collaborate with larger factories. Okay, I will pass that on. Shangguan Jing admired Tang Nian Nian even more. Her vision was broader than many men, willing to share the opportunities she had. With this, there was no reason for Dongfang and the other craft factories to cause trouble anymore. Director Su had given the quota for the Canton Fair to the beautiful factory, and several craft factories led by Dongfang had been complaining daily, saying it was unfair to give the quota to outsiders instead of local units, which had made Director Su very annoyed. When Shangguan Jing returned to the office, before she could reach Director Su's office, she heard a familiar voice. Leader, Beautiful is just a small village enterprise. Why should they get a quota? They are from outside the city and have no connection to Zhu City. This beautiful factory is very arrogant. I even went to them for cooperation, but they ignored me. The speaker was the director of Dongfang Factory, who had many complaints about Tang Nian Nian. Dongfang Factory had a quota for this Canton Fair, but the other factories did not, so they encouraged Dongfang to stir up trouble, especially since they were already upset with Tang Nian Nian for not being cooperative. Is that cooperation? Don't think I don't know the truth. Are you looking down on someone? You arrogantly sent someone to notify them, demanding to merge their factory under your Dongfang name without a word. You're eating their food and then slapping them in the face. Who does that? They're right to ignore you. If it were me, I would slap you back. Director Su sneered, showing no mercy to Dongfang Factory. Beautiful is just a village enterprise. It would be their honor to merge with us. I've already given them enough face. The director of Dongfang Factory was very dissatisfied. He felt he hadn't done anything wrong. Beautiful has already signed a $500,000 order. You guys attend the Canton Fair twice a year, and your total orders don't even match half of that. This small village enterprise is dozens of times better than Dongfang. Director Su criticized Dongfang Factory harshly, stating that whether state-owned or village-run, as long as they could generate foreign exchange, they were good comrades, and he would support them vigorously. Dongfang Factory was left speechless, their expressions sullen. The other factories, which usually followed Dongfang's lead, also dared not speak up and lowered their heads. Director Su's face turned serious as he warned, I'll make this clear. Anyone who dares to sabotage our efforts to generate foreign exchange will not be treated kindly. We will definitely support this fully. We are all one family in Zhu City. Our factory will definitely support Beautiful. The other factories quickly expressed their support, fearing being put on Director Su's blacklist. Dongfang Factory reluctantly agreed, and Director Su shook his head secretly. Dongfeng used to be the largest craft factory in Hu City, generating a lot of foreign exchange, but since the new director took over, it had been declining year by year. He needed to mention this to the higher-ups and get this factory director replaced soon. They couldn't just occupy a position without contributing and keep causing trouble. Shang Guanjing knocked on the door, and Director Su let her in. "Director, the contract has been signed. Comrade Tang Nian asked me to tell you that she is willing to cooperate with the craft factories in Hu City to work together on generating foreign exchange." Shang Guanjing relayed Tang Nian's message and added an extra note. Director Su was all smiles, saying good 3 times, praising Tang Nian. "Comrade Xiao Tang has a high awareness. She is truly a good comrade." He then turned to the embarrassed directors of the other factories and said, "Look at Comrade Xiao Tang's vision. Aren't you ashamed? You only know how to fight over the meat in the pot, with no ambition." The heads of the other factory directors hung even lower, except for the director of Dongfeng Factory, who still didn't think he was wrong. He even believed Tang Nian was just putting on an act, pretending to be generous after eating all the meat and only offering a little soup to gain a good reputation. "Director Lewis and Mr. Carl are going to visit beautiful factory, and Tang Nian invited me to join," Shang Guanjing asked. "Agree to it. When are they going?" "In about 3 or 4 days." "I agree. Once you go, assist Comrade Tang Nian in her work and report back to me afterward," Director Su instructed. He had a feeling that this visit might bring a big surprise. Shang Guanjing relaxed her serious expression, her eyes brightening with a smile. She had been busy with work for years and rarely had time to go out. This trip to Tang Village would be like a vacation, a chance to relax. Tang Nian was heading back to Zhu City. Before she left, she called Shang Guanjing, asking her to come over with Carl and the others, reminding them to call ahead. She first visited Wu City, where Zhou Guiqing's hairpin factory was bustling, having added 6 new machines, working around the clock without breaks. Zhou Guiqing took her on a tour of the workshop. After the visit, Tang Nian said, "You need more machines. At least 5 more should be added. I'll find a way." "Don't worry, I've got this," Zhou Guiqing confidently assured her. He was now inexplicably in awe of Tang Nian. In just a few days in Hu City, he had secured orders worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, far exceeding his expectations. Once Miss Tang attended the trade fair, the orders would surely keep coming, and with domestic orders added in, they definitely needed more machines. "Here are a few new designs. Have the workshop start production quickly. In a few days, I'll bring foreign clients for a visit, so make sure everything is clean." Tang Nian pulled out some design sketches she had just created. Zhou Guiqing happily took them. He could recognize good designs, and he knew these would sell well once produced. He felt especially lucky for having sought out Beige and Zhucheng. Even if Tang Nian took 40% of the shares, he would still make a lot of money. This business was truly worthwhile. "Should we hold a welcome ceremony?" Zhou Guiqing asked. After all, they were foreign clients. It should be a grand occasion, right? "No need. Just treat them like regular customers. Keep it clean and organized in the workshop," Tang Nian replied calmly, which made Zhou Guiqing admire her even more. He would get excited just seeing foreigners, but she was so calm about it and even dared to charge them high prices. Incredible. After briefing Zhou Guiqing, Tang Nian drove back to Zhucheng, first visiting Factory Director Qian and Factory Director Wu to check on the progress of the machine factory. It was going well, and if all went as planned, it would be up and running by spring next year. When she returned to Tang Village, the team leader was so shocked to hear that foreigners were coming to visit that he jumped 3 meters high, nearly dropping his eyes to the ground.
Nian,
I'm a bit nervous. Should I hide that day?" The team leader paced around the room, muttering. He had never seen a foreigner before and had heard stories about them eating raw meat and drinking blood, even cannibalism. He was too scared to meet them. Grandma Tang was getting impatient and slapped him on the back. Also joining in was Grandpa C, the team leader's father. "What's there to be scared of? They're just foreigners, same as us, 1 nose, 2 eyes, 1 head. What's there to fear?"
Grandpa C scolded.
He had worked under the Japanese before and had nearly lost his life. Could foreigners be worse than them? Dad, they eat raw meat and drink blood, and they have green eyes and yellow hair, like monkeys.
It's terrifying.
The team leader pouted, feeling that his father was being brave while he himself would be the one to host them. Let them eat raw meat. They won't eat you. Grandma Tang shot back, her eyes filled with disdain. After all this time, he was still as timid as when he was a child. What a disappointment. Exactly. They won't eat you, so what's there to be scared of? Grandpa C added. The team leader didn't want to argue with them. He knew he couldn't win a verbal battle and couldn't fight back, so he just sulked. Nian, should we hold a welcome ceremony? Tang Jianshu asked. That's not urgent. Right now, there's something for you to handle, third brother. When the foreigners come to visit, have the young women in the workshop weave straw fans and pearls, and we need to customize a batch of work clothes, Tang Nian replied. She wanted to order a batch of clothing for them, floral tops paired with dark blue pants. This rural-style outfit would surely impress the foreigners. Carl and Louis would take photos and bring them back for promotion, which would be a big selling point. Since she was selling at a high price, she needed to provide a high-end working environment and cultural features to avoid disappointing the foreigners. What kind of work clothes? Tang Jianshu asked, eager to learn. Something like what my grandma wears, but with floral fabric and a style for young women. Can you make 50 pieces in 3 days? Tang Nian pointed to Grandma Tang's top, which was a simple dark blue design. Young women should wear floral clothes made from good fabric and should also wear floral headscarves, capturing the gentle beauty of Jiangnan girls. Grandma Tang glanced at her own outfit and said, making these clothes is simple, but the embroidery will take some effort. Go to other villages and hire people. Pay them $1.50 for making each outfit. Tang Nian was not worried. There was no problem money couldn't solve. Grandma Tang and third aunt both gasped, feeling that the pay was too high. They must be finished in 3 days, and the quality must be guaranteed. Otherwise, no payment. In the future, all workers in the factory, regardless of gender, will have standardized work clothes provided for free. Tang Nian wasn't just talking big. She genuinely wanted to create work clothes. Every day in the workshop, she saw clothes full of patches, and the overall look was dull and unappealing. Grandma Tang didn't say anything further. Her granddaughter was becoming more capable, and she didn't understand these matters. All she could do was not hold her granddaughter back or create trouble. Tang Nian assigned the work clothes task to third aunt, instructing her to negotiate with the neighboring village. She also privately reminded third aunt, if we agree on $1.50, make sure they pay that amount, not a penny less. But explain to them that the clothes must be of good quality and completed within 3 days. If they can't do it, there will be no payment. I understand, Nian. Don't worry, I'll handle it well. Third aunt Huang Zhaodi promised, feeling both nervous and excited. Finally, she could take on important work. While even second aunt Grandma Tang could earn $18, she felt a bit left out for not being able to contribute. She often complained to the team leader and wanted her husband to get her a job at the sock factory, but the team leader had firmly refused. Now it was finally her chance to shine, and she needed to do well to impress Nian. Who knows, there might be even more important tasks for her in the future. Third aunt, this batch of work clothes is very important. It relates to the future development of our Tang village for decades and involves several million in foreign exchange orders. If the clothes aren't completed on time, or if they cut corners and disappoint the foreigners, we could lose millions in orders. Tang Nian emphasized the seriousness of the situation, and she heard third aunt gasp, her face turning pale, sweat forming on her forehead, and her body trembling.
Nian.
I can't handle this task. You should find someone else. Huang Zhaodi's ambition quickly faded. Millions of dollars? She couldn't earn that much even if she worked 100 times. This was too risky for her. Tang Nian couldn't help but laugh. She had been so focused on intimidating third aunt that she forgot how timid she was, just like the team leader. I trust no one else more than you. This important task must be handled by family. Third aunt, if you complete this well, I will let you manage the straw fan production. Tang Nian painted a sweet picture for her. She had always planned for third aunt to manage the straw fan production. Huang Zhaodi's lost ambitions suddenly returned, her eyes shining with excitement, and she felt 20 years younger. She asked in disbelief, "Really let me manage the straw fans?" "Yes, but you need to prove yourself so that the villagers respect you. Otherwise, even if I promote you, others won't accept it. Don't worry, when I was young, I was the best at any task in the village. Otherwise, your grandmother wouldn't have chosen me among many suitors. I'm not bragging. I'm the only one who can handle this job. Others can't." Huang Zhaodi patted her chest proudly, her spirits high. Tang Nian raised an eyebrow, now doubting if the women in Tang village all used the same script for bragging. Her grandmother, aunt, and several other women all claimed the same thing about their youth. "I was the best at everything." She also remembered that her aunt and several women had married from the same village, all claiming to be the best. Who was lying? Tang Nian found it amusing. She asked her aunt to get money from the team leader to make 50 work uniforms and even drew the designs. Like this, with some embroidery on the shoes and pants. "I'll find a way for the fabric.
I'll go find someone right now."
Huang Zhaodi carefully examined the designs, loving them. She thought for a moment and said, "Nian, let's make one for you too. You'll look great in it." Tang Nian was taken aback and smiled, saying, "I don't need one. Make one for Sister Hongxing instead." "Why make one for her? I'm making one for you. Don't worry, I've decided." Huang Zhaodi's joy turned heavy upon hearing her daughter. Her affection for her daughter seemed to diminish daily, and she just wanted to marry off this ungrateful girl far away after Xian Chunrong found a wife. Tang Nian didn't argue and said, "Then make 2, I'll pay."
"Deal."
Huang Zhaodi hurried off to find the team leader. "Man Shan, give me the money," as Nian said. With Tang Nian's instructions, Huang Zhaodi changed from her usual submissive self and stood tall in front of the team leader, speaking more boldly. "Have you eaten gunpowder?" The team leader looked at his wife suspiciously, thinking she must have eaten 3 pounds of it to have such a strong attitude. "Don't worry about what I eat. Just get the money. I need to help Nian with work. This is a big deal worth millions. Don't waste time." Huang Zhaodi spoke firmly, knowing that once she managed the straw fans, she'd be even more assertive. Upon hearing it was a matter of millions, the team leader didn't mind his wife's attitude and asked a few questions before heading to the finance office for the money. He also warned her, "Nian trusts you to handle this important task, so don't get carried away. Just because others praise you doesn't mean you should forget who you are." "Am I that kind of person?" "Just watch, Tang Manshan. I can do this better than you. I'll complete this task perfectly." Huang Zhaodi put her hands on her hips and made a bold statement to her husband.
Who does she look down on?
She just hadn't had the chance to show her skills before. In terms of ability, she was no less capable than anyone else. This time, she was determined to impress the villagers. Huang Zhaodi huffed, lifted her head, and left with the money. The team leader laughed in frustration and complained to Tang Jianshu, who had just arrived, "Look at your mother. She thinks she can fly before her wings have grown. Just wait. She'll fall eventually." "Dad, my mom is quite capable." Tang Jianshu thought his father was too full of himself. His mother was skillful and quick, making delicious food and even learning sewing and knitting on her own, proving her intelligence was definitely not lacking. She just hadn't had the opportunity to showcase her talents before. The team leader was momentarily speechless and glared at his son. He never said his wife couldn't do anything. He was just unhappy with her attitude towards him. And now that she was starting to take charge, he could foresee his future position in the family declining rapidly. Economic development was good, but women's tempers rising was not.
Sigh.
The team leader didn't dwell on his worries for long. He had too much work to do. Tang Nian wanted to find 50 young girls to make straw fans with the following requirements. They must know how to weave straw fans, have good looks, and not be too short. The village couldn't find enough, so the team leader went to other villages to gather the rest. When Tang Nian received the notice, she went to see the 50 girls. They stood in 5 neat rows at the sock factory entrance, arranged by height, with Tang Jianshu directing them. The team leader had tried for a long time to organize them without success, so Tang Jianshu stepped in. The villagers watched from a distance, whispering like they were watching a show. The third girl from the left in the first row looks really pretty. I wonder if she has a good match yet? She's my niece. The woman speaking was beaming with pride. She had heard that the team leader was looking for young girls and rushed back to bring her niece to apply, and she was indeed selected. She glanced at the curious woman and said disdainfully, "My niece is beautiful and hardworking. In my village, she's one of the best. My brother and sister-in-law said that when she looks for a partner, the first requirement is to have a job, even if it's temporary. No job, no talk." Her words silenced several suitors interested in her niece, who turned their attention to other girls. The team leaders carefully selected 20 girls from other villages suddenly became very popular, with many families of eligible young men inquiring about them. Tang Nian was satisfied after reviewing the 50 girls. They were temporarily set, not officially hired yet, but the girls were thrilled. The team leader quickly made a banner to hang at the village entrance, reading, "Warmly welcome respected leaders and guests to guide our work." He also invited a well-known band, which handled events for miles around, along with lion and dragon dance teams. In Tang Nian's words, these were all unique to China and favored by foreigners. In less than 3 days, the work uniforms were ready. With a wage of 5 yuan, the women worked overtime, and Tang Nian generously let them keep the leftover fabric scraps. These scraps were perfect for making shoe tops. As a result, the women put in their best effort, creating beautiful uniforms. Tang Nian made 2 for herself and was the first to try them on. When she wore them, everyone was stunned. "Looks great." Someone said this, and everyone else suddenly woke up, praising in unison. "The clothes are nice. Everyone should get a set." Tang Nian was very pleased with the clothes and thought about making a few more outfits to wear with skirts. Everyone envied the 50 girls, each receiving a beautiful outfit without spending a penny. How wonderful! However, they weren't jealous because Tang Nian promised that everyone would receive work clothes in the future. As long as they worked hard, new clothes and money would come, and life would get better. During this time, everyone in Tang village was busy preparing to welcome foreign merchants. The city of Zhucheng even sent staff to guide them, worried that Tang village might not handle the reception well and neglect the guests. "Captain Tang, come here." 2 staff members waved to the team leader with serious expressions. They were a man and a woman, supposedly there to guide the reception of foreign merchants, but once they arrived, they had little to do. The villagers listened to Tang Nian and the team leader, ignoring them completely. "What can I do for you, leaders?" The team leader ran over, showing great respect. "Captain Tang, you're letting Comrade Tang Nian run wild, aren't you? Those flashy clothes are ridiculous." The higher-ups have repeatedly emphasized the need for simplicity and frugality, to remember hardship and cherish happiness. "Look at these clothes. They reflect the style of a capitalist lady. These are harmful and shouldn't be worn, especially in front of foreign guests. This is embarrassing for our country and for Zhucheng." The staff members finally found a chance to vent their frustrations, directing it all at the team leader. The team leader was confused by the criticism but didn't dare offend them, responding politely, "Leaders, how are these clothes capitalist poison? They don't show arms or legs, and the village's elderly women have dressed like this for decades." Just then, Grandma Tang walked over, and the team leader pointed her out to the staff. "Look, my aunt dresses like this. Where's the embarrassment?" Upon hearing the word embarrassment, Grandma Tang immediately became alert and watched the 2 staff members closely. "Captain Tang, do you think we're blind? This elderly woman's clothes are plain and unembellished, completely different from what you made. Don't try to mislead us. These clothes should not be worn to receive foreign guests. It's better to wear everyday clothes. There's no need for these flashy things. Simplicity and frugality are our traditions." The staff truly found the clothes unsightly and thought the villagers were too ignorant and needed to be shown their place. In short, they were using this issue to assert their authority. The team leader's face darkened. He wanted to argue back but didn't dare, as they were his superiors. Grandma Tang wasn't afraid. She didn't fully understand but got the gist. These two were opposing her granddaughter and saying her clothes were bad. Anyone who opposed Nian Nian couldn't be a good person. Grandma Tang didn't grasp the big picture. She only knew one principle. What Tang Nian Nian said was right. If you two want to promote simplicity and frugality, why are you wearing so many clothes in this heat? Being naked is cooler and saves fabric. You're wasting material and still have the nerve to talk about simplicity. Shame on you. Grandma Tang scolded loudly, nearly poking the male staff member in the eye. She wasn't afraid of these pretentious officials. She earned 18 yuan a month from her granddaughter, not from them. She wasn't scared at all. You old woman, stop making a scene. Captain Tang, take her away. The two staff members were both angry and embarrassed, unable to act against Grandma Tang, so they lashed out at the team leader. The team leader pretended to grab Grandma Tang and said, "Aunt, they are leaders. You need to listen to them and stop causing trouble." Pfft, just because they're leaders doesn't mean they can do whatever they want. Even emperors consulted their ministers before making decisions. Are they better than emperors? Get out of my way. Grandma Tang pushed the team leader aside, giving him no respect. The team leader pretended to stumble and limped away, silent. The two staff members were insulted and worried Grandma Tang might say something even bolder. They didn't dare compare themselves to emperors, fearing backlash. I won't argue with you, you old bandit. These clothes must be changed, or I'll report you and punish Tang Village. The staff threatened angrily, feeling justified because the clothes were indeed too extravagant and didn't align with the policies. Furious, Grandma Tang moved to confront them, but was stopped. It was Tang Nian Nian. Someone had informed her. Grandma, don't argue with them. Tang Nian Nian coldly looked at the two. The clothes were just an excuse. They were unhappy with the villagers' attitude and didn't respect them. They thought they could just come and take credit without doing anything. You've worked hard. Take a good rest. Tang Nian Nian didn't want to waste words with them. With a swift motion, she knocked out the male staff member. The female staff member didn't even have time to scream before she was also knocked out. The team leader felt weak in his legs, trembling. This was like attacking a government official. That girl was too bold. They're still alive. They're breathing. Grandma Tang checked under their noses and immediately felt relieved. She gently patted Tang Nian Nian and scolded, "You've got guts, daring to hit officials. When they wake up, say it was me who hit them. Don't take the blame." "It's fine, don't worry." Tang Nian Nian was unconcerned. She was the one generating foreign exchange. As long as the leaders in Zhucheng had any sense, they would know what to do. She lifted one of each staff member and carried them away. Then she called the county office, directly reaching the top leader. Director Jia had a good relationship with the top leader in Zhucheng and had specifically told Tang Nian Nian to reach out to him, if needed. The top leader's surname was Xiong, named Xiong Chu Chu, a very gentle name, but he was a big, bearded man. When Tang Nian Nian saw him, she wanted to laugh. It was her first time seeing someone whose name and appearance were completely mismatched. He looked like a bear, but his name was charming, truly two extremes. Xiong Chu Chu was a few years younger than Director Jia. He had been appointed as the top leader in Zhucheng 2 years ago and hadn't achieved any notable political accomplishments yet. Director Jia said Xiong Chu Chu was eager to develop the economy and had an open mind. Tang Nian Nian chatted with county head Xiong and found them to be on the same wavelength. Xiong Chu Chu was indeed visionary and ambitious, which is why she called him directly. "Hello, what's up, Xiao Tang?" Xiong Chu Chu answered the phone with a cheerful voice. "Uncle Xiong, the county sent 2 people to assist with the reception of foreign guests, but I knocked them out. Please take them back. I don't need assistance." Tang Nian Nian was straightforward, demanding a return. Tang Nian Nian really dislikes bureaucratic officials who speak in circles and take their time with tasks. With her fiery temper, she can't hold back, and if she loses control, it could end badly. Xiong Chu Chu paused for a moment and asked kindly, "What did they do?" "They said I was promoting capitalism and not being simple and frugal." "Uncle Xiong, I'm just making work uniforms for the workers. I can't have them dressed in rags when receiving foreign guests, can I?" I know why they're causing trouble. They feel useless at work and think Tang village is not giving them respect, which hurts their fragile pride. We can't afford to serve these two big shots, so take them back. Tang Nian pointed out the common problems with officials today, which is why she doesn't like dealing with them. They shout slogans louder than anyone, speak beautifully, but when something goes wrong, they shift blame and find scapegoats. No one ever takes responsibility. They downplay big issues and make small issues disappear. If they can't hide it, they find a temporary worker to take the fall. This bureaucratic attitude won't change in decades. It will only get worse. The village leader was sweating profusely, his handkerchief soaked. He shot several looks at Tang Nian, but it was useless. Tang Nian didn't even glance at him. The village leader felt dizzy, barely managing to stand by holding onto the table. This was bad. This disrespectful girl was facing County Chief Xiong. If the chief got angry, it would be disastrous for Tang village. On the other end of the phone, Xiong Chu's expression was serious as he contemplated Tang Nian's words. He had noticed these issues before and wanted to change things, but felt powerless. However, now there was hope. Foreign exchange was crucial for the country, and the latest conference emphasized that the main task was to develop the economy, especially foreign exchange. To put it simply, besides the major task of defending the country, foreign exchange is the most important thing. Everything else must take a back seat to it. Little Tang, I want to apologize. I mishandled this matter. I will send someone to bring those two back, and send a new team. Don't worry. This time, the people I send will behave. Xiong Chu sincerely acknowledged his mistake. Send whoever you want, but I need to be clear. Don't interfere with my work. If I can secure foreign exchange orders on my own, I can handle the reception, without outside interference. Tang Nian didn't refuse, but she made it clear that if he sent anyone clueless again, she would take action. The village leader swayed slightly, wiping his cold sweat. Xiong Chu's laughter came through. I know your abilities. Lao Jie praises you 100 times a day. Don't worry. No one will upset you. After hanging up, he called his secretary and instructed, go to Tang village to assist Comrade Tang Nian in receiving foreign guests. Follow her lead and report to me daily. Understood, the secretary replied. By evening, the secretary arrived in Tang village, while the two workers returned to the county with grim faces. After seeing the work uniforms, the secretary called Xiong Chu to report. The outfits are just colorful clothes with embroidered pants and shoes. Nothing inappropriate. Stay in Tang village and avoid conflicts with Comrade Tang Nian. If you encounter any unsolvable issues, call me. Xiong Chu's tone turned cold. After the two workers returned, they exaggerated their complaints, saying Tang Nian was acting like a capitalist and disrespecting great leaders. If it were another leader, they might have really blamed Tang Nian. He called the relevant department and sent those two workers to the most difficult grassroots work. Since they claimed to want to be simple and frugal, he would give them what they wanted. They had to work at the grassroots level for at least 3 years and perform excellently. Otherwise, they would stay there until retirement. The two workers barely settled in before receiving notice to go to the grassroots level. When they learned it was the most challenging mountain village in Zhucheng, they felt defeated. That rundown village was desolate, with no cars. Going there felt like going to a place from ancient times. Who could work there? They regretted it, but it was too late. Xiong Chu issued a strict order. They had to reach the grassroots level within 3 days, or they would face penalties. Once the secretary arrived in Tang village, he quickly integrated with the villagers and showed great respect for Tang Nian, following her lead and rarely voicing opinions. Tang Nian was quite satisfied with him. Time flew by, and then a call came from Shangguanjing. Tomorrow, Mr. Carl, Mr. Lewis, and several other foreign guests will come. Besides me and the accompanying translator, there will be 8 foreign guests interested in your products. Do we need to arrange accommodations? Tang Nian asked. She had only arranged rooms for Carl and Lewis, not expecting so many people. Not for now, they will only visit for a day. If they need to stay, they can return to the county, Shangguanjing replied with a smile. All right, see you tomorrow. After hanging up, Tang Nian informed the village leader about this. The village leader then went to the office and used a loudspeaker to announce to the entire village, "Attention! Urgent notice. Tomorrow, leaders and foreign guests will visit our village. Everyone must clean up their homes. Clear away all the chicken and pig waste and remove any dog mess. Couples with conflicts, keep it to yourselves. If anyone embarrasses Tang Village tomorrow, don't blame me for being rude." The village was suddenly in an uproar. Are the foreigners really coming? With green eyes and yellow hair, eating raw meat. Keep the kids indoors. We don't want the foreigners to see them. The villagers reacted similarly, feeling both excited and nervous, with some fear that the foreigners might eat children. They had heard stories from the elders about foreigners eating children, which was terrifying. That day, everyone in Tang Village worked especially hard, cleaning their homes until they sparkled. Even the kids, usually seen sniffling, were scrubbed clean by adults and dressed in their best clothes, ready to greet the leaders and foreign guests with high spirits. Early the next morning, the villagers woke up on time. Those who worked went to their jobs, just like any other day. A few middle-aged women carried buckets of clothes to wash by the river. They had never gone so early to wash clothes before, but Tang Nian requested it to show the lifestyle of the Jiangnan water town. The villagers didn't understand what lifestyle meant, but they complied. Around 9 o'clock, several cars approached the village, kicking up dust. The women by the river and the men in the fields suddenly worked with renewed energy, their hose swinging high, sweat dripping into the soil. The women by the river pounded their clothes, splashing clear water everywhere, droplets hitting their sweaty faces. The sounds of splashing water, digging, and the laughter of women blended into a unique Jiangnan tune on that summer morning. A little distance from the village, Carl and Louis looked out the car window and saw a beautiful scene. In the distance were lush green mountains, nearby a winding river, and fields of vibrant greenery with quiet paths. On a curved bridge, an old farmer wearing a straw hat walked slowly, leading an old yellow cow. Every villager wore a satisfied and happy smile. It was as beautiful as a painting, one that even the greatest artist could not capture in such vivid detail. How beautiful! Someone couldn't help but take out a camera and ask the driver to stop so they could take pictures by the roadside. What are the foreigners doing? A woman washing clothes in the river noticed the foreigners and was very curious about their cameras. They're taking pictures of us. Oh no, I'm not wearing my new floral shirt. I'll change my pose. Don't be nervous. Nian said to act normal. We can't let the foreigners see that we're pretending. Right, hurry and wash the clothes. The women quickly calmed down and stopped looking at the foreigners on the bridge. Although they found them curious, money was more appealing, and they needed to perform well to earn bonuses. Welcome. A warm welcome. The team leader, wearing a slightly worn blue shirt from a meeting at the commune, walked over confidently. He had practiced for half an hour at home, trying to walk in sync, and was teased by Huang Zhaodi for it. Tang Mantong and Tang Jianshu were also there. They were more composed than the team leader, but still nervous, with sweaty palms. Thank you for your hard work. Xiong Chu walked at the front, beaming, shaking hands with the villagers. Not hard at all, serving the people. The team leader shouted loudly, even louder than a loudspeaker. Tang Nian led the band, lion dance team, and dragon dance team over. She shook hands with everyone, and when she reached a young girl, she paused in surprise. This beautiful girl with blonde hair and blue eyes looked just like Paua, as if she were a copy. Paua? Tang Nian blurted out in Russian. You know me? The young girl looked surprised, studying Tang Nian closely, feeling she looked familiar, even though it was her first time in China. Is your name also Paua? Tang Nian wondered. This girl not only looked like Paua, but had the same name. Could it be that Paua had also come back? No, my name is. The young girl said a long name that made Tang Nian dizzy, similar to how Paua introduced herself, with over 30 characters, finally shortening it to just Paua. What's your name? I feel like I've seen you before. Paua asked curiously. Tang Nian's mouth twitched. That sounded very familiar.
My name is Tang Nian.
Maybe we met in a dream. Tang Nian joked, and everyone looked at them curiously, not understanding a word of their conversation. How could Nian speak? Shangguan Jing came over and introduced Paua as a noble lady from Russia, which sounded impressive, and she had come with her uncle. Tang Nian glanced at a man who looked like a bear, a typical warrior type. She thought about how Paua, looking like a Barbie doll, might become a balloon-like aunt after having kids, and couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for her. Let's play music and dance. Tang Nian waved her hand, giving the command. Joyful music started playing, and the lion dance and dragon dance teams began to move excitedly, with drums and gongs creating a lively atmosphere, even more festive than New Year's. The foreigners cheered and snapped photos nonstop. Emile also arrived, stubbornly following Louis, and immediately tried to claim Tang Nian. She's my teacher. You go away. Nian is my friend from a dream. You have to call me aunt. Paua said seriously, taking advantage. She didn't know why, but she felt a strong connection to Tang Nian, as if they were longtime friends. Paua and Emile were about the same age, but their minds were like those of 3-year-olds, making Tang Nian's head hurt. She rolled her eyes at them, and they obediently fell silent. You two go play with Baisho and Fubao. Tang Nian, annoyed with the two childish ones, sent them off with Tang Jujin to play in the mountains. Maybe we shouldn't go. Safety first. Xiong Chu worried. What if something happened? It's fine, there are dogs watching. Tang Nian reassured him. With Baisho and Fubao around, the mountains were safer than anywhere else. Xiong Chu wanted to argue more, still uneasy, but Louis and Paua's uncle had no objections. They exchanged knowing glances with Fubao, who was clearly a wolf. This girl named Tang Nian could tame wild wolves, so she was clearly not ordinary, and safety was assured. With the parents having spoken, Xiong Chu had no choice but to agree, though he insisted on having a secretary follow them. After the lion and dragon dances finished, Tang Nian finally took them to tour the workshop, starting with the bamboo weaving workshop. The skilled craftsmen were focused on their work, and the arrival of the foreigners didn't disturb them. The workshop was quiet, and aside from the sounds of work, the foreigners instinctively held their breath, quietly taking photos. These are beautiful. I want to order a batch. A female foreigner picked up several bamboo crafts, unable to put them down. Miss Chris, the delivery time needs to be extended. Someone has already placed an order, and the delivery is scheduled for next summer, Tang Nian explained. Summer is fine. I have no problem with that. The female foreigner felt regretful but had no choice and still wanted to sign the contract. Other foreigners also expressed their desire to place orders, captivated by the beautiful and delicate bamboo crafts, knowing they would be very popular and sell for high prices back home. Tang Nian skillfully negotiated with these foreigners, while others could only watch her handle 10 conversations at once without needing a translator. What's Nian saying? It sounds like a foreign language, someone whispered. Don't talk. Nian is discussing important matters. Focus on your work. Tang Laotai shot a stern look, and everyone obediently lowered their heads to work, not daring to murmur anymore. In just the bamboo weaving workshop, they secured an order worth 350,000, with Tang Nian's prices slightly higher than those for Carl and Louis, but she didn't raise the price for Paua's uncle. Paua is my friend, so I'll give you a discount, Tang Nian stated directly. Paua's uncle chuckled in disbelief. His niece had been insisting on coming to China, claiming she dreamed of a beautiful Chinese girl and wanted to find her. The family thought she was joking, but it turned out to be true. Fate truly is a wonderful thing. Perhaps this Miss Tang has a connection with his niece from a past life. Shangguan Jing remained calm, but the translator was shocked and speechless. He had previously assisted in foreign trade and knew that foreign clients could be very picky. Why were they so easy to negotiate with when it came to Tang Nian? And was this price really acceptable? Comrade Shangguan, is this price a bit high? The translator asked, concerned. That's the normal price, don't worry. Shangguan Jing smiled slightly, her expression mysterious. She had seen it all before. Even if Tang Nian doubled the price, she wouldn't be surprised. The captain and Tang Mantong, who didn't understand foreign languages, were anxious and eager to know what Tang Nian was discussing with the foreigners. It seemed like good news, right? Go ask that lady what Nian said. The captain nudged Tang Mantong. Why should I ask? Can't you do it? Tang Mantong glanced at Shengguan Jing, feeling a bit intimidated. She resembled his elementary school teacher. He was fearless as a child, except when it came to that teacher. You're good with words and brave. Hurry up and ask. The captain praised him, making Tang Mantong feel a bit proud, and he unconsciously took a few steps toward Shengguan Jing. But soon he realized that the closer he got, the more she reminded him of his teacher, and he quickly turned around. Are you scared? The captain looked at him with disdain and scoffed. That scoff was powerful enough to ignite Tang Mantong's blood. He strode up to Shengguan Jing and smiled. Comrade, I'm Tang Nian's uncle. What did she discuss with the foreigners? Shengguan Jing, a head shorter than him, looked up and said seriously, we talked about a 350,000 order. Tang Mantong shivered. This lady not only looked like his teacher, but also spoke in a similar tone. He felt like he was back in elementary school, being scolded by his teacher, and his ears truly hurt. Thank you, I understand. Tang Mantong forced a smile and quickly returned to stand beside the captain. Shengguan Jing looked at him curiously. Tang Nian's uncle seemed odd. Why was he trembling? Nian secured a 350,000 order. We'll be working overtime every day now. Once he regained his composure, Tang Mantong excitedly shared the good news with the captain. The trade fair hadn't even started, and Nian had already negotiated nearly $1 million in orders. They wouldn't have to worry about work for the next 2 years. I'm not afraid of overtime. Everyone is willing to work extra as long as there's work. The captain rubbed his hands together in joy, envisioning a prosperous future for Tang Village. Every household would have a big bowl of meat on the table, and the elderly and children would wear new clothes, happily gathered around eating meat and watching TV, living a better life ahead of time. It was wonderful. Leading the foreigners, Tang Nian entered the workshop for the wheat straw fans. As they reached the entrance, their eyes brightened at the sight of a group of young, beautiful girls in traditional Chinese attire, sitting and weaving. Ordinary wheat straw was transformed into beautiful round fans by the girls' skilled hands, while some were embroidering, each movement flowing gracefully, like a painting. The foreigners were captivated, their cameras flashing. They had heard about the beauty of Jiangnan but had no concrete idea until now. It was stunning. Tang Nian smiled, knowing the foreigners would love this. I want to order a batch of these fans. I want some too. The foreigners all wanted to order wheat straw fans. The natural straw, beautiful girls, and unique embroidery struck a chord with them. They loved these things. Thus, Tang Nian negotiated an additional 200,000 order for the fans, with the delivery date pushed to next year. The captain, now experienced, nudged Tang Mantong and whispered, they must have negotiated another big order. Go ask that lady how much this time. Why do I have to ask again? You go. Tang Mantong was unhappy. Just seeing Shengguan Jing made him want to run away. His fear of teachers was deeply ingrained. Are you scared? The captain teased him, but he wouldn't admit it. He felt intimidated by Shengguan Jing, who looked younger than him yet was more serious than the commune leader, making him uneasy. Who's scared? I've traveled everywhere and met many people. I'm not afraid of a young girl. Despite his bravado, as he approached Shengguan Jing, that deep-seated fear returned. He fought the urge to run and forced a smile, asking, Comrade, did you negotiate another order? Shengguan Jing glanced at him, her expression slightly puzzled. Although it was hot in September, the room was still cool. This uncle looked young but seemed very weak, sweating profusely. 200,000. Shengguan Jing nodded and asked with concern, can your production keep up? Absolutely no problem. Tang Mantong confidently assured her. If they needed more hands, they would recruit from other villages. With money so close, they would work hard to earn it. Shengguan Jing felt relieved and smiled slightly. Tang Mantong couldn't help but look at her again, thinking to himself that she looked nice when she smiled, but she was too serious. Her husband must be very strong-willed. Sheng Guanjing appeared to be around 27 or 28, an age when most women are married. Tang Mantong assumed she was married. He returned to the captain to share the good news. The captain was so happy he wanted to sing but held back. With foreigners present, he had to be a bit reserved. After touring all the workshops, the foreigners were very satisfied, but still wanted more. Miss Tang, I heard a song from your country called Jiangnan. It goes like this. In Jiangnan, one can pick lotus. The lotus leaves are so green. Fish play among the lotus leaves, swimming east and west, north and south. A foreign man sang the Jiangnan tune in broken Chinese. Although he was off-key, he sang earnestly, and Tang Nian listened attentively until he finished. Miss Tang, is the scene described in this song real? The foreign man asked sincerely. It is real. Tang Nian nodded. The man looked delighted and earnestly asked, Can I see this beautiful scene? Of course. You came at the right time. It's the lotus picking season. Please take a short break while I arrange it. Tang Nian agreed. After all, the customer is king, and she would surely meet this small request. The water town of Jiangnan is abundant with lotus ponds. Although the peak blooming season had passed, there were still some flowers, and the leaves were lush with lotus pods, making it a perfect time for a visit. She asked Tang Jianshu to lead the foreigners for tea and snacks, which included freshly made wheat flours, sweet dumplings, dried sweet potatoes, and spring rolls, both savory and sweet. During the 7th month, they made sweet dumplings, and during the Dragon Boat Festival, they fried wheat flours. Tang Nian found the captain and asked him to arrange a few small boats and some young men who could swim to accompany the foreigners to the lotus pond. That's too dangerous. What if someone falls in and gets hurt? Xiong Chu was the first to object, and other officials agreed. Water can be unforgiving, and the lotus pond was quite deep. They couldn't take responsibility if something went wrong. It's impossible for anything to go wrong, I promise. But no matter how much Tang Nian insisted, the officials disagreed, making her impatient. She exclaimed, They are not children. They are all adults. How could anything happen in a small lotus pond? Even if someone falls in, there will be help. If you keep worrying about every little thing, you will never make progress. The officials looked displeased, feeling strongly against Tang Nian. They thought the young girl was too reckless and didn't understand the serious consequences if something happened in Zhu City. In the end, Xiong Chu made the final decision, saying, We will do it as Comrade Tang suggests. If anything happens, I will take full responsibility. Comrade Tang was right. If you keep worrying, you will never improve. As long as everything is arranged properly, there should be no problems. The team leader borrowed a few small boats from the neighboring village, adding to the ones from Tang village, totaling 8 boats, each carrying 2 people, a boatman and a strong lifeguard. The pond in Tang village wasn't large, so they went to the bigger pond in the neighboring village, which was about 10 acres, full of lush lotus leaves and beautiful lotus flowers. Young lotus seeds were a childhood snack. The car stopped at the village entrance, and many villagers gathered around. When they saw the blonde, blue-eyed foreigners, they were amazed. They are really foreigners, with yellow hair and green eyes. Do they really eat raw meat? There's not much hair. Who said foreigners have more hair than monkeys? You don't understand anything. They must have shaved it all off. Uncle Qingshan from Tang village has been to Shanghai, and he wouldn't be wrong. Foreigners are really ugly. We look better. The villagers chattered excitedly, their voices growing louder. Luckily, they were speaking in their dialect, so the foreigners couldn't understand. Xiong Chu asked the commune officials to find the village leaders. Even if the foreigners couldn't understand, it was still rude to say such things in front of them. Soon, the villagers were scolded away by the village leaders and dared not approach the foreigners again. However, they didn't go back to work, standing at a distance to watch, as it was rare to see real foreigners and they wanted to take it all in for bragging rights later. The foreigners boarded the small boats, moving through the lotus leaves, picking lotus flowers and seed pods. Tang Nian peeled a few tender green lotus seeds, removed the cores, and popped them into her mouth. The young lotus seeds were sweet and delicious, one of her childhood snacks. "Can we eat this?" Boa, like a curious child, wanted to nibble on everything, even the dogtail grass. Tang Nian mischievously put a lotus seed with the core still intact into her mouth. Boa bit into it, then scrunched her face, embarrassed to spit it out, and swallowed it with difficulty. "It's so bitter and not tasty." Boa shook her head vigorously, looking at the lotus seed with disdain. It wasn't as good as the wild fruits picked by Jiojin Mei, and the mountains were much more fun, with delicious treats everywhere. Tang Nian couldn't help but laugh, her smile bright and beautiful, even more so than the lotus flowers in the pond. Boa stared in awe, feeling like she had seen this scene in a dream, and blurted out, "I dreamed of this place." "Are you trying to be like Jia Baoyu?" That's something men say to women. Emil was also on the boat, leaning over to play with the water. He scoffed at her comment, as he had long stopped saying such things. They sounded too cheesy. "You know about Dream of the Red Chamber?" Tang Nian was a bit surprised. This silly kid had quite a literary background. Many young people in China hadn't read Dream of the Red Chamber. "I've also read Journey to the West, Water Margin, and Romance of the Three Kingdoms. I've read quite a few Chinese stories, but I prefer martial arts novels." Emil's eyes lit up when he mentioned martial arts novels, and he even acted out his flying flower and leaf techniques. However, he forgot he was on a boat, and with a little too much enthusiasm, the boat rocked, almost tipping him into the water. Tang Nian quickly grabbed him and pushed him down, scolding, "Sit still." Emil chuckled as the small boat passed through the dense lotus leaves, revealing a blooming lotus flower. He reached out to pick it and handed it to Tang Nian, saying, "A flower for a Buddha." Tang Nian accepted it and casually handed it to Boa, looking at Emil with newfound respect. This boy was quite knowledgeable about Chinese literature and knew many idioms and stories, though he was a bit immature. She put the lotus seeds without the cores into Boa's mouth. Although the child disliked bitterness, she still chewed on it, and to her surprise, it became sweeter and didn't taste bitter at all. "This is delicious. Why are some sweet and some bitter? Do they change flavor?" Boa was extremely curious and picked another seed pod, wanting to see what was different. "How can you be so silly and not admit it? The bitter ones are like this. Remove the core and they become sweet. It's my first time in China. It's normal not to know. You've lived here for many years, so knowing isn't something to brag about. Even if you lived here for decades, you might not know considering your intelligence." Emil shrugged, leaving his sentence unfinished, but the meaning was clear. "Do you want to die?" Boa was furious and pushed him hard. Emil was caught off guard and fell backward into the water. "Help him!" Xiong Chu on the front boat was startled and shouted for help, but Louis remained calm, knowing his nephew was a good swimmer.
A small pond like this was no problem.
Before the lifeguard could jump in, Emil surfaced, splashing water all over Boa, who then jumped into the water too. The two silly kids began a playful water fight, having a blast. Xiong Chu and the other officials were worried, but the parents were quite relaxed, enjoying the beautiful scenery without paying attention to the two kids. After more than an hour of playing in the lotus pond, the foreigners were very pleased. Boa and Emil were even happier, refusing to come ashore, and were finally dragged up by their parents. Although the first day of the visit had some small surprises, it ended well, and both sides were satisfied. The next day, Tang Nian took the foreigners to Wu City to visit a hairpin factory. The leaders of Wu City had been waiting, and as the foreigners rushed to sign orders, the leaders smiled widely. The hairpin factory signed an order worth 500,000, with production scheduled until the end of next year. After the visit, the foreigners returned directly to Shanghai, hugging Tang Nian one by one as they left. However, Emil and Boa stubbornly refused to go, insisting on staying. To show how determined they were, they both clung tightly to a car door, and two adults couldn't pry them loose. "No, I want to stay at Nian's house. I'm not going back to Shanghai." Boa shook her head vigorously, disliking Shanghai and preferring the fun in Tang Village. She liked Nian Nian, Jiujin Mei Mei, and also Baisho and Fubao. I want to learn flying flowers and picking leaves from my master. Emil's reason was even more childish. He simply didn't want to go back to school. Sitting in a classroom was too torturous for him. He loved the mountains and rivers of Tang Village and could sleep in, living a fairy tale life. In the end, both sets of parents agreed to let them stay for another week, and Tang Nian Nian promised to personally take them back after that. Louis and Boa's uncle left living expenses, giving Tang Laotai a stack of money, adding up to over 1,000. You don't need this much. How much can you eat in a week? Take it back. Tang Laotai tried to return the money, but Emil and Boa held her hand down. The two children looked eagerly at the old lady, sweetly asking, "Grandma, please make us something delicious, like that sweet red bean cake. And we want green sweet dumplings and fried pancakes. I want to eat them all." Although these two didn't get along well, they surprisingly shared the same taste. They both loved sweets. The red bean cake they mentioned is a type of sweet cake, the green dumplings are a traditional treat, and the fried pancakes are spring rolls. Old Lady Tang didn't understand the foreign words, so Tang Nian Nian translated for her. She laughed heartily, saying, "Grandma will definitely make them for you. You can have as much as you want. With so much money, even the emperor would have enough to eat. She would surely make delicious meals every day." The other villagers were extremely envious, but they could only feel envy since none of them had a successful granddaughter. Not only did the leaders like her, but even foreigners adored her. Nian Nian was just too lovable. Bova and Emil moved into the Tang family home, and Tang Nian Nian didn't give them special treatment. She just cleaned their room, washed the bedding, and let the sun dry it before settling them in. Having received a large amount of living expenses, Old Lady Tang was especially warm and kind to the two children, making them delicious food every day. She brought out her lifelong cooking skills, and the Tang family enjoyed good meals every day. A week later, Tang Nian Nian personally took the two chubby kids back to Shanghai and handed them over to their parents. Bova was reluctant to leave, hugging her arm tightly. "Be good. There are many tasty foods in Yangcheng. You can eat them there." Tang Nian Nian firmly pried her hand away. After spending time together, she was sure that Bova was indeed the ancestor of the Bova she knew. "Study hard and don't fall in love too early," Tang Nian Nian couldn't help but remind her. In her past life, she had heard Bova mention that her ancestor was a love-struck person who married a scoundrel at 17 or 18, getting cheated and almost losing her life. Fortunately, Bova's family was strong and loved her dearly. After facing a major setback, Bova's romantic mindset faded, and she transformed into a successful businesswoman, inheriting and expanding the family business. Later, she found true love, had children, and lived a happy life. Wait, what was the name of Bova's true love again? Something flashed in Tang Nian Nian's mind, but she couldn't grasp it. She only remembered that this true love was an American, a famous Hollywood director who made many classic films. "I won't fall in love too early. Men are too weak." Bova thought Tang Nian Nian was worrying for nothing. How could those weak men ever win her heart? If it were Nian Nian, she might actually feel something. Too bad Nian Nian was a girl.
Sigh. Tan Nian Nian Pautet.
Those who were love-struck often talked big. She pinched Bova's soft face a few times. It felt nice. "See you at the Canton Fair."
Bye.
Tang Nian Nian waved and walked away quickly. Calculating the time, the Canton Fair training should be starting soon. As soon as she got home, she saw Aunt Zhang wandering at the door. When she saw Tang Nian Nian, Aunt Zhang sighed in relief and smiled. Tang Nian Nian let her inside, gave her the front door key, and showed her around the house. "The attic doesn't need cleaning, and you can eat anything in the kitchen. I usually eat out, so don't worry about my meals. Just keep the place tidy." "Okay." Aunt Zhang agreed readily, without asking more questions. Tang Nian Nian was quite satisfied with her straightforward nature. She gave her some money and returned to her room. Aunt Zhang was a social butterfly. In less than a week, she got to know all the neighbors. She even tilled the yard, planted vegetable seeds, and after getting Tang Nian's permission, brought in a few chicks to raise. She visited neighbors whenever she had free time and felt very fulfilled every day. The autumn Canton Fair opened on October 15th. Tang Nian received a notice to stay at a hotel with other representatives for training. Representatives from Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai all gathered in Shanghai for training, including Tang Nian and Zhou Guoqing, who represented the hairpin factory. The training lasted a week, focusing on memorizing phrases. They needed to know them perfectly because at the Canton Fair, they would be tested. If they couldn't recite the phrases, they would lose their eligibility to attend. Even foreign participants had to memorize the phrases, but the requirements for them were a bit lower. At that moment, Tang Jinglin's family had already arrived in Yangcheng, and they were also memorizing phrases. In the VIP room of the hotel they were staying at, there was a graceful old lady who was also studying the phrases. The old lady looked to be in her 40s or 50s, slim and well-preserved, showing no signs of being over 60.
"Miss, please take a break."
The doctor said not to overwork yourself. The maid stepped forward to advise her, looking worried. "It's fine. I'll memorize a bit more. I feel like I'm getting worse every year. I used to read so quickly, but now I forget right after memorizing."
Sigh.
Zhao Fenghua put down the phrases, took off her reading glasses, and sipped the tea the maid handed her. "Madam, with your looks, people would think you are my sister." The maid, Cui Jie, flattered her, moving behind Zhao Fenghua to massage her head. She had served Zhao Fenghua for 30 years and had never married. "Stop flattering me. I'm 65. How much younger can I get?" "Cui, don't you want to get married?" Zhao Fenghua leaned back in her chair, closing her eyes to rest, but her brow furrowed, showing her worries. She had lived a more exciting life than most, and she wasn't afraid of death, but she wanted to settle two things before she died. First, she wanted to find her son and give him the wealth she had saved all her life. Second, she wanted to arrange a good marriage for her close friend, Cui Jie. Once these two matters were settled, she would have no regrets in death. "Miss, I don't want to get married."
"What's so good about men?"
"I'll just stick with you," Cui Jie replied firmly. She had seen through men's true nature. 9 out of 10 were scoundrels, and the one good man wouldn't choose her. Even a woman as exceptional as the miss couldn't find a trustworthy man for life. How could a plain maid like her expect to marry a good man? Zhao Fenghua smiled and didn't bring up marriage again. She never forced anyone. If Cui didn't want to marry, then she wouldn't. She would leave some money for Cui's retirement. "I'll memorize a bit more." Zhao Fenghua perked up, ready to continue memorizing the phrases. This was her first time attending the Canton Fair, and she had heard that failing to memorize the phrases could lead to being removed from the participant list. She couldn't let that happen. "I wonder if Jinglin will come?" Zhao Fenghua sighed, speaking to herself. When she was younger, she hadn't thought much about her son. When she left Jinglin's father, although she was a bit impulsive, it wasn't just a rash decision. She was seeking freedom and dignity, which Jinglin's father couldn't provide. At that time, she didn't have to marry Jinglin's father. There were other better options. But Jinglin's father deceived her, claiming he had divorced his first wife. She was too young and believed him, naively marrying him. It was only after she got pregnant that she discovered he hadn't divorced at all. His first wife had just been sent to live in the suburbs. When she got pregnant, he finally told her. At that moment, she wanted to leave, but with a big belly, it was inconvenient to go anywhere, and she felt unwilling. She wanted to make some money before leaving. When Jinglin was 3 years old, Zhao Fenghua gave up completely and separated from that man. Fortunately, he had a conscience and gave her a large sum of money, but he made a cruel request. She was not allowed to see her son again. At that time, Zhao Fenghua hated the man for his heartlessness and even felt a bit resentful towards her son, so she agreed. Of course, she knew that while the man was cruel to her, he truly cared for their son. It was better for their son to be with his father than with her. With the money, she went to Europe and never saw her son again. She later learned that the heartless man had passed away. The Tang family was scattered due to the war, and she found out that her son was left in Zhu City. At that time, the mainland was chaotic, and she couldn't find any news about him. She even worried about whether her son was. "Miss, the young master will definitely be fine," Sister Cui comforted her. She had never seen the young master, but knew that Zhao Fenghua often looked at his photos and cried. She hoped that the gods would bless them, allowing the mother and son to reunite. However, Zhao Fenghua was not so optimistic. Mainly, her time was running out. She had confirmed that she was in the late stages of cancer, and the surgery had not worked well. The doctors said she might only have a year left, or even less. She regretted leaving her son out of anger all those years ago, which led to their separation for decades. Her son must resent her, right? Zhao Fenghua sighed again. She didn't want her son's forgiveness. She just wanted to see him one last time and give him her inheritance. There was a knock on the door. Sister Cui opened it to find a lively old gentleman who looked like a wealthy gentleman, with good manners and a refined demeanor. "Miss, it's Mr. Hans." Sister Cui let him in. Mr. Hans had been a good friend of the miss for many years. "Fenghua, it's time for dinner. Shall we go out to eat?" The old man spoke fluent Chinese with a slight accent. "Just a moment. Let me get ready." Zhao Fenghua smiled and went to change clothes. Mr. Hans waited outside, chatting with Sister Cui, asking about Zhao Fenghua's condition, her appetite, sleep, and mood. Sister Cui answered everything and said, "Mr. Hans, you should ask the miss directly, so she knows your feelings." Mr. Hans had pursued Zhao Fenghua for over 10 years, but she always rejected him, saying she was not suitable for marriage and didn't want to hurt a good man. But Sister Cui thought Mr. Hans was a good match. After being alone for so many years, Zhao Fenghua should find a reliable man to share her life with, and Mr. Hans was quite suitable. "I've told you, Fenghua has rejected me." Mr. Hans sighed but quickly smiled. "I will keep trying.
Don't bother.
I have less than a year to live. If you marry me, you'll become a widower." Zhao Fenghua changed into a light purple qipao. She was slender, but not too thin, and looked especially beautiful in the dress. Mr. Hans was momentarily stunned, his face turning slightly red. Even after seeing her for decades, seeing her dressed up made his heart race, as if he were young again. "Don't say such gloomy things. I've contacted Dr. Mellis. He has successful cases with patients like you." Mr. Hans was unhappy. He didn't want to hear that. Zhao Fenghua smiled and changed the subject. "Let's go. I'll take you to eat delicious food. You couldn't finish all the delicacies in Yang City in a month. That would be an honor." Mr. Hans walked ahead, occasionally looking back to see if Zhao Fenghua was following. "Just go ahead. I know this place better than you." Zhao Fenghua teased, as she had lived in Yang City for a few years and was quite familiar with it. Sister Cui supported her while waiting for the elevator, and Mr. Hans stood nearby. "Mom, Dad, hurry up.
I'm Stadovin."
A lively voice came from nearby. Just from the voice, it was clear it was a cheerful young boy. Zhao Fenghua couldn't help but look back, catching a glimpse of a bouncing figure, but she couldn't see the boy's face before the elevator doors opened. There were originally 3 people in the elevator, and with Zhao Fenghua and her companions, it became 6, making it a bit crowded. "We'll wait for the next one. There are too many people in this elevator." Tang Chongfeng ran over and, seeing the crowd, turned to shout. The elevator doors slowly closed, and Zhao Fenghua's face gradually disappeared from view. Tang Chongfeng glanced at her, but didn't pay much attention. However, he quickly turned back and locked eyes with Zhao Fenghua just as the door shut. Tang Jinglin's family also arrived. Just now, there was a beautiful and elegant lady in the elevator. She must have been stunning when she was young, and she looked amazing in a qipao. Tang Chongfeng couldn't help but share his recent discovery, praising Zhao Fenghua. He had never seen a woman who looked so beautiful in a qipao. Even his mother, Mu Xiulian, couldn't compare to her. "Is she more beautiful than Mom?" Tang Chongchuan teased his brother. Of course. As soon as Tang Chongfeng said this, he felt a chill down his back. He shivered and quickly corrected himself. "Of course not. In my heart, The most beautiful women are Mom and my little sister. Mu Xiulian shot him a glare. Her youngest son was lively, but seemed a bit lacking in intelligence, easily falling into traps he set for himself. He had been quite clever as a child, but why was he getting more foolish as he grew up? She glared at her husband and poked him, thinking it must have been the medicine he gave their youngest son during their journey across the sea 17 years ago that made him a bit slow. 17 years ago, their family took a boat across the sea. Although Tang Chongchuan was only 5, he was steady and quiet the whole way, while 3-year-old Tang Chongfeng was confused. They worried he might make noise and attract attention, so they had given him a calming medicine beforehand. Tang Chongfeng slept soundly throughout the journey and didn't wake up until they reached the other side. They didn't know if the medicine was too strong, but since then, he hadn't been as sharp as before. Zhao Fenghua and Tang Jinglin's family, meeting each other without recognizing one another, perfectly missed each other. In Zhu City, Tang Nian encountered a small problem. She was arranged to stay in a hotel, waking up every day at 8 to memorize quotes and finishing by 5, just like a job. After a week, someone would come to assess her, and those who couldn't recite would be disqualified from attending the meeting. Tang Nian shared a room with 2 older women, one named Wang Lingling and the other Li Fengfeng, both older than her. Wang Lingling was from the Eastern Factory, and Li Fengfeng was from another factory. Both were locals from Zhu City, and had a natural sense of superiority. People from Zhu City were not only exclusive, but also had regional discrimination against each other. People from Puxi looked down on those from Pudong because Puxi was considered the upper class, while Pudong was seen as lower. There was a saying, better to have a bed in Puxi than a room in Pudong. This was the true reflection of the local people's attitudes in Zhu City. Puxi girls wouldn't even consider dating Pudong boys, and Pudong boys wouldn't dare to pursue Puxi girls. The river between them felt like an ocean separating them. This was the case in the 70s and 80s. Pudong developed later. Tang Nian, an outsider, is seen as a bumpkin by the 2 girls from Puxi. They look down on her without hesitation. Li Fengfeng and Wang Lingling always eat together, study together, and shop together, never including Tang Nian, making their exclusion very obvious. Other girls might feel hurt, but not Tang Nian. She prefers to ignore irrelevant people. However, even if she ignores them, some clueless people still approach her. On the 3rd day of training, a group of people wearing red armbands burst into the hotel. They are from the Cutting the Tail group. We received a report that someone is hiding banned books. The leading man, in his 40s and tall, is the deputy director of the Cutting the Tail group, named Yu Tietjiang. He is also the brother-in-law of Su Lifeone and the uncle of the factory director. Tang Nian is unaware of these connections, but senses that these people are not friendly and are targeting her. She glanced at Wang Lingling and Li Fengfeng. Li Fengfeng seemed unfazed, while Wang Lingling appeared more excited and a bit nervous, her fists clenched instinctively. Wang Lingling seemed to be anticipating something, but was also scared. Tang Nian secretly sneered. If she guessed correctly, most of the banned books were likely in her bed or suitcase. Just as foolish and malicious as Lu Jinglan.
Keep it down.
There are many foreign guests here. Don't embarrass yourselves. Director Jia stepped out, exuding authority. Someone reported that there are banned books here, and there are suspicions of treason. This is serious. I will conduct a thorough investigation. Yu Tietjiang spoke harshly, with strong reasoning. Investigate, but be gentle. Don't scare the foreign guests. Director Jia couldn't refuse. If there were real spies, he couldn't escape blame either. Rest assured. Yu Tietjiang smirked, his gaze shifting toward Tang Nian. Indeed, she was beautiful, even more so than in the photos. Her 2 brothers-in-law hadn't lied. They had told him everything was arranged, and Tang Nian would definitely not escape. Yu Tietjiang felt impatient. In just a few seconds, he thought of a good plan. A young girl like Tang Nian would surely be frightened. As soon as they found the banned items, she would be terrified. He would take her back, then comfort her gently, and she would willingly lean into him. He always had patience for beautiful women and didn't like to use force, but if the beauty was ungrateful, he wouldn't hold back. Tang Nian stepped back from the crowd, but was stopped after just a few steps. Stay in your rooms. No one is allowed to go out. Yu Tietjiang's men guarded the entrance, preventing anyone from coming or going. I need to use the restroom.
Tang Nian shouted.
I need to go too. Zhou Guoqing chimed in, along with Tang Jianshu and Tang Mantong. Though they didn't know what Nian was up to, they had to cooperate. When the four of them called out, others felt a bit of pressure in their stomachs and also requested to go to the restroom. Yu Tietjiang didn't dare to keep them locked up, so he allowed them to go one by one, sending someone to follow. Tang Nian went first, followed closely by a female member of the Cutting the Tail group, watching her like a prisoner. Ouch, my stomach hurts. Tang Nian pressed her stomach and hurried into the restroom, releasing a foul-smelling fart. The female officer, about to follow her in, was overwhelmed by the smell and quickly covered her nose, retreating outside. Tang Nian shut the door, rushed to the windowsill, and noticed it was the second floor with no one outside. She released Bai Sui and instructed it on what to do. Woof.
Got it.
Bai Sui proudly raised its head, showing that it was reliable in critical moments. It leaped from the windowsill like lightning, almost leaving no shadow behind. Tang Nian was on the third floor. The door was locked, but the window was open. Bai Sui jumped directly from the second-floor window to the third, quickly hopping from room to room until it found its owner's room. It sniffed around the suitcase and detected a strange smell that didn't belong to its owner. Using its paws, it dug out a letter with messy handwriting that Bai Sui couldn't read. After searching the room again and finding nothing else, it only had that letter. Following Tang Nian's instructions, Bai Sui stuffed the letter under Wang Lingling's bedding and carefully smoothed the sheets, making it look untouched. A few minutes later, Bai Sui returned to the restroom.
Woof.
I found a letter and put it on the ugly woman's bed. Well done. Now go back and remember to harvest the crops. Tang Nian praised it but also reminded Bai Sui to work. There was plenty of farming to do in the space.
Woof.
Get lost. Bai Sui grumbled as it entered the space, complaining about always being assigned work, more heartless than Zhou Bapi. Despite its complaints, Bai Sui went to harvest the crops, its sharp claws more effective than a sickle. With a gentle swipe, the ears fell to the ground, and Fubao followed behind, gathering them up. The couple worked seamlessly together, achieving great results. Are you done yet? The female officer outside grew impatient and entered the restroom, only to be hit by the foul odor again, cursing Tang Nian for being pretty but having a terrible smell. Almost done. Ouch, my stomach really hurts. Tang Nian groaned a few times and finally emerged from the restroom after a while. The female officer instinctively stepped back, her eyes filled with disdain. When they returned to the training room, Tang Nian sat quietly, not saying a word. Yu Tietjiang and his team searched room by room. After more than half an hour, they reached Tang Nian's room, and she, along with Wang Lingling and Li Fongfong, followed. Wang Lingling was excited, her palms sweating from nervousness. The factory director promised her that if this went well, she would be promoted after the trade fair, and her salary would increase. Li Fongfong was also nervous. It was her first time dealing with the Cutting the Tail group, and she felt scared. Leader, this is my bed, this is Tang Nian's, and this is Li Fongfong's. Wang Lingling confidently introduced the beds. Yu Tietjiang glanced at Tang Nian, smiling coldly. Confess and you'll be treated leniently. Resist and you'll face harsh consequences. As long as you're honest, even if you confess, you'll get a lighter punishment. I haven't done anything wrong. I just work diligently. Li Fongfong shook her head vigorously, cold sweat dripping down. I also work hard and often receive praise from the leaders. Wang Lingling said loudly. Just search already. Stop with the nonsense. Tang Nian spoke impatiently, crossing her arms. Wang Lingling felt secretly pleased, daring to confront the Cutting the Tail group like that. Once they found that letter, Tang Nian would definitely be in trouble. She had no grudge against Tang Nian, but this woman had offended the factory director. Yu Tietjiang personally searched, first pretending to check Li Fongfong's bed, shaking the bedding and sheets a few times, finding nothing suspicious. Li Fongfong sighed in relief and wiped her sweat. Then he searched Tang Niannian's bed, shaking for a long time without finding anything. The suitcase was the same. He rummaged through the clothes, including intimate garments, scattering them everywhere. Yu Tietjiang even squeezed a few items, acting particularly lewd. Tang Niannian's cold aura radiated fiercely. Good. This jerk was doomed. Wang Lingling's face grew darker. She had personally placed the items in the suitcase, so why hadn't they been found after such a long search? Yu Taiqiang also looked troubled. His brother-in-law had told him everything was arranged and the items were in the suitcase. What was going on? Why does it take so long to search my things when it only takes a few minutes to search others? Is Deputy Director Yu taking advantage of the situation? Tang Niannian mocked, as Yu Taiqiang held her underwear in his hands. Yu Taiqiang quickly dropped the underwear and smiled. Of course, I want to be fair. I just want to be thorough. Tang Niannian sneered. I hope Deputy Director Yu continues to be this thorough. Wang Lingling's heart sank, and a bad feeling washed over her. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and her heart raced. It shouldn't be possible. She had done everything secretly. Tang Niannian couldn't possibly know. Yu Taiqiang forced a smile. He had originally planned for his subordinates to check Wang Lingling's suitcase, but now, under pressure from Tang Niannian, he had to do it himself. To avoid gossip, he meticulously examined Wang Lingling's suitcase, checking even her intimate clothing inch by inch. Wang Lingling's face turned pale and flushed, as if she were being publicly humiliated. Next room. After searching for over 10 minutes without finding anything, Yu Taiqiang felt frustrated and confused about what had gone wrong. Deputy Director Yu, don't forget to check the bed.
Tang Niannian feminde con li.
Yu Taiqiang gritted his teeth and glared at her. Tang Niannian wasn't afraid. She met his gaze coldly. Soon, Yu Taiqiang felt defeated, cold sweat running down his back. The girl's gaze was too chilling. It felt like he was being targeted by a predator, and his life was in danger. Yu Taiqiang felt anxious, but also thought he might be overreacting. She was just a girl. How powerful could she be? He casually shook Wang Lingling's bedding, and with a loud slap, a letter fell to the ground. Everyone looked at the letter on the floor. It was a plain envelope bought from the post office, unsealed, with a corner of the letter exposed. Wang Lingling's face turned white, and cold sweat dripped down her face. How could it be on her bed? She had clearly put it in Tang Niannian's suitcase. It's not mine. Someone set me up. Wang Lingling screamed. She knew exactly what was written in the letter. If it was found in public, her fate would be sealed. She lunged to grab the letter back, but the others were quicker and held her down. Yu Taiqiang picked up the envelope and took out the letter, unfolding it. It was indeed addressed to someone across the river. Take her away. Yu Taiqiang's face darkened. This outcome was not what he wanted. His brother-in-law had found a foolish woman, wasting his time and energy. He needed to vent his anger on someone. He would take it out on this foolish woman. Although she couldn't compare to Tang Niannian, she was still decent-looking. He didn't mind settling for something less. It's not me, it's Tang Niannian who harmed me. You should arrest her. Wang Lingling cried out desperately. What did I do to you? I don't even know what's in that letter. It's all so strange. Tang Niannian scoffed, rolling her eyes. Director Jie had a stern expression. He saw through it immediately. Wang Lingling had tried to frame Tang Niannian but ended up getting herself caught. Such a petty person deserved no sympathy. Deputy Director Yu, since we've caught the bad guy, take her away quickly. Don't disrupt our work. Director Jie declared, convicting Wang Lingling. I'm not. I'm being framed. It's Tang Niannian who harmed me. Wang Lingling shouted in despair. If she was convicted of treason, not only would she die, but her family would also suffer, and she would never recover. She regretted it so much. Why did she let herself be tempted to harm Tang Niannian? Tang Niannian, I was wrong. Please save me. I know I was wrong. Help me explain that you put the letter there, right? Tell them it was you. Crazy. Tang Niannian rolled her eyes again, ignoring Wang Lingling. You reap what you sow. She deserved it. Yu Taiaqiang looked at her deeply, regretting losing such a beauty. He would find a way to get her later. Tang Niannian felt even colder. This scoundrel's time was running out as he searched her underwear. But she still needed to find the mastermind behind this and take them all down. The group took Wang Lingling away, and the hotel became quiet. Although the other students were shaken, they quickly calmed down, except for Li Fongfong, who looked lost. Tang Niannian ignored her and went to find Director Jia to inquire about Yu Taiaqiang's background. Is Director Dong and Su Lifeone Yu Taiaqiang's brother-in-law? Now I know who is behind this. Tang Niannian figured out who the mastermind was. It was either Su Lifeone or Director Dong, or both were involved.
Don't worry, Tang.
Yu Taiaqiang won't be coming back. Director Jia comforted her, assuring her that there would be no more incidents. He would report to the leaders and have them warn the group. Even if the group was arrogant, they had to give way for foreign exchange.
Okay.
Tang Niannian nodded and returned to her room. As night fell, everyone in the hotel was asleep. A shadow jumped out from the windowsill. It was Tang Niannian. She headed straight for the group and soon arrived, finding them asleep. Tang Niannian easily located the place where Wang Lingling was held. She didn't go in but looked through the window to see the woman lying on the ground, disheveled, with a vacant and desperate expression. Clearly, she had been violated. The culprit could be Yu Taiaqiang or one of his subordinates, but Tang Niannian didn't care. She just wanted to see how miserable Wang Lingling was. Tang Niannian found Yu Taiaqiang's room. He was sprawled on the bed, snoring loudly. She used a wire to unlock the door and easily entered the room, swiftly dislocating Yu Taiaqiang's jaw and limbs. Yu Taiaqiang woke up in pain, trying to scream but unable to make a sound. He only saw a shadow, unable to tell if it was a man or woman, but he knew it wasn't a good person. Having harmed many people, fear immediately engulfed Yu Taiaqiang. He wanted to escape, but his limbs felt weak, and he couldn't make a sound. He desperately whimpered, drooling. Who sent you to harm me? Your two brothers-in-law? As soon as Tang Niannian spoke, Yu Taiaqiang realized who she was and shook his head vigorously, trying to call for his subordinates. Still stubborn at death's door, Tang Niannian pulled out several bamboo sticks, her beautiful face getting closer to Yu Taiaqiang. He was no longer thinking clearly. He just wanted to flee.
Whoa.
A sharp pain made him curl up, his face contorted in agony, tears and snot streaming down. Don't worry, there are 10 fingers. Tang Niannian slowly picked up another of his fingers, inserting the bamboo stick into his index finger. Yu Taiaqiang's expression twisted in even greater pain, and a foul smell began to emanate. I'll ask you again, did your two brothers-in-law make you harm me? Tang Niannian grabbed his ring finger again. The bamboo stick hadn't been inserted yet, and Yu Tiaocheng nodded vigorously, admitting it. Where do they live? Tang Niannian closed his jaw. As Yu Tiaocheng opened his mouth to scream, his jaw was dislocated again, and a third bamboo stick was inserted. Now all 10 of his fingers were filled, not a single one left empty. Yu Tiaocheng was in so much pain, he couldn't even scream. His expression turned numb, and all that remained in his eyes when he looked at Tang Niannian was fear. He used to think he was ruthless, but compared to this woman, he was nothing, not even a small fry. Yu Tiaocheng regretted listening to his brother-in-law's nonsense and provoking a devil like Tang Niannian. He knew he wouldn't survive the night. This woman wouldn't let him go.
Can you talk now?
Tang Niannian asked coldly.
Woo.
Yu Tiaocheng looked at her pleadingly. Tang Niannian closed his jaw again. This time he didn't dare to scream and honestly told her the addresses of his two brothers-in-law.
Please spare me.
I was confused. I won't do it again. You tell me to go east, I won't dare to go west. I'll do whatever you say. Yu Tiaocheng didn't want to die. He begged desperately, hoping Tang Niannian would show him mercy and spare his life. Tang Niannian looked at him coldly and said softly, Don't worry, I won't take your life. Yu Tiaocheng's expression brightened, thinking she really would let him go. But he didn't stay happy for long. A sharp pain hit his head, and then he fell into darkness, as if trapped in an abyss, unable to see the light. Yu Tiaochang's expression became dazed, drool dripping from his mouth, turning him into a fool. Tang Nian fixed his limbs. Everything was normal except for his mind. I keep my word. I won't take your life myself. Tang Nian added a worn-out collar to his neck and led him outside. Yu Tiaochang obediently followed her to the rooftop of a 5-story building where the wind was strong. Tang Nian took off the collar and threw it forward, giving the command, "Go fetch it." Yu Tiaochang panicked and ran towards the collar, but one foot slipped.
Thud.
A dull sound echoed, like a watermelon hitting the ground. The splatter was everywhere. Tang Nian walked to the edge of the rooftop and looked down. Yu Tiaochang was face down, blood slowly pooling around him, soaking his clothes. I keep my word, right? Tang Nian said softly, putting the collar away for later use. She calmly walked downstairs, approached Yu Tiaochang, pulled out a needle from his head, erased her marks, and vanished into the night. Next, she went to Su Lifeone and Director Dong's homes, using the same method. That night, 3 people jumped off buildings in the streets of Zhu City. When Tang Nian returned to the hotel, she took a shower in her space and then went to sleep. Lifeone slept particularly soundly that night. She thought she would be restless, but as soon as she lay down, she fell into a deep sleep until morning, almost oversleeping.
Tang Nian, I'm sorry.
I apologize for my past arrogance and rudeness. Lifeone approached Tang Nian, who was washing up, and sincerely apologized. After Wang Lingling was taken away, she reflected for a long time and realized that her disdain for Tang Nian stemmed from Wang Lingling's words, calling Tang Nian an outsider and a country bumpkin. Being weak-willed, she was easily influenced by Wang Lingling. Lifeone felt lucky that Wang Lingling was caught early. Otherwise, she might have been swayed by this enemy and made a big mistake. Tang Nian glanced at her and coldly replied, "It's fine." She hadn't taken it to heart. Lifeone was just an unimportant person. "Have you forgiven me?" Lifeone asked hopefully. "To me, you are unimportant. I just ignored you." Tang Nian spoke honestly. She wouldn't be friends with someone like Lifeone. Lifeone's face fell, and she felt a bit angry. She didn't expect Tang Nian to be so blunt. Couldn't she say a few polite words? "I'll ignore you too." Lifeone raised her head, huffed proudly, and turned to leave. She shouldn't have humiliated herself. She wouldn't deal with Tang Nian again. Even if they met face to face, she would act as if she didn't see her. What's so great about her? Just because she's a bit pretty? I'm not ugly either. I'm from Puxi. Tang Nian didn't care about the girl's thoughts. After washing up, she went to the restaurant to eat and then to training. An hour later, Director Jade entered with a serious expression, giving Tang Nian a meaningful glance. He had just received a call from the police, saying that last night, Yu Tiaochang, Su Lifeone, and Director Dong all jumped off buildings within an hour of each other. Moreover, they all jumped face down, as if something very important below made them forget their lives. I feel like they were hypnotized. The police officer who called was an old comrade of Director Jie, very experienced, and had unique insights into the case. This old comrade even suspected Tang Nian because Yu Tiaochang had targeted her, and the masterminds were Su Lifeone and Director Dong, giving Tang Nian a motive.
Impossible.
She didn't have the time to commit the crime. She was at the hotel last night. And how could a young girl make 3 grown men willingly jump off a building in an hour? Director Jie defended Tang Nian, though he had some doubts himself. After all, this girl was quite mysterious, with incredible medical skills and many talents. He heard from Minister Niu that she was quite capable. But he wouldn't mention this to the police. Tang Nian was a benefactor to his family, and frankly, Yu Tiaochang and the other 2 deserved their fate. Even if it was Tang Nian who did it, it was still a form of justice. Fortunately, the police didn't investigate Tang Nian. There were too many strange points in this case, and it was ultimately classified as sleepwalking, an accidental jump. There was no other reasonable explanation. After class, Director Jie called Tang Nian for a talk. Yu Tiaochang, lifeone, and Director Dong jumped off buildings between 2 and 3 in the morning. Director Jie got straight to the point, observing Tang Nian's expression as he spoke. They all jumped? Are they tired of living? Tang Nian raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of surprise. Maybe. Director Jie gritted his teeth. This girl was quite good at pretending. He deliberately asked, "Did you sleep well last night, little Tang?" "Not really. Li Fong Fong in my room grinds her teeth like a rat, kept me awake. Can I switch to single room? I'll pay for it myself." Tang Nian expressed her grievances. She was speaking the truth. Li Fong Fong did grind her teeth, but it wasn't that bad. She simply didn't want to share a room with someone else. Director Jia was both amused and exasperated, but he also felt a deeper wariness towards her. She managed to handle 3 people in one night and still joked around. Her determination was 100 times stronger than his. She was truly a good candidate for the military. You think too highly of yourself, wanting a single room?
I don't even have one.
Director Jie joked as he sent her out. Tang Nian stood up and reached for the door, but Director Jie suddenly said, "When you go to the trade fair, don't cause any trouble. I won't bother anyone if they don't bother me." Tang Nian replied and left. Her principle had always been the same. As long as no one provoked her, she was easy to get along with. Director Jie smiled, feeling a bit more at ease. Time flew by, and after a week of training, they were set to depart for Yangcheng. Director Jie led the group, booking a whole train car for themselves while the foreigners had another sleeper car. Everyone was seated in hard seats, while only the foreigners enjoyed sleeping arrangements. Tang Nian was deeply frustrated. She wanted to sleep in a sleeper car. It was a green train, and the journey from Zhu City to Yangcheng would take 2 to 3 days. Sitting for that long would make her backside numb. "Uncle Jie, can I pay for a sleeper myself?" Tang Nian approached Director Jie. She wasn't unwilling to endure hardship. She just didn't want to suffer unnecessarily. Why sit for dozens of hours when she could sleep comfortably? "Xiao Tang, you really lack a sense of teamwork. We're all in this together. You can't be selfish." Director Jie noticed her carefree attitude. She was good at everything, but just didn't fit in. "Right, you're right. I just want to sleep in a sleeper." Tang Nian admitted she was used to being independent and didn't fit in, but what did that have to do with a sleeper? She just wanted a good night's sleep. Was that too much to ask? Director Jie felt a headache coming on. This girl had a strong personality and great abilities, but she didn't like to be disciplined. He needed to talk to her seriously. After a long lecture of over 10 minutes, Tang Nian felt her head spinning, her ears buzzing. Frustrated, she looked at Director Jie and said honestly, "Uncle Jie, if Sun Wukong had you as a master, he would have been lectured to death before reaching the West. If you were my daughter, I would have spanked you already. Go back to your seat. There's no way you're getting a sleeper." Director Jie's face turned serious. If it were a personal trip, he would have paid for her sleeper, but since this was a work trip, he couldn't make exceptions. Everyone else was sitting in hard seats, and those older and in higher positions than her were doing the same, without complaint. If he gave her a sleeper, how could he justify it to the others? Tang Nian puffed her cheeks and glared at him. If she had known, she would have just come to Yangcheng on her own to avoid this suffering. "Looking at me won't help. Just go back." Director Jie was both amused and exasperated. He waved her off, and after she left, he couldn't help but rub his lower back. Honestly, sitting in hard seats for so long was tough on his old back too. But the country was currently facing economic difficulties, and all officials had to travel in standard hard seats. No one could afford the luxury of sleeper cars. He couldn't set that precedent. After returning to her seat, Tang Nian didn't sit down. Her backside was numb, so she needed to stand for a while. "Nian, you can lie down and sleep for a bit." Tang Jianchu stood up, and Zhou Guiqing and Tang Mantong also got up from their 3-seat arrangement. "No need, I'll stand for a while." Tang Nian refused. She had to think of a way to reasonably sleep in a sleeper car. She wasn't broke, so why suffer? "Nian, master." Boa and Emile bounced over, both sleeping in the sleeper car. Emile was supposed to go to school, but He convinced his parents to let him attend the trade fair instead, saying traveling was better than just studying. Tang Nian glanced at them, but didn't say anything. Nian, come stay with me. It's boring over there. Boa clung to her arm playfully. Aren't you playing with Emil? Tang Nian asked. No way, he's too childish. Boa wrinkled her nose in disdain. Emil hadn't even hit puberty yet. Too immature. Who's childish? I've had 3 girlfriends. Emil puffed out his chest, looking proud, which made Boa roll her eyes and ask sharply, Have you even kissed anyone? Of course. Emil was about to say he had, but under Boa's piercing blue gaze, he couldn't finish. It felt wrong to lie in front of those beautiful eyes. God would never forgive him. Anyway, I've had 3 girlfriends. Emil mumbled. Boa scoffed, uninterested in the childish boy, and continued to pout at Tang Nian, come stay with me. There are plenty of empty beds. I'll ask my uncle to talk to the conductor. Tang Nian's interest peaked. A lot of empty beds? Yes, an entire car is empty. Tang Nian smiled. She had a plan. Help me with something. Tang Nian whispered a few instructions in Boa's ear. Boa nodded vigorously. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. People around them watched enviously as she chatted with the 2 foreign kids, looking like old friends. In just a few minutes, everyone began to take Tang Nian's group seriously. Comrade Xiao Tang, do you know the foreigners? After Boa and Emil left, a man sitting nearby couldn't help but ask. Everyone else perked up their ears to listen. We have business dealings. Tang Nian replied briefly, not wanting to engage further. She was there to earn money from foreigners, not waste energy on local manufacturers. Besides, she looked down on the arrogant attitudes of these people. Your unit has already started business with the foreigners? That's quick. The man's voice involuntarily rose, and others leaned in closer. They all had foreign exchange tasks for the trade fair, and failing to complete them would lead to criticism. The fair hadn't even started yet, and this Tang Nian had already secured business. How could they compete? They all worked for state-owned enterprises, and losing to a small village-run business would be embarrassing. Tang Nian glanced at him coolly and asked sarcastically, Is there a rule that says we can't talk business outside the trade fair? Well, no, I was just asking. Comrade Xiao Tang, could you share some experience? We could learn from you. It's all for the country's prosperity, right? The man chuckled awkwardly, wanting to dig deeper. He also worked in a craft factory and had struggled with foreign exchange in previous years, hoping to steal some of Tang Nian's business. Want to hear some experience? Tang Nian saw right through the man's intentions. His motives were obvious. The man nodded eagerly, feeling pleased, thinking Tang Nian was too young and easy to flatter. Come closer, I'll only tell you. Tang Nian beckoned him with her finger. The man's excitement was evident as he leaned in closer, only to hear her softly say, 3 parts destiny, 7 parts hard work. The man didn't understand because Tang Nian spoke in Minnan dialect. Remember, this is my valuable experience for winning in business every time. Tang Nian said this sincerely, her voice loud enough for everyone in the carriage to hear. Everyone looked at the man with eager eyes, curious about what this valuable experience was. Wait, what do you mean, Comrade Tang? The man was anxious. He didn't understand at all. Take your time to figure it out. If it were that easy to understand, it wouldn't be valuable. Tang Nian had a mysterious expression. Boa bounced over and ran straight to Director Jia, gesturing and talking rapidly. With the help of a translator, Director Jia understood her words and immediately looked over at Tang Nian. He was sure this matter was closely related to her. Tang Nian shrugged innocently. There are 20 beds. Leave 3 for my family and the other 17 can be arranged by Director Jia. You can take turns resting. This is my uncle's intention, so please agree. Boa had booked 20 sleeping berths, but it was actually Tang Nian's money. With so many people attending the trade fair, it was impossible to arrange all sleeping berths. It would cost a fortune. She was fine with 20 beds, taking 3 for herself and letting others take turns resting, which was better than sitting on hard seats for 4 or 5 days. She wasn't being charitable, she just cared about her own comfort. Before Director Jia could respond, Boa ran back to Tang Nian, pulling her toward the sleeping carriage. Your leader has already agreed. Let's go. Let's go. Tang Nian waved to Tang Jianshu and the others, urging them to hurry up. She turned to Director Jia and said, Uncle Jia, this isn't me being carefree. It's just hard to refuse such kindness. Director Jia was both amused and helpless, so he went to discuss with other leaders whether to accept the foreign guest's goodwill. After some discussion, Director Jia approached Boa's uncle, offering to pay for the 20 sleeping berths, but Boa's uncle refused, saying, It's not my money. It's Tang Nian's. Director Jia was taken aback and jokingly scolded, You really are generous. Tang Nian had already laid down in the sleeping carriage, stretching out her limbs. It felt so comfortable. In the end, Director Jia arranged for a group of older people to rest in the sleeping carriage for 8 hours, then switch with another group for hard seats. Tang Jianshu, Zhou Guiqing, and Tang Mantong voluntarily gave up their beds for the older folks. They were young and could manage sitting for a few days. 3 days on the train felt longer than a month on land. Even after getting off the train, Tang Nian could still hear the clattering sounds in her ears, and her bones felt sore. There was a special car waiting outside the station, but with so many people and few cars, they prioritized picking up foreign guests. Tang Nian and her group had to wait outside for an hour before a car finally came to pick them up. Moreover, their hotel was not the same as the foreign guests. Although they were close, the quality and standards were worlds apart. Tang Nian was very unhappy with the hotel arrangement. Why should her family be treated poorly while foreigners received better treatment? She disliked this arrangement, similar to a university in her later life that arranged for female students to accompany certain international students to ensure they had a pleasant experience. The school leaders who made such decisions must have been out of their minds. Why not send their own daughters to accompany the foreign students? Tang Nian went directly to the hotel where the foreign guests were staying. With 2 packs of Chinese cigarettes, she managed to find out from the front desk staff that there were still a few vacant rooms reserved for emergencies. If she had asked to book a room, she surely wouldn't have gotten one. So, she went to find Emile, as it was better to let someone else handle it. Emile asked his uncle Louis to book the rooms, saying that a few friends would be coming, but their arrival times were uncertain, so they needed to reserve the rooms first. The hotel manager was particularly attentive and arranged 2 rooms for them on the same floor as Boa and the others. Tang Nian returned to inform Director Jia and then left the guest house with Tang Jianshu and the others to the hotel where the foreign guests were staying. Uncle Jia, it's inconvenient for me to perform here. I can generate more income over there. With just this one sentence, Tang Nian successfully convinced Director Jia. She understood Director Jia. The current national situation was such that everyone, from top to bottom, was overly enthusiastic about foreigners, even to the point of being obsequious. But she wouldn't do that. In the era she lived in before, her country was strong and a world power, and ordinary citizens didn't flatter foreigners. She didn't want to preach to Director Jia and the others because only a strong nation could stand up to foreigners. Right now, the country was too weak, and words meant nothing. Tang Nian stayed on the 4th floor, while Boa, Emile, and others were on the 1st floor, along with Tang Jinglin's family and Zhao Fenghua. Nian, let's go out to eat. Boa excitedly ran over to invite her, with Emile following closely behind. Tang Nian called her uncle and the others, and they all headed for the elevator. When they had taken the elevator up earlier, Tang Jianshu and Zhou Guiqing were too scared to move, afraid of falling, while Tang Mantong managed to stay calm, though he was actually feeling dizzy. There were already people at the elevator entrance. An elegant older woman who was still beautiful, assisted by a big aunt, and a handsome foreign gentleman who was chatting and laughing with her. Nian, what are we eating later? Boa affectionately linked her arm with Tang Nian as they reached the elevator. The elevator was going down, and everyone was waiting. Let's see. There are many delicious things in Yangcheng. Tang Nian pulled her hand away. She didn't like close physical contact with others, except for Xin Xiao. Don't come so close. It's hot today. Isn't it uncomfortable? Tang Nian rejected Boa's closeness, confused about why this girl liked to cling to her. Boa pouted and whispered, Nian, you're so cool and comfortable to hug. I like you so much, but you won't let me. Stop it. You're making me uncomfortable. Tang Nian rubbed her arms vigorously. It felt too cheesy.
Ha!
A light laugh came from nearby. It was Zhao Fenghua, who, along with Sister Cui, looked over at Tang Nian, as did Hans. The three of them stared at Tang Nian, and aside from Zhao Fenghua, Hans and Sister Cui were stunned. This young girl looked just like Zhao Fenghua. Miss, she looks like you when you were young. Sister Cui almost blurted it out. The elevator doors opened, and Tang Nian gestured for Zhao Fenghua to go in first. You all go ahead. We're not in a hurry. Zhao Fenghua smiled slightly. She liked Tang Nian. Although she seemed aloof, she was actually quite interesting and gave her a sense of familiarity.
Thank you.
Tang Nian was polite, smiled at her, and pulled Boa into the elevator as it quickly descended. Miss, this girl looks almost exactly like you when you were young. Sister Cui said anxiously. Zhao Fenghua was stunned and then shook her head. That's impossible. I wasn't as pretty as her when I was young. Really, if you don't believe me, ask Mr. Hans. It does look a lot like you. Just now, I thought it was you when you were younger, but looking closely, it's not quite the same. Fenghua, you used to smile a lot when you were young, but this girl seems a bit cold and doesn't smile. Hans observed closely and noticed that Tang Nian had a cool demeanor, very different from the charming Zhao Fenghua. There are many people who look alike. It's not surprising. Zhao Fenghua didn't think much of it. There are too many people who resemble each other in the world. She just wanted to find her son quickly. The elevator arrived, and the three of them stepped inside. Just as they were about to close the door, a cheerful voice called out, "Wait a moment." Tang Chongfeng ran over, all by himself. He jumped into the elevator and cheerfully said to the three, "Thank you."
Zhao Fenghua smiled back.
This boy also gave her a warm feeling, and she didn't know why, but during this trip to the mainland, her heart seemed to have softened. She felt a connection to good-looking young people, which was unusual for her.
Ding!
The elevator reached the first floor, and the door opened. Sister Cui helped Zhao Fenghua out, but a man rushed in, nearly colliding with Zhao Fenghua. Tang Chongfeng quickly stepped forward to block the impact. Sister Cui angrily said, "How can you be so careless? The people inside haven't come out yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Can you afford to pay if you bump into my lady?" "I'm sorry, I didn't see." The man was a tall foreigner with a large nose, around 40 years old, and he appeared very arrogant. However, when he saw Hans, he toned it down a bit and smiled. Although the man apologized, it wasn't sincere. His eyes and expression showed clear disdain, but only towards the Chinese. "Are you blind? With only 2 eyes, you can only look up? My lady is the Countess of Cumberland. What are you so proud of?" Sister Cui, usually quiet, was now full of confidence, not intimidated at all by the taller foreign man. Zhao Fenghua remained calm and said in fluent English, "Sir, this is Chinese land. Your behavior reflects on your country. Don't bring shame to your nation. Are you the Countess of Cumberland?" The man looked skeptical. The Countess of Cumberland was well known in the noble circles of Europe and America because she was an Eastern woman and a second wife. When the Count married her, his family and the royal family opposed it, but he was willing to give up his wealth and title for her. Like Edward VIII, he chose love over power. But the Count of Cumberland was luckier than Edward VIII. The other heirs of the Cumberland family were mediocre, relying on the Count to support them. The family's finances depended on him, and he had the final say. At that time, Edward VIII's situation had caused quite a stir, and if they stripped the Count of his title, it would create even more trouble. In the end, the royal family had to acknowledge the Eastern woman. Of course, the main reason was that the Count's first wife had given birth to 3 sons and a daughter, so the title wouldn't pass to the children of this Eastern woman. Surprisingly, after marrying the Count, she and he were very affectionate, but they never had children. When the Count passed away a few years ago, The title went to his eldest son. The new count respected his stepmother, and this Eastern woman was very sociable, often attending royal and noble parties, charming everyone. She even established her own luxury brand and became quite wealthy. Thus, after the old count's death, her status remained high in noble circles, though in recent years, she seemed to have withdrawn and rarely appeared in social events. With the foreign man were a few others who curiously looked at Zhao Fenghua. They had heard the legends about the old countess, said to be from the mysterious and distant China, an educated lady who spoke many languages. However, some claimed the old countess was a courtesan with many clients and that she met the late count in a brothel. There were various rumors that added to her mystique, and she never came forward to clarify, but her luxury brand continued to thrive. Facing the curious gazes of these people, Zhao Fenghua remained composed, slightly raised her chin, and smiled. Of course, please step aside. I need to exit the elevator. The group was intimidated by her presence and instinctively moved aside, watching as Zhao Fenghua and her companions exited the elevator. She really is the Countess of Cumberland. Her aura is so noble. The disdainful looks from everyone gradually turned respectful. The old countess was said to be noble, beautiful, and elegant, leaving a lasting impression on anyone who met her. They had previously thought such claims were exaggerated, wondering how someone could be that beautiful. Now that they saw her in person, they believed it. Indeed, some people seemed as if they were sculpted by God himself. Even with age, their beauty remained undeniable. So, what if she's a countess? She's just a lowly yellow-skinned woman. The man with the large nose scoffed, his expression full of disdain. His name was Kurt, an American who held extreme prejudice against Chinese people. Be careful with your words. This is China. Don't let anyone hear you. His companions warned him, thinking it wise to be cautious in China. It doesn't matter if they hear. They need us to buy their goods. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have food to eat. Kurt boasted, proud of his past successes at trade fairs, where he made a lot of money selling affordable goods back home. He had signed up for the autumn trade fair to stock up even more. His companions frowned slightly, but said nothing more. After all, many people in China were indeed struggling to eat. Although Kurt's words were harsh, they held some truth. They also felt that doing business in China was a way to help the Chinese people. They saw themselves as saviors. You all are too cautious. Haven't you seen how those officials bow and scrape to us? We are their gods. Even if we were to insult them, they wouldn't dare resist. They would still try to please us. Kurt laughed loudly, his large nose turning red and looking particularly out of place. They had exited the elevator, and in the hallway, many foreign merchants laughed at his words, clearly agreeing with him. Tang Nian didn't hear their arrogant remarks. She and Boa were looking for a restaurant in the alleys of Yangcheng. Bova and Emile wanted to go to a fancy restaurant, but Tang Nian disagreed. With her experience as a foodie from several lifetimes, she believed that to taste authentic local food, they needed to go to a small, hole-in-the-wall eatery in a narrow alley. It had to be a place that looked a bit dirty and old, preferably run by a couple, with the husband cooking in a greasy apron, a cigarette in his mouth, and wearing flip-flops, casually and lazily frying dishes. The wife would be the waitress and cashier, and together, they would serve amazing food. Tang Nian found some elderly folks chatting at the alley entrance and asked them in authentic Cantonese about a small restaurant. Walk straight for 100 meters, turn left, and then walk another 50 meters. There's a restaurant called Guanghui and the food is really good. The elderly folks were very enthusiastic and even offered to guide them, but Tang Nian declined, saying she could easily find her way. Guanghui restaurant was not hard to find. After a few minutes, they arrived. It was a state-run establishment now, but the elderly folks mentioned it used to be called Huangji Chicken Shop. This chicken shop served real chicken and was famous for its white-cut chicken, and the soup was also excellent. After nationalization, it was renamed Guanghui Restaurant. The restaurant looked like it had been around for years, with tables and chairs showing signs of age. It was quite busy, and Tang Nian found an empty table and ordered the restaurant's signature dishes, along with a bowl of soup for each person. After paying, she sat down and spotted Zhao Fenghua and her companions entering, along with Tang Chongfeng. This restaurant used to be called Huangji Chicken Shop. The white-cut chicken is delicious, but I love their soup. I haven't had it in a long time, Zhao Fenghua said enthusiastically, introducing the restaurant's history to Hans in English. Her voice, though a bit hoarse, was pleasant, revealing a strong and stable personality. Mike, would you like to join us for a meal? Zhao Fenghua cheerfully invited Tang Chongfeng. She liked this boy, who had just helped her in the elevator. He was kind-hearted and good-natured. He was also quite handsome. If she had a grandson, he would probably look just as good.
Sure.
Tang Chongfeng readily agreed. He liked Zhao Fenghua too, finding her knowledgeable and her voice soothing, like a kind elder. If his grandmother were alive, she would probably be just like her. Miss, there are no seats left. Sister Cui looked around, seeing that all the tables were full. That's okay, we'll wait, Zhao Fenghua replied calmly. At her age, she had learned to take things easy. Unless it was a matter of life and death, nothing would make her anxious. But you can't stand for too long. Let me ask the manager, Sister Cui said, worried about Zhao Fenghua's health. She approached the restaurant manager and politely explained Zhao Fenghua's situation. Upon seeing a foreign guest, the manager immediately promised to find a solution. The manager approached Tang Nian, asking if they could shift a bit to make room for the foreign guests. That elderly lady isn't well and can't stand for long. She's here for the Canton Fair, just like you. Could you please make some adjustments? The manager explained, pointing towards Zhao Fenghua. The manager considered Tang Nian because she had foreign guests too, and it would be suitable for them to sit together. Plus, Tang Nian's table was near the wall, so they could squeeze together to create space. Tang Nian looked over, and Zhao Fenghua smiled and nodded at her. Sure. Tang Nian agreed, having a good impression of the lovely elderly lady.
Thank you.
I'll move the table, the manager said gratefully, calling a waiter to bring over a table and chairs. Tang Nian and her group squeezed against the wall, creating just enough space for the new table. Thank you for your understanding. The manager expressed his gratitude again before going to arrange the meals. Sister Cui helped Zhao Fenghua sit down and took out a handkerchief to wipe the table. Since entering the restaurant, Tang Chongfeng had been curiously looking around and had noticed Tang Nian. After finishing his inspection of the restaurant, he remarked, "This place is so different from Hong Kong. The people here seem more vibrant and full of life, unlike those in Hong Kong who look so drained and disconnected. There's a lot of pressure in Hong Kong and people live quite exhausted," Zhao Fenghua agreed, recalling her time living there before going abroad. Although she had received a large inheritance from the Tang family and didn't have to worry about daily meals, living in a hillside villa, she could still sense the struggles of the common people in Hong Kong. To put it bluntly, as long as they could breathe and move, they had to keep working until they dropped. Yes, people there are too tired. My friend's grandparents are in their 70s or 80s and still have to work long hours to make ends meet. They live in a house that's less than 30 square feet. I visited once, and it was suffocating, Tang Chongfeng said, sitting with his back to Tang Nian, chatting animatedly with Zhao Fenghua. The friend he mentioned was also a good buddy with whom he formed a band. Having a place to live is already quite good. Plus, your friend is a university student and will likely find a decent job after graduation. Their future won't be bad, Zhao Fenghua smiled. Tang Chongfeng seemed to come from a well-off family and had not experienced hardship, yet he remained kind-hearted and made friends without prejudice regarding backgrounds, which was quite rare. However, if your friend asked to borrow money, would you lend it to him? Zhao Fenghua couldn't help but ask. For some reason, she felt a growing connection with Tang Chongfeng and wanted to share some life lessons to help him avoid unnecessary pitfalls. Of course. He's not just my classmate, he's my good friend. If I have money, I'd definitely lend it, Tang Chongfeng replied without hesitation. Zhao Fenghua initially wanted to elaborate, but then thought it might be too soon for such deep discussions since they had just met. She felt she had no standing or qualification to say much. You're a good kid, but even if you lend money, make sure to keep enough for your own living expenses. Don't end up unable to afford food, Zhao Fenghua reminded him with a smile. Don't worry, my brother won't let me go hungry. He's very capable, Tang Chongfeng said cheerfully, seemingly carefree. Tang Nian listened to their conversation, unable to help but glance at this somewhat silly, but wealthy boy. She only caught a glimpse of his profile, which suggested he was good-looking, but he seemed a bit dim-witted. He would likely face harsh realities in life, and that capable older brother of his might often have to clean up after him. Tang Nian silently criticized him a bit, but lost interest in Tang Chongfeng as the soup arrived. Each person received a bowl of soup, and when she lifted the lid, a delicious aroma wafted up. Drink it while it's hot. Soup warms the stomach before a meal, Tang Nian reminded Bova and Emile, then said the same to Tang Jianshu and the others before starting to drink. This soup has grass roots in it, and chicken feet can also be used for soup. How strange. Zhou Guiqing took a sip of the soup. It tasted quite fresh, but he couldn't quite understand the ingredients. There was pork, chicken feet, and grass roots, but together they tasted pretty good. That's five-fingered peach, a medicinal herb. It makes this soup very tasty, Tang Nian said with a smile. I still prefer dried vegetable soup. Tang Jianshu finished a bowl of soup and shared his thoughts. He couldn't handle fine food. Dried vegetable soup was the best for him. All the dishes were served. Tang Nian picked up a piece of white-cut chicken and found it really delicious, tender, and flavorful. You are from Zhejiang, right? My dad also loves dried vegetable soup, but we can't find authentic dried vegetables where I live.
Huh?
Tang Chongfeng had sharp ears and could speak Shanghai dialect. Tang Jianshu spoke in the dialect of Zhucheng, both belonging to the Wu language family, so he could understand. Hearing about dried vegetable soup excited him because his dad, Tang Jinglin, loved it and often bought it from their hometown in Zhejiang. Dried vegetable steamed meat, dried vegetable meat pies, and dumplings with dried vegetable filling were all very tasty, and Tang Chongfeng loved them too. Tang Chongfeng turned to talk to Tang Jianshu, but ended up locking eyes with Tang Nian. Tang Nian was focused on eating chicken and didn't notice Tang Chongfeng's shocked expression. Little sister, you are my little sister, right? Tang Chongfeng instantly recognized his sister. She looked just like in the photo. He jumped up in surprise, startling everyone else. What's wrong? Zhao Fenghua, who also spoke Shanghai dialect, heard Tang Chongfeng call her little sister and looked at Tang Nian. Are they siblings? But why don't they recognize each other? Tang Nian raised her head and looked at the excited Tang Chongfeng, feeling a bit disdainful. This silly guy is actually her brother? Does that mean she has to share the responsibility of cleaning up after him? Shut up and eat first.
Tang Nian Conli interrupt Tang Chan Fen.
There were too many people around. They could talk more after dinner at the hotel. Oh, okay. I'll eat. Tang Chongfeng obediently fell silent, but was too excited to stop glancing at his sister, grinning foolishly. He was the first to find his little sister, and she was even prettier than in the photo. Dad, Mom, and Big Brother would definitely be jealous of him. After all, they didn't come out to eat. Tang Nian's expression showed more disdain, but the corners of her mouth slightly lifted. Tang Jianshu felt overwhelmed. He clearly heard the stylish man call Nian little sister. Nian was his sister. How did she become someone else's little sister? He was still young, so his feelings showed on his face. A bit flustered, Tang Mantong kicked him under the table and whispered a warning. Eat. Don't let others notice. Only then did Tang Jianshu realize that other diners were watching them. He felt a chill and focused on his meal. Everyone found the meal rather tasteless, except for the carefree Boa, Emile, and Tang Nian, who calmly finished 3 bowls of rice. Let's head back to the hotel. Tang Nian stood up and signaled for Tang Chongfeng to follow. Zhao Fenghua had also finished eating and was very curious about the relationship between the siblings, so she followed them back to the hotel. Little sister, Dad, Mom, and Big Brother are at the hotel. They aren't hungry. I came out to eat alone, and they must be so jealous. Haha, I'm the first to see you. Little sister, you're even prettier than in the photo. What about your boyfriend? Why didn't he come? Is he really good at martial arts? Can he walk on walls? Can he float on water? On the way, Tang Chongfeng chattered endlessly about how much he missed his sister, but soon shifted to talking about Xin Xiao, expressing his strong desire for martial arts. My master can do all that. He taught me how to pick flowers and leaves. Watch this. Emile, feeling pumped up, took out some playing cards from his pocket and threw them at the flowers in a nearby flower bed. The cards flew swiftly and cut through a blooming bougainvillea. Boa and Tang Chongfeng were stunned, their mouths agape, lost in amazement. I want to learn too. They both exclaimed in unison, looking at Tang Nian Nian with eager eyes. Little sister, I'm your biological brother. You can't teach this secret skill to outsiders. You have to teach me. Nian Nian, I'm your good friend. You can't just teach this silly guy and not me. Their reasons were very compelling, each grabbing one of Tang Nian Nian's arms and looking at her expectantly. Tang Nian Nian's ears buzzed, and her head felt heavy. Emile, you teach them. Tang Nian Nian covered her ears and handed this tough task to Emile. Does that mean I'm their master? Emile was eager to try. He really wanted to be a teacher. Yes, as long as they acknowledge you. Tang Nian Nian casually replied, letting these three silly people argue among themselves and leave her alone. Sure enough, by the time they returned to the hotel, the three of them were still debating. In the end, Tang Chongfeng came up with a good idea. They would draw lots to decide how to address him, either as master or junior brother, just those two titles. Zhao Fenghua smiled the whole time and didn't find the three too noisy. She enjoyed listening to the young people chat. It made her feel young again. While they were waiting for the elevator on the first floor, it opened, and Kurt and his group stepped out. Tang Nian Nian stood in front, with Zhao Fenghua behind her. Kurt's group didn't see her. They only noticed Tang Nian Nian. Seeing she was Chinese, they immediately looked down on her and arrogantly stepped out of the elevator. Move aside. Kurt, noticing Tang Nian Nian's beauty, intended to flirt and deliberately bumped into her, trying to take advantage. Tang Nian Nian saw through his intentions, her expression turned cold, and she stepped aside. Kurt missed his target and felt embarrassed, glaring at her angrily as he walked away.
Ouch.
Kurt stumbled out of the hotel and fell to the ground, landing hard. Tang Nian Nian walked back, looking relaxed. Nian Nian, was that you? Tang Jianshu felt a bit worried. The other person was a foreigner. What if he traced it back to his cousin? What about me? A grown man can't walk properly. He deserves to fall. Tang Nian Nian sneered. She had just flicked a small stone. Even Sherlock Holmes couldn't figure it out. How dare a foreigner be so arrogant on Chinese soil? He was asking for trouble. Tang Jianshu didn't say anything more. Nian Nian was much more capable than him. He couldn't help, so it was better to stay quiet. Zhao Fenghua glanced meaningfully at Tang Nian Nian, her lips curling up. This girl really suited her taste. When they reached the third floor and just stepped out of the elevator. Chongfeng, why did you take so long to eat? Mom and Dad were worried and sent me to find you. Tang Chongchuan happened to come out looking for his brother. Seeing Tang Chongfeng was fine, he couldn't help but nag. Zhao Fenghua was taken aback when she saw him. Her feet felt glued to the ground, reluctant to leave. This young boy looked just like her Jinglin. If Jinglin grew up, he would probably look like this, right? Big brother. Tang Chongfeng couldn't help but want to share the good news with his brother, but he thought about the crowded hotel and how if people found out that his little sister had her biological parents in Hong Kong, it might cause trouble. The mainland is currently strict about overseas relations. They might be fine, but his little sister could get into trouble. Tang Chongfeng, who usually doesn't think much, had many thoughts at this moment. He didn't shout loudly, but whispered the good news to Tang Chongchuan. Tang Chongchuan's expression became excited as he looked directly at Tang Nian, his lips trembling and tears welling in his eyes. Indeed, it was his little sister. She was even more beautiful than when she was a child. Chongfeng, invite your new friend to our room to sit for a while and introduce her to Mom and Dad. Tang Chongchuan suppressed his excitement, speaking calmly, though his voice trembled if you listen closely. I was just thinking of visiting Uncle and Aunt. Tang Nianyan smiled slightly and followed the Tang brothers to their room. Wait a moment. Zhao Fenghua called out to them, her eyes slightly moist. The more she looked at Tang Chongquan, the more he resembled her son, and she couldn't help but want to ask, "Ma'am, is there something you need?" Tang Chongquan stopped and noticed Zhao Fenghua, recognizing her face, and his expression changed. This elegant lady looked very much like the woman in a photo his father cherished, a young woman in a qipao, wearing a pearl necklace, very beautiful, holding a baby. His father never said who she was, but Tang Chongquan guessed she must be his grandmother. He had known since he was little that his father was a son of the Tang family, not born of the main wife. So after his grandfather passed away, the main wife didn't take them abroad, but left them in Shanghai. However, his father never spoke about why his grandmother left the Tang family. When Tang Chongquan asked once, his father told him not to bring it up again. The more he looked at Zhao Fenghua, the more he felt she resembled his grandmother, but he couldn't be sure. May I ask what your father's name is? Zhao Fenghua spoke in the Shanghai dialect. My father is Tang Jinglin. Tang Chongquan replied respectfully, feeling increasingly certain. She spoke Shanghai dialect, looked so similar, and her age matched. She was likely his grandmother. On this trip to the mainland, their family would finally reunite. Zhao Fenghua swayed slightly, her expression joyful yet guilty, tears glistening in her eyes as she glanced at Tang Chongquan, then at Tang Chongfeng, and finally at Tang Nianyan. They were all her grandchildren. Indeed, blood ties were strong. The moment she saw these three children, she felt a special closeness, as if heaven had hinted to her. I am your... Zhao Fenghua's voice trembled as she wanted to tell them she was their grandmother, but the words wouldn't come out. She had never raised a son, let alone held her grandchildren. What right did she have to claim them? Chongquan, what are you doing standing there? Has Chongfeng come back? Tang Jinglin came out and saw his eldest son standing in the hallway, seemingly talking to someone. As he spoke and approached, the hallway was a bit dim, so he didn't see Zhao Fenghua or clearly recognize Tang Nianyan, but he felt two intense gazes that he couldn't ignore. Jinglin! Zhao Fenghua called out, her voice trembling, leaning against Cui Jia. She was too excited, and her body couldn't handle it. Miss, you mustn't get too excited. Cui Jia supported her, her tone anxious. Tang Nianyan was starting to untangle this complicated relationship. The fashionable and beautiful old lady was likely her biological grandmother. Moreover, her grandmother didn't seem well, as if she were seriously ill. Finally, Tang Jinglin saw Zhao Fenghua, his expression changing drastically as he turned to leave. Jinglin, I am your mother. Zhao Fenghua cried out, shocked that her son's first reaction to seeing her was to turn away. Ma'am, please don't speak nonsense. My mother has passed away. Tang Jinglin turned back with a grim expression. Though his words were harsh, he couldn't bring himself to meet Zhao Fenghua's gaze. He feared that if he looked too long, he would soften. All these years, he had missed his mother constantly. As a child, his father told him that his mother longed for freedom and abandoned him to live freely abroad. He had hated her for that. Was freedom really that important? Important enough to abandon husband and child? Zhao Fenghua leaned against Cui Jia, crying sadly. She had imagined countless scenarios of meeting her son, but she never expected him not to recognize her. It was all her fault. She couldn't blame her son. Let's talk in the room. Tang Nianyan spoke up, noticing more people peeking around in the hallway, making it inconvenient to talk. Yes, let's go inside to talk. Tang Chongfeng quickly agreed. He had a good impression of Zhao Fenghua, and if she could be his grandmother, he would be very happy. But this wasn't his decision. It required his father's approval. Moreover, it seemed that his father held some resentment towards his grandmother and didn't want to acknowledge her. Only then did Tang Jinglin notice Tang Nianyan, and his heavy heart lightened with joy. He had so much to say, but didn't know where to start. Dad, let's go inside. Tang Chongquan urged, and Tang Jinglin finally snapped back to reality, nodding repeatedly, yes, let's go inside. His gaze remained fixed on Tang Niannian, unwilling to look away for even a second. His daughter had grown up so beautifully. Old Master Tang had not failed in his promise to raise her well. Mr. Hans wisely returned to his room, as family matters were not appropriate for him to be present. Everyone entered Tang Jinglin and his wife's room, where Mu Xiulian was resting in bed, suffering from a headache again. Xiulian, Niannian is here. As soon as Tang Jinglin entered the room, he joyfully shared the good news with his wife. Mu Xiulian, who had been lying there weakly, suddenly perked up, sitting up straight. Upon seeing Tang Niannian, she gracefully jumped out of bed and rushed to her daughter. Niannian, I am your mother. Mu Xiulian tightly grasped her daughter's hand, tears streaming down her face. Niannian, I am your big brother. I am your second brother. Tang Chongchuan and his brothers introduced themselves, their eyes red. Did Du Yilun send a message? Tang Niannian asked. Yes, he's doing well and staying at his uncle's house, Tang Jinglin replied with a smile. Tang Niannian nodded and looked at Zhao Fenghua, saying, Why don't you handle her situation first? I'm not in a hurry. She needed to confirm if Zhao Fenghua was indeed her biological grandmother. If so, she could provide some spiritual essence to save her life. You are called Niannian, right? I am your grandmother. Zhao Fenghua had regained her composure. She no longer sought her son's forgiveness. She just wanted to pass her belongings to her grandchildren. In her final moments, being able to see her son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren, she felt no regrets. I just met your son too, and we're not familiar, Tang Niannian said honestly. So she wouldn't get involved in the matter between Tang Jinglin and his mother. Zhao Fenghua couldn't help but laugh. Her granddaughter was truly amusing. I don't know your father well, because I left him when he was 3, and I haven't seen him since. Zhao Fenghua spoke honestly, and then looked at Tang Jinglin, saying sincerely, Jinglin, I did abandon you back then. I don't blame you for resenting me. I was too young and impulsive. Plus, your father didn't keep his promise to give me the title of his wife. I waited for him for 4 years. She paused to catch her breath, and Cui Jia looked at her with concern, knowing how hard her mistress had worked alone in a foreign land. Zhao Fenghua sighed and continued, In the end, I decided to leave him. I wanted to take you with me, but your father disagreed. I didn't fight for you, because I thought it would be better for you to stay with the Tang family. Although your father let me down, he is a good father and will raise you well. After saying so much, Zhao Fenghua was a bit out of breath. Cui Jia gently patted her back. Miss, take your time. Don't rush. Tang Niannian handed her a glass of water with a drop of spring water in it. Zhao Fenghua took a sip and found the water especially sweet, feeling much better. Thank you. Zhao Fenghua expressed her gratitude and began to talk about the past. After I went abroad, I remarried, but I didn't have any more children. You are my only son. Over the years, I built up quite a bit of wealth. I tried to find out about you but had no news, so I came here myself. Thankfully, fate allowed us to meet. Tang Jinglin pressed his lips together, looking stubborn, but his heart was slowly softening. However, his resentment towards his mother after all these years couldn't be erased quickly. Zhao Fenghua looked sad and said self-deprecatingly, I don't expect you to accept me. I didn't raise you, so it's understandable if you don't recognize me. I just want to pass my wealth to you. Once the paperwork is done, I'll go back to England and won't disturb your life again. I don't need your money. Keep it for yourself. Tang Jinglin rejected her harshly. When he came to Hong Kong, he brought a large box of gold bars as startup capital to start a trading company. Over the years, things have gone relatively well. While he wasn't rich, he could manage his life. Young master, the miss is sick. She traveled a long way just to find you. Cui Jia defended her mistress. Even if the miss abandoned the young master back then, it wasn't entirely her fault. After all, Mr. Tang didn't keep his word, promising to marry her, but only making her a concubine. The miss was proud and couldn't tolerate that, so leaving was a normal choice. In recent years, there have been wars and chaos. The miss asked many people but couldn't find any news about you. It's not that she didn't want to look for you. It was truly impossible. Her illness is also due to her heavy thoughts. Cui Jie began to cry as she spoke. She had a deep bond with Zhao Fenghua, and just the thought of her mistress being so ill tore her heart apart. What illness do you have? Tang Jinglin's heart tightened. His tone was still harsh, but his expression showed concern. Zhao Fenghua smiled reassuringly. She felt content. It's nothing serious, just a minor issue. Cui Jie worries too much. Once we return to Hong Kong, we can handle the inheritance paperwork, Zhao Fenghua said lightly about her illness. Tang Jinglin was skeptical. If it were just a minor issue, Cui Jie wouldn't be crying so sadly. It clearly wasn't trivial. He felt conflicted, as if two voices were fighting in his head. Accept her. After all, she is your biological mother. Haven't you missed her for decades? Don't accept her. She abandoned you and enjoyed herself abroad. She doesn't care about you at all. These two voices kept arguing in his mind, making it hard for Tang Jinglin to decide. Jinglin, so many years have passed. Let's not bring up old grievances. You've been dreaming of your mother all these years. Now that you've finally met her, don't be stubborn. Mu Xiulian understood her husband's feelings well. She wanted him to accept Zhao Fenghua, but she also wanted to help him ease into it. Tang Jinglin looked reluctant and said awkwardly, I'm not being stubborn. Mu Xiulian smiled and said to Zhao Fenghua, Mother, when we return to Hong Kong, I'll take you to see a traditional Chinese doctor for your health. Doctors abroad can't compare to those here. Okay, thank you for your concern. Zhao Fenghua admired her daughter-in-law, seeing that she was well-mannered and composed. Let's not be formal with each other. Mother, this is your granddaughter, Tang Nian Nian. We just met. Mu Xiulian introduced her daughter and explained the reason for their separation years ago.
Nian Nian, I'm sorry.
Your father and I had no choice but to leave you in Tang Village. For the past 17 years, we've missed you every moment. Please don't blame us. Mu Xiulian's voice choked up, unable to continue. Her husband had resented her mother-in-law for decades. How could they not feel like cruel parents themselves? The situation back then didn't allow it. Grandpa told me, and I understand. Tang Nian Nian spoke calmly, not showing much excitement. She didn't have a deep emotional bond with her biological parents, but she still felt a sense of closeness due to their blood relation. Grandpa Tang had explained to her several times why her parents left her, and she truly didn't blame them. Over the years, my grandparents have treated me very well, even better than their biological granddaughter. I haven't suffered at all, Tang Nian Nian said. How are your grandparents? Once things settle down, we should go thank them. Tang Jinglin was very grateful to Grandpa and Grandma Tang. Although he left enough money, if they were dishonest people, they might have kept the money and even sold his daughter. Fortunately, he had inquired about Grandpa Tang's character, and everyone he knew praised him as an upright and honorable man. That's why he entrusted his daughter to Grandpa Tang. Grandpa passed away 2 years ago, but Grandma is doing well. You can hear her scolding people from 10 miles away. Mentioning Grandma Tang made Tang Nian Nian smile. Tang Jinglin and his wife could sense that their daughter had a deep bond with the Tang family. While they felt comforted, they also felt a bit sad. If only the chaotic times hadn't separated their family for 17 years, their daughter would have surely been very close to them. Where's your boyfriend, Nian Nian?
How old is he?
Where is he from? Have your parents met him? Mu Xiulian asked a series of questions about Shen Xiao. He's in the army, a deputy regiment leader, 20 years old, from the capital, and his parents have both passed away. Tang Nian Nian answered each question. Although Shen Ziyuan was still alive, in their hearts, he was already gone. She added, Shen Xiao will come over in a few days, and I'll introduce you to him. Your boyfriend's name is Shen Xiao? He's a deputy regiment leader at just 20 years old? Tang Jinglin found it hard to believe. Was his future son-in-law such a high-ranking officer? A 20-year-old deputy regiment leader seemed a bit unbelievable. Yes, he has done a lot and received special promotion. You will understand when you meet him, Tang Nian Nian said, her cold expression softening when she mentioned Shin Xiao. The Tang family noticed this change and felt a pang of reluctance. It seemed that Nian Nian had a very good relationship with Xin Xiao. Sigh. They had just found their daughter, sister, again, and now she was already taken away by a big bad wolf. Fortunately, Xin Xiao had good qualities. He was a 20-year-old deputy regiment leader and an orphan, which meant there wouldn't be any mother-in-law conflicts. Nian Nian's married life should be quite comfortable. Nian Nian, have you started working yet? Tang Jinglin was very curious. Since there were no private companies in the mainland, his daughter must be working in a public institution, but he didn't know her position. Yes, I am a translator for the Shanghai Trade Fair delegation and also responsible for the business of several companies. Tang Nian Nian briefly explained her role. Not only did the Tang family not understand, but Zhao Fenghua was also confused. How could one person be a translator and handle business for several companies? Wasn't that too much for one person? My brother and I represent Chonglong Trading Company. Although this trip is to see you, we also have business to discuss. What do those companies you work with sell? Tang Jinglin asked with a smile, feeling proud. His daughter was so capable, he had every reason to be proud. Hairpins and crafts. These are samples, Tang Nian Nian said, pulling out a few samples from her bag. As soon as they were on the table, they caught the attention of Tang Jinglin and his son. Are these your company's products? They're exquisite. I didn't expect such great craftsmanship and fashion concepts in the mainland. Nian Nian, I want all of these. When can we have them? Tang Chongchuan, who was in charge of the company's market, immediately recognized that the items Nian Nian brought out would definitely appeal to people in Europe and America. He wanted to seize the opportunity and capture the European and American markets. We have already signed a few orders, but you won't receive the goods until the second half of next year at the earliest, Tang Nian Nian replied honestly, not willing to bend the rules for family. However, you probably won't be able to seize the European and American markets. I signed orders worth over $1 million, but you can consider the Southeast Asian market. I can give you a few more samples, and starting a hairpin factory should be no problem. Tang Nian Nian had already thought of a plan. The mainland system was rigid, making many things inconvenient, but Hong Kong was much easier. Once the Pengcheng Special Zone was established, she would let the Tang family move the factory there, where labor was cheap and there were many favorable policies. They would definitely make a lot of money. Tang Chongchuan felt disappointed at first, but after hearing this, a smile appeared on his face, and he gave his sister a thumbs up. Tang Jinglin thought this was a great idea, but he was worried. If you give us samples, will you get into trouble at work? Mu Xiulian immediately became anxious. Maybe we shouldn't start a factory. Our family doesn't need another one. We shouldn't make things difficult for Nian Nian. Tang Chongchuan also realized this and felt guilty. I was too eager. Listening to mother, we won't start the hairpin factory. We'll just buy from Nian Nian's company. Even if it's not until next year, there will still be a market. At worst, they would earn a little less. Nian Nian's safety was the priority. Zhao Fenghua felt relieved. Her children and grandchildren were not greedy. They were all good kids. Tang Nian Nian felt warm inside and grew closer to the Tang family, but she still found it hard to be completely at ease with them after so many years apart. She couldn't be as casually close as Grandma Tang. It's fine. I designed these hairpins and they have nothing to do with my workplace. I can give them to whoever I want, so just take them, Tang Nian Nian said, dropping a bombshell that left the Tang family stunned. Nian Nian was not only a translator and business handler but also a designer. Did she even have time to rest? The first reaction from the Tang family was to feel sorry for her hard work, worrying that she was overexerting herself. Nian Nian, our family is doing well. Your mother and I have saved up your dowry for 17 years. Even if you don't work, you won't have to worry about food and drink. You don't need to work so hard, Tang Jinglin said, his eyes filled with concern and guilt. It was his failure as a father that made his daughter work so hard at such a young age, doing the work of 10 people. No one could handle that. No wonder his daughter had no smile on her face. She looked so mature, probably because she was too tired. Who could work so hard all day and still smile? Everyone else thought the same, feeling guilty, especially when they remembered that while their sister, was suffering in the mainland, they were living comfortably in Hong Kong. They felt terrible. Little sister, I'll give you all my pocket money. You don't need to go to that awful job anymore, Tang Chongfeng said, his eyes red and voice choked, ready to offer his precious savings, his New Year's money and red envelopes, around 10,000 yuan, which he treasured like his life. Little sister, your job is too hard. Why don't you switch to an easier one? Our family can provide for you, Tang Chongchuan said with concern, wanting to take his sister to the hospital for a checkup right away. Working at such a high intensity every day could wear anyone out. Zhao Fenghua frowned and said firmly, the policies should be more relaxed now. Nian, you should apply for the paperwork. I can use some connections to help you immigrate to my place. I'll let you manage my company. Don't work like a slave for others. The family was talking all at once, leaving no room for Tang Nian to interject. She listened quietly, feeling warmer inside, and her smile grew wider. I own shares in all these companies, so it's like I'm working for myself. Don't worry. Tang Nian had no desire to go abroad, especially to a food desert like the UK. She would definitely go crazy there. She didn't want to go to any other country either. No country had as much delicious food as China. Her stomach was very patriotic and only enjoyed Chinese cuisine. Other countries' food was okay to try occasionally, but she couldn't eat it regularly. Without much effort, she convinced the Tang family and Zhao Fenghua, and she pulled out a few more hairpins, headbands, and some small accessory samples. She had plenty in her space, enough for decades. No matter when women's money was the easiest to earn. These small accessories had low costs and didn't require much technology, mainly relying on design. As long as they could capture a woman's heart, wealth would come rolling in. When we go back, my brother and I will start the factory. You will hold 40% of the shares in this accessory factory as your dowry, Tang Jinglin decided. Tang Chongchuan and his brother had no objections and even thought they should give their sister a bit more shares. I only need 20%, Tang Nian said. She didn't want too much. She was just providing samples and 20% was fair. Just 40%. Your elder brother and second brother won't mind. Tang Jinglin spoke firmly, feeling that the family owed too much to their daughter, and this 40% share was not enough to make up for it. Tang Chongchuan and Tang Chongfeng also expressed their agreement and urged Tang Nian not to refuse. Tang Nian had to accept this heavy gift, but she thought to herself that she would need to provide more samples in the future. I'm going back to my room. I won't come out again before the exhibition. I'll see you at the event. Tang Nian stood up to say goodbye. Staying too long might lead to some minor troubles. There are always people looking for trouble. The Tang family understood her meaning. Although they were reluctant, they did not try to keep her. Tang Chongchuan even offered to walk her to the door, loudly saying, "Thank you, Comrade Tang, for your enthusiastic introduction. I am very interested in your company's products. I will consider it for a few days and then contact you. If you have any questions, feel free to find me. I'm in room 306. Tang Nian replied loudly, her tone very formal. A few foreigners in the hallway glanced at them, but didn't pay much attention. They were at the Canton Fair to source goods, so it was normal to meet mainland exhibitors in advance. Back in her room, Tang Jianshu and Tang Mantong were there. Zhou Guoqing wisely stayed in the room, thinking it was better not to get involved in other people's family matters. Nian, what is your relationship with those people? As soon as Tang Jianshu entered the room, he closed the door and asked in a low voice. He wasn't mistaken. Those people from Hong Kong called her little sister, and she didn't seem angry, which clearly indicated a close relationship. But how could Nian, who grew up in Tang Village, be connected to people from Hong Kong? The Tang family had no relatives in Hong Kong. Even tracing back 38 generations, they couldn't find any connection. Third brother, I'm not my parents' biological child.
Tang Nian spoke hastily.
Since Tang Jianshu was discreet, it was fine to tell him. Tang Jianshu was shocked, struggling to comprehend how Nian could not be the biological child of Uncle Manjin. At that time, my sister-in-law gave birth to a stillborn. Just when Nian biological parents were going to the other side, they couldn't take the newborn with them, so they entrusted her to my father. Nian's name was also given by her biological parents. Tang Mantong recounted the past, but was also curious about how his niece had contacted her biological parents. Tang Nian secretly felt relieved that her name was chosen by her real parents. Otherwise, she would have been called Tang Qijin. She was born weighing 7 Jin and 2 Luong, and if her grandfather had named her, it would definitely have been Tang Qijin. Tang Jianshu took a while to regain his composure, swallowing hard as he asked, "Was that man at the restaurant your biological brother?" "Yes, my second brother. The one in the hallway is my elder brother, and the elderly lady dining with us is my biological grandmother. It was quite a coincidence that our family was reunited today." Tang Nian felt a bit emotional. In her previous lives, Zhao Fenghua never appeared and never recognized Tang Jinglin, likely because she couldn't endure it and passed away early. Zhao Fenghua's temperament was somewhat to her liking. Leaving her son to go abroad couldn't entirely be blamed on her. She thought that if her biological grandfather were a man indulging in vices, Zhao Fenghua would never have left her son behind. Although her grandfather had some flaws, he was still a responsible father who raised Tang Jinglin well. Zhao Fenghua's decision to leave her son was correct, but due to the turbulent times, no one expected the mother and son to be separated for so many years. Tang Jianshu swallowed again, suddenly feeling that his cousin seemed much more impressive. Many things that he couldn't understand before now had answers. Uncle Air never let Nian do farm work or household chores. As a rural girl, Nian truly had never touched a drop of water. No family raised their daughters like this. Only Uncle Air and Aunt Air did. Uncle Air often said that Nian's good life was in the city, and she didn't need to learn rural work. He even found her a great master to secretly learn many skills, which must have been resources left by her biological parents. 17 years ago, during the famine in the village, when the bark and roots on the mountain were all gone, Tang Jianshu, though young, still had some memories. One night, he cried from hunger, and there was nothing to eat at home. Uncle Air brought a sack of sweet potatoes, fine bran, and a few pounds of brown rice, which saved their family. At that time, it was also when Nian came home. His family and Uncle Air's family survived the famine, thanks to Nian's biological parents. No wonder Uncle Air and Aunt Air treated Nian much better than they did with the other children. It was a life-saving grace. Tang Jianshu connected all the dots and finally understood everything. He looked at Tang Nian with pity. If it weren't for the chaotic times, this girl could have lived a life of luxury. Even though Uncle Air and Aunt Air loved Nian dearly, they couldn't provide her with a good material life. Nian was actually suffering in Tang village. "Why are you looking at me? Don't tell your parents about this. They can't keep a secret." Tang Nian rolled her eyes, her gaze making her want to hit someone. "I know, I won't tell anyone." Tang Jianshu understood the gravity of the situation. If people found out about Nian's true identity, it would surely cause big trouble. He then asked Nian, "Are you planning to go to Hong Kong?" During this trip to Yangcheng, he had gained a lot of insight and heard many things about Hong Kong. There, people didn't worry about food. As long as they were willing to work hard, they could earn enough to eat well, enjoy meat and milk daily, and buy new clothes often. It was like paradise. If Nian chose Hong Kong, it was only natural. Who wouldn't want to live a good life? "Why would I go there? It's such a small place. Overcrowded." Tang Nian looked disgusted. She had no interest in living in Hong Kong. She had often traveled there for business. While the economy was indeed developed, the city was also cramped. The restaurants were so small that it was hard to turn around, and hotel rooms were tiny, just like a small life. It was too difficult for ordinary people to live there, except for the wealthy. After all, rich people can live comfortably anywhere. However, in a few years, she planned to buy property in Hong Kong and invest in stocks, selling the property at a peak time. It would be easy money. "Are you really not going?" Tang Jianshu felt relieved but also disappointed. He didn't want to part with his cousin but hoped she could live a good life and didn't need to suffer in the village. "Are you deaf? Can't you understand human language?" Tang Nian was annoyed and slapped him lightly, frustrated that he kept asking despite her clear refusal. The slap made Tang Jianshu's head buzz, but he foolishly smiled, feeling completely at ease. With just one day left until the Canton Fair officially opened, all the exhibitors were excited, looking forward to the event. In the past 2 days, Tang Nian and Tang Jinglin's family had met several times, but it was always in front of many people. Zhao Fenghua also didn't close the door to chat. Another day passed, and the fair finally opened. The exhibitors entered the exhibition hall in an orderly manner. Tang Nian and her family had set everything up a day in advance. Her assigned booth was in a corner, a spot that was hard to see even when standing on tiptoe, and it was small, barely fitting 4 or 5 people. Tang Nian asked Tang Jianshu and Zhou Guiqing to wait at the booth while she took on the role of translator, feeling she shouldn't take a salary without contributing. Tang Nian helped introduce some foreign merchants to products from other companies and even secured a few orders. Her throat felt dry from talking, but none of the orders were for her hairpin or craft factories. Tang Jianshu and the others were getting restless, watching other manufacturers attract crowds of foreign merchants. They felt envious and worried that they might leave the exhibition without any orders, which would mean they couldn't participate in future events. We can't just sit here and wait. We need to take the initiative. Jianshu, can you speak English? Zhou Guiqing couldn't sit still and decided to go out for a walk. The morning was almost over, and they couldn't waste the entire day like this. Tang Mantong thought the same. Although the trade fair lasted nearly a month, the busiest days for foreign merchants were these few days. He hated to waste even an hour. I learned a few phrases from Nian, but I'm not good at it, Tang Jianshu said, feeling a bit confused. He only knew basic phrases like hello, goodbye, and good morning.
Teach us.
Mantong and I will go attract some foreigners. We can't just wait around. How will we get any orders like this? Zhou Guiqing's competitive spirit was ignited. Although the hairpin factory had no shortage of domestic orders and foreign orders were lined up until next year, he didn't want to be laughed at for leaving the trade fair empty-handed. He couldn't afford to lose face. Tang Jianshu wrote down a few English phrases he knew and translated them into Chinese on a piece of paper. Hello, welcome, good morning, goodbye. Zhou Guiqing and Tang Mantong picked up the phrases quickly. Even though their English was basic, they managed to learn it in a short time. English isn't that hard. It's even easier than Wenzhou dialect. Let's go attract customers while you wait here. The two of them felt confident, straightened their clothes, and walked off proudly to find customers. Tang Jianshu patiently waited for customers, laying out all the samples on the table. Although it was Zhou Guiqing's first time at the trade fair, he had a keen eye from his past experiences. He could gauge a person's wealth and true intentions just by their clothing and expressions. He and Tang Mantong focused on the craft factory booths which had similar clients, and they split up to cover more ground. After the foreign merchants left their booth, Zhou Guiqing approached them, smiling widely and enthusiastically saying, "Hello, welcome. I'm from the Jilly factory, come here." Using his broken English, Zhou Guiqing managed to bring several foreign merchants to their booth. The merchants didn't fully understand him, but Zhou Guiqing's enthusiasm and gestures, along with some hairpin samples, caught their attention. When they saw the samples on the table, the merchants' eyes lit up, repeatedly saying good. Yes, good, very good. Zhou Guiqing couldn't stop smiling and kept giving thumbs up, indicating that his products were the best at the fair. Even though he didn't understand their words, he knew they were very satisfied, and he felt confident that they would close the deal. Using their basic English and gestures, he and Tang Jianshu successfully negotiated the deal. Tang Jianshu went to find Shengguan Jing to help sign the contract. Is Tang Nian not here? Shengguan Jing was surprised. How did these two, who barely knew English, manage to secure a deal?
She's busy.
Comrade Shengguan, please help us sign this contract, Zhou Guiqing said cheerfully. Although it was just over 600,000 in orders, he felt a huge sense of accomplishment and increased confidence. Tang Nian was managing too many factories alone, and he couldn't rely on her for everything. Shengguan Jing took out the contract and communicated with the foreign merchants. They had no issues with the price but were concerned about the delivery time. I'm sorry, but we already have many clients with large orders, and delivery is scheduled for the second half of next year, Sheng Guanjing replied calmly. The merchants were unhappy but had no choice but to agree. They had visited all the booths at the trade fair and couldn't find hairpins as beautiful as theirs. Even if delivery was next year, they had to accept it. Once the contract was signed, business started pouring in like a tide. Tang Mantong also brought in a few foreign merchants, and the three of them were busy, with Sheng Guanjing coming over to help. With her guidance, their English improved rapidly, and they progressed from broken English to full conversations. Tang Nian finished her tasks and brought back a few foreign merchants. When she learned that Tang Mantong and the others had secured over 200,000 in orders on their own, she praised them highly. On the first day of the trade fair, they achieved great results, signing over 400,000 in orders. Although it wasn't the highest among all exhibitors, it was the highest for craft products. The delivery for the craft and hairpin factories was already scheduled for the year after next. The trade fair had just begun, and Tang Nian was confident they could secure over 1 million in orders, ensuring that both factories wouldn't have to worry for 3 years. On the third day, the exhibition center was even livelier, with more foreign merchants. Tang Nian not only helped her own factory secure hundreds of thousands in orders, but also helped other manufacturers in Huqing bring in over 1 million in orders. The big factories in Huqing, which had looked down on her on the train, now respected her and felt guilty, realizing that their narrow-mindedness was no match for a young girl's broad vision. Tang Nian didn't care. They were irrelevant to her. She had just finished translating for a group of Middle Eastern clients and secured an order for agricultural machinery. Her throat felt like it was on fire, but that wasn't the worst part. The strong perfume from the clients was giving her a headache. She waved her hand to fan some air, but it didn't help. The exhibition center was crowded, and foreigners loved to wear perfume, creating a strange mix of scents. It was not a pleasant smell, and Tang Nian's sensitive nose made it worse. If it weren't for the thrill of making money, she would have left. Comrade Tang, are you feeling unwell? A staff member from the agricultural machinery factory noticed her pale face and asked with concern. I'm a bit stuffy. Their perfume is too strong, Tang Nian replied, waving her hand again. The Middle Eastern clients had already left, and it was now the lunch break, with most foreign merchants back at their hotels. I'm going outside for some fresh air. Tang Nian strode out, needing to breathe fresh air. She stepped outside the exhibition center to a flower bed to enjoy the fragrance of the flowers, but after just a moment, she was interrupted by loud noises. Darn it, what bad luck! A somewhat familiar voice shouted in English, followed by a woman's apologetic tone and a child's crying. I'm sorry, let me clean that up for you. The child didn't see. I'm really sorry. The woman's voice was almost in tears. She hadn't noticed, and her child bumped into this foreigner. The child was holding a sticky candy painting, which got stuck to the foreigner's clothes. What a mess. Get lost, yellow-skinned pig. Kurt irritably pushed the woman away and kicked at the crying child. His companions just watched, amused, thinking that a kick wouldn't kill anyone, and it was good for Kurt to vent his anger. Don't hit my child. I will bow and apologize. The woman hurriedly hugged her child and was about to kneel down to apologize, but she was stopped halfway. It was Tang Nian. Don't bow to foreigners. Tang Nian's voice was cold. Even if the child accidentally bumped into someone, an apology was enough. She shouldn't kneel down. Moreover, this foreigner was speaking too rudely. He deserved to be punished. Tang Nian clenched her fists, but knew that this foreign man couldn't die in China. She recognized him as the rude guy from the elevator, the one she had taught a lesson with a stone. If he hadn't learned his lesson, she wouldn't hold back this time. How much is the shirt? I'll pay. Tang Nian asked in fluent English, her tone firm but respectful. Kurt recognized her too, his gaze lewd as he looked her up and down, saying something offensive. This shirt costs $1,000. Can you afford it? If you're willing to spend the night with me, I might be generous. His companions burst into laughter, looking at Tang Nian with mocking eyes. thinking she would definitely agree. Many Chinese women would do anything to go abroad, even willing to be with black men. They seemed as cheap as prostitutes. You say this shirt is $1,000. What brand is it? Do you have a receipt? Sir, this is China, not your country. You can't just extort people here. Tang Nian's gaze turned colder, marking another point against him. Extort you? Nonsense. This shirt is from a big brand, one you could never afford. Kurt was a bit embarrassed and angry because he had only paid $30 for the shirt. It was just a cheap brand. What happened? The exhibition manager arrived with several armed soldiers. The area around the fair was filled with soldiers to protect foreign merchants and prevent any trouble. Tang Nian briefly explained, "This child accidentally bumped into this gentleman. The child's mother has already apologized, but this gentleman is being aggressive and demanding the mother kneel. I couldn't stand by, so I intervened and offered to pay for his shirt, but he is asking for $1,000. I'm currently discussing it with him." The manager's expression turned serious as he spoke with Kurt for a few minutes, but Kurt remained stubborn, insisting on the $1,000. "Sir, you need to provide a receipt to prove this shirt is worth $1,000. The manager was getting impatient. While foreign currency is important, there's no need to be overly polite with unreasonable foreigners. They needed to see some consequences. At the manager's signal, the armed soldiers suddenly pulled their guns, the sound startling Kurt and his friends, making their faces change in fear. Only then did they realize they were in China, on someone else's turf. "Forget it. I'm magnanimous and won't argue with a woman." Kurt found a way to back down, glaring at Tang Nian as he left with his companions. The child's mother thanked her through tears, clearly relieved. "Take your child home." Tang Nian's voice remained cold, but the mother and child felt she was particularly kind, as she was the only one who stood up for them when they were most desperate. Another day ended. Tang Nian's throat was hoarse, and her legs were sore. She had hardly sat down all day, constantly introducing products to foreign merchants. If her translation pay wasn't enough, she wouldn't accept it. At 5 in the afternoon, the exhibition ended, and everyone returned to the hotel to rest. There were still 2 days left for the exhibition, and this year's orders were significantly more than the first half of the year. Everyone was tired but happy. As long as they could generate foreign currency, the hard work was worth it. As soon as Tang Nian arrived at the hotel, she saw Shin Xiao waiting at the entrance and ran over happily. "Nian." Shin Zhao's stern expression softened immediately. If they weren't in public, he would have embraced her and kissed her. "How many days off did you take?" 3 days. "Have you contacted them?" Them referred to Tang Jinglin and the others, so they had to be careful when speaking outside. "I've contacted them. Let me take you to meet them." Tang Nian led him to meet Tang Jinglin's family and Zhao Fenghua. Over the past 2 days, she had spent a lot of time with Zhao Fenghua and learned about the exciting life she had lived over the decades. After separating from her grandfather, she took a large sum of money abroad. As a beautiful Chinese woman in that era, it took more than just courage to venture out. Zhao Fenghua not only lived well but also married a marquis, successfully entering the European aristocracy and establishing a luxury brand, gaining both fame and fortune. Zhao Fenghua's luxury brand would remain strong even decades later, although it would eventually be owned by other companies. Tang Nian thought Zhao Fenghua's life was truly remarkable, free and unrestrained, not bound by societal norms, a truly carefree woman. As for not being able to accompany her son as he grew up, while it was a regret, it couldn't be said that Zhao Fenghua was selfish. Tang Jinglin still had his father. Tang Nian first took Shin Xiao to meet Zhao Fenghua. Zhao Fenghua had only attended the exhibition for the first 2 days and hadn't returned since. She had come to the mainland mainly to find her son, and now that her goal was achieved, she felt content. In the room, beside Sister Cui, there was Mr. Hans. Tang Nian knew this old man was Zhao Fenghua's admirer. It was said that her grandmother was impressive, not only having won the heart of the old marquis, but also having a loyal admirer like Mr. Hans, who had waited for her for decades. Mr. Hans was not an ordinary person either. His family business was quite successful, and he himself was a prosperous businessman with countless assets. Even though he was older, he didn't lack for young and beautiful women. Yet, Mr. Hans was devoted to Zhao Fenghua, waiting for her without regret for decades. Nian Nian, is this your boyfriend? Zhao Fenghua recognized Shin Xiao at a glance. She had seen his photo. Although he was a bit tanned, his features were handsome, tall, and had a cold demeanor. He looked like a spirited young man. Zhao Fenghua actually liked this type of boy. She wasn't fond of men with very fair skin. Tang Jinglin's father stood out among many suitors because he was not a pretty boy. He spent years running a business outside, had dark skin, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, which gave him a heroic air that Zhao Fenghua liked. "Hello, Grandma." Shin Xiao greeted respectfully. "Hello, Mr.
Ans, hello, Kuiji."
Shin Xiao greeted each of them. "Please sit down, Chui, go make some tea." Zhao Fenghua felt much better. After drinking the spiritual spring that Tang Nian Nian gave her, her health improved significantly. Chui Jie made tea and handed it to Shin Xiao with a warm smile. Her gaze was particularly kind. She had never married and had no children, and all her relatives were gone. She felt about Tang Nian Nian like a grandmother would feel about her own granddaughter. Now, when she looked at Shin Xiao, it was like looking at her own grandson-in-law. "Thank you, Chui Jie." Shin Xiao took the tea and placed it on the table, then took out a gift, a beautiful red jade, the size of a fist, bright red and dazzling, which he obtained during a mission in a neighboring country. "Grandma, this is a gift for our first meeting." Shin Xiao handed the red jade to Zhao Fenghua with both hands. Ever since he learned that Nian Nian liked jade, most of his recent missions had been in the neighboring country to collect jade. Zhao Fenghua's eyes lit up as she held the red jade, reluctant to let it go. "How did you know I like shiny things? It's so beautiful." "Xiao Shun, your taste is really good. Thank you." She loved all kinds of gemstones and anything shiny. She liked anything valuable. Nian Nian also liked shiny things. Shin Xiao smiled, noticing that Nian Nian not only looked like her grandmother, but also shared her interests. Zhao Fenghua smiled brightly. Although she was over 60, she had a youthful demeanor. "My granddaughter is just like me. Nian Nian, I've collected many gemstones, and I'll give them all to you in the future." "Okay." Tang Nian Nian accepted, without hesitation. Zhao Fenghua was even happier. After playing with the red jade for a while, she asked Chui Jie to put it away. Shin Xiao also brought a gift for Chui Jie, a gold bracelet made of pure gold, which Tang Nian Nian had just taken out from her space. Chui Jie didn't like gemstones. Like Tang Laodai, she preferred gold. "Oh, I have a gift too." "Thank you, Xiao Shen." Chui Jie liked her gift very much. It was heavy and had a good weight. Mr. Hans also had a gift, a jade snuff bottle. This old man liked collecting little trinkets and was very pleased with his gift. "Xiao Shen, please accept this." Zhao Fenghua took out a thick red envelope containing $5,000. For their first meeting, the elders should give a gift. Mr. Hans also gave a red envelope, and Chui Jie gave one too, though the amount was smaller, it was still significant. The 3 red envelopes added up to over $10,000. A few days ago, they had given Tang Nian Nian such a thick red envelope that combined, it was enough to make them wealthy. After receiving the red envelope, Shin Xiao immediately gave it to Tang Nian Nian. He had gotten used to letting her manage the money he earned. Zhao Fenghua and Chui Jie exchanged pleased glances. This was better than 90% of men. "Nian Nian, aren't you going to my company? I really need you to manage it." Zhao Fenghua was not ready to give up. Since she got sick, she had handed the company over to others, but she wanted to pass it on to her granddaughter. She believed her grandsons, Tang Chongchuan and Tang Chongfeng, could make their own way. But she wanted to leave the company and the bulk of her assets to her granddaughter. Although she loved all 3 grandchildren, Zhao Fenghua felt a deeper connection to Tang Nian Nian. Perhaps it was fate. The first time she saw Tang Nian Nian, she felt an instant closeness. "Grandma, I don't want to go abroad for now. Let my brother manage your company. He is capable enough Tang Nian advised. Even though Zhao Fenghua had her spiritual spring and wouldn't die young, her health was fundamentally damaged, and she couldn't recover to her former self. She needed to take it slow, and at her age, she shouldn't overwork herself. Zhao Fenghua stopped insisting and agreed with Tang Nian's plan. When I go back, I'll hand over the company. I want to spend my remaining time in Zhu City, returning to my roots. When I was young, I couldn't understand this feeling, but now that I'm older, I finally get it, yet time flies so fast. Zhao Fenghua sighed, looking pensive. In her youth, she longed for freedom and wanted to see the world. She even looked down on those who stayed in their hometown like a frog in a well, lacking any experience. Back then, she and Tang Jinglin's father separated partly for this reason. She urged him to move the business abroad, as the domestic situation was chaotic, with warlords fighting and foreigners dominating the land, making it unsuitable for business. But he firmly opposed it, insisting that the Tang family would rather die on their homeland than live on foreign soil. Their arguments grew heated, and their relationship soured. Zhao Fenghua sighed softly, now understanding that man a bit better. But the Tang family eventually went abroad. She had seen the children of the big house there. Although they lived comfortably, it was nowhere near the luxury the Tang family once had. The proud lady of the big house fell ill and passed away within 2 years after moving abroad. At that time, she had already established herself abroad and helped the big house, learning that her son had been left behind in Zhu City and was not taken along. She also found out that the stubborn man refused to bow to the Japanese, leading to the destruction of his factory. Heartbroken, he arranged for the inheritance before he died, telling the lady of the big house to take the children abroad for safety. Zhao Fenghua could almost see the serious man before her, saying harsh words. "Once you leave, don't come back." He truly cursed her. She hadn't set foot back home in decades. Perhaps this was her punishment from heaven? When I was boarding, he rushed over to try to keep me from leaving, saying I would definitely regret it. I told him I would never regret it. Zhao Fenghua said this, without thinking. Although she didn't name him, everyone knew she was referring to Tang Nian's grandfather. "Do you regret it now?" Tang Nian asked. Zhao Fenghua shook her head and said softly, "No regrets. If I hadn't left, I would have just been his kept canary. I loved him, but I loved freedom even more." Even though she faced many hardships in the first few years abroad and almost lost her life, she never regretted it. She would rather face the storms outside than live in a warm, safe golden cage as a docile canary without freedom. Besides freedom, I also love money. Both freedom and money are essential and cannot be discarded. Zhao Fenghua paused, tears of laughter in her eyes, and gently patted Tang Nian's head. "I think the same way. That's why when I left your grandfather, I took a large sum of money. She had spent her best years with that man and even bore him a son. Asking for money was not unreasonable." Zhao Fenghua didn't think she was materialistic. She was just more practical and loved herself a bit more. Zhao Fenghua's spirits were much better than before, and she was in a lively mood, sharing many past stories with Tang Nian. Mr. Hans listened with great interest, but he was called away by his assistant to handle business. "Will you marry Mr. Hans?" Tang Nian asked directly. She had a good impression of Mr. Hans and didn't mind the old woman's late romance. "Forget it, I don't know how much longer I can hold on," Zhao Fenghua replied, shaking her head, her smile fading a bit. She had been involved with 3 men. She was with old Master Tang because, among many suitors, he had the deepest feelings for her, the best character, and was the most handsome. She married the old Marquis because he was good-looking, devoted to her, and came from a respectable family. With the title of Marquis, she could enter the European aristocracy and earn money from wealthy people. She liked both men, but she also sought their status and wealth. With her talent and looks, she could never marry a poor, powerless man. She had to look up when choosing a partner. However, when she was with these 2 men, her status and wealth were vastly different from theirs. She had to find ways to please them, which, while not difficult for her, was a bit exhausting. Only Mr. Hans knew her when she was less powerful, but their relationship became close after she achieved success. Their interactions were casual and relaxed, which she enjoyed. If it weren't for her illness, she would definitely marry Hans. Sister Cui, who had been silent, urged, "Miss, ever since you returned, you've improved a lot. I believe it's the Bodhisattva's blessing. The temple I visited said it was very effective. You will get better." "Fool, does the Bodhisattva have time for me? You often pray to Bodhisattvas abroad. What good does it do?" Zhao Fenghua chuckled and rolled her eyes. Sister Cui pouted. "The foreign Bodhisattvas aren't effective. They must be from our own land to work. Foreigners believe in Jesus. Each place's Bodhisattva nurtures its people." Tang Nianyan couldn't help but smile at Sister Cui's quirky nature. She took out a large glass jar filled with pills she had made overnight. They were just flower balls mixed with spring water, enough for a year's supply. "This pill is very powerful, made by an old Chinese doctor. The one you took a few days ago was this. It worked well, right?" Tang Nianyan handed the jar to Sister Cui, instructing, "One a day. The doctor said you'll get better after finishing this jar." "Miss, the pill you gave her the other day was actually medicine? No wonder her appetite improved, and she slept well at night. Our doctors are truly skilled. Those foreign ones can't compare," Sister Cui said happily, taking the jar. Zhao Fenghua had visibly improved in recent days, and Sister Cui treated the jar with great care, afraid of dropping it. Zhao Fenghua looked surprised. She felt the change in her body and initially thought it was just her good mood. She didn't realize it was the miraculous medicine her granddaughter found. "Thank you, dear." Zhao Fenghua's voice choked with emotion. She felt unworthy of such kindness. She hadn't raised these children but was enjoying their filial piety. "You're welcome, we're family," Tang Nianyan replied casually, as if it were no trouble at all. Zhao Fenghua showed signs of fatigue. She pulled Shin Xiao to say goodbye and went to visit the Tang family. Mr. and Mrs. Tang were pleased with Shin Xiao. Although he was a bit dark, he was handsome and had a serious demeanor. The way he looked at their daughter showed he loved her deeply. After a deep conversation with Shin Xiao, the couple was even more satisfied. Although he didn't talk much, he made every word count and was very understanding. He even brought gifts from afar. Mr. Tang received a Qing dynasty brush holder, Mrs. Mu got a purple jade piece, and the gifts for Tang Chongchuan and Tang Chongfeng were the same, a sharp dagger with a jeweled sheath. Thus, Shin Xiao received many red envelopes, with Mr. Tang's being the largest, followed by Tang Chongchuan's, and Tang Chongfeng's was slightly smaller. "Brother-in-law, can you fly and walk on walls?
Can you teach me?"
Tang Chongfeng quickly changed his tone, calling Shin Xiao brother-in-law and making him very happy. His gaze became much friendlier. "I know a little, but you're too old to learn," Shin Xiao replied honestly. Tang Chongfeng puffed out his cheeks, feeling a bit discouraged, but quickly perked up and asked, "How old were you when you learned? Did you practice on plum blossom poles?" Shin Xiao shook his head and said, "I learned from wolves and monkeys." Having lived with a pack of wolves since childhood, climbing mountains was a necessary skill. He had also made friends with wild monkeys and learned to swing on vines, which he mastered over time. Tang Chongfeng blinked, his eyes showing naive confusion. "Brother-in-law, are you just making excuses not to teach me?" Tang Chongfeng's cheeks puffed up even more, upset that Shin Xiao was giving such a silly reason, one that even a kindergarten child wouldn't believe. Did he really look that foolish? It's true. Shin Xiao was raised by wolves and lived in the mountains for years, Tang Nianyan chimed in, explaining why Shin Xiao was raised by wolves. The Tang family was stunned, looking at Shin Xiao with growing sympathy. Especially Mrs. Mu, who had tears in her eyes. She reached out to pat Shin Xiao's head but couldn't reach him due to their height difference, so she settled for patting his shoulder. "Child, things will get better." Mrs. Mu decided to treat Shin Xiao like her own son from now on. This child had suffered under a stepmother and had never felt the warmth of a family. If she treated him well, he would be kinder to Nianyan. Shin Xiao felt a bit awkward. not used to such sudden affection, but he could sense Mrs. Mu's sincerity. Nian Nian, once the Canton Fair is over, we'll be heading back to Hong Kong. I don't know when we'll see each other again. Mr. Tang's eyes began to redden. He had finally found his daughter, but soon they would part again, and he felt reluctant. The policies will loosen up. There will be many chances to meet, Tang Nian reassured him. She didn't feel too sad. Her feelings for the Tang family weren't that deep, and she knew that in at most 2 years, there would be communication across the strait. In the afternoon, Shun Xiao stayed at the hotel to rest while Tang Nian went to the exhibition hall. Upon arriving at the hall, she saw Director Jie and several men talking at the entrance. They all looked serious and were arguing.
Let's just go with the foreign price.
If we don't agree, we won't meet the sales target for this fair. No way, that price only covers costs. We won't make any profit. Is our labor really that worthless? But if the goods pile up in the warehouse, they will only lose value. Those foreigners are taking advantage of this to lower the price. Darn it, they clearly promised a large quantity of fabric earlier, and now they're backing out. I really want to beat them up. Don't act on impulse. We can't blame the foreigners entirely. They only spoke verbally and didn't sign a contract. We should blame our own inexperience. I'll consult the leaders again about what to do with this batch of fabric. Director Jie calmed the angry men. His steady voice seemed to have a soothing effect, and the men gradually calmed down. We were indeed too eager and fell for these foreigners' tricks. At worst, we can consider this a loss, but at least we broke even. We'll learn from this and never trust these foreigners' nonsense again. Although the men spoke casually, their expressions were still filled with anger. It wasn't easy. This large batch of fabric was produced by workers working overtime, all to export and earn foreign currency for the country. Now, not only were they unable to make money, but they also incurred labor costs, leaving them too embarrassed to return to Shanghai. Tang Nian listened for a while and moved closer, noticing the name tags these men wore, all representing textile factories from Shanghai. Before the liberation of Shanghai, it was a hub for the textile industry, and it still is. These textile factories had clearly been tricked by the foreigners. What happened? Tang Nian asked as she approached.
Có mắt Tang.
The representatives from the textile factories greeted her warmly, clearly impressed by her recent performance. They explained the situation. At the spring trade fair, the fabric from Shanghai's textile factories was very popular, resulting in many orders. Several foreign merchants even expressed their intention to return for the autumn trade fair, hoping for more production. We took them seriously and rushed back to work overtime. But when the fabric was ready, these foreigners changed their tune, claiming that the batch ordered at the spring fair didn't sell well abroad and that they couldn't bear to let us lose money. They offered a price that only covered costs, which we obviously disagreed with. This price barely covers costs, and we can't even recover labor expenses. We've worked hard for half a year for nothing. Tang Nian frowned slightly and asked, why didn't you sign contracts with the foreign merchants at the spring trade fair? If these foreigners wanted the goods, they should have signed contracts and paid a deposit. That's basic business practice. The men looked guilty and replied, we suggested signing a contract, but the foreigners claimed they didn't have enough money for a deposit and promised that the fabric would definitely sell well. They gave us many reasons and tricked us. I heard that foreigners are very honest in business. Who knew they could be so shameless? Another man said angrily. Tang Nian rolled her eyes. These men were too naive. There's no business without deceit. What businessman would strictly follow the rules? This isn't just about the foreigners being dishonest. It's about your own foolishness.
Tang Nian spoke balloonly.
From the perspective of domestic manufacturers, it was true that the foreigners were shameless, but in business, deception is common. Everyone wants to buy low and sell high to maximize profits. Moreover, the foreigners had some integrity. The price they offered at least covered costs, preventing significant losses for the factories. If this fabric wasn't sold to the foreigners, it would just pile up in the warehouse, taking up space and becoming worthless over time. If she hadn't come, the fabric would likely end up being sold to foreign merchants at a low price. In her previous life, She had read that in the early days of reform and opening up, many Chinese businesses suffered losses in dealings with foreign merchants due to ignorance. The men before her had made the same naive mistake. The men, old enough to be Tang Nianyan's fathers, felt embarrassed and lowered their heads in shame. Miss Tang was right. They had indeed been foolish. They had caused significant losses for the country and now wished someone would give them a good beating to feel better. Tang Nianyan inquired about the price of the fabric. To make a profit, it needed to be sold at 1.5 yuan per meter, but the foreigners offered only 1.35 yuan per meter, just enough to break even. Which foreign merchants are involved? As soon as Tang Nianyan asked, the men's faces changed, and they turned to look ahead, their expressions filled with anger. A few foreigners swaggered over, deliberately walking in front of them, loudly saying, "Have you made your decision? If you don't sell us the fabric, it will just rot in your warehouse. Don't let small losses lead to bigger ones. We will consider it carefully." Tang Nianyan replied firmly. "The price will only go lower, not higher. You really don't need to think it over. Who else can you sell to besides us?" The foreigners laughed heartily and swaggered into the exhibition hall, confident that the fabric wouldn't sell elsewhere because they had already negotiated with other merchants to drive the price down. They planned to buy the entire batch and split the profits. They loved sourcing from China, where prices were low and people were easy to deceive. The batch of fabric from the spring trade fair had sold out abroad, making them a fortune. This new batch was larger and cheaper, promising even greater profits. As the foreigners walked away, dreaming of riches, the representatives from the textile factories were furious, their faces turning pale, fists clenched, wishing they could confront the foreigners. But they couldn't act impulsively. They had to think about the bigger picture. Don't worry. The trade fair isn't over yet. These foreigners might change their minds and offer a higher price. Tang Nianyan tried to reassure them. The men forced a smile. Such words wouldn't convince even a 3-year-old. If they were the foreigners, they would already feel secure and wouldn't raise the price. Director Jie's eyes flickered as he suddenly recalled the strange deaths of Su Lifeone and the others, and his heart raced. Comrade Tang is right. There may be a turnaround. A miracle could happen tomorrow. Director Jie smiled, saying something optimistic, but the others remained unconvinced, thinking Tang Nianyan and Director Jie were just trying to comfort them, not believing in any miracles. After the afternoon exhibition ended, Tang Nianyan returned to the hotel, accompanied by Shun Xiao for dinner. Emile and Pova were considerate and didn't follow them, opting to go out on their own. After dinner, they returned to the hotel and went to work in the space. As night fell, the city of Yangqing quieted down and the hotel was silent, with lights out in every room, most guests fast asleep. Tang Nianyan and Shin Xiao changed into costumes. She was dressed as the Virgin Mary, while Shin Xiao was the Grim Reaper, one in white and the other in black. She even found a pair of feathered wings, having collected many props from the film city during the apocalypse. She wasn't sure if the Virgin Mary had wings, but since angels in the West did, she figured it was fine to wear them. They first planned to deal with the foreigners from the textile factories. She had already learned their room numbers during the day and was ready to confront them one by one. You scare them first, no need to speak, just put the scythe to their necks. Tang Nianyan whispered instructions. Shin Xiao couldn't speak English, and if he did, it would give them away. She handed him a black scythe, also a prop from the film city. It looked scary but was actually made of plastic and couldn't harm anyone. Shin Xiao held a scythe, dressed in a black robe and wearing a skull mask, while Tang Nianyan wore a white robe with wings on her back. She had done her makeup to look like a saint and wore a golden wig, making her look quite convincing. They first went to Lucian's room. Lucian was the leader of the foreigners who plotted against the textile factory, and all the bad ideas came from him. The door was locked tight, and they could hear snoring from inside. Tang Nianyan pulled out a wire and easily opened the door. The two quickly slipped into the room. Tang Nianyan took out ice packs from her space and placed them on Lucian's bed. The ice packs released a chilling air, and soon Lucian curled up, mumbling and reaching for the blanket. But he found it missing. Tang Nianyan had already moved it. A few minutes later, Lucien felt even colder, as if he were in a frozen wasteland, shivering uncontrollably. He sensed someone nearby, and a chill ran down his neck. Startled, he opened his eyes. At first, he looked confused, but he quickly closed his eyes to go back to sleep. However, just a few seconds later, he opened his eyes again, fully awake, because he saw Death. Death stood by his bed, the scythe swinging toward his neck, ready to take his life. Lucien's nerves tightened, and fear reached its peak. He wanted to scream for help, but no sound came out. His throat felt blocked, and the room grew colder. He remembered his grandmother saying that when someone is about to die, they feel colder and see death. No, he was only 39. He didn't want to die. Desperate tears streamed down Lucien's face as he looked at Death, hoping for some mercy. But Death ignored him, and the scythe drew closer, just a few centimeters away from his neck.
Please.
God, Mary, save me. Finally, Lucien managed to speak, instinctively calling out to God and the Virgin Mary. My child, are you calling me? A gentle voice came through, like a heavenly melody, as if a warm winter sun had entered the room, warming Lucien's body. He slowly turned his neck, his eyes wide open in surprise as he looked at the Virgin Mary appearing before him. She looked exactly like he imagined, even more beautiful, radiating a loving glow, though she seemed a bit stern, her expression cold. But Lucien thought it was normal. How could the Virgin Mary laugh like a mortal? A serious Virgin Mary was pure and great. Please save me. I am still young, and I am your devoted follower. Lucien clung to her like a lifeline, crying out for help. He noticed that after the Virgin Mary appeared, Death's scythe had stopped, not moving away, but not getting closer either. Lucien was overjoyed and cried even harder, each tear filled with sincerity. Child, you are too greedy, seeking money that does not belong to you, causing hunger and poverty among the people. Your sins are deep. Tang Nian wasn't sure how the Virgin Mary should speak, so she decided to imitate the voice of Guanyin, the Bodhisattva, thinking they were both heavenly beings and could connect. Lucien, terrified and panicked, didn't have the mind to question the Virgin Mary's authenticity. He had seen her appear before him and believed her completely, without a doubt. When he heard the Virgin Mary call him greedy, his heart sank, his face changed, and beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead, making him trust her even more. He had barely started his scheme, and both the Virgin Mary and Death knew about it. One wanted his life, and the other came to advise him. The Bible was right. One must never do evil, for God and the Virgin Mary would know. I will change, I promise. I won't take that money. I will pay them more. Can I still live? Lucien's mind was sharp, and he quickly grasped the key point. Making money was important, but life was more precious. You needed to be alive to spend money. Recognizing your mistakes and changing is good. You're still a good child. Thanatos, spare him this time. If he makes a mistake again, I won't stop you. Tang Nian spoke with compassion, negotiating with Death. Lucien nodded vigorously, saying, I will never be greedy again. I will do charity. All the money I earn will go to charity. I swear. After all, he didn't want to marry or have children. Besides eating and having fun, he could donate the rest. He should be able to live a few more years, right? Tang Nian pretended to persuade him a bit more, and finally, Death put away the scythe, casting a cold glance at Lucien before disappearing from the room. Lucien felt a flash before his eyes, and Death was gone. He let out a long sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Had he just escaped death? Child, remember your words and do not make mistakes again. Tang Nian's ethereal voice floated in from afar. Lucien quickly nodded, promising, I will change tomorrow. I keep my word. Then, his vision blurred again, and the Virgin Mary also vanished. Lucien wiped his face again, his palms sweaty, his back soaked. He bit his finger, feeling pain that brought tears to his eyes. It was real. Death had just come to take his life, but the Virgin Mary had stopped him and told him not to earn what he didn't deserve. It was all true, and he had promised her. Mary, I will keep my promise. Lucien made the sign of the cross over his chest. What he didn't know was that his companions also experienced the same fright and made the same promise. At that moment, Tang Nian and Xin Xiao were in Kurt's room. This guy looked down on the Chinese, always calling them yellow-skinned lowlifes. She had long wanted to teach this white pig a lesson. Tang Nian was much harsher with Kurt than with Lucien and the others. While Lucien and his group were despicable, they still pretended to respect the Chinese, using tricks to make a profit. Kurt stood on Chinese soil and insulted the Chinese people. She needed to scare this white pig properly. Just like with Lucien, ice packs woke Kurt up, followed by Death's Scythe. Kurt was much more cowardly than Lucien, scared to the point of losing control, leaving a foul smell on the bed. Before Tang Nian could act, Kurt rolled his eyes and fainted. What a useless thing. Tang Nian kicked him in disgust. She hadn't even had a chance to play the Virgin Mary yet. He was truly useless. Even though he fainted, it didn't affect her plans. Tang Nian poked Kurt awake with a needle and smoothly delivered her speech about his arrogance. The angels of the East found me and said you insulted their people, calling them yellow-skinned pigs. Now you stand on Eastern soil, yet you speak disrespectfully, damaging the reputation of Westerners. Death is very angry and wants to take you away. Please, I will change. I won't call them yellow-skinned pigs anymore. I promise. Kurt's heart sank. He never expected this would be the reason for his early demise. If he had known, he would have treated the Chinese with the utmost respect, even more than he treated his parents. How will you change? The angel from the East is very angry. You need to show sincerity. Tang Nian asked deliberately. Kurt's mind raced as he thought hard, more determined than when he took his college entrance exam. Finally, he came up with a good idea and said earnestly, China's economy is currently struggling. I will buy more of their goods. I brought a lot of money, and I will spend it all at high prices to help the Chinese make more profit. Is that okay? Tang Nian pretended to think for a moment and reluctantly agreed. Then she and Xin Xiao performed a disappearing act. Kurt watched in disbelief as they vanished from the room without blinking. After a long time, he dared to get out of bed, trembling as he walked to the spot where Tang Nian and the Grim Reaper had stood. He waved his hand, but all he felt was air. They were truly gone. Kurt shook even more, biting down on his finger to feel the pain, which made him more alert. Seeing the blood on his finger and the wet blanket, he finally realized it wasn't a dream. He had almost been taken by the Grim Reaper. He was only 30 years old. Holy Mary, Amen. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, God. Kurt felt immense gratitude towards his mother, a devout Christian who took him to church every week for sincere prayers. It was in this moment of crisis that Mary had saved him. Thank you, Mary. Kurt made the sign of the cross over his chest, looking particularly reverent. His companions were equally shaken. That night, many people were destined to lose sleep. Tang Nian and Xin Xiao were greatly satisfied with their performance. They returned to their room to change out their props, putting them away for future use. Morning came. The hotel was lively again as foreign merchants woke up and headed to the dining hall for breakfast, and Tang Nian and Xin Xiao joined them. Lucien and his companions sat together. Kurt was with his group as well. Their expressions were similar: fear, panic, and anxiety. Did you see it too? The Grim Reaper was terrifying. That scythe was right at my neck. If it had moved just a little, it would have cut my throat. Thank goodness Mary came. Lucien grew more excited as he recounted last night's encounter, gesturing wildly. Yes, me too. Mary saved me. His companions nodded, all looking relieved to be alive. Their expressions grew serious, and they fell silent as they realized that last night's experience was not a dream. They had truly come close to being taken by the Grim Reaper. They also had promises to fulfill before Mary, or else they would face the Grim Reaper's scythe again tonight. Kurt and his group discussed the same topic, sharing similar reactions. I promised Mary the First would spend all the money I brought,
Kurt said.
I promised too, others replied, looking disheartened as it exceeded their budget. Just spend it. Do you want to see the Grim Reaper again? Another person said with a bitter smile. Everyone's faces changed, shaking their heads. They never wanted to see the Grim Reaper again. Tang Nian listened closely to their conversation, a smile creeping onto her face. At least these people were smart. If they didn't keep their promises today, they would face the devil tonight. Representatives from the textile factory were also present, looking worried and lacking appetite. Director Jie advised, "You should eat something. I've already called the leaders. We should get a response today. Now we can only let the foreigners take advantage of us, selling at low prices. We regret these losses. Months of hard work wasted." Their eyes turned red with frustration. They hated feeling so helpless, falling for the foreigners' tricks and causing such a big loss to the country. Learn from this mistake. We lack experience in foreign trade. We suffered this time, but we will take lessons and earn the money back from the foreigners, Director Jie said sternly. Everyone nodded and began to eat breakfast. After breakfast, they all went to the exhibition hall. With only 2 days left until the end of the fair, everyone was even more eager to introduce their products to foreign merchants, hoping to secure more foreign exchange orders. Tang Jianshu and his 2 companions had become seasoned foreign trade salespeople, their English improving rapidly. Even without Tang Nian, they could handle orders independently. In the past few days, they had signed contracts worth over $1 million, more than any other craft factory. "Mantong, let's go attract customers while Jianshu stays here," Zhou Guiqing said, unable to sit still. His voice was hoarse from talking too much in the crowded exhibition hall. "I'll go east, you go west," Mantong replied, also hoarse. The two split up to attract customers. Tang Nian wandered nearby before returning to her own booth, where Shin Xiao joined her to welcome foreign merchants. "I want these and this too," Kurt's voice rang out. He primarily dealt in small accessories and had just visited other craft booths without finding satisfactory products. Even for his safety, he couldn't buy recklessly and lose money. Kurt had heard from other merchants that this booth had great products, and upon seeing them, he decided to buy them all. "You want all of these?" "The prices aren't cheap," Tang Nian said, raising the prices by 30%. Kurt could still make a profit, just not as much. "Why are yours more expensive than others?" Kurt asked, looking displeased. He had checked the prices and found that others were quoted 30% higher than what he was offered.
"Darn yellow-skinned,"
Kurt blurted out, but before he could finish, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, as if something had cut him. He touched his neck and found it wet. He had blood on his hands. "Mary, I was wrong. I was wrong." Kurt's face turned pale as he slapped himself, repeatedly saying, "I was wrong. I'll take all of these at your price, arrange for $500,000 worth of goods." Kurt no longer dared to complain about the price. Even if it was 30% more, he could still make a profit, and he would rather earn less than lose his life. Tang Nian glanced at Shin Xiao with approval. He had just used a burst of energy to lightly cut Kurt's skin. It was only a surface wound. Shin Xiao smiled slightly. Shangguan Jing was called over. Seeing Kurt eager to sign the contract, even though she had been trained to remain calm, she was still a bit surprised. "Mr. Kurt, are you sure you want to sign the contract at this price?" Shangguan Jing wanted to confirm to avoid any later regrets from Kurt about the pricing. "Absolutely sure. 100% sure. Hurry up and sign the contract." Kurt's face was pale, and he looked panicked, holding his neck as if afraid the Grim Reaper would strike again. Shangguan Jing wanted to ask more questions, but Kurt was impatient and signed the contract, stamping it to show his sincerity. Tang Nian quickly signed as well and stamped it, completing the order. Soon, several of Kurt's friends came over. Upon seeing the blood on Kurt's neck and hearing about his terrifying experience, they hesitated no longer and rushed to sign the contract. "Don't fight with me. I'm an only child. My mom has a heart condition, and if something happens to me, she won't survive. If I get hurt, my parents won't make it either. Let me sign first. Step aside. I have a heart condition and can't handle stress. If death comes again tonight, I won't survive. Friends, let me through. Get lost. Who's your friend?" The friends acted like they were in a play, each coming up with wild excuses, more entertaining than a comedy skit, all eager to sign the contract, fearing that if they were slow, death would come for them. Shangguan Jing's eyes widened, and her mouth slightly opened, breaking her usual calm demeanor with a hint of playfulness. Even after years in foreign trade, she had never seen such an absurd scene. This wasn't business. It was like they were eager to hand over money. Tang Jianshu, initially shocked, quickly got involved, helping Tang Nian with the contracts while silently counting 50, 30, 20, 15.
Ha ha ha.
He couldn't hide his joy, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Tang Mantong and Zhou Guoqing heard the news and rushed back. Seeing the chaotic scene, they were just as astonished as Shangguan Jing. However, they didn't stay surprised for long. Their business instincts kicked in, and they quickly calmed down, joining Tang Jianshu in assisting Tang Nian. We have too many orders. The delivery is pushed to October next year. Tang Nian explained before signing more contracts. Can we expedite it? I'll pay more. Though scared of death, their instinct for profit made them say this. If delivery was delayed until next year, others would make all the money, and they wouldn't even get a taste. Sure. Tang Nian proposed an expedited price, adding 20% to the original cost. Shangguan Jing's eyes widened even more. She hesitated several times, wanting to advise Tang Nian to be a bit kinder to the foreign clients. The price was already higher than similar products, and raising it further made it nearly 3 times the price of competitors. Even if Tang Nian's products were indeed more exquisite, they shouldn't be that much more expensive, right? If these foreigners took the goods back home and couldn't make a profit, they might not return to the trade fair, which would be a big loss. Tang Mantong gently tugged her hand, shaking his head slightly, signaling her not to interfere. Nian won't make reckless decisions, don't worry. Though Tang Mantong thought the price was a bit outrageous, he trusted his niece to make wise choices. This price is 3 times higher than similar products. That's too much. Shangguan Jing lowered her voice. As a government official, she had to keep the bigger picture in mind. Making money shouldn't come at the expense of the overall situation. But other products can't compare to ours. Selling is about appearance, and our products look the best and are of high quality, so it's reasonable to charge more. Tang Mantong argued back, making a valid point. You aren't just charging a bit more. You're charging 3 times as much. Shangguan Jing insisted. She wasn't against raising prices, but this was excessive, and she feared it would lead to trouble later. Let me give you an example. Who makes the most money in the theater? The leading actors. A top actor earns dozens or even hundreds of times what a supporting actor makes. It's reasonable, right? No one complains about the leading actors earning so much. Tang Mantong calmly explained, using the theater analogy. Shangguan Jing wanted to argue back, but found herself speechless, finally managing to say, "You're just being unreasonable. It's not the same thing." Tang Mantong smiled, showing his white teeth, exuding a bit of charm. He continued, "The situations may differ, but the principle is the same. Our products are the leading actors, while others are the supporting ones. Look at these foreigners. They're fighting to sign even at 3 times the price. I may not understand all the big principles, but if people are buying, it means the product is worth it." Shangguan Jing felt a bit dizzy from his reasoning. He had a point. If there were buyers, it was a fair trade. Yet, she still sensed something was off. "I can't argue with you. I need to consult my supervisor." Shangguan Jing gave up on debating with Tang Mantong and went to consult Director Jia. After she left, Zhou Guoqing wiped his sweat and whispered, "Did you just lose your mind? Shangguan is an official, and you said all that to her? Are you trying to get in trouble?" "I just couldn't hold back. I'm tired of dealing with those people." Tang Mantong felt frustrated. He wasn't targeting Shangguan Jing. He just couldn't contain himself, worried about the current situation. There were plenty of opportunities to make money, yet some foolish officials were holding things up, doing nothing beneficial for the country or the people, just putting on airs. It made him want to punch those lazy bureaucrats. You need to keep your cool. Those people may not have real skills, but they sure know how to block us. Zhou Guoqing advised, then disagreed. Shangguan is quite practical and has helped us a lot. You shouldn't have vented your frustrations at her. apologize later, and maybe take her out for a meal. Forget about eating, just seeing her reminds me of our homeroom teacher. I can't even eat dragon meat. Tang Mantong shook his head vigorously. He was still intimidated by Shangguan Jing. Her presence and authority were even stronger than that of their old homeroom teacher. Comrade Shangguan is quite beautiful and capable. I think she's really great, Zhou Guoqing praised her. If he weren't married, he would definitely pursue her boldly. She is pretty, but she's also fierce. When choosing a wife, you need someone who can be sweet. The moment she walks in and calls hubby in a cute voice, it melts your heart. That's what beauty is. Tang Mantong's voice lowered for the last few sentences, but due to the surrounding noise, he unconsciously raised his volume, getting louder. Brother Mantong, you're still too young. When marrying, you need to choose wisely. A woman who can act cute sounds nice, but it doesn't help in tough times. Let me tell you, marrying someone like Comrade Shangguan, who is dignified, capable, and can handle responsibilities, will definitely bring good fortune for generations. Zhou Guoqing shook his head repeatedly. He was 2 years older than Tang Mantong, already married with children, and had a much more mature view of marriage and family. A sweet woman may look pleasing, but most can't handle difficulties. No family can sail smoothly all the time. If something goes wrong, such women will just cry and be of no help. You need to marry a capable and composed woman to manage the household well, allowing a man to venture outside without worries. I'm marrying a wife, not a mother. Tang Mantong rolled his eyes. He simply liked women who could act cute. The steady and dignified type wasn't for him. Their conversation completely derailed, and they argued passionately. Tang Nian and Tang Jianshu were not busy for now because Shangguan Jing had to consult the leaders. The contract would have to wait until she returned. Kurt and his friends were anxious, but didn't dare to rush her, fearing a bad attitude might bring trouble later. Shangguan Jing hurried back, almost running. Director Jia had already called to consult the leaders, who instructed to respect the foreign merchants' wishes and sign the contract with them. The leader said this because, an hour earlier, the foreign merchants who had plotted against the textile factory rushed to the factory's booth early in the morning, strongly demanding to buy the large batch of fabric they had schemed against at a price 30% higher than before. They also urged the textile factory to sign the contract quickly, as if a tiger were chasing them. Director Jia and Shangguan Jing described these people's anxious expressions, which were just like Kurt and his friends. They both wondered if these people had gone mad. However, being firm materialists, they dismissed the thought quickly. Because of the textile factory situation, Director Jia had consulted the higher-ups early and received instructions to respect the foreign merchants' wishes. Shangguan Jing felt relieved and rushed over to reply, only to hear Tang Mantong and Zhou Guoqing discussing women from a distance. I just like sweet women. Those serious ones make me nervous. Tang Mantong raised his voice significantly, wanting to ignore Zhou Guoqing's nonsense. Everyone has their preferences. What's wrong with liking sweet women? Just then, Shangguan Jing walked by, clearly hearing him, and shot Tang Mantong a cold glance, her eyes full of disdain. Men are like this, only focusing on appearances. Utterly foolish. Tang Mantong thought Shangguan Jing was still angry about their earlier argument, so he smiled and asked, Comrade Shangguan, what did the leaders say? Shangguan Jing ignored him and told Zhou Guoqing, the leaders instructed to respect the foreign merchants' wishes. She didn't look at Tang Mantong at all. She disliked shallow men. Even if he was her admired Tang Nian's uncle, she had no good impression of him. Tang Mantong rubbed his nose, feeling awkward and a bit regretful about their earlier argument. He didn't expect that Comrade Shangguan, who seemed so composed, would hold a grudge over a small dispute. He brushed it off and cheerfully went to help his niece. Watching the foreign exchange orders being signed, he couldn't stop smiling, showing off his big white teeth, beaming with joy. Kurt and his friends had signed the contracts. In just 1 hour, they secured foreign exchange orders worth 1.2 million, adding to the previous day's totals, bringing the grand total to over 3 million. This was 15 times more than the 200,000 Tang Nian had promised before. Not only was this unique in the craft factory, but it also stood out compared to some large state-owned factories. Moreover, Tang Nian helped other manufacturers secure millions in foreign trade orders. The beautiful factory's pearl crafts also contributed, as there weren't many pearl materials in the local area, requiring raw materials to be sourced from other factories, boosting the economy of other cities. Director Jia learned about the good news from Shangguan Jing and immediately called to report to the higher-ups. This autumn's trade fair saw foreign trade orders surpassing the previous half-year by several million, a truly impressive achievement. Leaders, I'm not exaggerating. This success is partly due to Comrade Tang Nian, the beautiful craft factory and the jelly hairpin factory, though just village-run enterprises, secured 3 million in orders. Before the trade fair, they had over 1 million in orders, totaling over 4 million. Production is scheduled all the way to next year. Director Jia, usually reserved and low-key, praised Tang Nian enthusiastically, showering her with compliments. Comrade Tang Nian is also fluent in multiple languages and served as a translator at this exhibition, helping many manufacturers secure a large number of orders, totaling 3.56 million. Leaders, this trade fair was a great success. Half of it is due to everyone's efforts, and the other half is definitely thanks to Comrade Tang Nian. Shouldn't we reward her when we return? We'll discuss it in the next meeting. Old Jia, you praise Tang Nian so much that it sounds like she's your own daughter. The leader joked, as this trade fair had only been going on for 5 days. Director Jia called daily to report, and each time he praised Tang Nian, to the point where the leader felt overwhelmed. Director Jia felt a chill in his heart and quickly said, I truly admire Comrade Tang Nian. She's young, talented, and a pillar. We'll discuss it in the next meeting. Old Jia, you praise Tang Nian so much that it sounds like she's your own daughter. The leader joked, as this trade fair had only been going on for 5 days. Director Jia called daily to report, Comrade Tang Nian definitely deserves recognition. Don't worry. The leader reassured him, confirming that securing millions in foreign exchange for the country was a significant achievement that needed to be acknowledged, ensuring that those who worked hard wouldn't feel disheartened. After chatting with the leader for a bit longer, Director Jia hung up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and let out a long sigh. He had been too eager just now. He needed to be more tactful in the future. Even if he wanted to commend Tang Nian, he shouldn't rush it. He needed to take his time. Director Xia felt a bit tired. Working in the department was like this. To get something done, you had to take many twists and turns, never going straight to the point. It's no wonder Xiao Tang didn't like it. After working in the department for decades, he still felt exhausted. During the busiest days of the Canton Fair, everyone was extremely busy, but afterwards, things calmed down. Many foreign merchants found satisfactory products and returned home early. Once Tang Nian had some free time, she handed over everything to Tang Jinshu and the others and went out to have fun with Shin Xiao. Tang Jinglin's family and Zhao Fenghua also left early. Before leaving, they said goodbye to Tang Nian. Although they felt reluctant, it wasn't too hard because Tang Nian said they would see each other again soon, and they left with hope. Tang Nian and Shin Xiao wandered around the streets and alleys of Yangcheng, took many photos, and bought a lot of local specialties. In a small alley, they ran into Kurt and his friends, who were also out exploring. A ball was thrown out and nearly hit Kurt. A little boy ran out, too scared to pick up the ball, just watching timidly. Tang Nian stopped to see how he would react. Kurt frowned and was about to scold. However, he quickly regained his composure and touched his neck, where the wound had just scabbed over and still hurt. It's my fault for not watching where I was going. It's not your fault. Here, take this money and buy some candy. Kurt forced a warm smile, bent down, and stuffed a bill into the little boy's pocket. The boy's mother rushed over, worried when she saw her son had bumped into a foreigner. She hurried to apologize but was confused by Kurt's actions. I can't take the money. It's my child's fault. The mother pulled her son away, wanting to return the money to Kurt. She was afraid of trouble.
Please take it.
It's mine. Kurt insisted on giving the money. He had almost made a mistake again, and was sure that death itself had seen it. If he didn't give the money, he feared death would come for him again. The two were at an impasse, unable to understand each other. Just take it. Tang Nian stepped forward, took Kurt's money, which was a $10 bill, enough to help the mother and son. She handed the money to the mother, reassuring her, there won't be any trouble. Don't worry. What kind of money is this?
Can it be used?
Although the mother didn't know Tang Nian, she felt a sense of security from the pretty girl and accepted the money, not understanding US dollars or how to use it. Go to the bank to exchange it. You can get about 20 yuan. Just don't spend it recklessly, Tang Nian advised. That's too much. I can't take this money. Young lady, please return it to the foreigner. My son bumped into him. How can I take his money? I can't take what isn't mine. When the mother heard it was worth 20 yuan, her expression changed, and she was determined to return it to Kurt. Tang Nian didn't try to persuade her. She turned to Kurt and said, the child's mother says she doesn't want any money. She is poor but has integrity and won't accept this money, especially since it was her child's fault. She apologizes on behalf of her child. No need to apologize. The child did nothing wrong. I was about to scold him. I should be the one apologizing. Kurt shook his head vigorously, terrified to accept an apology, fearing death wouldn't spare him. Please, just take the money. I'm begging you. Kurt pleaded quietly. If he didn't accept the money, he feared he wouldn't see the son tomorrow. Eventually, after much pleading from Kurt, the mother reluctantly accepted the $10. Is this foreigner crazy? The mother quietly asked Tang Nian, pointing to her head. If he wasn't crazy, why would he just give money to anyone? Probably.
Tang Nian not dead.
People like Kurt were often bullied and acted foolishly. A few lessons would make him behave. The mother took the $10 and happily led her son home. Kurt and his friends continued to enjoy their shopping. Everyone was happy. After a day of exploring, Tang Nian returned to the hotel with Shin Xiao. At the entrance, she ran into Director Xie and several representatives from textile factories who looked lively, unlike the previous days. Xiao Tang, did you enjoy Yangcheng? Director Xie called out to her, his eyes meaningful.
It was okay.
Do you want some snacks? Tang Nian took out a bag of treats for them to share. I have a question. I don't understand why those foreign merchants changed their minds overnight and asked to raise the price. It seems strange. Director Xie pulled Tang Nian aside to speak quietly. It means our products are good, Tang Nian said, biting into a pastry and offering a piece to Director Xie. I don't want any, Director Xie declined, then added, but I heard those foreign merchants talking about God and Maria, and also about death. Do you know what that's about? Actually, it was something Shangguan Jing had overheard. The foreign merchant said, hurry and sign the contract, or death won't spare us. Maria said she would only save us once and wouldn't help again. Shangguan Jing was puzzled. What did signing a contract have to do with Maria and death? These foreigners occasionally made the sign of the cross on their chests, praying for God and Maria's protection, looking particularly devout. She told Director Xie about this, and he found it strange, but soon thought of the mysterious deaths of Su Lifeone and his companions, as well as the downfall of the Zhou family in the capital. All of it seemed inexplicable, not like something ordinary people could do, but rather like something supernatural. However, one thing was clear. Whether it was Su Lifeone and his companions or the Zhou family, they had conflicts with Tang Nian and Shin Xiao. So, the sudden change in attitude from these foreigners might also be due to Tang Nian. Or perhaps Shin Xiao. Or maybe it was the two of them working together. As Director Xie spoke, he observed Tang Nian, but she didn't even change her expression, happily munching on the pastry and catching the crumbs with her hand. Stop just eating and share your thoughts, Director Xie said, half amused and half annoyed. After finishing her pastry and wiping her mouth, Tang Nian replied, I don't have any thoughts. Foreigners believe in God and Maria just like we believe in bodhisattvas.
What's so strange about that?
But to change their attitude overnight is too strange. Could someone have done something to them? Director Xie asked cautiously. Who knows?
Tang nian sut.
Seeing that Director Xia wanted to ask more, she added, maybe God is also crazy. What do you mean crazy? Xiao Tang, be clearer. Who is crazy? Director Xia didn't catch her meaning, only hearing the word crazy. By the time he realized, Tang Nian had already walked away, leaving him feeling unsettled. Why can't you just say things clearly? Director Xia joked, deciding not to pursue the matter further. He was fairly certain it had something to do with Tang Nian, but he didn't plan to report it. The outcome was good, so the process didn't matter. Shin Xiao left Yangcheng after 3 days to carry out his mission. The Canton Fair continued until early November. This time, Tang Nian learned her lesson and bought her sleeper ticket in advance. By the time she returned to Zhu City, it was already November. Although the Canton Fair has ended, its momentum is strong. Tang Nian returned to Tang Village to assign production tasks, and almost every day, workers had to work overtime. They were all very motivated. Overtime meant more money, and everyone wanted to earn big to enjoy a prosperous year. Even the village children joined in to help with small tasks. Tang Nian expanded both the handicraft factory and the sock factory. Almost everyone in the village, except for a few families that had acted against her, was assigned work, and many people from outside the village were also hired. The 13 families waited and waited, but did not get job offers. Undeterred, they brought gifts to the team leader. The gifts were taken away, and the leader clearly stated that they should focus on farming and not think about working in the factory. Why can't we work? We all live in the same village. Why are we only allowed to farm? Tang Manshan, you are worse than a landlord. You want to see us live in poverty, right? As November arrived, the weather grew colder and the new year approached. The 13 families could no longer hold back. After being rejected multiple times, they finally lost their temper. They gathered at the team leader's door, with the elderly crying on the ground, the young children wailing, and a few young adults cursing, claiming the team leader was more ruthless than a landlord, exploiting and oppressing them. The team leader was furious, nearly spitting blood. He had worked diligently for years to benefit the villagers, yet these people were throwing dirt on his name. It broke his heart. How can you say such heartless things? What has my family done to exploit you? I have no say in who works in the factory. Why are you causing trouble at my home? You are farmers. If you don't farm, what do you expect to eat? San Aunt argued with them, upset that they were bullying her husband. They're all working. Why can't we? The troublemakers pointed at other villagers, feeling justified. We can work hard. Zhang Shizhen, do you still have any shame? Your wife used to slander Nian, and you heard it. You said the factory was started because of her chaos. When you were spreading rumors, did you think about today? And you, Chao Tu Fa, your family has spoken ill of Nian. We all heard it. The factories in our village were established thanks to her. You stab us in the back and still want to benefit? Dream on. Zhu Yinju, you and your daughter-in-law were the loudest. Those rumors came from you. How can you have the face to cause trouble now? Nian and the team leader are generous enough not to kick you out, and you still want to work in the factory? What a fantasy. When Tang Nian and Old Lady Tang arrived, the conflict was already over. The villagers working in the factory had silenced the troublemakers with their words. Everyone saw clearly that whether or not they could work depended on Tang Nian's attitude. She had stated clearly on the loudspeaker that those who spoke ill of her would never work in the factory. Although her words were bold, she had the right to be. She built the factory and secured the orders, so she naturally had the authority to decide who could work. The villagers understood this well. If it weren't for personal reasons, Nian wouldn't need to cooperate with the village. She could run the factory herself. So, no one complained about how much of the profits Tang Nian took. They just focused on working and earning wages. Her success was her own merit, and they couldn't be envious. Second Aunt, I know I was wrong. I used to be at fault, but I will change. I won't speak ill of Nian anymore. Please, let us have a meal. A few people knelt before Old Lady Tang, begging desperately. Old Lady Tang jumped aside in shock and scolded, "Are you trying to shorten my life? Kneeling silently before me? Ugh. How unlucky. She wanted to live a long life and enjoy many more years of happiness. I think you have a problem with your mindset. You complain about farming. If you don't farm, what will you eat? If no one farms, everyone will starve. You are farmers. Why do you look down on farming? Your thoughts and attitudes are seriously flawed. Old Lady Tang stood on her moral high ground, scolding them justly. They didn't dare to argue back. If caught, they could be sent to the farm for re-education. Manhwa, if they come to cause trouble again, just report it to the commune leaders and send them to the farm for education. You are a weak team leader if you can't handle such small matters. Dealing with these misguided people requires education. Old Lady Tang turned her criticism toward the team leader, speaking with authority. The villagers nodded in agreement, loudly supporting Old Lady Tang. That's right. If they have a problem with their mindset, send them to the farm for re-education. We can't let a few bad apples ruin our village's reputation. Exactly. Let's send them now to avoid daily disturbances. A few strong young men approached the troublemakers, ready to escort them to the farm. We didn't cause trouble. When did we cause trouble? The troublemakers, frightened, fled in a panic. Though unwilling, they dared not cause more trouble. They were now the minority in the village, and the minority could not overpower the majority. Old Lady Tang glared at the team leader in disdain and scolded, "If I were younger, you wouldn't even be the team leader." The team leader was filled with anger, but dared not retort. Most villagers were present, and Tang Nian took the opportunity to say, "I want to make it clear again, as long as everyone follows the rules and doesn't spread rumors, our factory will continue to improve, your wages will rise, and life will get better." "Nian, you're doing great," someone shouted, and everyone cheered, their spirits lifted. Tang Nian raised her hands to calm them down, and the team leader watched in envy. He wished he could have such authority, commanding without needing to raise his voice. "Next year, we will establish a machinery factory. Our Tang village will definitely get better, but I must warn you, if anyone causes trouble behind my back, don't blame me for not considering our village ties. One mistake, and you're out for life." Tang Nian's tone turned cold as she scanned the villagers. Each person felt a chill and straightened up, not daring to breathe. "If anyone dares to cause trouble again, I will not let them off." "I will too." A few young people quickly expressed their support. They had good relationships with Tang Jianshu and Tang Mantong, worked in the factory, and were very satisfied with their current lives. They did not want to return to the hard days of farming, where they worked tirelessly for a year and still struggled to eat. They wanted to buy gifts for the girls they liked but had no money. Now they earned wages and could buy whatever they wanted. The girls who once looked down on them were now actively seeking matchmakers. They were finally in a position to choose, all thanks to Tang Nian. They were determined to support her unwaveringly. The other villagers joined in, expressing their determination to uphold the village's good reputation and not let a few bad apples ruin their happy lives. The team leader felt even more envious. He wished he had such influence. Unfortunately, he didn't. To get the villagers to do anything, he had to put in a lot of effort, using sweet talk until his voice was hoarse.
Sigh.
Tang Nian boosted morale and gave a warning, mixing a little praise with discipline, and the villagers went off to work with high spirits. "Girl, we can't leave those people without work forever. They are our neighbors after all." The team leader was worried about potential trouble. He couldn't push them too hard, or they might react badly. "Let's arrange work for them next year, but it has to be heavy labor. They shouldn't be involved in technical jobs." Tang Nian didn't disagree. Assigning them heavy work was fine. If they could handle it, they would do it, and if not, they wouldn't have to.
All right.
The team leader felt relieved. After this incident, the dozen or so families became much more compliant, working steadily without gossiping. The village was peaceful and busy, with everyone, young and old, working hard for their livelihoods, making each day fulfilling. Time flew by, and the weather grew colder. In December, Tang Village welcomed its first snowfall of winter. While Tang Nian was still in bed, she heard Jiao Jin's excited shout, "It's snowing." The little girl was thrilled, rushed outside without properly dressing, and started eating the snow off the fence. You'll get a stomachache. If I don't hit you for 3 days, you'll be itching to misbehave. Come back inside. Grandma Tang saw her from the door, marched over with a broom, grabbed Jane by the collar, and dragged her back inside. She first slapped the snow off her hands, then gave her several firm spanks on her bottom. Tang Jane gritted her teeth, determined not to cry out. After all, with her padded pants on, it didn't hurt at all. Get dressed properly before you go eat snow again. Grandma Tang had a fierce look as she took a warm cotton coat from the stove and put it on Jane, scolding her a bit more. Okay. Jane replied without sincerity, and Grandma warned, that snow is dirty, full of bugs. If you eat it, you'll have bugs in your belly, and when you grow up, they'll crawl out of your mouth. The little girl was startled, her face worried. She even touched her belly, remembering she had eaten some snow before Grandma scolded her. Would there be bugs in her stomach now? Thinking about fat, long bugs crawling out of her mouth and possibly hurting her belly made Jane even more anxious. Grandma Tang felt pleased that she had scared her granddaughter and went to fetch a basin of hot water for Jane to wash up. She had already prepared breakfast. Every day, she woke up the earliest, and in winter, she woke up even earlier. After making breakfast, she would warm the children's clothes and shoes in the stove, so they wouldn't be cold when they put them on. Grandma had always done this. Tang Nian remembered never wearing cold clothes in winter. Everything she wore was warm. Nana, it's snowing. Can I skip school tomorrow? After washing up, Jane boldly made her request. Even though she had been in school for a few months, Jane still didn't like it. Being cooped up all day listening to the teacher was boring. Can you skip breakfast instead? Grandma Tang glared at her, impatiently pushing past Jane to prepare offerings for the ancestors. With winter solstice approaching, it was customary in Tang village to honor deceased relatives before the holiday. Every year, a few days before winter solstice, Grandma Tang would prepare offerings, usually the late Grandpa Tang's favorite foods, with wine and meat, and the family would quietly go to the mountain to pay their respects. Although burning incense and worshipping was officially banned, it wasn't taken too seriously in Tang village. As long as it wasn't done openly, people wouldn't report it. After all, the Chinese had believed in these customs for thousands of years, and every family had deceased relatives. No one was born from a rock, so everyone respected these traditions. Jane, go wake your second sister. Grandma Tang shouted at the sleepy Jane. It was Sunday, and the family from the city, including Man Yin and Lu Jin, had come back for the rare family gathering to honor the old man. Okay. Jane walked towards the house, but after a few steps, her eyes sparkled mischievously. She ran back outside, quietly grabbed a handful of snow, and sneakily headed to Tang Nian's room. Wake up, first, second, and third. Are you waiting for me to come and get you? Grandma Tang called out with a strong voice, but there was no response from the rooms. If you don't get up, you won't eat. She called out a second time, her voice tinged with irritation. Tang Manjin and his wife got up, along with Tang Lu Jin and Xian Jinju, but the others still didn't respond. You're all so lazy. If you keep sleeping in, you'll just have to starve. Grandma Tang couldn't hold back her anger anymore. With a fierce look, she stormed into the rooms of those still in bed, lifting the covers without hesitation, except for Tang Nian.
Ah.
Mom, what are you doing? I'll freeze to death.
Tom shouted.
Grandma, don't lift it. I'm grown up now. Tang Dongchong felt embarrassed and tried to pull the blanket back. At 16, he didn't appreciate Grandma barging into his room and lifting his covers, leaving him with no privacy. When you were little, I used to help you with everything. Now hurry up. Grandma Tang gave her grandson a solid smack on the bottom, shot him a fierce glare, and turned to scold the others. Tang Dongchong helplessly got dressed. He knew he couldn't reason with his grandma. Tang Nian was still lying in bed. On such a cold day, the outside was too far away, and she even went to the bathroom in her dreams, too lazy to get up. I'll get up in 5 more minutes. Tang Nian promised for the third time, having already spent 2 5-minute stretches lying there, still unable to overcome the warmth of her bed. Second sister. Jiojin opened the door and came in, hands behind her back, her little face flushed. Tang Nian didn't respond. It was too cold to even open her mouth. Grandma wants you up. We're going to the mountain to see Grandpa today. Jiojin leaned over the bed, speaking close to her ear. The warm breath from the little girl felt uncomfortable against Tang Nian's skin. I'll get up in a bit. Tang Nian turned over. Her grandma had a terrible habit of waking everyone up too early. Even if they had plenty of time to leave at 8, Grandma would start calling everyone at 6, making them all busy for no reason, leaving them sitting around like fools. So whenever Grandma called, Tang Nian would ignore her and wait until just the right time to get up. Second sister, there's so much snow outside. Can we skip school tomorrow? We might slip on the way. Jiojin climbed halfway onto the bed, insisting on talking closely. Don't come near me. I'm freezing. Tang Nian pushed her away in disgust, feeling the cold seep into her body and stealing the warmth from her blanket. Second sister, can you tell Grandma that I want to stay home and work tomorrow? Tang Jiojin still hadn't given up on skipping school. Are you going to skip meals tomorrow? Tang Nian rolled her eyes. Why shouldn't she go to school? She had been punished by Grandma for skipping school before. The hardships she endured must be doubled for Jiojin. Jiojin pouted, reluctantly stretched out her hand, her palm wet with melted snow, her little hands red from the cold. She quickly shoved her hand into the blanket and even slipped it into Tang Nian's collar. Tang Nian jumped in shock, feeling as if her soul had left her body, and her sleepiness vanished completely.
Ha ha ha.
Jiojin laughed triumphantly, nimbly climbing off the bed and running outside, but her collar was still held tight. Tang Nian, still in her pajamas, jumped out of bed to catch that naughty girl. She could have laid down for 3 more minutes, but this little brat ruined it. After giving Jiojin 3 solid slaps on the bottom, Tang Nian's anger finally eased a bit. Go get my clothes. She lightly kicked Jiojin's bottom. Her clothes weren't on the bed. Grandma must have taken them to warm by the stove.
Oh.
Jiojin giggled, patted her bottom, and ran out to fetch the clothes. She also brought back a fire pot filled with glowing red charcoal, covered with a thin layer of ash. The fire pot is a special winter heating tool in Tang Village. When cooking, they put the hot charcoal inside, add some fresh charcoal, cover it with ash, and if the fire gets small, they can add more charcoal to keep it going all day. Tang Nian got dressed and took out a copper hot water bottle from the blanket. It was said to be part of Grandma Tang's dowry, older than Tang Manjin. Though old, it was very useful. Filled with hot water before bed and covered with a cloth, it could keep warm all night, even better than a hot water bag. The water in the hot water bottle was still warm, so Tang Nian poured some into a basin and added more hot water to wash her face. Tang Manjin and the others had finished washing up and were busy with their tasks, while only Tang Tong sat with the fire pot, yawning occasionally. This snow is really heavy. Next year's harvest will surely be good. Grandma Tang sighed as she looked at the large snowflakes falling from the sky. Grandma, I want to eat vegetable soup dumplings. After washing up, Tang Nian snatched the fire pot from Tang Tong, suddenly craving dumplings. She didn't like eating Tangyuan's sweet rice balls, but she loved soup dumplings. In the local dialect, Tangyuan refers to sweet rice balls, while soup dumplings are different. Tangyuan are the black sesame glutinous rice balls sold in supermarkets, which are sticky and filled with filling. Tang Nian didn't like those. The soup dumplings she liked were handmade by Grandma Tang. They were made with 30% glutinous rice flour and 70% rice flour, mixed with hot water to form a dough, then rolled into small balls without filling. They had a chewy texture, not sticky. These soup dumplings could be cooked directly in sweet wine with sugar, making a delicious dessert, but Tang Nian didn't like that way of cooking. She preferred them boiled with vegetables, and adding some salty meat would make them even better. Wait until we come back from the mountain to make them. This time, Grandma Tang didn't scold her. Recently, everyone in the family, except for Tang Manjin, had been earning wages, making them one of the wealthier families in Tang Village. They were no longer as frugal with food. Most importantly, there were now 2 pregnant women in the family, so meat appeared on the table almost every day. "Grandma, I also want to eat taro wontons." Tang Nian's mouth watered at the thought of taro wontons. It had been a long time since she had them. "Let's make them when we have time." Grandma Tang rarely responded gently, but she agreed. "Grandma, I also want to eat." Tang Nian pushed her luck, wanting Grandma to make pig trotters, which she hadn't had in a while. However, before she could finish, Grandma slapped her back. With a stern face, Grandma Tang slapped him hard, finally feeling relieved. "Do you want to eat the leftover cake?" That classic phrase finally came out, and everyone felt at ease. Tang Man Tong even shook his leg, enjoying the drama. He had said it all along. How could his mother be a gentle person? Nian was just dancing in front of a tiger, looking for trouble. Tang Nian sulkily sat next to Tang Man Tong and snatched the fire pot from him. "I just started heating it up. You go make your own." Tang Man Tong took it back, feeling cold. "Uncle, you're so young and afraid of the cold. Your yang energy is too weak. What are you going to do?" Tang Nian grabbed it back and teased him. "I'm full of yang energy. Don't try to provoke me." Tang Man Tong wasn't fooled and reached for it again. Tang Nian refused to let go, and the 2 of them sat on a stool, tugging at each other, causing the old bamboo chairs to creak dangerously.
Creak. Crash.
Finally, one of the chairs, as old as Grandma Tang, couldn't withstand their antics and broke down. Tang Man Tong fell flat on his back, the chair fell apart, and the fire pot tumbled, scattering hot charcoal everywhere, with some even landing on Grandma Tang's pants as she entered the room. Unfortunately, Grandma was wearing new corduroy pants today, and the charcoal left several holes. Tang Man Tong, still sitting on the ground, realized things were not looking good and scrambled to escape. "You're over 20 and still acting like a child. When will you grow up? Others your age are almost in school. Look at you every day. All you do is eat, sleep, and cause trouble." Grandma Tang, furious, grabbed her youngest son's hair and scolded him while hitting him. Seeing the broken chair on the ground made her even angrier. She slapped Tang Man Tong several times, saying, "This chair was made by your grandfather. You wasteful thing, fix it. If you can't, you won't get to eat." "Got it, Mom, be gentle." Tang Man Tong pleaded, feeling her grip getting stronger, making his bones ache. "Go fix the chair." Grandma Tang gritted her teeth and yelled, glaring at Tang Nian, who was pretending to be innocent, before storming off to change her pants. The new pants she made last month had only been washed 3 times. She hadn't even shown them off enough before these 2 troublemakers ruined them. "Oh, how infuriating." Grandma Tang grumbled as she went back to her room, and the whole family sighed in relief, having been scared just moments ago, fearing they would get caught in the crossfire. "Old 3, you're really something. Over 20, and still acting like a teenager. Not a bit mature. Hurry up and fix that chair." Tang Man didn't dare scold his niece, and could only vent his frustration on his brother. "Stop talking. Don't you think Mom is enough of a headache?" Xian Zhenju shot her husband a glare and went to serve breakfast. Tang Man chuckled, not daring to retort. His wife was pregnant, and he didn't even dare raise his voice. Today's breakfast was quite hearty. Grandma Tang cooked fresh rice and stir-fried some fresh vegetables along with last night's leftovers. There were stir-fried greens, steamed potatoes, and steamed salted meat with preserved vegetables. The preserved meat had been steamed several times, making it very flavorful, tender, and delicious. Grandma Tang changed her pants and came out for breakfast. Seeing that Su Jinfeng and Xian Jinju weren't taking any meat, she frowned and said, "You used to crave meat when there was none, and now that there is, you won't eat it? Adults should eat, and the children should too." "Mom, meat makes me feel sick." Su Jinfeng only took greens. She and Xian Jinju had both found out they were pregnant within a month, just half a month apart, and they weren't even 3 months along yet. "I feel the same. I only want to eat greens." Xian Jinju took a piece of steamed potato, but didn't touch the meat at all.
Just say what you want. We can afford it now.
Grandma Tang rolled her eyes inwardly, but kept her thoughts to herself. After all, her daughters-in-law were carrying Tang family babies, and as their mother-in-law, she had to take good care of them. Mom, I want to eat mixed vegetables. Su Jinfeng shyly made her request. She had been craving it for a long time. Mom, I also want to eat rose fermented tofu. Xianjinju was also craving it but didn't dare to say it, fearing Grandma Tang would think she was being picky. Even she felt it was unreasonable to crave pickled vegetables and fermented tofu when there was meat at every meal. She worried others would laugh at her. Once we come back from the mountain, I'll go to town to buy some. Tang Manin quickly said he didn't have to work today, so he had time. Uncle, please buy some dried tofu. I want to eat it with meat. Tang Mianyan also felt tempted. She had just thought of saying it, but Grandma Tang had silenced her. Grandma Tang stayed quiet and let them chatter. After all, she didn't have to pay. After breakfast, Grandma Tang packed the offerings for the tomb visit and told Su Jinfeng and Xianjinju to rest at home since the mountain was slippery with snow, and it wasn't suitable for pregnant women to go up. Tang Manjin took a shovel and led the way. The family changed into rain boots and put on raincoats and hats as they headed up the mountain. It was still snowing, and the back mountain looked beautiful with its green trees covered in white snow. As Tang Manjin walked, he shoveled snow to clear the path. Other villagers were also going to visit the graves. Old Man Tang was buried halfway up the slope, where all the Tang family members were laid to rest. There was a lot of snow on the grave, which Tang Manjin cleared, while Grandma Tang pulled out the weeds. Once everything was clean, Grandma Tang arranged the offerings: a plate of braised meat, a plate of steamed fish, a plate of sticky rice, and rice cakes, all of which the old man loved when he was alive. Grandma Tang lit incense and poured a cup of wine, quietly saying, "Old man, another year has passed. The family is doing well now, and Jinfeng and Jinju are both pregnant. Once they give birth, I'll come back to tell you. I wonder if you've been reborn yet. If not, please find a good family and don't worry about us anymore." After saying this, Grandma Tang burned the gold paper and joss money, and the whole family bowed at the grave. Once the gold paper was reduced to ashes, Grandma Tang put away the offerings, and the family bowed 3 more times to say goodbye to the old man. "Old man, we'll come back to see you in the new year. We're leaving now." Grandma Tang's eyes were slightly red. After wiping her eyes, she picked up the basket. "Let's go down." Tang Mianyan knelt to bow, silently saying, "Grandpa, I've found my real parents, and I've avenged my past life. Don't worry, this time I will take care of the family." Her only regret in this life was that the old man was no longer around. How wonderful it would have been if she could have been reborn before he passed away. "Nian, it's time to go down," Grandma Tang called, feeling very pleased. Although Nian wasn't her biological granddaughter, she shared a deep bond with the old man. Alas, it was a pity he couldn't enjoy the blessings of Nian. "I'm coming." Tang Mianyan wiped the snow off the tombstone and followed Grandma Tang down the mountain. This slope had dozens of graves, all belonging to the Tang clan's ancestors. Other families with different surnames were buried at the foot of the mountain, not eligible to be buried in the Tang family cemetery. When the family reached the bottom of the mountain, they wiped the mud off their shoes in the grass by the roadside.
"Woo!
Mommy!" A faint, sorrowful cry came from nearby. Tang Mianyan took a few steps toward the sound and saw a boy and a girl, both poorly dressed and patched up. Their cotton jackets were very old, and the cotton inside had probably hardened. The boy wore only thin pants and no socks, just simple cloth shoes. His ankles were covered in frostbite, with wounds that had cracked open and were bleeding, revealing red flesh. The girl was about the same age as Lu Jin, but she was thin, with sparse yellow hair. Her hands, which wiped her tears, were also covered in frostbite. The boy was around 11 or 12, just as skinny, with frostbite on his hands and feet too. These siblings looked so pitiful, starving and cold. Tang Mianyan thought the siblings looked somewhat familiar, but couldn't remember their names. "Lame?" Lu Jin recognized the girl and called her Yilame, from a family in the village.
The boy's name was Yu Songbai.
The siblings had a hard life. Their mother passed away from a sudden illness when Yu Songbai was 7. Less than 6 months later, their father, Yu Qianjin, remarried, bringing home a stepmother who had a son and a daughter about the same age as them. With a stepmother came a stepfather. Yu Qianjin, who was never a good father, became even worse after remarrying. He ignored his biological children and didn't treat his stepchildren well either, leaving all household matters to the stepmother. The siblings lived a miserable life under their stepmother, doing the most work and getting the most beatings, while having the least to eat and wear. Now, in the middle of winter, they were still in thin pants and shoes, freezing and looking pitiful. Yu Lame wiped her tears, stood up, and saw the Tang family. Feeling shy, she pulled her brother up. The siblings stood awkwardly, unsure of where to put their hands. Tang Nian glanced over. The grave had no headstone, just a mound, with some cleared weeds around it. The mound was clean, with no offerings or incense. Second grandma, Uncle Manjin, Uncle Manin. Lu Jin, Sister Nian. Yu Lame greeted them one by one, even teaching her brother how to address them. Although the girl was ragged and thin, she had nice features. If she had proper nutrition, she would be a beautiful girl. "Are you here to visit your mother?" Grandma Tang asked. The siblings nodded, their eyes still red and swollen. "It's so cold. Hurry down the mountains so you don't freeze," Su Jinfeng said with concern. The 2 children looked too pitiful in their thin clothes. "Let's go back now." Yu Lame nodded obediently, holding her brother's hand as they walked down the mountain. They stumbled along, and her brother, Yu Songbai, slipped and fell but quickly got back up.
Ah!
Old Lady Tang sighed softly, feeling a bit sorry for them. The Tang family lived close to the back mountain, so the siblings had to pass by their house on the way home. Seeing their hunched figures, Old Lady Tang couldn't help but call out, "Come in and have some hot water." Yulame turned around and politely declined, "Thank you, Grandma, but I need to get back to work." "What work is there in this heavy snow?" "Come inside." Old Lady Tang walked over and pulled them both inside. The room was warm with a constantly burning brazier. Once inside, the siblings quickly warmed up, but the snow on their shoes melted, leaving a puddle on the floor. Feeling uneasy, they shifted their feet and stepped back a bit, worried about dirtying the place. "Sit down." Su Jinfeng brought over 2 chairs and urged them to sit. Xian Jinju handed them 2 warm bricks to warm their hands. Old Lady Tang went to the kitchen to make ginger and brown sugar water, generously adding 4 eggs, 2 for each of them. It was clear that the siblings had not eaten well. They were so thin that their bones were visible. That Yu Qianjin was truly heartless, letting his 2 children eat well while his own were nearly starving, and he didn't care about that ungrateful woman. Lame Songbai, have some cookies. Tang Jujin took out her beloved cookies and stuffed them into the siblings' hands. "No, we're not hungry." Yu Lame hesitated to accept. Such precious cookies were too much for her and her brother. "Just eat them." The siblings dared not refuse. They were a bit intimidated by Tang Nian and obediently put the cookies in their mouths. The rich, sweet milk flavor spread quickly in their mouths, filling them with joy. It was a taste they had never experienced before, making them want to cry. "These are really good." Yu Songbai quickly finished 1 cookie and couldn't help but exclaim, "Here, have more." Jujin pulled out all the cookies from her pocket and handed them to Yu Songbai, no longer interested in them herself. "I'm fine with just 1. Yu Songbai felt embarrassed. He was already satisfied with just 1.
"Eat."
Tang Nian urged again. The siblings, trembling a bit, obediently stuffed the cookies into their mouths. Old Lady Tang returned from the kitchen with 2 bowls of steaming ginger and brown sugar boiled eggs and placed them on the table, telling the siblings to eat. "Grandma, teach thank you." Yulame's voice caught in her throat, and tears welled up in her eyes. Yu Songbai also started to cry, tears streaming down his face. "Why are you crying? Hurry up and eat while it's hot." Old Lady Tang felt awkward. After all, her relationship with Yu Qianjin's second wife was very strained. She had ignored the siblings in the past, and today she didn't know why she felt so compassionate all of a sudden. Under old lady Tang's not-so-warm gaze, the siblings finished a big bowl of ginger and brown sugar boiled eggs, feeling warm all over.
We need to go home now.
Thank you, Grandma. Yulome didn't dare linger any longer. She and her brother had sneaked up the mountain, and there was still a lot of work to do at home. If they returned late, their stepmother would scold them. Go on home. Old Lady Tang didn't try to keep them. Giving them a bowl of boiled eggs was enough help, and she couldn't do more. Yulome took her brother's hand, and they hurriedly left. That black-hearted Higuaxiang found a fool for Lame in the mountains, and she's going to marry him after the new year, Su Jinfeng sighed, explaining why the siblings had been crying on the mountain. That fool can't even eat properly. He's in his 20s and still calls for his mother, and he keeps shouting for food. They offered 200 yuan as a bride price, and Yu Qianjin agreed. Xian Jinju said angrily. How come I didn't know about this? Old Lady Tang was shocked. How could she not know such big news? Yesterday, that fool's mother came over, and that's when it came out. I didn't have time to tell you, Xian Jinju quickly explained. Old Lady Tang frowned and scolded. Isn't Higuaxiang's daughter 2 years older than Lame? The older ones aren't married, so why is she in such a hurry? Has Yu Qianjin lost his mind? Higuaxiang wouldn't dare marry off her own daughter. That fool can't take care of himself, and has a violent streak. I heard he was married once before and drove his wife to death in less than a year. If Lame marries him...
Sigh.
Xian Jinju sighed deeply, feeling very sorry for Yulame, but there was little she could do. Such family matters were hard for outsiders to intervene in. That Higuaxiang is heartless. She should be afraid of divine retribution. Old Lady Tang scolded a few times, but felt helpless. Though she sympathized with Yulame, she wasn't her real granddaughter, so there was little she could do. Tang Luqin angrily said, Lame is a top student. She was among the best in her class before being forced to drop out. Lame had originally been accepted into Zhucheng High School, but Yu Qianjin claimed they couldn't afford it. It was only after her middle school teacher visited several times that he reluctantly agreed to let her attend high school in town. But she only studied for a year. Yu Qianjin refused to support her any longer and forced her to drop out and work at home. Unexpectedly, that black-hearted Higuaxiang wouldn't give up, insisting on pushing Yulame into a fire pit. If Lame married that fool, she would have no way out. The Tang family expressed their outrage over Yulame's tragic situation and Higuaxiang's cruelty. As Tang Nian was warming herself by the fire, she suddenly slapped her forehead, realizing something. No wonder Yulame's name sounded familiar. It was this year's New Year's Eve when a major incident occurred in Tang village. A 12-year-old boy jumped into the river, leaving behind a blood-written letter that moved everyone in the village. The boy who jumped was Yusongbai. His letter contained only one sentence. Dad, I'm dead now and won't eat the family's food anymore. Save the food for my sister. Please have mercy, and don't force her to marry that fool. If you can't do that, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. The letter had many misspellings and was poorly written, but every word struck like a nail in the hearts of the villagers. In the new society of Tang Village, such a horrific event should not have happened, and the reputation of the village was tarnished by Yu Qianjin and his wife. The village chief personally intervened, canceling Yulame's engagement and insisting that Yu Qianjin support her education again. As for Higuaxiang, who had driven her stepson to death, she was punished by being made to clean the toilets for a year. With the village chief's authority and the entire village keeping an eye on them, Higuaxiang and Yu Qianjin dared not mistreat Yulame anymore. As a result, she successfully graduated from high school just in time for the college entrance exams to resume. With excellent grades, Yulame was accepted into Fudan University, and after graduating, she became a successful writer, achieving her dreams. But Yulame never married in her life and did not support Yu Qianjin and Higuaxiang as a couple. She only settled the living expenses for the siblings for over a decade in one go and never gave them another penny afterward. If I support you, how can I face my brother? This is what Yulame said to the shameless couple who came asking for money. She would always remember the cold body of her brother, pulled from the water on the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year, who would never call her sister again. If she could start over, she would rather marry a fool than have her brother pay such a heavy price for her success. Moreover, Yulame did not live a happy life. She earned a lot of money from writing, but she lived a frugal life, never eating meat, being a lifelong vegetarian, wearing the same clothes for decades, rarely buying new ones, and living in a very poor place like an ascetic. Perhaps she was punishing herself, hoping it would ease her heart, but even so, Yulame never found peace and committed suicide before 50, leaving a note that said, "I'm going to find Mom and my brother." Before she died, she used all her assets to establish a charity fund to support poor children who could not afford to go to school.
Tang Mian Sai.
The harm from her original family could never be fully healed, could it? Yulame and her brother were truly unfortunate. The more Tang Laodai thought about it, the angrier she became, cursing, "Higui Xiang, you heartless wretch, how can you do such a wicked thing without fearing retribution? This is an arranged marriage. Third uncle must intervene." Tang Mian said. Since she had encountered this, she needed to take action.
"I'll go talk to him," she said.
Tang Laotai agreed, but was not optimistic. Firstly, such family matters were complicated, and even the village chief would find it hard to manage. Secondly, Higui Xiang was a shameless rogue, difficult to deal with. But Yulame was indeed pitiful, and Tang Laodai could not bear to see her suffering, so she decided to speak to the village chief. Another reason was that now that their family was doing well, Tang Laotai was worried that this good fortune would disappear, and they would return to their previous hardships. So she needed to act like the old landlady, doing good deeds. She might not have the ability to build bridges and roads yet, but she could still help the poor children. However, before Tang Laotai could leave, she heard a harsh voice cursing. "Showing off how many eggs and brown sugar you have, if you have so much money, why not share it with the whole village? My family's affairs are none of your business, you old hag. And brown sugar boiled eggs. Why not boil dragon meat instead?" The one cursing was Higui Xiang, and her words were clearly aimed at the Tang family. Tang Laotai's face darkened instantly. She opened the door and rushed out, shouting, "Higui Xiang, you heartless scoundrel. Aren't you afraid Yulame's mother will come to settle the score with you in the middle of the night? My family's affairs are none of your concern. If you have money, why not use it to support them? Anyone can talk empty words. I can talk better than you. If you pity them, put your money where your mouth is." Higui Xiang was not easy to deal with either, hands on her hips, shouting louder than Tang Laotai. Anyway, she wouldn't be doing any work at the factory, so she couldn't care less about this old hag. "You Qianjin, are you dead? Lame and Songbai are your own children, sharing your blood. Are you really going to drive your own daughter to death?" Tang Laotai was furious and turned her anger on the approaching Yu Qianjin. Yu Qianjin looked honest and simple, usually not saying much. He glanced at Higui Xiang and then at Tang Laotai, his expression pained and conflicted, finally saying, "Second aunt, please don't interfere in my family's matters." Tang Laotai was infuriated. If this useless man were her own child, she would have beaten him long ago. Higui Xiang felt even more triumphant and provocatively snorted at Tang Laotai, making her even angrier. "You'll face retribution for this." Tang Laotai gritted her teeth and cursed. "Don't worry about me, just take care of your own family. Stop meddling in others' affairs." Aren't you afraid of worrying yourself to death?" Higui Xiang rolled her eyes, her words extremely malicious. "I'll beat you, you heartless scoundrel." Tang Laotai lunged at her, grabbing Higui Xiang's hair, and they got into a fierce fight. Although Higui Xiang was younger, Tang Laotai was stronger from eating meat every day. The two were evenly matched, fighting fiercely. Su Jinfeng and Xian Jinju wanted to help but were pulled back by Tang Nian, who advised the pregnant women to stay out of it. Tang Nian managed to separate the two, who were in a heated argument. The village chief heard the commotion and rushed over. He did not dare to glare at Tang Laodai, but shot a fierce look at Yu Qianjin and Higui Xiang. "Our Tang village is now a model village, and reporters will be coming to interview us soon. We will be on TV and in the newspapers. We absolutely cannot have any scandal about selling daughters. If anyone dares to ruin Tang Village's reputation and prevent us from being on TV and in the newspapers, don't blame me for being rude. Tang Nian spoke sternly, casting a cold glance at Higuixiang. Higuixiang felt a chill run down her back and shivered, but she still refused to back down, raising her head and snorting. Whether or not they got on TV was none of her concern. She didn't work at the factory and didn't get paid, so not being on TV was better for her. The village chief, however, was delighted and quickly asked, "Nian girl, are there really reporters coming to interview us?" Other villagers stretched their necks, eagerly looking at Tang Nian. "Of course. The provincial TV station and newspaper will come to interview us. Our Tang village will not only be in the newspapers but also on TV, and people all over the country will see us. During this time, we absolutely cannot have any issues. Anyone who dares to ruin our village's reputation, I'll smash their pots." Tang Nian spoke seriously, and the whole village believed her, each person filled with joy. Especially the village chief, whose smile was so wide it almost reached his ears. He had been the chief for decades and had never been interviewed by reporters. He never expected that in his lifetime he would experience such glory.
Ha ha ha.
Yu Qianjin, quickly cancel Lame's marriage. This is nonsense. A 16-year-old girl marrying anyone, especially a fool. Are you even human? The village chief sternly reprimanded Yu Qianjin. Even if Tang Nian did not intervene, he would never agree to this marriage. The higher-ups had already abolished arranged marriages. If reporters found out that such a practice still existed in this model village, where would his face be as the village chief? We've already accepted the bride price. Yu Qianjin's expression was conflicted as he glanced at Higuixiang. He had always been indecisive. When his first wife was alive, she made the decisions, and now that she was gone, Higuixiang called the shots. He never thought for himself, just worked hard in the fields.
Cancel it.
The village chief said firmly, his tone leaving no room for refusal. We can't cancel it. We've already spent it. Higuixiang said stubbornly, not afraid of the village chief at all. In fact, she hadn't spent the 200 yuan. She was saving it to marry off her son. The village chief's face darkened, and he sneered, "Since you refuse to follow the village rules, then Tang village cannot keep your family. You need to find another place to live. Yes, go live somewhere else and don't ruin Tang village's reputation. Hurry up and leave. Don't drag down Tang village." The villagers were furious. They had never been on TV or in the newspapers, and if anyone dared to ruin their chances, they would not hold back. Higuixiang, though reckless, dared not make a sound in front of the angry villagers. Yet, she was unwilling to swallow her pride. In frustration, she kicked Yu Qianjin and shouted, "You useless man. Everyone is riding on my back, and you don't even dare to make a sound. How did I end up marrying such a coward? I can't rely on you for anything." Yu Qianjin opened his mouth but said nothing. He squatted down and buried his head in his arms like an ostrich. "You worthless piece of trash. Marrying you is the worst luck I've ever had." Higuixiang felt both angry and wronged. She didn't think she had done anything wrong. Yu Lame and her brother were not her own flesh and blood, so why should she treat them well? With only a little food and money at home, she had to prioritize her own children. Besides, if their own father, Yu Qianjin, didn't care about the two kids, why should she, as a stepmother?
Fine.
You villagers are ganging up on me, a woman. Are you trying to drive me to death? I won't live anymore. I'll die right here for you to see. Higuixiang pulled out her ultimate trick, sitting down and starting to cry and make a scene. With this act, even old Lady Tang had to take her seriously.
Bah.
Don't just talk. Go ahead and die for everyone to see. Higuixiang, if you die now, I'll pay $1 to eat your tofu rice. Old Lady Tang spat, her expression disdainful and her words sharp. The old lady was sure that Higuixiang wouldn't dare to die. Throughout the year, there were at least 300 days when Higuixiang threatened to end her life, but she never succeeded. The whole village saw through her act, except for Yu Qianjin, who was completely under her control, even afraid to let out a fart around her. Why not go outside? Because He Guixiang said that her farts shouldn't benefit outsiders. They had to be released at home. I can't live anymore. Heaven, open your eyes. This old hag is more heartless than a landlord trying to drive me to death. Open your eyes and strike down this wicked old woman. He Guixiang pounded her chest and wailed dramatically, like she was performing in a play. Although her tricks were old and not clever, they were effective. The villagers who had been shouting to drive her family away lost their anger. They couldn't just watch her die, could they? What if He Guixiang really died? The village would lose its reputation. The village chief looked very displeased. If the situation allowed, he would have liked to slap her. Old Lady Tang had already moved, cursing as she walked over. Heaven wouldn't help a wicked woman like you. If that fool is so good, why don't you marry your own daughter to him? You still dare to cry? Cry for your mother's death. Wait until I beat you to death, then you can cry. Before the old lady could act, someone else was quicker. It was Tang Nianyan. She grabbed He Guixiang by the collar and effortlessly lifted her off the ground, tightening the collar around her neck, making it hard for her to breathe and cry. He Guixiang's legs kicked in the air, making funny sounds, which caused some villagers to laugh. Tang Nianyan kept a cold face, holding He Guixiang with one hand and striding toward the river. The villagers' eyes lit up. Memories of the past suddenly resurfaced, and they followed eagerly. Could Nianyan really be planning to throw He Guixiang into the river? Just like they did with Qi Guixiao. Nianyan! The village chief called out while running, worried that He Guixiang wasn't worth Nianyan getting her hands dirty and ruining her future. Old Lady Tang ran even faster, her arms moving like a blur, reaching the speed she had at 18. She feared Nianyan might do something foolish. 100 He Guixiangs weren't worth her granddaughter's time, and it wasn't right to teach He Guixiang a lesson this way. Nianyan, don't. Yulame ran from a distance. She had just returned home with a bucket of clothes to wash in the river. In the freezing cold, the water was biting. This was her daily routine. He Guixiang had a nose sharper than a dog's. As soon as she and her brother entered the house, she smelled the red sugar and egg aroma on them and accused them of stealing food. Her brother couldn't hold back and ended up mentioning the second aunt's house. Yulame thought the matter was settled, but didn't expect He Guixiang to come to cause trouble. Her brother ran to the riverbank to inform her. This is all my fault. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. When Yulame shouted, Tang Nianyan stopped to listen. The girl rushed over, grabbing her tightly and crying for mercy. She wasn't worried about her stepmother's life. She was afraid of causing trouble for Tang Nianyan. Yulame also thought Tang Nianyan was going to throw He Guixiang into the river. In this cold weather, being thrown into the river could mean death, and she didn't want to get her hands dirty over someone like He Guixiang. Dad, Mom promised before she died that she would take good care of me and Songbei. Mom waited for your nod before she passed away. While pulling on Tang Nianyan, Yulame cried to Yu Qianjin. This was the first time she mentioned her deceased mother. Yu Qianjin trembled, but still held his head. After the stepmother came, all the work at home fell to me and my brother. Our room was taken over by their family, and the clothes Mom made for us were also taken away. You became their father. I always thought, Dad, it's not easy for you either, so I endured. But why do you keep forcing me to marry a foolish man? You know very well that fool will beat me, yet you still agreed. Do you think my brother and I are worth less than grass in your eyes? Yulame couldn't continue. She didn't hate her stepmother as much. Her anger was directed at Yu Qianjin. This utterly useless man. He didn't deserve to be their father or their mother's husband. If Yu Qianjin hadn't been so weak, their mother wouldn't have died from overwork. She didn't have a sudden illness. Their mother was driven to death by Yu Qianjin. You've raised me this big, and you expect me to stay unmarried and let the family support me for life? Yulame, did you grow up on the northwest wind? How dare you speak back to your father? He Guixiang, still in Tang Nianyan's grip, began to curse. Yu Qianjin, who had been somewhat moved, was swayed back by her words and glared at his daughter. You need to marry when you reach the right age. Who you marry doesn't matter. You shouldn't have gone to school. Your brain is ruined. Did the family suffer because of you? What do you have to complain about? Yu Qianjin was weak outside but strict with his daughter, showing no signs of dullness. Yu Lame felt despair. She was completely disheartened by her father. Fine. I'm ungrateful and disrespectful. It's all my fault. Yu Lame wasn't weak by nature. For many years, she had endured for her brother. But now, influenced by her anger, she rushed toward the river. She would rather die than marry a fool. And if she died in front of the whole village, maybe Yu Qianjin would think twice and treat her brother better? It's all your fault. You, a child, don't obey and dare to argue.
Ah!
Higui Xiang had just started her tirade when Tang Niannian slapped her unconscious. Others quickly reacted and chased after the crazed Yu Lame. Sister, don't leave me alone. Yu Songbai cried as he stumbled to catch up, slipping several times in the snowy ground, looking even more pitiful. Yu Lame, however, seemed not to hear him and ran faster. She just wanted to die and no longer live in humiliation. The small girl burst with great energy, running like the wind, outpacing the villagers who couldn't keep up. She was almost at the riverbank. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, afraid to witness the impending tragedy, when suddenly, a figure swooped in and grabbed Yu Lame by the collar. It was Tang Niannian. She tossed aside the troublesome Higui Xiang and rushed to save Yu Lame. If you're brave enough to die, why fear living? Tang Niannian glared, clearly annoyed by those who sought death. If she were Yu Lame, she would secretly deal with Yu Qianjin, Higui Xiang, and those two burdens, taking charge of her own life. Yu Qianjin rushed over, still a bit worried, but more concerned about the 200 yuan bride price. If the girl died, that money would be lost too. Seeing Yu Lame was safe, Yu Qianjin instantly became furious and charged at his rebellious daughter. How dare you threaten to die? I'll beat you to death, you ungrateful child. Yu Qianjin's normally meek face twisted with rage, looking terrifying as he raised his hand, glaring at Yu Lame like she was an enemy, making outsiders feel cold. Tang Niannian impatiently lifted her foot and kicked the scoundrel 10 meters away. She couldn't stand Yu Qianjin, a heartless and selfish coward who bullied his own family. The villagers were thrilled, hoping Tang Niannian would kick him again. She didn't disappoint them, walking up to Yu Qianjin and kicking him again. This time he fell flat in the snow, groaning and too scared to move. Third uncle, this is getting serious. We must handle this well and not leave a bad impression for the reporters. Tang Niannian said coldly. Yes, it must be handled properly. The village chief nodded vigorously, wanting to get on the news and television. The villagers thought the same, wanting to be on TV and bring glory to their families. It's too cold outside. Let's discuss this at my house, and bring Higui Xiang and Yu Qianjin too. Tang Niannian still held Yu Lame and, after speaking, dragged her home. Niannian, please put me down. Yu Lame had calmed down a bit and felt a little scared. Just moments ago, it felt like a dream, and she almost did something foolish, but thankfully Niannian saved her.
Oh.
Tang Niannian then remembered she was still holding someone and let go, causing Yu Lame to fall into the snow. She ignored the siblings and walked faster, snowflakes falling into her collar, making her feel cold. She wanted to go back and warm up. Yu Songbai helped his sister up, tears still in his eyes from being scared. It's okay, sister won't be foolish again. Yu Lame hugged her brother, softly comforting him. She had promised their mother to take care of him, and she wouldn't make foolish mistakes again. The Tang family's fire was roaring, and Tang Mantong lazily cracked sunflower seeds, not worried about Grandma Tang being at a disadvantage. No one in Tang village could outfight his mother, and with Tang Niannian out, he didn't need to step in. The village chief called a few respected villagers to discuss Yu Lame's situation. Higui Xiang and Yu Qianjin were also brought in, still unconscious. Tang Mantong slapped them both awake. Yu Lame and her brother stood awkwardly nearby, but their eyes were bright. They sensed something good was coming. No matter the outcome, it couldn't be worse than their current situation. Su Jinfeng and Xian Jinju made tea for everyone and brought out sunflower seeds and peanuts. About a dozen people gathered around the fire to discuss, but after finishing a pot of tea, they still hadn't reached a conclusion. Yulame is only 16. The marriage law states one must be 18 to marry. Regardless of whether there's a marriage certificate, if there's a marriage in fact, it's illegal. Our Tang village cannot engage in illegal activities. Tang Nian spoke up. Although this reason wasn't very strong, many girls in the countryside married at 16 or 17 if no one reported it. The prospect of being on TV made everyone agree. That's right, we absolutely cannot do illegal things. Nian girl, how should we handle this? We'll listen to you. Everyone looked at Tang Nian, realizing she was smarter than them, so they decided to follow her lead. Tang Nian glanced at Yulame and said coldly, separation. Yulame and her brother will live separately. I disagree. Why should they separate? Higuixiong shouted in protest, unwilling to lose 2 free laborers and the 200 yuan bride price. I've already spent the bride price. I can't pay you back. Are you trying to kill me? Higuixiong began to cry and make a scene again, but Tang Nian shot her a cold look and she fell silent, sulking. If you can't pay back, let your daughter marry. She's 18 now, so it's not illegal.
Tang Nian.
The others nodded in agreement. This was a great idea. I disagree. Higuixiong hadn't finished her protest when she received another painful kick, leaving her speechless. If you keep making noise, I'll toss you into the river to clear your mind. Don't think I can't handle you. Once Tang Nian said this, the temperature in the room dropped a few degrees. She wasn't joking. If Higuixiong didn't behave, the next step would be an accident. She meant what she said. Higuixiong shivered, her face pale. She remembered the Qi family. They had offended this fierce girl, and their entire family was wiped out, not a single survivor left. She had truly been foolish to provoke Tang Nian, the living demon. Separation. Do you have any objections? Tang Nian asked again. No, we agree. Yu Qianjin remained silent, and Higuixiong trembled as she agreed, though she was very unhappy about it. But she was scared. Third uncle, write a separation agreement. Let's settle this today, and it must be fair and just. We can't give the reporters anything to criticize. Tang Nian stated firmly. Understood. It will definitely be fair and just. The village chief's expression was serious. This was a matter that could get Tang Village on television, and he wanted to supervise it personally. With renewed motivation, the village chief worked efficiently, completing the separation before lunch. The Yu family was poor with little to their name, just 3 rooms. Yulame and her brother got 1 room, along with a month's worth of food and 2 chickens. The rest was just a worn-out quilt. Higuixiong, unwilling to accept this, looked at Yulame and her brother as if she wanted to eat them alive. Yulame and her brother were overjoyed. They had finally escaped their stepmother's grasp. Even if they had to eat roots and tree bark, they would be happy. The family is separated. Higuixiong, Yu Qianjin, if you bully these 2 kids again, get out of Tang Village. The village chief scolded them and then turned to the siblings, saying, when your father gets old, you still have to fulfill your duty to care for him. You can't neglect him. We will. The siblings nodded in agreement. The village chief felt a sense of accomplishment. This troublesome matter was finally resolved, proving he was a wise and decisive leader with great resolve. Yulame bowed to the team leader and the elders who helped her family, thanking each one. When she reached Tang Nian, she whispered, Thank you, Sister Nian. She knew that without Tang Nian's help today, she and her brother wouldn't have been able to separate so easily. She hoped to have a chance to repay Sister Nian in the future. Tang Nian smirked slightly and walked away. As she passed Grandma Tang, she said, Grandma, I want to eat vegetable soup dumplings. After a busy morning, she was starving. I'll make it soon. Everyone come to my house for dinner, including Lame and Songbai. Grandma Tang invited the team leader and a few others, along with Yulame and her brother, who had only received a bag of food. They had no oil or vegetables at home. The old lady pulled the siblings back to her house and shot a fierce glare at Higuixiong, thinking she would have to deal with that wicked woman every day. Humph. Making vegetable soup dumplings wasn't hard. Using 30% glutinous rice flour and 70% regular rice flour, Tang Mantong, who was strong, quickly kneaded the dough, while the women began to shape the dumplings. Tang Niannian sat by the fire, feeling warm and yawning several times, her eyes watery. "Third uncle, we need to set up a scholarship fund in our village," Tang Niannian said while yawning. The team leader didn't understand. "What do you mean by a scholarship fund?" "It means that for the children in the village who can't afford school, the village will pay for their tuition. This tuition will be considered a loan, with interest from the bank. When the children grow up and earn money, they will pay the village back." Tang Niannian was talking about a scholarship loan from the future. She didn't want to give money away for free, as free things are often taken for granted. "That sounds like a lot of money," the team leader said, looking worried. He was afraid the village couldn't afford it. "I'll provide the money, but it has to be in the village's name. We need to sign a document. If they borrow the money, they must study hard. If they don't take it seriously, they won't get the money." Tang Niannian yawned again. Tuition was cheap now, only 1 or 2 yuan per semester, and not every child in the village couldn't afford school, so it wasn't a huge amount. The team leader disagreed, thinking it was unfair to Tang Niannian. "The village should cover it. The 2 factories have made a lot of money. Then I'll pay half, and the village will pay half. If we do this well, reporters will definitely promote it on TV, and our Tang village will become famous." Tang Niannian painted a big picture. The team leader and others immediately became excited, eager to set up the scholarship fund right away. Yulamei's eyes sparkled like diamonds. Could she also borrow money? She really wanted to go to school because only by studying could she leave Tang village and see a wider world. Tang Niannian noticed her thoughts and nodded slightly. Yulamei was overjoyed, tears welling up in her eyes. She secretly vowed to study hard and repay Sister Niannian when she succeeded in the future. Once the dumplings were shaped, Grandma Tang cut a large piece of salted meat into thin strips, sautéed them to release the oil, added vegetables and water to boil, then added the dumplings. Once they floated, they were cooked. She made a big pot full, and the delicious smell wafted out, making everyone drool. Grandma Tang served a large bowl to herself and said, "After you finish, help yourselves to more from the pot. Eat until you're full. And you put more meat than vegetables. It smells amazing." Someone joked, "This is the best soup dumpling I've ever had." Everyone praised it, and someone couldn't help but say, "Even Shen landlord never had it this good." The team leader's face darkened, and he glared at the person, scolding, "Good food can't shut your mouth." The person realized he had misspoken. How could he mention the Xian landlord in front of the team leader? Everyone in the village knew that Tang Hongxing liked the Xian landlord's son, causing trouble at home. "Slap my mouth. I'm really foolish." The man awkwardly slapped his own mouth, not daring to speak again. The team leader had been in a good mood, but now he couldn't enjoy the delicious dumplings. Hongxing, the ungrateful girl, had been calm for a few months, but recently he heard that Xian Chuanrong was looking for a partner again, and she started causing trouble. The ungrateful girl's face was always long and sad, and seeing that face made him lose his appetite. The team leader felt truly disheartened. Sometimes he even thought it would have been better if that night Nian hadn't saved that ungrateful girl and she had drowned. But that was just a thought. No matter how heartbroken he felt, she was still his daughter. How could he be so cruel? The team leader sighed, feeling tasteless. "My wife said Xian Chuanrong found a job in the city and is doing well. The leaders like him and are introducing him to partners." Someone whispered. His wife's family was from the same village as the Xian landlord. Others looked at the team leader and, seeing he wasn't angry, became bolder, openly discussing Xian Chuanrong. Xian Chuanrong is educated, good-looking, and has carpentry skills. He works hard and studies. If it weren't for his background, he would be a great catch. Red Apricot has good taste. Aside from that background, Xian Chuanrong is one of the best around. The team leader's face darkened, and he said grumpily, "That background is the biggest flaw. My son Jianjun is still in the army." Everyone fell silent. It was true. The army had strict political reviews, and there couldn't be any issues with background. Xian Chuanrong is looking for a partner, so he might get engaged before the new year. Once he gets married, Red Apricot will give up. Someone tried to comfort him. The team leader didn't respond. He felt that the ungrateful girl wouldn't give up so easily.
Sigh.
The team leader felt heavy-hearted. Before, he had Tang Wujin to compare himself to. Whenever the ungrateful girl upset him, he would think of Tang Wujin, and it would comfort him. Now that Tang Wujin was gone, he was constantly troubled by the ungrateful girl, with no comfort at all. What kind of sin had he committed? A big pot of vegetable and salted meat soup dumplings was finished, and everyone ate it all, leaving no soup behind. Yulame and her brother said their goodbyes and headed home. Grandma Tang gave them a chunk of meat weighing about a pound, along with 10 eggs, a few old warm clothes, and a quilt, sending Tang Mantong to escort them home. Grandma, this is too much. I can't accept it. Yulame was a bit flustered. She couldn't repay all this.
Take it.
When you succeed in the future, you can repay it. Grandma Tang insisted, pushing the siblings out. Thank you, Grandma. Yulame held her brother's hand, deeply bowing before leaving. No matter how much she said, it was empty. She must succeed and repay those who helped her. Uncle, you said you would go buy 1,000 sheets. Tang Nian urged. Tang Mantong had mentioned going to the town to buy them in the morning. What's the rush? It's still early, we'll go soon. Tang Mantong had just eaten and was too lazy to move, wanting to wait until the snow stopped. Dad, hurry up and buy some egg cakes too. We haven't had them in a long time. Tang Dandan was also craving them, pushing her dad out the door. Tang Mantong had no choice but to go to the yard to push the cart. A voice came from the loudspeaker. Nian. Phone call. The team leader called 3 times, and Tang Nian had to answer the phone. She guessed it was either Director Wu or Director Qian. However, she was wrong. It was Director Xie calling. Nian, you need to come to Zhu City. Director Xie's voice was cheerful on the phone. Tang Nian lazily asked, is it something urgent? If not, she wouldn't go out. On such a cold day, staying home by the fire was much more comfortable. It's an urgent, happy event. I applied for the Outstanding Youth Award for you, and it has been approved. There will be a ceremony at the end of the month, and the TV station and major newspapers will be there to cover it. You need to go accept the award, give a speech, and be interviewed. Director Xie said with a smile. Uncle Xie, can you accept it for me? It's too cold. Tang Nian had no desire to move. She understood why animals hibernate in the cold. It's just instinct. In winter, she wanted to curl up in bed and sleep. She had everything she needed in her space and could stay in bed for a year without any problems. Little Tang, this is your honor. You can't let someone else accept it. You have to give a speech and do the interview. Don't be lazy. The ceremony is on the 28th, so come early. Director Xie felt both love and frustration for this girl. She was smart, capable, and talented, but so lazy. Got it. I'll be there on the 27th. Tang Nian had no choice but to agree. If she refused, Director Xie would probably come to Tang Village to find her. Uncle Xie, will this interview be on TV? When will it air? Tang Nian suddenly remembered something important. She needed to fix a previous lie quickly. It will be broadcast in the evening news, so your family can watch. Director Xie said with a smile. Tang Nian wasn't really concerned about that. She directly asked Uncle Xie, my personal honor isn't that important. This achievement is the result of everyone's hard work in our village. Can you help me contact the TV station and newspapers to report on Tang Village? That's a good idea. Tang Village stands out among many villages and deserves coverage. However, you need to contact the TV station and newspapers in Zhejiang Province. Let me introduce you to someone who works at the provincial TV station. His last name is Zhang.
You can talk to him.
Director Xie was very supportive and introduced her to a friend who was a mid-level officer at the TV station, capable of handling some matters, but not in charge of interviews. Thank you, Uncle Xie. Tang Nian noted down Deputy Director Zhang's phone number and prepared to visit the provincial capital. With the team leader not in the room, she left $1 under the phone, thinking she could use the extra later. However, just a few meters away, the phone rang again. Tang Nian pretended not to hear and continued walking. The team leader, who rushed out upon hearing the phone ring, saw her back and angrily shouted, "Did you hear it and just ignore it? Are you feeling lazy?" Tang Nian had to turn around and seriously explain, "I didn't hear it." The team leader scoffed, clearly not believing her. Tang Nian reluctantly turned back and ran to answer the phone. "Hello, I'm looking for Tang Nian." A cheerful female voice came from the receiver. It was Zhang Lui. "That's me."
What do you want?
Tang Nian was in a bad mood and spoke rudely. "Did you eat something bad?" Zhang Lui teased, then excitedly said, "Let's go to the provincial capital to see the snow. The broken bridge in the snow is famous. I brought my camera to take lots of pictures." "I'm not going." Tang Nian flatly refused. She thought the broken bridge in the snow wasn't worth seeing. She just wanted to lie in bed and sleep.
"Come on."
"I'll take beautiful pictures of you, and you can help me with something. I'll treat you to dinner at Lu. Zhang Lui kept sweet-talking, her tone filled with youthful shyness. "Who do you like?" Tang Nian immediately figured out. This was clearly a sign of a crush. "Oh, it's still too early to say." Zhang Lui's voice became even more bashful. Tang Nian rolled her eyes. It was so obvious. Why hide it? "Don't you like that childhood friend anymore?" Tang Nian remembered that the girl liked someone named Qian. She had even sold her work to that guy, who seemed a bit foolish, but they matched well. If both were foolish, it might affect their children's intelligence. "I was blind before. Don't mention him." "Nian, please go with me." Zhang Lui pleaded. Qianbo was already dating someone, and that woman wasn't even half as good-looking. A man with such poor taste didn't deserve her. "Let's talk about it when the snow stops." Tang Nian didn't refuse outright, but she definitely wouldn't go out in such heavy snow. "If we wait for the snow to stop, it will be too late. I have to deliver something to my uncle." Zhang Lui also didn't want to go out in the cold, but her mother ordered her to deliver the items to her uncle's house, and she didn't dare disobey. "Your uncle is in the provincial capital?" "Yes, he works as a reporter at the provincial TV station, always out interviewing. At his age, he still hasn't found a partner, and my grandma nags him every day." Zhang Lui complained about her uncle. Her uncle was her grandmother's late-life child, 20 years younger than her mother, and about the same age as her brother. So even though he was an elder, Zhang Lui and her siblings had a good relationship with him and spoke casually. "Nian, let my uncle treat us to dinner at Lu. It's a pity you already have a partner. Otherwise, I would introduce you to him. My uncle is quite handsome." Zhang Lui said regretfully. "When are we leaving?" Tang Nian asked. Zhang Lui took a moment to react and happily said, "You agreed? How about tomorrow?" "Okay, you buy the train tickets. I'll head to the city tomorrow." Tang Nian readily agreed. She just learned that her uncle was a reporter at the TV station. "Why didn't you say so earlier?"
"Great.
I knew you were the best. I'll go buy the train tickets now. My aunt sells tickets at the train station, so don't worry." Zhang Lui was thrilled, thinking Tang Nian was doing it for friendship. "See you tomorrow." Tang Nian hung up the phone, too lazy to listen to any more of the girls' chatter. This was truly a perfect opportunity. Her uncle at the TV station was a real find. Zhang Lui was a treasure. When she got home, Tang Nian mentioned she needed to go to the provincial capital for business, and Grandma Tang didn't ask too many questions, just reminded her to bring warm clothes. After dinner, Tang Nian went to bed early, since she had to go to the city in the morning. However, not long after, she was awakened by Su Jinfeng's loud voice. "Why is your stomach hurting? Did you eat something bad? Man Jin, get up and take Jiu Jin to the clinic." Su Jinfeng woke her husband, as their youngest daughter, Jiu Jin, was in severe pain and rolling on the bed. Since Tang Wujin passed away, Su Jinfeng had been more loving towards her two daughters, especially the youngest, Jiu Jin, pouring most of her patience and love into her. "Mom, my stomach hurts." Tang Jiu Jin clutched her stomach, sweating from the pain, while Tang Lu Jin stood by, crying in panic. Tang Manjin hurriedly got dressed and picked up her little daughter to go to the clinic. Grandma Tang also got up and was startled to see her granddaughter in such a state. Wrap her in a blanket. Don't let her get cold. Grandma Tang wrapped Nanjin tightly in a blanket. The whole family was anxious and didn't notice the guilt in the little girl's eyes. Nanjin felt a bit panicked. She didn't expect her family to make such a fuss. Usually, when she was sick, they were calm and just went about their business. Why were they so worried today? It made her feel uneasy. Dad, I don't want a shot. Tang Nanjin twisted her little body, refusing to go to the clinic. Be good. It hurts so much. The doctor needs to check you properly. Su Jinfeng comforted her daughter, her voice much gentler than usual. Nanjin felt even guiltier, twisting her little hands, unsure of what to do. Tang Nian also got up, walked over to her sister, and felt her forehead, which was a bit cool. She then reached around to her back and found it dry, without a hint of sweat. Does your stomach hurt? Tang Nian asked coldly. Tang Nanjin lowered her head, twisting her little hands nervously. I have a way to treat it, just a few shots and you'll be fine. Tang Nian held a shiny silver needle, and Nanjin's face turned pale as she shook her head vigorously. No shots, second sister. No shots. She was terrified of needles. The last time she got a shot in her bottom, it hurt so much. Be good, your second sister will make it better with just one shot. Su Jinfeng had no doubts about Tang Nian's medical skills. In her eyes, whatever Tang Nian said or did was right, and she fully supported her. Grandma Tang sensed something was off, mainly due to some memories of hers that suddenly resurfaced. This scene felt strangely familiar. Tang Nian sneered, bringing the silver needle closer to Tang Nanjin, who was now wide-eyed with fear, cold sweat dripping from her forehead. I'm not in pain anymore, second sister. It really don't hurt. Tang Nanjin shouted, thinking she would never pretend to be sick again. Her second sister was too scary. Really not in pain? Not in pain. Are you going to school tomorrow? Yeah. The sisters exchanged questions and answers, and everyone understood. Su Jinfeng was so angry she slapped her thigh and scolded, You little brat, how dare you pretend to be sick and trick us? Where did you learn that? Grandma Tang glanced at Tang Nian, wanting to say that it was all because of her, setting a bad example. But she held back and didn't say it. Everyone go back to sleep. Grandma Tang glared at Nanjin, who lowered her head in fear, not daring to speak, wondering how her second sister figured it out. Clearly, her third sister and her parents had been fooled. She just wanted to sleep in her warm bed and didn't want to go to school in the cold. Why was it so hard? The little girl sighed deeply, feeling defeated. Su Jinfeng gave her a few hard smacks on the bottom and pulled her by the ear back to her room to sleep. Nanjin didn't dare to cry, afraid of getting punished more, feeling hurt inside. Tang Nian smiled to herself, thinking this trick? I used it ages ago. Did she really think she could fool me? Humph. Early the next morning, Grandma Tang pulled Nanjin out of bed, insisting she must go to school. Nanjin didn't dare to resist. After breakfast, she obediently went to school with her friends. The snow had stopped, and there was more than a foot of snow on the ground. They had to wear rain boots to go outside. Tang Nian didn't feel like riding her bike, so she made a simple sled for Baijiu and Fubao to pull her into town. When they reached the county, it was still before 9. She went straight to Zhang Lui's house. Zhang Lui's mother was home too. The mother and daughter looked alike, but Zhang Lui had a simple face, clearly a child from a well-off family who hadn't suffered. Zhang's mother had a sharp look, her gaze always assessing and calculating, making people uncomfortable. Sit down, little Tang, have some malt milk. Zhang's mother was more enthusiastic than the sun in the desert, pouring a rich cup of malt milk. Tang Nian was a bit taken aback by the attention. This was her second visit to the Zhang family. The first time, Zhang's mother had been polite but distant, her gaze scrutinizing like an X-ray. When she learned Tang Nian was from the countryside, her politeness turned into pure indifference, treating her like air. Tang Nian didn't mind Zhang's mother's attitude. After all, she had paid 900 as a VIP customer, so her tolerance was quite high. Besides, Zhang Lui had told her that her mother was a complete snob, treating all relatives from her father's side the same way, looking down on everyone without exception. It wasn't just directed at Tang Nian Nian. By the way, Tang Nian Nian remembered that the first time she visited, she was served a cup of plain tea, which seemed to be from last year. Tang Nian Nian took a sip of the malt milk. It was rich and creamy. Zhang's mother must have added at least 4 spoons. She was increasingly surprised by the hospitality, especially since Zhang Lui mentioned that her mother only added 3 spoons for her own daughter. "Little Tang, I heard from Xiao Wei that you work at the Tianjin factory?" Zhang's mother smiled warmly at Tang Nian Nian, her smile very kind.
Yes.
Tang Nian Nian nodded and took another sip of the malt milk, which tasted really good. "Are you still the deputy factory director at your village's factory?" Zhang's mother asked again. "Yes." Tang Nian Nian nodded again, finishing the remaining malt milk and smacking her lips. The malt milk at the Zhang family was really delicious. "I'll make you another cup." Zhang's mother was quick and took the cup to prepare a stronger one. She realized she hadn't treated little Tang well before, so today she must give her a proper welcome. This time it was still 4 spoons. Zhang's mother prepared it and handed it over with a smile. "Thank you, Auntie." Tang Nian Nian reached out to take it and said, "I'm just a nominal deputy director. I don't handle things regularly." "You're too modest, little Tang." Xiao Wei said you signed over 3 million in orders at the trade fair. Some big factories in the city can't even compare. Zhang's mother gave her a thumbs up, genuinely praising her. "It's just good luck, and I had guidance and help from the leaders. I couldn't have done it alone." Tang Nian Nian felt a bit stiff. Smiling too much was tiring. Where was Zhang Lui? Why hadn't she come out yet? "Auntie, is Zhang Lui still not up?" Tang Nian Nian quickly interrupted Zhang's mother, asking first. "She's changing clothes. This child loves to dawdle. Don't worry, the train leaves at noon. We'll have lunch before heading out." Zhang's mother called into the room. "Xiao Wei, hurry up. You've been changing for half an hour. What's taking so long?" "I'm coming." Zhang Lui ran out, wearing a bright red cashmere coat and a matching felt beret, with black pants underneath. She looked pretty, but the coat was a bit long. "Nian Nian, what do you think of this outfit?" Zhang Lui twirled around, asking Tang Nian Nian for her opinion. "Do you have a shorter coat?" Tang Nian Nian offered a constructive suggestion. Zhang Lui wasn't very tall, and with her body proportions, a longer top would make her look shorter.